Chapter 1. Is this the corpse of the formidable giant, Oz, the one Master spoke of? Sanji exclaimed, gazing in astonishment at the colossal figure of Oz. How terrifying. It appears to be twice the height of a giant. Can we truly emerge victorious? Usopp's eyes widened in disbelief. Oz suddenly bellowed, unleashing a gust of wind that nearly toppled everyone. This cannot be. That fool Luffy has been defeated. The tone of that giant unmistakably suggests it must be Luffy. He must not have heeded Master's intel and fell to that pessimistic specter. We ought to have accompanied him. Imagine how formidable this giant would become with Luffy's shadow. Sanji speculated, what a fool. What do we do now? We are certainly no match for this zombie. Zoro exclaimed, scratching his head in frustration. I think we should regroup with Master to retrieve Luffy and devise a plan. Usopp suggested, trembling with fear. It seems we have no choice. The group concurred, after some contemplation. Are you searching for me? Liu Xuan's voice suddenly resonated, bringing joy to everyone. Master, you have finally arrived. Usopp exclaimed, his spirits lifted upon seeing Liu Xuan. Liu Xuan had followed Nandi for quite some time before finally reaching the castle. Master, that foolish Luffy has had his shadow taken. What should we do now? Sanji approached with concern. Oh, I knew that foolish Luffy would disregard the battle plan system. Please check the attributes of Zombie Luffy. Race, Demon Zombie. Name, Zombie Luffy. Ability, undisclosed. Combat power, 31. Strength level, Junior Admiral. Affiliated force, mightiest Demon Zombies. To think he possesses combat power at the Admiral level. It appears none of you are his match at present. We must return to the ship and discuss our strategy. I assume Luffy has already been sent back. Liu Xuan pondered aloud. Master, if you were so powerful, why not personally deal with the zombie? Usopp queried suddenly. Liu Xuan stepped forward, gazing intently at him. If I intervened, I could easily defeat that giant. However, I cannot do so, for you cannot remain under my protection for eternity. This is your trial. Only through such experiences can you grow stronger. Do you understand? Usopp? Yes. Master, we will surely become strong. The group declared resolutely after hearing Liu Xuan's words. Indeed. Let's return. Liu Xuan nodded in agreement. Master, Luffy is truly on the ship. Upon returning to the Sunny, Usopp instantly spotted Luffy lying there. Given the situation, we may need to wait a while. With Luffy's current strength, he should awaken shortly, Liu Xuan remarked, taking a seat as he observed Luffy's condition. We have no choice but to wait. The others settled down on the deck. I will go prepare a meal. When Luffy wakes, he will surely complain of hunger. Everyone needs to be well fed to gather strength for battle, Sanji declared, rising to head into the kitchen. Half an hour later, Sanji had prepared an abundant feast that filled the dining table, the enticing aroma wafting throughout the sunny meat. Luffy, sprawled on the deck, sprang to his feet in a flash and dashed toward the table. Luffy is just as he always is, no matter how deeply he sleeps. The scent of food rouses him. Usopp remarked with a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth as he watched Luffy devouring the food at the table. Hey, why is everyone here? Noticing everyone gathered, Luffy asked with curiosity, how can you even ask that, you fool? I sent you to defeat Moria, and yet you ended up losing your shadow. Usopp scolded as he gave Luffy a light knock on the head. When I found Moria, who would have guessed he would ambush me? A woman with pink hair unleashed several white ghosts, and I was defeated. That wretched Moria shall pay. I knew it. He must have been defeated by that negative ghost. He never listens to the battle plan and always gets bested due to his carelessness, Sanji, after taking a puff from his cigarette, said in response to Luffy's words. Forget about it. What's done is done. We should focus on how to deal with that zombie. Luffy. Zoro stood up and added, indeed. That giant zombie is exceedingly massive and will surely be difficult to handle. We must devise a clever strategy. Usopp's words elicited nods of agreement from everyone. Since that giant zombie was resurrected using Luffy's shadow, its intelligence must be quite low. We can exploit that exactly. Nami, I didn't realize you were so clever. Hey. Upon hearing everyone talk about his low intelligence, Luffy waved his hands in protest, wishing they wouldn't make such remarks in his presence. But the others ignored him. All right, everyone, let's eat first. Otherwise, Luffy will devour everything before we have a chance. After we're full, we can head out to defeat Moria together. Seeing that the food was already dwindling, Sanji quickly urged, hey, Luffy, I haven't eaten yet, save me some. Usopp hurried over to grab his utensils and joined Luffy in the fray for food, and soon everyone was involved in the scrum for their meal. Few. Now that we're full, let's set off. After a brief while, everyone had satisfied their hunger. Chapter 84. Luffy's fourth gear. Look over there. Oz is still wreaking havoc. As they approached Moria's castle, they could see Oz causing destruction in the distance. Impressive. Is it my zombie? Upon spotting Oz, Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement. Are you proud of yourself? Do you even realize the trouble you've caused everyone? As Luffy exclaimed in delight, the others approached him and gave him a good thrashing sorry. Luffy said, his head adorned with bumps upon hearing Luffy's apology. The others finally let him be Luffy. That Oz is entrusted to you. Usopp, you shall defeat that Perona. Her negative spirits will have no effect on you. The rest will deal with those minor nuisances. And then we shall join forces to assist Luffy against Oz. Do you understand? Understood. Upon hearing Liu Xuan's words, everyone shouted in unison and hurried off to confront their respective opponent's green algae head. That transparent lion is mine. I shall make him understand the consequences of shattering my dreams. Sanji ignited with fervent flames from behind. Very well. I shall take on the zombie crafted from Brook's shadow. I've heard that his body is that of a renowned swordsman from Wano. Zoro concurred with the statement. Chopper, you are tasked with that. Doctor, we shall take care of the remaining zombies, Frankie said to Chopper. Indeed. Such a person is unworthy of being a doctor. I will surely defeat him. All right. The enemies are assigned. Let us set forth. Liu Xuan waved his right hand and addressed the group. Hey, big guy, come and fight me. Luffy's loud shout startled everyone. Luffy, you reckless fool. Acting on your own again. The crowd exclaimed, ha ha ha. Of course. Battles must be faced. Heat and Luffy laughed heartily just as the others were about to respond. The sky suddenly darkened. Looking up, they realized it was Oz leaping toward them, blocking the sunlight, prompting them to scatter in haste. Boom. Oz crashed to the ground, sending a wave of dirt that buried nearby trees and buildings, with half of his body stuck in the earth, rendering him momentarily immobile. The onlookers grimaced. Indeed, he was Luffy's zombie, just as foolish. Haha. This fool can't get out. Everyone, attack him now. Usopp laughed heartily. No, he is mine. You all hurry and find your targets. Luffy prevented the others from attacking. Hey, big guy, get out quickly. The time has come. Luffy, do you even realize what you're saying? He can't get out. We should just take him down. Usopp shouted in response to Luffy's words. Usopp, trust me. Luffy gazed at Usopp, his eyes filled with confidence. All right, just be careful, Usopp replied before departing the scene. Leave it to me. Watching Usopp's retreating figure, Luffy stated, then turned to Oz. Big guy, you may begin. At that moment, Oz had finally extracted himself from the hole. Oh, are we really going to use it? I wonder if it will succeed. If it does, Luffy should be able to reach the level of a general. Go for it. Luffy, my reward hinges on your success, Liu Xuan thought to himself as he observed Luffy's demeanor. This is my first time using this ability. I wonder if it will work. No matter. I shall give it a try. Armament Haki. Activate. Upon finishing his words, Luffy enveloped his left hand in a layer of armament Haki. What will you do now, Straw Hat Boy? As Moria observed Luffy's left hand enveloped in Haki, he chuckled. Even if you transform into Gear 2nd or Gear 3rd, I could never be your match. Therefore, I must become even stronger with that. Luffy discarded his shoes, inhaled deeply, and directed his breath into his left arm, cloaked in Haki muscle balloon. Luffy's physique gradually inflated, his entire body encased in Haki, adorned with peculiar patterns on his chest. Gear 4th. Bound man. Seeing Luffy bouncing in place, Moria laughed heartily. Hee hee, I thought you possessed some secret technique. Are you merely here to entertain? Shut your mouth. I shall strike you down without a chance to retaliate. King Kong gun. In an instant, Luffy appeared before Oars and threw a powerful punch. Boom! Oars was sent flying, crashing into several castles before finally coming to a halt. What was that? Not far away, Usopp gasped in astonishment as he witnessed Luffy's incredible feat. When did Luffy learn such a technique? It's truly astonishing. Sanji, having already defeated the Transparent Man, looked on in amazement at Luffy's battle. It seems our captain is on the brink of victory. I must hasten my efforts. Two-sword style. Onslaught. Swish. The sound of blades cutting through the air echoed as Ryuma's zombie was vanquished. Hee hee, it has been a long time since I encountered such a formidable swordsman. Take care of this sword. Shusui, I believe it will bring you joy, Ryuma's zombie declared as he handed the sword to Zoro, gradually fading from existence. I shall wield it with honor, Zoro responded solemnly, gazing at the spot where Ryuma had vanished. Oh, has it been successful? System, check Luffy's attributes. Chapter 85. Moria's defeat. How incredible. Liu Xuan, when did Luffy learn this technique? Nami inquired curiously. I once discussed the extension abilities of the Gum Gum fruit with him. This is his first time employing it. However, he cannot maintain it for long. Nevertheless, I believe with time, Luffy will master the power of Gear 4th. Indeed, it is extraordinarily powerful. Gear 4th's might is overwhelming. Precisely, Luffy has already attained the strength of a junior admiral. I am confident that in due course, he will reach the level of a mid-tier admiral. You all must strive to improve as well. Liu Xuan spoke earnestly to the group. Yes, we will certainly dedicate ourselves to our training. Meanwhile, Luffy initiated his second attack, floating in the air, his feet propelling him like a jet, and in the blink of an eye, he was beside the recently risen oars. Gum Gum Rhino. Cannonball. Boom. Just as Oars regained his footing, he was struck down once more, the ground beneath him collapsing into a massive circular pit, dozens of meters deep and spanning hundreds of meters, while the shockwave sent weaker zombies flying. Help. Is this guy even human? He's so powerful. Treating Oars like an ordinary foe. Could it be that Lord Moria is truly being defeated? As they watched Luffy mercilessly assail Oars, Moria's minions murmured among themselves. My powerful energy is nearly depleted. It seems I must resolve this swiftly. Goma Goma, no King, Kong Gun. Luffy's final move struck Oz squarely on the head, shattering his spine with a thunderous crash. Oz collapsed to the ground, unable to rise again. Luffy, too, reverted to his original form, collapsing onto the ground, utterly exhausted. Splendid. We've triumphed. Victory is ours. Usopp exclaimed, his voice ringing out as he beheld Oz lying incapacitated. Usopp, do not rejoice too soon. Luffy has merely struck Oz, and Moria remains undefeated. Zoro cautioned from the sidelines. Indeed, we must not forget about that fiend Moria. Upon Zoro's reminder, the group recalled the looming threat of Moria. He. You wretches dare to batter my Oz like this, I shall crush you all underfoot. Shadow gathering. Moria emerged from Ounce's abdomen, bellowing madly, as the shadows beneath him suddenly scattered and connected with all the zombies. This is what Master spoke of the ultimate technique of Moria, shadow gathering. Look, those shadows are being absorbed in a Moria's body. Usopp pointed at Moria, who was engulfing the shadows. This is dire. Moria has absorbed so many shadows, and Luffy has exhausted all his strength. Wait, we still have the item from Master. Although it's just one senzu bean left, it should suffice to restore Luffy's energy quickly. Give it to him. Nami, in that moment, produced a single senzu bean and handed it to Usopp. Really? That's wonderful. Hand it to me. I'll launch it into Luffy's mouth with my slingshot. Usopp exclaimed, snatching the senzu bean and positioning it in his slingshot, shouting at Luffy, Luffy, open your mouth wide. Okay, Usopp. Hearing Usopp's voice, Luffy opened his mouth wide, gazing at him. Perfect. Senzu Star launch. Usopp fired the senzu bean directly into Luffy's mouth. Success. Gulp. Luffy swallowed the senzu bean, and in an instant his energy was fully restored, allowing him to rise once more. What just happened? Wasn't he completely exhausted? How has he suddenly regained his strength? Could it be from that item he just consumed? Moria pondered, watching Luffy stand again, then addressed him. Hee boy, what was that thing you just ate? Oh, that was a senzu bean. Consuming just one can instantly restore any amount of injury to peak condition. Luffy, as always, spoke the truth without hesitation. Hee. Such a thing exists? Listen here, kid. If you hand that over to me, it'll allow you to leave this place. What do you say? Moria said eagerly upon hearing Luffy's words. If he could obtain enough senzu beans, he would become immortal. Much like Kaido, the thought of it made Moria tremble with excitement. That was the last one. I cannot give it to you. And even if you let us go, do you think I would simply walk away? You scoundrel, you have stolen my friend's shadow, and I will surely pummel you to reclaim it. Gear 4th. Upon uttering his words, Luffy transformed into his 4th gear. He. Do you think defeating Oars is truly remarkable? Within my body now resides 1,000 shadows, rendering me invincible. Moria, having absorbed 1,000 shadows, not only increased in size, but also amplified his strength severalfold. Then I shall concentrate all my power into this single strike. I must defeat you. Rubber, Ultra Lion Bazooka. With that declaration, Luffy launched himself towards Moria. He. Come then. Let us see how you intend to conquer me. Shadow Angle. Gun. Moria replied, also advancing towards Luffy. Boom. As the two collided, the entire island ship trembled violently, as if it were on the verge of splintering apart. An earthquake. Usopp shouted in terror. Be quiet. Zoro retorted, delivering a punch to Usopp's head. He. Straw Hat Brat. Surrender obediently. I shall never concede. With every ounce of strength he could muster, Luffy finally shattered the Shadow Angle. Gun, landing a direct blow on Moria. What? Impossible. This was the last utterance of Moria before his unconsciousness, after which all shadows detached from him and returned to their respective masters. Chapter 86. Victory. Wonderful, Luffy. The crowd erupted in cheers. Little did they expect that Moria would also fall at your hands. Amidst the jubilant shouts, a sudden voice startled everyone. Who goes there? The crowd swiftly assumed a defensive posture. From behind the castle wall emerged a tall figure, donned with glasses and holding a book. You are one of the 7 warlords, Bartholomew Kuma. Upon recognizing the figure before her as an intelligence officer, Robin immediately identified him as one of the 7 warlords. We have only just vanquished one warlord, and now another appears. The crowd gasped in shock at Robin's words. Moreover, Kuma ranks among the more formidable of the warlords. Far beyond the capabilities of Moria. Liu Xuan remarked from the side. What shall we do, master? Usopp exclaimed in distress. Fear not, for I am here. Liu Xuan replied confidently. It is not yet time for you to confront him. Allow me to engage him first. With that, he swiftly moved to Kuma's side. You are the Demon King, Liu Xuan. How is it that you find yourself here? A rare expression of astonishment graced Liu Xuanxiang's face. What do you mean I cannot come here? Tyrant Bear, your interference is rather excessive. What brings you here? Liu Xuan inquired, gazing at the bear. After Crocodile was defeated by the Straw Hat Brat, it took considerable effort to find a replacement. The government cannot permit a second warlord of the sea to be vanquished. So I have been tasked with eliminating those who are privy to this information, thereby preventing its dissemination. Do you intend to thwart me, Captain Liu Xuan? Indeed. Luffy is now my apprentice, and I cannot allow you to take his life. Moreover, I am quite eager to test the prowess of Tyrant Bear. What do you say to a duel? Never mind. I wish to avoid entanglements with your Dragon Ball pirates. As long as you keep this matter to yourselves, I shall act as though I have never been here. Observing Liu Xuan's eager demeanor, Xiong helplessly remarked, how dull. If that is the case, we shall take our leave. In an instant, Liu Xuan reappeared beside Nami. What is the matter, master? Usopp inquired as he approached Liu Xuan upon his return. It's nothing. Let us take Luffy and depart from this place. Really, master? Indeed. That's splendid. I have longed to leave this place. Usopp exclaimed with joy. Nami, let us go. Liu Xuan called to her as they made their way toward the sunny. All right, brother Liu Xuan, Nami responded, grasping his arm. Hey, wait for me. Upon noticing that the 2 individuals were ignoring him, Usopp hastily pursued them. After a brief span of several minutes, the group reconvened aboard the Sunny. Well done, Luffy. That final move of yours was truly remarkable. You vanquished Moria in an instant. How could you be so unkind as to withhold such a formidable technique from us? Did you secretly train Luffy, master? Sanji interjected, intrigued by Usopp's words. In truth, it was Luffy's first time employing that technique. He had merely mentioned it before, never anticipating its success. All right, enough chatter. Now that everyone is present, it is time for us to set sail. However, before we do, Brook, we warmly welcome you to the Straw Hat Pirates. With that, Luffy approached Brook and extended his right hand. Yo-ho-ho. I am immensely grateful for the opportunity to join you all. It truly feels wonderful to be alive. Brook exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down his face. Excellent. To celebrate Brook's joining us, let us hold a banquet. Oh, a banquet. A banquet. Hey, Brook, aren't you a musician? Please entertain us with a song. The pirate's song, Bink Sake, would be splendid. Observing everyone's enthusiasm, Liu Xuan remarked to Brook, well, I shall not shy away from showcasing my talents. Upon Brook's cue, the music began to play. Yo-ho-ho, yo-ho-ho. The exquisite wine of Binks is delivered to your side, sailing freely through the waves, amidst tumultuous tides. As the sunset stirs and the birds' melodies pierce the vast sky, the ambience was delightful. Sitting beside Liu Xuan, Nami handed him a cup of wine and said, It truly is splendid. However, every banquet must eventually conclude. I sense my departure is imminent. After sipping his drink, Liu Xuan sighed. Are you leaving, dear Liu Xuan? Nami grasped his arm, her voice laced with concern. Indeed, I have my own crew to attend to. Leaving is but a matter of time. Do not be disheartened. I am not departing just yet. Do not dwell on it, Nami. Come, let us dance and enjoy ourselves, Liu Xuan suggested, taking her hand and leading her towards the revelry. Thus, the night of merriment drew to a close. As morning dawned, the group awoke, tidied their belongings, and gathered on the deck to deliberate their next course of action. We are about to venture into the New World. Let us discuss our next destination. Is there any doubt? We should first head to the Sabaody archipelago for a ship coating, then proceed through Fishman Island to the New World. Very well. Then let us set sail for the Sabaody archipelago, Luffy declared with a grand gesture. Hey, that was rather hasty. Did we not agree to discuss this together? How can you decide unilaterally? Enough, Usopp. Once Luffy makes a decision, it is final. We shall proceed as he has stated, Zoro interjected. Zoro, how can you also be so agreeable? Silence, Usopp. This time, Luffy's decision is sound. Let us follow his lead. Liu Xuan's words silenced Usopp. Chapter 87, Saving Chopper Master. Look, it's the Red Line. How magnificent. After several days of sailing, the Thousand Sunny finally arrived at the Red Line. Indeed, it was a breathtaking sight. As the crowd gazed upon the red Earth continent obscured by clouds, they expressed their sentiments. Nami, let us hasten to the Sabaody archipelago. I can hardly contain my excitement to visit Fishman Island, exclaimed Luffy eagerly. All right, we shall set sail for the Sabaody archipelago, Nami replied with a hint of exasperation. Boom. Just as the Thousand Sunny was about to turn towards the Sabaody archipelago, a colossal rabbit-type sea king suddenly surged from the depths. Its gaping maw aimed at the ship. A sea king. How splendid. We've run out of provisions. Let us feast on this sea rabbit for lunch, Luffy declared, launching himself into the air to deliver a punch to the creature. Suddenly, two figures plummeted from the sky. One was a starfish wearing a hat, who executed a somersault and landed gracefully. The other crashed onto Sanji. As the crew discerned the second figure's true form, their mouths dropped in astonishment. A mermaid. It is indeed a mermaid. Brook approached the mermaid, exclaiming, Oh ho ho, may I have a glimpse of your undergarments? However, before he could finish his sentence, Nami delivered a swift punch, sending him sprawling to the ground. By the way, do mermaids defecate? Luffy inquired, his curiosity unabated. Oh, about that. Kami began to respond, but was abruptly interrupted by Sanji. Enough of the commotion, everyone. We must take our leave. Excuse me, who might you be? Nami addressed the two newcomers. I neglected to introduce myself. My name is Kami, and I am a mermaid. I owe you my life. As I have been devoured by sea kings on roughly 20 occasions, she explained. What a fool you are. Did you not notice such a large sea king just moments ago? The orange starfish retorted, before turning to greet Luffy and the others. Greetings. I am Papagu, a starfish. Wow, a starfish can speak? As Luffy gazed at the amusing starfish, he couldn't help but express his astonishment. By the way, I still don't know where you're headed. Papagu suddenly inquired. Oh, we are bound for the Sabaody archipelago, where we intend to coat our ship, Nami informed both Kami and Papagu. I see. By the way, Little 8's shop is right there. Let me treat you to some takoyaki. Kami exclaimed joyfully. Really? That's wonderful. Just then, a phone call interrupted Kami. Moshi, is that you, Little 8? She asked as she answered the snail phone. Ha, I'm not that octopus. I am Marco, your old friend. The embarrassing Marco and his crew. Oh, I accidentally let that slip. It seems you are in trouble, Robin remarked from nearby. Why do you have Little 8's snail phone? Kami quickly asked. It's quite obvious that we took down that scoundrel Little 8, didn't we? That's a lie. How could Little 8 lose to someone like you? Kami retorted incredulously. Indeed, ordinarily, we would not stand a chance against him. However, this time we have allied with the Flying Fish Riders. How could this be? Rest assured. Kami, we will assist you in rescuing your friend. Kami nodded upon hearing Luffy's words. All right, everyone, let us set forth with the goal of rescuing Kami's friend. Look, there's Little 8. Hey, is that Little 8, the octopus from the Dragon Pirate crew? As the Thousand Sunny drew closer, everyone finally discerned Little 8's true form. Could it be that you, Luffy, are friends with Little 8? Upon encountering the spirited crew of Luffy, they were introduced to a peculiar friend, the enigmatic Kami. What a ghostly companion, Zoro exclaimed with fervor. Kami, filled with disappointment, questioned, Will you not assist us in rescuing Sanji? Nami shook her head apologetically. I am truly sorry, Kami. We never anticipated that the individual you sought to save was him. Resigned, Kami declared, Enough. We shall rescue Sanji on our own. I did not expect such callousness from you. With that, the two leapt off the ship. Hey, you are being captured rather swiftly, aren't you? Upon witnessing Kami and Papagu being seized immediately after their descent, Usopp let out a cry. Let us take action, that fellow. Shachi is not a villain. In this way we shall not breach our promise to Kami, Nami remarked, touched by Shachi's loyalty. Is that truly acceptable, Nami? Luffy inquired earnestly, though his eyes, glistening with takoyaki, and the drool at the corner of his mouth betrayed him. The Flying Fish Riders could hardly match the current Straw Hat Pirates. They were swiftly vanquished. However, the sight of their leader astonished everyone. Ha, he bears an uncanny resemblance to this bounty notice. Luffy and the others guffawed on the deck. You rascals, cease your laughter at once. Sanji was nearly driven to exasperation, yet in the end, he managed to enhance his appearance, turning his image from dark to favorable. Chapter 88. Departure from the Straw Hat Pirates. At last, they have arrived at Sabaody Archipelago. As Liu Xuan gazed upon the familiar island, he sighed, recalling that his last visit here was 5 years ago, an occasion that had stirred quite a commotion. All right, everyone, let us embark upon the island. You wish to have a coating applied, do you not? I know a remarkably skilled coding master. Allow me to lead you to him," said Xiaoba as the boat docked. "Is that true? Splendid. Let us hurry," exclaimed Luffy, seizing Xiaoba's arm with enthusiasm. "Please, contain your excitement. I shall guide you now. Everyone, stay close and do not lag behind," Xiaoba replied, taking the lead. "Hey, Luffy," just as they were about to depart, Liu Xuan suddenly called out. "What is it, master?" Upon hearing Liu Xuan's call, Luffy, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Liu Xuan, where are you going?" Nami stepped forward, asking, "After sailing together for such a long time, we have all developed feelings for one another. It's hard to see you leave." Everyone gazed at him with reluctance. "Although I have enjoyed my time here, I still have my own pirate crew waiting for me. I must go find them. Rest assured, this is not a farewell. We will meet again. We have plenty of time ahead of us. Besides, I came aboard your ship to enhance your abilities, and now that you have all grown strong, I can leave with peace of mind," Liu Xuan spoke, his eyes reflecting the sorrow of parting. "Nami," he began. But she was interrupted as Luffy placed a hand on her shoulder. "Nami, do not say anything further. Our master has his own path to follow. We must not hinder him." "All right, but Liu Xuan, you must come to see me often," Nami exclaimed, her face suddenly flushed. "That despicable master has stolen my Nami." Sanji lamented, seeking solace from Robin. Observing Nami's expression, he dramatically rushed toward Robin, only to collide with a tree instead. "Well, I must take my leave," Liu Xuan declared, waving goodbye to the group as he departed. "Let us also set sail. I believe we will reunite soon," he added. Observing Nami's reluctant demeanor, Luffy offered words of comfort, stating, "All right, let us depart." Nami nodded in response to Luffy's words. After leaving the Straw Hat Pirates, Liu Xuan produced a transponder snail to contact Goku and the others. In a restaurant on Sabaody Archipelago, 8 individuals clad in black cloaks indulged in a lavish feast, their adjacent table overflowing with empty plates. "Hey, Goku. It's been quite a while. Why is there still no sign of them?" inquired a diminutive figure. Another person, mouth stuffed with food, exclaimed. "Hey, Goku, could you please swallow what's in your mouth before speaking?" Gulp. "How am I to know?" "No one has informed me," replied Goku. This group comprised Goku and his companions, who, since their arrival at Sabaody Archipelago, had been consumed by a daily routine of eating, shopping, and sleeping, nearly driving themselves to frustration. Just as Kiririn was about to continue speaking, the transponder snail in Goku's possession began to ring. "It's the captain calling," Goku announced as he retrieved the transponder snail. "Then hurry and answer it," Kiririn urged anxiously from the side. "There's no need to rush," Goku replied, then connected the call. "Hello, is this the captain?" On the other end, Liu Xuan recognized Goku's familiar voice, responding, "It's me." "Goku, where are you?" "I have arrived at Sabaody Archipelago and will come to find you. The captain has already reached Sabaody Archipelago and says he will come to meet us," Goku informed the group. "Really? That's wonderful. I've been stuck here so long, my body feels like it's rusting," Kiririn exclaimed, leaping up in excitement. "Hey, Kiririn. Keep your voice down," Piccolo admonished, tugging at Kiririn. As Krillin, clutching his head, chuckled softly and took a seat. He noticed that others in the restaurant were staring at him. "Where are we?" the captain inquired, but it seemed I couldn't recall. "Do any of you know?" Goku continued. "You fool, isn't this? Where exactly is it? I seem to be at a loss as well," Krillin admitted sheepishly. "You dimwits. We are at the restaurant on Island 24. In a crucial moment, it was still more reliable to depend on Piccolo. "All right, I understand now. You all wait for me there. I shall be there shortly," Liu Xuan stated before hanging up the phone book. The captain mentioned he would arrive shortly and instructed us to wait here. After placing the phone bug in his pocket, Goku addressed everyone. "Well then, let us await the captain's arrival here." "All right, then, boss, another serving, please," Goku requested for another portion of rice. "You're still eating?" The crowd shouted at him. "Where is this place?" "Never mind, I should first ask someone for directions." After hanging up the phone, Liu Xuan wandered for a while, but had yet to find Island 24, so he decided to seek assistance. "Hey, you there, sir, please hold on a moment." Upon seeing a bearded man in tattered clothing walking ahead, Liu Xuan hurriedly called out to him, hearing someone behind him refer to him as uncle. The man turned around and angrily exclaimed, "Who are you calling uncle? I'm only 21, you brat." Astonished by the claim of youth, Liu Xuan responded, "Really? You certainly don't appear to be 21. Brat, how dare you say that? I merely have a somewhat mature appearance, you pretty boy. You certainly have a way with words." "Uncle, greetings, I am Liu Xuan," and I seek your guidance on directions. Liu Xuan extended his right hand. Chapter 89. Reunion. Hello. I am Hank, Hank said, shaking Liu Xuan's hand, only to suddenly recoil and slap Liu Xuan's hand away, shouting in frustration, "Was that a compliment, you fool? And let me reiterate. Do not call me uncle. I have a name, Hank. Remember it." "Very well, Uncle Hank." Liu Xuan's words nearly drove Hank to the brink of fury. "You little rascal. Do you want to fight? I am a wielder of the goat fruit, a goat man." Upon speaking, Hank transformed into a towering figure, a goat man over 3 meters tall, and bellowed as he charged towards Liu Xuan. "Is that so?" Liu Xuan gazed up at him. Moments later, Hank exclaimed, "Ah, ha ha ha. I did not expect you to be the illustrious Lord Liu Xuan, one of the infamous 4 emperors. How rude of me. I have always admired you." Hank, with a head full of bandages, flattered Liu Xuan as he walked beside him. "Enough of this flattery. Hurry and lead the way. I need to find Wukong and the others," Liu Xuan interrupted, exasperated. "Yes, of course, Lord Liu Xuan. Please follow me. It's just a few kilometers to Island 24. Hank responded eagerly upon hearing Liu Xuan's words. "Very well, let us proceed," Liu Xuan commanded, allowing Hank to lead the way as he followed closely behind toward Island 24. "By the way, what brings you to this Abaidi archipelago?" Liu Xuan inquired, seeking to pass the time with conversation, as walking had become rather dull. "My name is Hank. I was once the captain of the goat pirate crew, harboring a grand ambition to become the pirate king. However, I later realized how absurd that dream was." Hank reminisced about his days as a pirate. "What happened next?" Liu Xuan could not help but ask. "Until that fateful day when we arrived at the Sabaody archipelago, we encountered the celestial dragons. Because we refused to kneel, my crew was annihilated by their minions. Witnessing my comrades perish before my eyes filled me with self-loathing for my inability to protect them," Hank recounted, tears streaming down his face. "Such a tragic fate. But wait, how did you manage to escape?" "The celestial dragons typically spare no one," Liu Xuan remarked, puzzled. "Indeed. I was shot in the heart by one of the celestial dragons, believing I was doomed. However, I was fortunate. My heart is situated on the right side. Thus I narrowly escaped death," Hank recalled, a cold sweat breaking out as he remembered the near brush with death. "Did you never consider seeking revenge?" Liu Xuan probed. "Revenge? How could that be possible? They are celestial dragons. Vengeance is unthinkable," Hank replied, astonished by Liu Xuan's words. "And what of the celestial dragons? They are merely the greatest scum of this world. One day, I shall eradicate them from existence," Liu Xuan declared, looking intently into Hank's eyes. "Really? If you truly intend to challenge the celestial dragons, I would gladly serve under your banner, offering my utmost loyalty." Hank suddenly knelt before Liu Xuan, exclaiming loudly, "You? Spare me. Your abilities are far too lacking." Liu Xuan regarded him with disdain. "Oh, please don't say that, Lord Liu Xuan. I am quite powerful. You should know. My previous bounty was a staggering 80 million berries." Hank, with a hint of reluctance, declared, "Very well. If you can raise the bounty to 300 million berries, I shall consent to your joining our Dragon Ball pirates." "Rest assured, Master Liu Xuan, I shall fulfill your request," Hank replied joyfully, sprinting ahead to continue leading the way. After a brief journey of 10 minutes, Hank suddenly pointed ahead and exclaimed, "Master Liu Xuan, look. Just ahead lies Island 24. And the restaurant you seek is not far from there. Indeed, you may proceed first. Here, take this. If you find yourself gravely injured, consuming it should save your life. Consider it a token of gratitude for guiding me." Liu Xuan tossed a single magical bean to Hank, saying, "It is my honor to guide you. How could I accept your belongings? You should take it back." As he spoke, Hank attempted to return the bean. "Since I have already given it to you, I shall not reclaim it. Are you attempting to make a fool of me?" "I wouldn't dare." "Thank you, Master Liu Xuan," Hank replied cautiously, carefully storing the bean away. "That is more like it. Let us proceed. Should you meet my expectations next time, I may permit you to join our Dragon Ball pirates." "Thank you. I will certainly strive to do my best," Hank declared before departing. "Very well, let us enter and meet Goku and the others," Liu Xuan murmured as he pushed open the large door of the restaurant. Upon entering, he immediately spotted a table piled high with empty plates. Recognizing he had found the right place, he hurried over. "Wow, why are you all dressed like this? Are you filming a movie?" As he approached the table, he noticed 8 figures clad in black cloaks concealing their entire bodies. "Captain, you have finally arrived. We have been waiting for quite a while," one individual exclaimed, lifting his hat to reveal a bald head, none other than Krillin. "Oh, nothing much. Just encountered a slight delay, Liu Xuan casually offered as an excuse. Forget about that. Let us discuss your situation. Isn't it true, Captain, that you instructed us to remain low-key and avoid detection? This attire should keep us inconspicuous, Goku chimed in. Well, that was my oversight. I failed to clarify, but doesn't this actually draw more attention? Liu Xuan remarked, rubbing his temples. Is that so? Goku asked, glancing around at the group. Indeed, they all affirmed in unison. By the way, Captain, can we not leave this place? Staying here is making us feel rusty, Krillin interjected, prompting a chorus of agreement from the others. All right, enough chatter. Soon you will have tasks to engage in. Be patient. For now, let us eat and rest. There is an auction tomorrow, and we shall attend, Liu Xuan declared. Yes, Captain. The group responded eagerly, returning to their meal. The following day, upon opening the door, Liu Xuan was greeted by the sight of 8 individuals standing at his doorstep, gazing at him. What are you all doing standing at my door? Liu Xuan asked, exasperation evident in his voice. We merely wish to remind you, Captain, that it is already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. If we do not head to the auction house soon, the sale will conclude. Kellen, feeling somewhat embarrassed, rubbed his head and exclaimed, Why didn't you call me earlier? Surely the matter has concluded yet. After Liu Xuan finished speaking, he closed the door and went to wash up. Let us be on our way, Liu Xuan announced as he emerged from the washroom. Ahead lies the auction house, Captain. Having spent considerable time in the vicinity, Kellen and the others had memorized several locations, and they promptly reached their destination. Let us enter, Liu Xuan declared, walking towards the entrance, with several others trailing behind. Halt! Who are you, dressed in such a manner? What are your intentions? As they arrived at the auction house, the guards obstructed their path. Is entry to the auction house contingent upon being scrutinized? Liu Xuan inquired of the guard. Of course. Just by looking at your youthful face, it is evident that you are up to no good. Begone. This is the territory of Lord Doflamingo, and not just anyone can cause a ruckus here, the guard replied dismissively. You scoundrel! How dare you insult our captain? Kellen retorted, stepping forward to confront him. Liu Xuan swiftly restrained Kellen and turned to the guard, saying, Do not presume that your comment about my looks will deter me from entering. Was that a compliment? Has the captain lost his senses? Kellen stared at Liu Xuan in bewilderment. Do not speak nonsense, Kellen. How could the captain be deranged? I believe he merely misheard, Peter interjected. Step aside. Although you have complimented me, if I am not allowed to enter, I shall still lay hands on you. Liu Xuan continued. Who is complimenting you? You fool. The guard shouted back. Fool? Are you suggesting that I am the one being referred to? Liu Xuan replied, his expression darkening. As the doorman was about to speak, Liu Xuan struck him with a punch, sending him soaring into the sky, transforming him into a mere star. Deservedly so, for daring to insult me. Liu Xuan gazed at the doorman, now a shooting star, and then turned to another doorman, inquiring, Do you wish to obstruct us as well? And no, I wouldn't dare, the trembling doorman stammered, collapsing to the ground in fright, hastily shaking his head. You are wise to recognize the situation. Let us be on our way, Liu Xuan affirmed with a nod. The crowd was indeed substantial. What could they possibly be doing? Upon entering the auction house, they were met with a throng of people, and on the stage, there was an object resembling a fish tank, within which a mermaid was weeping, none other than the mermaid, Cammy, whom they had encountered days prior. In the front row beneath the auction stage sat 3 individuals adorned with glass domes upon their heads. It was evident they were celestial dragons. The auctioneer was currently counting down. Isn't that Nami and the others? What are they doing here? Kellen exclaimed, pointing to a seat on the right. Come, let us approach. Liu Xuan responded, taking the lead. Nami, what is the situation with Cammy? Wasn't she with you? How did she end up here? Liu Xuan inquired as he reached Nami's side. Liu Xuan, what brings you here? Cammy, having been captured by the celestial dragons, was in the depths of despair when she heard someone call her name. Upon turning around, she saw Liu Xuan and exclaimed with excitement, Oh, I'm so glad you found them. I came to see what the auction was about. Liu Xuan gestured to the crowd behind him. It has been quite a while. Nami, the others greeted her warmly. Hello, everyone. Now is not the time for pleasantries. Cammy is still in their clutches. Liu Xuan, do you have any money left? We must rescue Cammy first. Do not fret, Nami. We shall rescue Cammy. Liu Xuan reassured her. He then approached the auctioneer and demanded, Hey, bring me the keys. What keys? As the auctioneer Liu Xuan ascended the stage, he was momentarily taken aback and inquired, What else could it be but the key to this mermaid? Liu Xuan cast a disdainful glance at him and continued, Esteemed sir, if you desire this mermaid, might I kindly request that you place your bid first? Please refrain from unnecessary chatter and swiftly bring forth the key. Liu Xuan interrupted him, inciting considerable ire. For he was a subordinate of Doflamingo and had never before endured such indignity. Hey, you lowly wretch, do you not realize that this mermaid is my pet? Step aside at once. At that moment, a celestial dragon rose from the audience, exclaiming, lowly scum, are you addressing me, you repugnant swine? Liu Xuan regarded the revolting celestial dragon, who was visibly snotty, and retorted, What did you say, you inferior being? I shall capture you and make you my slave, subjecting you to severe torment. Guards, seize him at once. Upon the command of the celestial dragon, several guards surged toward Liu Xuan. However, before they could reach him, they were swiftly rendered unconscious by Kellen, collapsing to the ground motionless. Chapter 91. Defeating the Celestial Dragon. Hey, you imbeciles, what are you doing? Get up quickly and apprehend him. As several guards lay on the ground, tears streaming from their noses, the Celestial Dragon shouted, Stop calling me a fat pig. They've already fainted. Slowly approaching the Celestial Dragon, Liu Xuan regarded him with disdain, as if observing a fool. You scoundrel, what is that look in your eyes? Do you know who I am? I am a Celestial Dragon. If you dare to harm me, the general will come running, and you will be doomed. I will certainly have you captured, your limbs broken, and fed to my pet dog. Ha! The Celestial Dragon, believing that Liu Xuan was frightened, grew increasingly arrogant, completely oblivious to the darkening expression on Liu Xuan's face. I can't endure this any longer. Liu Xuan finally lost his patience and delivered a punch to the Celestial Dragon's head. With a resounding crash, the Celestial Dragon was sent through the ceiling, soaring into the distant cosmos, lost to sight. The Celestial Dragon has been struck. Run for your lives. What chaos! No wonder they call him the Demon King. Liu Xuan has actually sent a Celestial Dragon flying. Someone recognized Liu Xuan. The general is on his way. Everyone flee. You dare to send my brother flying? You shall pay for this. A female Celestial Dragon aimed a few shots at Liu Xuan, but he effortlessly caught the bullets with his hand. Just then, the ceiling was smashed, and a figure descended, none other than Luffy, who landed squarely on the heads of the two fainted Celestial Dragons, knocking them unconscious. Finally landed safely. Who are they? Luffy stood up, dusting off his clothes, and suddenly noticed the two unconscious Celestial Dragons. Luffy, where have you been? Upon witnessing the fallen figure of Luffy, Nami swiftly seized his ear and exclaimed, I apologize, but first and foremost, let us rescue Kami. Kami has already been saved by brother Liu Xuan. Nami pointed towards Liu Xuan on the stage and added, Master, you are here as well. Seeing Liu Xuan, Luffy exclaimed, You have been rather careless. How could Kami be captured by human traffickers while being with you? Liu Xuan observed Luffy as he spoke. I'm sorry. Luffy replied softly. Never mind. Let us first remove the chains from Kami. Upon finishing his sentence, Liu Xuan reached for the chains around Kami's neck. Wait a moment, master. That chain. Luffy began, but before he could finish, he saw that Liu Xuan had already removed the chains. Boom. The sound of the explosion resonated throughout the entire auction house. Master. Upon witnessing the explosion of chains, a cry of concern erupted, yet one reassured, Fear not, such power cannot harm me. As the smoke from the explosion dissipated, it revealed Liu Xuan and Kami, both unscathed. Incredible! How did you manage that? Luffy inquired, stepping forward to grasp Liu Xuan's arm. It's nothing. Merely shielding Kami and myself with my energy, then dismantling the chains, Liu Xuan replied, waving his hand dismissively. Suddenly, a voice, weathered with age, resonated from behind, prompting everyone to turn. A figure emerged, adorned with long, flowing hair, a beard gracing his chin, silvered in hue, and spectacles perched upon his nose, with a distinctive scar running vertically across his right eye. Following him were many others. It's Rayleigh. It has been quite some time. Upon seeing the newcomer, Liu Xuan, a greeting was exchanged. You are Liu Xuan. What brings you here? Upon seeing Liu Xuan, Rayleigh expressed his astonishment, recalling that he had encountered Liu Xuan on a film platform not long ago. Despite the passage of 5 years, Liu Xuan's appearance had undergone significant changes. Yet Rayleigh was still able to recognize him. Liu Xuan's previous actions had left him in awe for quite some time. Am I not allowed to be here? Liu Xuan quipped in response to Rayleigh's remark. It's merely a matter of surprise. Rayleigh hastily waved his hand in dismissal. I assume you are aware of that incident? Suddenly, Liu Xuan adopted a serious demeanor and inquired of Rayleigh. You are aware as well. Lei replied with a grave expression. Of course, this pertains to a matter of great significance for the world. How could I possibly remain uninformed? What incident? Luffy interjected. Approaching them. What will you do, Lei? Ignoring Luffy, Liu Xuan continued his inquiry. I am but a recluse. Such matters are beyond my purview, Lei said, taking a sip from his bottle. Let us refrain from discussing this for now and leave this place first, Liu Xuan remarked to Lei, observing the chaotic scene around them. Very well, let us depart. Just then, a pirate who had dashed outside returned in haste. Listen up, everyone inside. You are surrounded. Surrender the celestial dragon at once. The threat from the navy echoed from outside. Come, let us step outside and assess the situation. Liu Xuan led the way. Ha. Let me witness the power of the four emperors. Everyone, refrain from engaging, proclaimed Kid, one of the supernovas, with a bounty of 315 million, who had also recognized Liu Xuan's identity. Captain, was that person really one of the four emperors? Is that true? A subordinate inquired upon hearing his captain's words. Spare me the chatter. See for yourself, Kid replied, following Liu Xuan and the others outside. Report, Colonel. It seems a few individuals are emerging from within. A soldier informed the commanding Navy officer as they surrounded the auction house. Halt. Who are you? The Navy demanded as Liu Xuan and his companions stepped out. Upon witnessing Liu Xuan and others emerging, the colonel exclaimed loudly. Chapter 92. Who are we? We are all pirates. As for our purpose in being here, does it need to be stated? We have come to the auction house to procure goods. Liu Xuan stepped forward and spoke. Halt. Do not advance any further. You pirates. Surrender the celestial dragons at once. Surrender? Are you jesting? With your meager numbers, do you truly believe we would capitulate? Even Sengoku would not dare utter such words. Who do you think you are? Liu Xuan's words resonated with growing intensity, causing the surrounding structures to shatter under the weight of his formidable aura. The naval officers were rendered immobile, pressed to the ground. What is happening? I find myself paralyzed with fear, as if confronting a colossal sea king. Is this individual a monster? The colonel thought in astonishment while seated on the ground. Very well, everyone, disperse. Observing the naval forces scattered on the ground around him, Liu Xuan nodded with satisfaction and addressed the crowd. Everyone, disperse quickly. He then turned to Luffy and added, hurry and flee as well. We shall liberate those enslaved and meet again shortly. Liu Xuan stood firm in his position as he spoke to Luffy. As Luffy and his companions ventured further away, the Dark King Rayleigh turned to Liu Xuan and inquired whether he had just employed the Conqueror's haki, noting that the individuals present had not fainted. That was merely the aura of a formidable warrior, not the Conqueror's haki. We all possess such prowess in our pirate crew, Liu Xuan responded, shaking his head. It's a unique power. Regardless, I must take my leave from this place. Do take care. With that, Rayleigh departed. Well then, let us create some chaos. Liu Xuan exclaimed. I have heard that atop the Red Line, in Mariewa, the celestial dragons have imprisoned many slaves. We shall liberate them, and should anyone impede our path, we will cast them aside. Let us fly directly there, it is far swifter. With those words, Liu Xuan took the lead, soaring towards the residence of the celestial dragons. Is that truly the abode of the celestial dragons? It appears to be heavily fortified. Captain, what shall we do? Liu Xuan and his companions soon located the stronghold in the sky. What shall we do? Why, we shall storm right in. That would certainly be more entertaining, Liu Xuan declared. These celestial dragons truly indulge themselves, constructing such lavish dwellings. Did they consider themselves deities of the pirate world? Allow me to wreak some havoc. Kamehameha. With that, Liu Xuan unleashed a Kamehameha wave, which struck a palace, reducing it to rubble. What has happened, Furus? The palace of Saint has vanished. Quickly, investigate what has become of Saint Furus. If anything has befallen him, we shall all perish, shouted a head guard. Yes, Captain. We shall check immediately. Several rushed towards the palace of Saint Furus. Let us descend, Liu Xuan commanded, and the others swiftly followed suit, gathering behind him. Upon arrival, they were met with the astonishing sight of the obliterated palace and the absence of Saint Furus. We are doomed, exclaimed a group of guards who had just arrived. Captain, look over there. It seems there are intruders, one guard shouted. Nonsense. This is Mariewa, the dwelling of the celestial dragons. It is impossible for anyone to infiltrate this place. The captain reprimanded the guard, only to be taken aback when he spotted Liu Xuan and his companions. With jaws agape, he shouted, Indeed, there are intruders. Who are you wretches? Do you have any idea where you are? How dare you commit such acts? Isn't this the palace of the fat pigs? Of course we are aware, or else we wouldn't have come here, Liu Xuan retorted. Hey, you there. Yes, you. Do not stare. Observing the guard captain, who was glancing around nervously at his own finger, Liu Xuan addressed him. What are your intentions? Do you have any knowledge of where the corpulent man is keeping the slaves? Should you share this information with us, I shall grant you your freedom. Upon hearing the response from the captain of the guards, Liu Xuan continued, You fool, who do you think you are? You dare to let me go? This is the residential area of the celestial dragons, heavily guarded. A single shout from me will summon hundreds of guards back here. You should surrender quietly. Liu Xuan's words left the captain of the guards utterly exasperated. It seems that negotiations have failed. We shall resolve this with force. Klein, do not kill him. Leave a live one. Understood, Captain. I will exercise restraint, Klein replied as he approached several guards. Charge. Yes, Captain. Marked the captain of the guards, commanding his subordinates. And immediately, several rushed forward. Ah, help? Captain, save me. Don't come any closer. Within mere seconds, Klein had dispatched the guards, rendering them unconscious. What do you intend to do? The captain of the guards stammered, falling to the ground in fear. I have already informed you of the location where the slaves are held. I do not wish to repeat myself, Liu Xuan said as he stepped closer. Fixing his gaze upon him. I will tell you. Very well, you will lead the way. Remember, do not attempt any tricks, or you shall face consequences you would rather not know. Why, yes. The captain replied hurriedly, moving to the front to guide them. After passing through a garden, Liu Xuan and his companions arrived before the entrance of a basement. This is where the slaves are kept, but I do not possess the key to let you in. Chapter 93. Rescuing the slaves. That is simple, Klein. Understood, Captain. Klein stepped forward, assumed a stance, and delivered a powerful punch, resulting in a resounding crash as the massive steel door was sent flying. That door is forged from high-strength steel. How could a single punch do that? Is he even human? The captain's eyes bulged in disbelief. Enter, Liu Xuan commanded, stepping inside first. Who dares to intrude upon the slave grounds of the celestial dragons? Seize them. A figure resembling a leader sat in a chair, sipping tea, when suddenly the door hurtled towards him. He promptly rolled aside, standing to see Liu Xuan and his companions enter, and shouted urgently, What has happened, Captain? A group of guards rushed out in response. Someone has entered. Quickly, apprehend them. The leader of the slave grounds pointed at Liu Xuan and his group, exclaiming, Yes. The guards quickly surrounded Liu Xuan and his companions, one of them demanding, Who are you? Do not move. There is no need for idle chatter. Incapacitate them all, find the keys, and release all the slaves, Liu Xuan instructed, disregarding the guards and turning to Wukong and the others. How audacious, to dare cause a disturbance here. Open fire. Upon hearing Liu Xuan's words, the leader shouted, and gunfire erupted. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets ricocheted wildly, striking Liu Xuan and his companions, igniting sparks. Yet, astonishingly, they remained unharmed. How could this be? Were they perhaps wielders of devil fruit abilities? Quickly, use stone bullets. The captain of the guards commanded, bewildered by the apparent invulnerability of Liu Xuan and his group. As the guards switched ammunition, Wukong and his companions swiftly moved, returning to Liu Xuan's side in the blink of an eye. What just happened? The captain, gripped by Krillin, asked in confusion. A series of thuds resonated as all the guards collapsed, unconscious on the ground. Hey, what are you doing? Get up quickly. This isn't a game. As he beheld all his subordinates sprawled on the ground, the captain of the guard trembled and shouted, Stop shouting. Your men are down. Hand over the key swiftly. And spare yourself some physical suffering. Liu Xuan approached the captain, gazing at him intently. Even if you do not take my life, the celestial dragons will not spare me. You might as well end my existence. Very well then, I entrust you with this task, Kellen, Liu Xuan declared, turning to Kellen. Captain, why must you always assign me such tasks? Kellen responded reluctantly upon hearing Liu Xuan's request. Kellen, who else would you have performed this duty? Liu Xuan inquired with a teasing tone. Kellen glanced at Liu Xuan, then surveyed the others. Goku is not suitable, and I certainly cannot ask Vegeta. As he surveyed the remaining individuals, Kellen resignedly realized that he was the only one fit for such menial work. With a heavy heart, he stood up and approached the captain of the guard, delivering a powerful punch that rendered him unconscious. He retrieved the keys and tossed them to the slaves within. Friends, we are the Dragon Ball Pirates, here merely to challenge the celestial dragons and to liberate you, who have suffered greatly. Take the keys and unlock your shackles. Step forth into your new lives, Liu Xuan proclaimed. Observing that no one moved to retrieve the keys, he felt a pang of frustration. As if his words had fallen on deaf ears. What is amiss? Do you not yearn for a life of freedom? Do you not long for your loved ones? One of the slaves softly replied, even if we unshackle ourselves, can we truly escape? This is Mariehua, the domain of the celestial dragons. Since we have dared to come here, we shall ensure everyone's safe departure. You have my word, Liu Xuan reassured them. Is that truly the case? What grounds do you have to guarantee our safety? If you are unwilling to fight for your freedom, you shall remain here, enduring a life worse than death. Yet, if you are willing to strive, there exists a chance to reunite with your loved ones. So why not take that chance? Upon sensing the intent to depart, Liu Xuan hastily intensified the situation. Very well, I shall contest with you all. One of the towering men, standing at an imposing height of 3 meters, rose to his feet and seized the key to unlock the shackles binding him. I too shall partake in this challenge. Count me in as well. Upon witnessing someone take the lead, everyone erupted in a chorus of shouts. Very well, unlock all the prison doors and set us free. Let us escape together. As the crowd eagerly participated, Liu Xuan nodded and addressed them. Before long, everyone had unshackled themselves and stepped out of their prison. What shall we do next? You are our captain, after all. We shall heed your every command, exclaimed the man who had first seized the key, approaching Liu Xuan. Indeed, I am Liu Xuan, the captain of the Dragon Pearl Pirates. From this moment on, you need only to run forward. We shall take care of the guards, he declared, waving his hand with authority. Let us depart. Onward, brothers. The crowd erupted, rushing out of the slave enclosure. Chapter 94. We are finally free. A slave knelt on the ground, exulting loudly. Let us not celebrate too soon. We must hasten our escape from this place. Another slave urged, tugging at him. Goku, how many people can your instant transmission take with us at once? Observing the enslaved individuals, Liu Xuan inquired of Yukong. Perhaps we can transport around 30 at a time. Given my current circumstances, I can only utilize the instant transmission a mere dozen times each day, which amounts to 400 or 500 individuals. Yukong pondered for a moment before relaying his situation to Liu Xuan. There are over 600 here, therefore you should first escort the women and children, those of lesser strength, while the remaining individuals will charge out alongside us. Upon hearing Yukong's words, Liu Xuan made a decisive proclamation. Everyone, please remain silent. As Liu Xuan's voice resonated, the clamor among the enslaved gradually subsided. With the crowd now quiet, Liu Xuan continued, all children, women, and the injured must assemble to the right, along with those of weaker abilities. A murmur of discontent rippled through the crowd as many questioned. What is the purpose of this? Are we to be abandoned while only the strong are permitted to escape? Sensing the unrest, Yukong remarked, you should be able to discern the strength of these individuals. Please select them accordingly. Upon witnessing the group standing idly, Liu Xuan addressed Yukong and the others behind him. Yes, Captain, Yukong replied, moving to the side to divide the people. After a few minutes, he successfully separated them into 2 groups. Please, do not abandon us. I can serve you as a slave. Just take me with you, will you? The individuals on the right clamored to escape this place. Silence. No one has stated they would leave you here. Yukong, you may proceed. Liu Xuan's words quelled their cries, and they turned to him in silence. Yes, Captain. Yukong approached the captives and instructed, now, hold hands and grasp my shoulders. I will lead you out of here, but only 30 individuals at a time. Is it truly possible to leave this place in such a manner? The crowd expressed disbelief. Rest assured, Yukong reassured them. Very well. As they beheld Yukong's gaze, the crowd placed their hands upon him. Very well, let us depart. As the crowd observed, Yukong placed his right hand upon his forehead and, with a swish, vanished before their eyes. Mere seconds later, he reappeared with another swish. He had returned so swiftly, yet the others had seemingly disappeared. Fear not, he assured them. For Yukong possesses the ability of the space fruit, enabling him to traverse dimensions. Those individuals have already reached a place of safety. Now, I kindly ask everyone to form groups of 30. Yukong will guide you to your destination. Upon observing the bewildered expressions of the crowd, Liu Xuan realized that he was indeed an ability user. Splendid. We can finally depart from this place. A few minutes later, most of the crowd had dispersed, and Goku's instant transmission had nearly exhausted its energy. How are you holding up, Goku? Once we send them off, there's no need to return, Liu Xuan inquired, casting a glance at Goku. Understood, Captain. Please exercise caution. With that, Goku vanished before the eyes of the crowd. Well then, those with lesser abilities have been safely escorted away. It is time for us to leave as well. Everyone listen up. Shortly, just run forward. We will hold off the pursuers from behind, Liu Xuan announced, turning to address the remaining group after witnessing Goku's departure. By the way, what is your name? Liu Xuan asked the individual who had first taken the key. I am Bibbo, a Zoan-type ancient species Triceratops fruit user. Bibbo stepped forward in response to Liu Xuan's inquiry. A Triceratops, a commendable ability. Your task now is to lead them to safety while we cover the rear. Understood. Everyone, follow me. Bibbo replied, turning to rally the group with a shout as he charged toward the main entrance. Oh! The crowd cheered and followed Bibbo in haste. At the front gates of the Celestial Dragon Palace. Captain, care for a smoke? A guard extended a cigarette to the captain, who accepted it and struck a match to light it. Not bad, you young lad. After taking a puff, the captain praised him. Thank you, Captain. I must say our job is quite splendid. Every day we merely stand guard for the celestial dragons, and the nobles treat us with utmost respect. It is indeed refreshing. Of course, the celestial dragons are the aristocrats of the world, incomparable to those nobility from obscure regions. The captain nodded in agreement upon hearing the guard's remarks. By the way, Captain, do you think our job is dangerous? Dangerous? Who would dare to cause trouble on the celestial dragon's turf? That would be courting death. The captain boasted proudly. Indeed, indeed. Captain, have you heard any peculiar sounds? The guard, initially flattering, then inquired of the captain. Sounds? What sounds? The captain asked, puzzled. It seems like a multitude of voices shouting, growing ever closer. Enough chatter. I can hear it too. Quickly step aside. The captain abruptly pushed the guard aside. Boom. The two grand doors were hurled outward as if struck by a train, crashing to the ground. Chapter 95. What is happening? Where did this Triceratops come from? And how did these slaves manage to escape? Upon witnessing the charging Triceratops and the enslaved individuals, the guards exclaimed in astonishment, You fool! Why are you still standing there? Sound the alarm at once. Upon witnessing his subordinates in a state of bewilderment, the captain of the guards bellowed at them. Yes. The guard swiftly pressed the alarm button, triggering a cacophony of sirens. This is bad. That scoundrel has set off the alarm. And the Celestial Dragon's Guard forces will soon be upon us. The once Triceratops transformed back into human form, Biber was taken aback by the blaring alarms. Forget about these individuals. You must hasten to Island 3. Our pirate ship lies there, under vigilant watch, and we shall impede the guards. As he observed the group come to a halt, Clin urged them onward. Clin, you take them. We shall manage here with just a few of us. Gohan responded to Clin's insistence. Why is it like this? I haven't had a chance to stretch my limbs in ages. Why don't you go, Gohan? Clin reluctantly replied to Gohan's suggestion. Very well, I shall go instead. It seems you all have turned into battle enthusiasts upon arriving here, Piccolo remarked, observing the eagerness of both men to engage in combat. Then thank you, Piccolo. Thank you. Uncle Piccolo, both Clin and Gohan expressed in unison. All right, everyone follow me. Piccolo shouted, leading the group away towards the dragon's ship. Hey, you lot. Do you not realize you are in the territory of the celestial dragons? If you take these slaves, those celestial dragons will surely berate me again. A languid voice resonated, piquing the interest of Vegeta and the others. Oh, your strength is quite impressive. What is your name? Upon seeing the approaching figure, Vegeta spoke, Uncle Vegeta. There is no need for you to intervene. Allow me to handle this. Gohan stepped forward, addressing Vegeta. Gohan, you are far too cunning, Krillin interjected. Do not rush, Krillin. The elites among the Dragon Clan cannot possibly be limited to just one or two. Let us wait and see. Upon witnessing the two individuals, Liu Xuan could only shake his head in resignation. It seemed that those who were not particularly fond of fighting in the Dragon Ball world had transformed into battle maniacs upon arriving here. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed as a throng of guards rushed to the scene. What is happening here? Lord Jinx, what brings you to this place? A man clad in uniform stepped forward, his astonishment evident upon seeing the languid figure. JIS, your guards are utterly incompetent. How could they not notice the presence of slaves for such an extended period? Had the alarm not sounded, I dare say they would still be in slumber. Jinx remarked with a hint of disdain. My sincerest apologies, Lord Jinx. It is our failure. JIS quickly fell to the ground, trembling as he spoke. You shall receive your reprimand later. For now, seize these intruders who have dared to invade the Celestial Dragon's estate and deliver them for punishment, commanded Jinx. Yes, Lord Jinx. Surround them. JIS exhaled in relief, rising to direct his subordinates in encircling Liu Xuan and his companions. Surrender swiftly. Your escape is no longer an option. Observing the few individuals surrounded by himself and others, just triumphantly shouted, "Hey, Gohan. Is this person foolish enough to think that such a small number can compel us to surrender?" Krillin, glancing at the smug Jis, whispered to Gohan. Though his words were audible to all, "You scoundrel, open fire." Jis, upon hearing Krillin's remark, shouted in exasperation. Bang, bang, bang. The incessant gunfire erupted. Countless bullets directed towards Liu Xuan and his companions. Hee. Krillin chuckled, his form flickering as he evaded the onslaught. Only when the gunfire ceased did he come to a halt. These fellows should be dead by now. Ha ha ha, being struck by so many bullets. They must either be dead or incapacitated. Indeed, they deserve it for daring to oppose the celestial dragon. A bunch of fools. Did you really think firearms could be effective against them? Jinx observed Krillin's movements and recognized the formidable nature of these individuals, cursing angrily. Is that even possible? The guards expressed disbelief at Jinx's words. Hey, look. As the smoke cleared, the unscathed group was revealed. Hee, here are your bullets back, Krillin chuckled, spreading his arms wide, causing a cascade of bullets to fall to the ground. Is this guy even human? How could he catch so many bullets? A monster? Aha. It seems you are all skilled fighters. No wonder you dared to confront the celestial dragon. You should leave. This is no longer a place you can handle. Jinx approached and declared. Lady Jinx, Jis began, but she interrupted him. No need to say more. You all should leave. These individuals will be dealt with by our celestial dragon's direct forces. Yes, everyone follow me to pursue the fleeing slaves, Jis commanded as he departed. Let's go. Jinx called out to those behind her. Is it finally time to begin, Captain? Upon hearing Jinx's words, 3 individuals clad in black uniforms emerged from behind. Captain, how formidable are these individuals? Observing several individuals, Klin turned to Liu Xuan and inquired. Do not be hasty, Klin. Allow me to take a glance. Liu Xuan responded before consulting the system. Race, human name. Jinx ability, natural type. Electric fruit user armament hockey. 15 observation hockey. 15 Navy 6 styles. 16 combat power. 56 strength level, Mid-Admiral Affiliated Force, Celestial Dragons. Chief of Secret Guards race, human name, Jack's ability, animal type, ancient species. Pterosaur fruit user armament hockey, 14 observation hockey, 14 Navy 6 styles, 15 combat power, 26 strength level, Senior Vice Admiral Affiliated Force, Celestial Dragons. Member of Secret Guards. The other 2 individuals matched Jack's in strength. One was named Jam, a Paramecia-type user of the hard fruit, while the other was Lake, a Paramecia-type user of the speed fruit. 1 mid-admiral and 3 senior vice-admirals. Their strength is respectable. You may allocate them as you see fit, Liu Xuan stated after reviewing their attributes. Given this, I shall take on the one named Jinx, Klin asserted, stepping forward. Why should you, Uncle Klin? You are quite cunning. Allow me to confront Jinx instead, Gohan interjected, grasping Klin's arm. Enough of your bickering. Let us resolve this with a game of rock, paper, scissors, Master Roshi suggested to the 2. Agreed, both replied simultaneously. Rock, paper, scissors. Rock, paper, scissors. They engaged in the playful contest. Captain, do these individuals underestimate us too greatly? Allow me to confront them first, Jax exclaimed, witnessing the 2 playfully competing. Indeed, Captain, they display an alarming arrogance. Jam concurred. Do not act impulsively. Their strength is formidable, and we must not be complacent. Jax, you should first gauge the strength of our opponents, Jinx advised, having observed Klin's prowess earlier, thus restraining Jax and Jam. Understood, Captain, Jax acknowledged, moving towards Klin and the others. Hey, why are you all lurking about? Are you so unattractive that you dare not show your faces? Jax taunted as he approached them. Who are you calling ugly? Perhaps you should take a look in the mirror before making such claims, Klin retorted angrily upon hearing Jax's words. Look at how you are dressed. Do you fear others' judgments? Ah, it seems I have struck a nerve. If you have the guts, come and fight me, Jax responded, unfazed by Klin's anger, continuing his ridicule. Very well. I shall come and thrash you now, Klin declared, abandoning his game with Gohan and charging directly at Jax. Humph. Iron and steel. As Klein charged forward, Jax let out a disdainful smile, intending to meet Klein's punch head-on with a piece of iron. That contemptible scoundrel. How dare he look down upon me? Prepare to meet your demise. Upon witnessing the disdainful gaze of Jax, Klin was utterly incensed. He summoned all his strength and unleashed a powerful punch aimed squarely at Jax's chest. You fool, I already warned you not to be so arrogant. Why don't you dodge? Kinks, sensing the immense power contained within Klin's fist, urgently cautioned Jax, but it was already too late. Klin's fist collided forcefully with Jax's chest, resulting in a resounding thud followed by the ominous sound of bones shattering. How could such power exist? It was as if Jax's chest had been struck by a colossal sea creature. He was propelled backward, his entire skeletal structure fracturing upon impact. Boom, boom, boom. He crashed through several palaces before collapsing to the ground, unconscious and teetering on the brink of life and death. Humph, with such feeble strength, you dare to provoke me? Truly a foolhardy endeavor. Klin scoffed disdainfully. Jax, what on earth is happening? Get up quickly, stop pretending. It was merely a punch. James exclaimed in disbelief at the sight of the fallen Jax. Captain, what is going on? Please, say something. A sweating lake implored Kinks, who stood nearby. I never anticipated that I could misjudge. This individual's strength is at least that of a general. So Jax's defeat by a single blow is somewhat understandable. Kinks interrupted Lake, offering an explanation. A general? How could that be? We in the entire security force only have Captain Kinks as a general-level fighter. Who exactly is our adversary? Captain, what should we do? We've already lost one member, and their strength remains uncertain. If this continues, we may face defeat. Silence. We are the secret security force of the Celestial Dragon. How can we fear our enemies? Even if we cannot defeat them, we must fight with all our might. Kinks declared earnestly to her two subordinates. Yes, Captain. Klin, since you have already eliminated one foe, you may take a rest now, Wufan suggested, stepping forward towards Klin, who had regained his confidence. Curse it, what a blunder. I should have restrained myself from rising to this fool's provocation. Chapter 97. The appearance of the yellow monkey haha. Klin, do not dwell on regrets. Just take a breather here. Seeing Klin dejected, Liu Xuan approached him and offered comfort. Well, since it has come to this, why don't we take our leave? Let them handle this matter. Perhaps there are other skilled individuals elsewhere. Upon seeing Klin, Liu Xuan continued, feeling a sense of dissatisfaction. Really? Then let us depart swiftly, Captain. What are you waiting for? Upon hearing Liu Xuan's words, Klin sprang up with fervor. Observing Krillin sprint ahead, Liu Xuan shook his head in exasperation and turned to Vegeta, Gohan, and Master Roshi, urging them to hasten their combat efforts. You three, swiftly conclude your battle. We shall proceed to check on Luffy and the others. After you finish, simply follow us. Understood, Captain. We will wrap up the fight promptly, Vegeta responded. Very well. Let us depart, Krillin. Meanwhile, on the island, a throng of pirates was in a frantic flight for their lives. Suddenly, a naval warship in the distance unleashed cannon fire. Accompanied by a peculiar figure clad in a yellow-striped outfit, draped in a white cape, and sporting gold-rimmed glasses, a rather unsavory-looking man, none other than Admiral Kizaru, one of the three mighty admirals of the Navy. In an instant, a golden flash enveloped Kizaru, propelling him to the heart of the crowd, where the cannonball exploded behind him. This is Admiral Kizaru. The surrounding pirates exclaimed, terror-stricken and collapsing to the ground. Run! Kizaru has arrived. The pirates scattered in disarray. Moshi Moshi, how peculiar, came a voice, followed by a bullet that pierced through his head, striking the adjacent wall. Kizaru turned, and with a swift motion, he intercepted two fleeing individuals. Hey, I'm searching for a man named Sabaody. He is my subordinate. The two promptly turned tail and fled. Honestly, I was merely inquiring. With that, Kizaru executed a flash kick, sending the two pirates crashing into a distant giant tree, which splintered with a resounding crash, toppling over. The two pirates, petrified, fell to the ground, frozen in fear. Admiral Kizaru is truly reckless. He actually severed the tree. Observing the movements of Admiral Kizaru, the Navy personnel aboard the warship could only express their exasperation. So that is Admiral Kizaru? Truly reckless. On the rooftop, one of the supernovas, Apu, remarked while gazing at Kizaru. Mr. Apu, we are in danger. We must flee. One of his subordinates urged. What foolishness. Sneaking away is pointless. It is far more entertaining to provoke the enemy and then make our escape, Apu retorted, embracing his crew member. What do you intend to do? Haha. Apu laughed uncontrollably at Kizaru, seemingly lost in thought. Excuse me, do you know where Bartolomeo is? Kizaru inquired, approaching Basil Hawkins, who was seated beside a fountain. Captain. Stop divining and hurry. Hawkins' crew pleaded, anxious at their captain's calm demeanor. There is no need for haste. I do not foresee my demise today, Hawkins replied coldly. Turning to Kizaru. I do not know him. You should search elsewhere. That simply will not do. A pirate stands right before me. As a member of the Navy, how could I pretend not to see? Speed is power. Have you ever been kicked by light? With that, Kizaru raised his leg and sent Hawkins flying. Boom. Hawkins crashed through a building, coming to a halt. As the dust settled, he stood unscathed, a damaged scarecrow falling from his person. Suddenly, an unknown figure plummeted from above. You are one of the supernovas, the bizarre monk Urki, and yet you have been reduced to this state. Upon seeing the approaching figure, Hawkins exclaimed in astonishment. Suddenly, a colossal silhouette materialized before them. What brings the 7 warlords to this place? Truly formidable. Ulqui lamented, sprawled on the ground. There is one even more powerful here, Hawkins remarked, gesturing towards the yellow monkey standing behind Ulqui. What? You are the Marine Headquarters Admiral, Kizaru. Ulqui gasped, turning to behold the warlord in front and the admiral behind him. Is this truly the end? Boom. Just as the pacifista prepared to assault Hawkins, it was sent flying. Another has arrived. Who could it be? That is one of the supernovas, Drake. Why is he here? Admiral Drake. Kizaru stepped forward, addressing him. Oh no, I never anticipated encountering Admiral Kizaru. Drake exclaimed, startled upon hearing his name. At that moment, the eccentric monk Ulqui bellowed, and his physique suddenly expanded several-fold. I may be in a dire state, but let me ascertain whether there is hope, Ulqui declared, delivering a series of punches that felled the pacifista. Whoosh! Just as Ulqui turned his head, a laser pierced through his shoulder, and the pacifista emerged unscathed, with the strength of Bartholomew Kuma and the laser of Admiral Kizaru. The capabilities of the pacifista have been augmented to such an extent, Drake observed in awe. What do you think? Knowing the truth, you must feel a sense of despair. Care to challenge him? Kizaru teased from the sidelines. Humph. As the approaching pacifist, Drake, transformed into an ancient dinosaur and bit down upon his head. He swiftly reverted to his original form after being struck by the laser. Chapter 98. The arrival of Liu Xuan. Who would have thought that you too bleed crimson? Drake exclaimed, covering his wound in astonishment. What a rare sight indeed. Just as Ulqui finished speaking, the voice of the yellow ape echoed, and he was subsequently sent flying by a blinding kick, crashing through 3 buildings and collapsing to the ground. Did I not mention that I am also here? Observing the Urki, who had been sent flying by his kick, remained expressionless. Hawkins abruptly unleashed his fruit ability, transforming into a towering, 5 to 6 meter tall cursed scarecrow, advancing towards the yellow monkey. You lot, with bounties exceeding 100 million, each one of you resembles a monster. How terrifying! He exclaimed. Yet, despite uttering such words of dread, the yellow monkey maintained his unchanged demeanor, merely toying with his opponent. Manifestation of demon suppression, Hawkins declared, charging at the yellow monkey, only to have his attacks deftly evaded. In an instant, the yellow monkey vanished from sight. Suddenly, he reappeared, 2 fingers pointed at Hawkins' eyes, emitting a blinding flash that rendered him momentarily sightless, followed by several laser strikes that struck true. Though I know not the nature of your powers, it appears you are not of the natural type, the yellow monkey commented amidst his assault. Trouble. The captain's body has reached its limit, cried one of the subordinates nearby. First, let us take down one. It has been quite the arduous journey to arrive here. With that, the yellow monkey unleashed a laser with his foot, aiming to finish off Hawkins. Just then, a sudden burst of music halted him in his tracks. Looking upwards, he wondered what was happening. It was none other than Apu, one of the supernovas, utilizing his fruit ability, transforming his entire being into an instrument. In a swift motion, he struck his head, severing the yellow monkey's arm, then delivered a resounding blow to his chest. Boom. The yellow monkey's form erupted in an explosion, splitting him in 2 as he collapsed to the ground. I've done it. However, a Marine Admiral cannot be so easily vanquished. Having encountered such intriguing phenomena, it is time for me to take my leave. With that, Apu fled into the distance. How outrageous! The yellow monkey muttered from the ground, his entire being transforming back into particles of light. That truly startled me. He then gazed at the fleeing Apu. With a swift motion, the yellow monkey cupped his hands together, a flash of golden light illuminating between them, creating a golden pathway that homed in on Apu. Instantaneously, the yellow monkey's form flickered, appearing right before him. Impossible! Apu gasped in shock at the sudden appearance of the yellow monkey, only to be struck by a powerful kick that sent him crashing through a building, lying motionless on the ground. After defeating Apu, the yellow monkey flickered again, delivering a kick that sent Drake flying. A laser pierced through Hawkins' body, and the yellow monkey approached him. extending a finger to unleash another laser attack. Wow, Captain, there are indeed formidable foes here. You are quite something, Captain. At that moment, a voice interrupted Huang Yuan, prompting him to cease his use of the laser and direct his gaze towards the source of the sound. There stood a figure cloaked in black, observing him intently. Another individual had arrived. Who could this person be, daring to approach knowing that Admiral Huang Yuan was present? The surrounding pirates expressed their astonishment. Who are you? Your attire is quite intimidating, they remarked. Huang Yuan maintained his usual impassive demeanor. Rest assured, Kellen, I am not like you. Battle enthusiasts, I shall not contend with you. At that moment, a voice emerged from behind the figure in the black cloak, followed by the appearance of a handsome young man. These two were none other than Liu Xuan and Kellen, who had come upon hearing the sounds of combat. Kellen hastily rushed over, and Liu Xuan, with no choice but to follow, arrived shortly thereafter. You are Liu Xuan. How did you come to be here? Upon catching sight of Liu Xuan, the yellow ape immediately recognized his identity, and the tranquility of his expression was swiftly replaced by alarm. Could it be that Liu Xuan is the emperor reigning over the New World, one of the four emperors, the Demon King? Some pirates, recalling who Liu Xuan was, cried out in terror. The four emperors? How could it be? Why would one of the four emperors come to the New World? It seemed there was a glimmer of hope. Hawkins mused as he listened to the crowd. Admiral Yellow Ape, it is a pleasure to meet you for the first time, Liu Xuan remarked as he approached the Yellow Ape. Pray tell, as the Emperor of the Seas, what brings you to the Sabaody archipelago? The Yellow Ape, looking at Liu Xuan with curiosity, inquired. And what might you be doing here, Admiral Yellow Ape? Liu Xuan countered with a question of his own. There has been an attack on the celestial dragons. I am merely here to apprehend the criminal. Since Captain Liu Xuan has business here, I shall take my leave and not intrude further, the Yellow Ape declared, attempting to depart. He had no desire to provoke Liu Xuan and wanted to avoid experiencing the wrath of a Kaido firsthand. Is it truly appropriate for you to leave when the criminal is right before you? Liu Xuan queried, observing the Yellow Ape's intent to exit. Oh, the criminal is where? The Yellow Ape looked at Liu Xuan, perplexed. Right in front of you. It is I who struck down the celestial dragon, Liu Xuan responded, his demeanor calm as if he had merely crushed an ant. What? So it was. He summoned the Yellow Ape here. This fellow is insufferable. Hush. Keep your voice down. Are you seeking death? He is one of the four emperors, Liu Xuan. If he hears your words, even 10 lives would not suffice. A pirate, having spoken out, was met with Liu Xuan's gaze and collapsed to the ground, drenched in sweat. Chapter 99. Alas, this is troublesome. The Yellow Ape, scratching his head in resignation, remarked. Beep beep, Demon King Liu Xuan, with a bounty of 15 billion berries, priority apprehension. Suddenly, a pacifist attacked, firing a laser towards Liu Xuan. Do you dare to strike at the captain without consulting me? As the pacifist launched an attack against Liu Xuan, Clint's figure flashed and appeared by his side. With a swift push of his left hand, he deflected the pacifist's attempt to unleash a laser, while his right fist delivered a powerful blow to the pacifist's head. In an instant, a resounding explosion echoed as the pacifist was obliterated by a single punch. This adversary, whom we had barely managed to contend with as a group, was vanquished effortlessly. Such is the prowess of the crew of the four emperors. Hawkins, astonished by Clint's might, exclaimed, Wow, the captain is a robot. Observing the explosion caused by the pacifist, Clint remarked in surprise, It seems a battle is indeed inevitable. Clint, why not engage with Kizaru for a while? Without further ado, he disregarded Kizaru and approached the supernova, Apu. Having assessed Kizaru's attributes earlier and feeling no concern for Clint's safety. Species, human name, Kizaru ability, Logia-type light fruit user armament hockey, 15 observation hockey, 15 marine 6 styles, 15 combat power, 65 strength level, admiral level affiliated forces, Navy at last. I have a formidable opponent. Come forth, Kizaru. Clint tore away his cloak, revealing his true form. Ah, so it is the bald-headed Clint. No wonder he possesses such formidable strength. Truly terrifying. Kizaru maintained his usual cheeky demeanor, unperturbed by Clint's comparable power. Had he faced Vegeta instead, he would have fled without hesitation. Bald-headed Clint, with a bounty of 800 million berries, is a prominent combatant of the Dragon Ball pirates, comparable in strength to an admiral. I never expected to encounter him here. Indeed, a battle between two individuals of admiral-level strength is a rare sight, immensely beneficial for our growth and power. Hey, you lot. Hurry and leave this place. It's far too dangerous to linger. Hawkins urgently urged his reluctant crew. Why, Captain? This is an extraordinary duel between masters. One of Hawkins' crew members questioned in bewilderment. Boom. As the onlookers chattered, the battle between Klin and Kizaru commenced. Wherever they went, lasers and shockwaves surged forth, striking unfortunate pirates who were caught in their wake. Help! Run! These two monsters are far too fearsome. Upon witnessing the unfortunate souls fleeing in all directions, the onlookers immediately dispersed. Did you see? This is the consequence of proximity. The clashes of the formidable are not easily witnessed, and one must possess a certain level of strength to partake. You should depart swiftly. Hawkins observed the chaos and solemnly addressed his subordinates. Captain, your words come a tad too late. Brothers, we must vacate this place at once. The crowd hastily retreated. As Klin and Kizaru engaged in battle, Liu Xuan approached Oppo and inquired, You are the notorious supernova Oppo, are you not? Would you care to join my pirate crew? What? The captain himself extends an invitation. Is that fellow truly formidable? Indeed, despite his apparent defeat, why would our esteemed Lord Demon personally invite him to join the Dragon Pearl Pirates? If Lord Demon were to invite me, I would be overjoyed to the point of sleeplessness. Do you even consider your own meager strength? Surely, Lord Demon should be inviting me instead. What did you say? How dare you? The surrounding pirates erupted into a clamor upon witnessing Liu Xuan's invitation to Oppo. Surely you hold my prowess in disdain. Oppo queried Liu Xuan. Your strength is indeed lacking. However, even a pig, under my tutelage, could become formidable. My pursuit of companions is not based solely on their might, but rather on their compatibility with my vision, Liu Xuan stated deliberately. Then I am grateful for Lord Demon's regard. I shall join your ranks. After contemplation, Oppo chose to align himself with Liu Xuan's crew. The advantages were clear: safety in departure and the promise of rapid improvement under Liu Xuan's command. Only a fool would decline such an opportunity. Splendid. Now my pirate crew boasts a musician. Gatherings will be all the more vibrant. Liu Xuan exclaimed joyfully upon Oppo's agreement, leaving the onlookers bemused. Realizing that his motive for recruiting was merely to find a musician, Oppo felt a twinge of embarrassment, having initially thought his character was being appreciated, only to discover it was simply a quest for musical talent. Meanwhile, the battle between Klin and Kizaru was nearing its conclusion, with Kizaru clearly at a disadvantage. Klin, we must hasten. Soon, Gohan and the others will return. It is time for us to depart. As Klein and Kizaru engaged in a fierce battle, Liu Xuan shouted loudly at Klein. Chapter 100. Understood, Captain. Klein responded. Oh no, I must devise a means of escape. Otherwise, when Vegeta and the others arrive, I shall be in peril. Upon hearing Liu Xuan's words, Kizaru contemplated and then said to Klein, it seems I must unleash my full strength. Do take care. With that, he emanated a dazzling golden light, rendering the onlookers momentarily blinded. Oh, is he about to unleash a powerful move? As an admiral of the Navy, he must possess some trump cards. Liu Xuan observed Kizaru, shimmering with golden radiance, his face betraying a look of intrigue. Come on, Klein declared, channeling energy throughout his body, bracing himself for Kizaru's impending assault. Prepare to receive my attack. Flash! Kizaru exclaimed, suddenly leaping upwards, transforming into a beam of light and swiftly disappearing from sight in the blink of an eye. Klein and Liu Xuan were left utterly dumbfounded. What about that grand move? Where is the dignity of an admiral? He fled too swiftly, Liu Xuan said, returning to his senses with a hint of resignation. Wonderful. Kizaru has departed. We are safe. After a moment, the crowd regained their composure, erupting in cheers. After all, the formidable admiral had fled, which was indeed astonishing. Truly worthy of the Emperor of the New World, even the Admiral Kizaru, who nearly annihilated us, was frightened into retreat. Demon King! Demon King! The crowd chanted Liu Xuan's title. Unexpectedly, they had reaped an unforeseen reward, opening another avenue for gathering prestige. Amidst the cheers, Liu Xuan heard the system's congratulatory voice announcing his acquisition of prestige, bringing him joy. Captain, we are here. A loud shout interrupted Liu Xuan's thoughts. He looked up to see Gohan and his companions arriving. Gohan, you defeated those guys so quickly. Klein greeted Gohan as he approached. Indeed. As soon as Uncle Vegeta made his move, he dispatched the strongest captain. Only 2 weaklings remain, which is rather dull. Gohan lamented, casting a resentful glance at Vegeta. Ahem. I was merely observing you two, and helping to eliminate the enemies. Do not look at me like that. Upon seeing Gohan's expression, Vegeta remarked, "All right. Let us cease this discussion and return to the ship. A grand battle awaits us, and I assure you, it will be an exhilarating experience." Liu Xuan observed their fervent debate regarding their opponents. "Is this truly happening, Captain?" exclaimed Krillin and Gohan in unison, leaping excitedly before Liu Xuan, while even Vegeta appeared eager at the prospect. "Indeed, there will be a plethora of skilled fighters, and you may choose your adversaries freely." Liu Xuan, noticing the excitement in their eyes, gently removed Krillin and Gohan's hands from his own. "What are we waiting for? Let us depart, Captain," the group exclaimed enthusiastically. "Do not be so hasty. The battle is still several days away. Patience is a virtue. First, let us check on Luffy and the others," Liu Xuan replied, utilizing his abilities to locate Luffy's position and then making his way in that direction. "Let us accompany you." Vegeta and the others followed closely behind Liu Xuan. "Oh, and you too, AP, hurry and catch up. The captain has already invited you to join our pirate crew," Krillin called out to AP, who was lounging nearby, tossing a senzu bean into his hand. "Eat this and come along with us." As Apis gazed at the beans in his hand, a wave of confusion washed over him. Yet he proceeded to consume one. The formidable four emperors would never resort to killing him. It would be akin to crushing an ant, far too trivial to warrant the use of poison. How could this be possible? Upon swallowing the miraculous bean, Apis was astounded by the instantaneous transformation that enveloped him. Every wound upon his body healed in a heartbeat. This was nothing short of a divine elixir. "Hey, Apis, shouldn't you be hastening your departure?" Seeing Apis still dazed, Kling called out loudly, "Ah, they are coming." Apis snapped back to reality and hurried over, exclaiming, "What shall we do? They have all left. What are we to do now?" Observing Liu Xuan and the others depart, Drake turned to Urki and spoke. "What do you propose we do?" Urki, with a low and rumbling voice, replied, having witnessed the unparalleled combat prowess of the world's elite. "Do you truly believe we can navigate the new world unscathed? There are but two paths within this realm. One is to eliminate the four emperors and ascend to power ourselves. The other is to join the ranks of one of their pirate crews. Do you think we possess the strength to vanquish such formidable beings?" Drake reflected, "Indeed. It seems our only viable option is to ally with one of the four emperors. But which one shall we pledge our allegiance to?" Hawkins interjected, "Surely we should join the Whitebeard pirates. He is renowned as the strongest man in the world." Urki exclaimed, "Have you not been following the news? The commander of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard pirates, Port Gas D. Ace, has been captured by the Navy and is slated for execution. The Whitebeard pirates will undoubtedly attempt a rescue, leading to an inevitable clash. Do you truly believe they can extricate themselves from the encirclement of the Navy's headquarters unscathed?" Gazing at Urquide, Drake spoke with a hint of incredulity. "Why not seek out the Big Mom pirates?" Urquide suggested. "It is said that Big Mom is notoriously vicious, sparing even her own children. Do you wish for death?" In chapter 101, Drake continued. "Then it seems our only options are the red-haired pirates and Liu Xuan." Hawkins stepped forward, stating, "The red-haired crew is the smallest among the four emperors. Our remaining choice is the formidable Liu Xuan. Perhaps we should join his crew. It would provide us with mutual protection." Drake proceeded to analyze the situation for the two. "If that is the case, let us hasten to pursue him. He cannot have gone far." Urquide's words prompted the two to nod in agreement, and together, the trio, accompanied by their subordinates, set off in pursuit. "Wait a moment, Lord Demon King." Liu Xuan, who had been walking ahead, suddenly heard someone calling from behind and halted his steps. Turning around, he saw Drake and the others catching up. "What brings you three here?" Liu Xuan inquired, perplexed. "Please, Lord Demon King, accept us. We wish to join the Dragon Ball pirates," the three implored, kneeling on one knee before Liu Xuan. "Our Dragon Ball pirates do not accept just anyone, but I can offer you a chance. Have you heard of the underwater prison?" Although Liu Xuan was inclined to welcome them, he did not wish to give the impression that joining the Dragon Ball pirates was an effortless endeavor. Thus, he decided to assign them a task, the completion of which would grant them membership. "Are you referring to the infamous Impel Down, renowned for its impregnable defenses, from which no one has ever escaped?" Drake, having once held the rank of Rear Admiral in the Navy, possessed considerable knowledge. Indeed, that very Impel Down. However, there have been those who managed to escape, including the Golden Lion Shiki, who fled 20 years prior, albeit at the cost of his own legs. Recently, it seems he was defeated by Luffy and his crew, Liu Xuan elaborated, responding to Drake's words. "How is that possible? The Golden Lion is a figure capable of contending with the pirate King Roger. How could he be vanquished by someone with a mere bounty of 300 million berries? Upon hearing Liu Xuan's words, the trio gasped in astonishment. There exists nothing impossible. The truth is as such, regardless of how much disbelief permeates the air. It cannot alter the reality of existence. What then does Lord Liu Xuan wish for us to do? After a prolonged silence, it was Drake who broke the stillness, voicing the collective curiosity. You must be aware of the matter concerning Fire Fist Ace, correct? He is the sworn brother of Luffy, currently imprisoned in Impel Down. Luffy will undoubtedly endeavor to rescue him, and as his mentor, I cannot remain idle. Hence, I wish for you to accompany him to Impel Down. Your role will merely be to follow his lead. Having conveyed the task to the three, he was met with hesitation. But with our current strength, we may not be of much assistance, one queried, perplexed. Rest assured, I shall impart the method to awaken Haki to you, and in due time. Your strength will undoubtedly see significant enhancement. I have other matters to attend to. Otherwise, I would handle this myself, Liu Xuan stated, casting the foundational training manual towards them. This is the method to awaken Haki. Kay looked at the booklet in his hands, excitement bubbling within. What is it, Drake? It's merely a book. Why such fervor? The two approached the animated Drake, observing his enthusiasm. You two truly understand nothing. This is the method to awaken Haki, a highly precious asset. Are you both unaware of Haki? Drake responded, exasperated. Haki? What is that? Haki is a form of power. Possessing it allows one to become a formidable fighter, even without a devil fruit. Subsequently, Drake elucidated the applications of the three types of Haki to the pair. So, if we had armament Haki back then, we need not have feared Kizaru, Urki remarked, reflecting on Drake's words. Do not speak foolishly. Merely having Haki does not guarantee victory over an admiral. Mastery requires profound cultivation to stand against them. Even Navy captains utilize Haki, yet they remain mere captains, not admirals. Do you understand why? It is simply because their Haki is not sufficiently potent, Drake replied, his expression one of disbelief. Indeed, I am merely providing you with the means to acquire strength. The extent of your gain depends solely on your own efforts, Liu Xuan nodded affirmatively. Captain, I see Luffy and the others. They appear to be engaged in combat. Just as Liu Xuan conversed with the trio, Klein approached his side. Ah, is that not Kizaru? Let us venture closer, Liu Xuan said, glancing in the direction Klein indicated. Spotting Luffy's adversary, the very Kizaru who had just departed, he then called out to the group, Hey, Luffy. As he drew nearer, Liu Xuan shouted towards Luffy and the others. It's master. They have arrived. Upon hearing Liu Xuan's call, Usopp spotted Liu Xuan and the others, and exclaimed urgently. The yellow monkey, currently engaged in battle with Luffy and his companions, was startled by the arrival of Liu Xuan and his group. This formidable adversary was indeed persistent. He could not afford to linger any longer. Jean Tamaru, prepare for a hasty retreat. The yellow monkey, regaining his composure, noticed Jean Tamaru still eager to continue the fight and quickly urged him. What is it, old man Huang? Jean Tamaru questioned, perplexed by the yellow monkey's urgency. There is no time for explanations. We must leave at once. Without further ado, the yellow monkey seized Jean Tamaru and leapt into the air, making a swift escape. Truly, this yellow monkey was remarkably fast in his flight. Observing the swift retreat of Kizaru, Liu Xuan remarked, in the realm of pirates, few can match the speed of Kizaru. Second only to Bruno. Chapter 102, Brother Liu Xuan, what brings you here? Nami exclaimed joyfully as she leaped before him. I have matters of importance to discuss with you all. Luffy, gather everyone around, Liu Xuan instructed, summoning Luffy and his comrades to his side. What is it, master? Luffy inquired, having reverted from Gear 4th to his normal state. The training imparted by Liu Xuan had significantly augmented the strength of the Straw Hat Pirates, far surpassing their original prowess. In the original narrative, they nearly faced annihilation at the hands of Kizaru, yet now, merely 3 of them could contend evenly with him. Luffy, your growth in strength has been remarkable. It is evident that during my absence, you all have not been idling. Observing the exchange among Luffy and his companions, Liu Xuan nodded and remarked, Of course, master. We have been diligently honing our skills. Luffy, with an air of arrogance, replied, Don't deceive us. Zoro and Sanji shouted in unison. Haha, don't take it so seriously. Luffy chuckled foolishly. Liu Xuan interrupted their banter, stating, All right, let us return to the matter at hand. Luffy, I have something important to tell you. Your sworn brother, Portasti, Ace, was defeated by Blackbeard some time ago and has been handed over to the Navy. He is now imprisoned and impelled down and is soon to face execution. Ace. How can this be? Luffy exclaimed in shock, having been apart for merely a few months. He was taken aback by the news of Ace's impending execution, leaving him and his friends in disbelief. Is this true, Master? Sanji inquired from the side. Indeed. The Navy intends to use Ace to lure the Whitebeard pirates to their headquarters, setting a trap to annihilate them all. Liu Xuan informed Luffy and the others about the Navy's scheme. These scoundrels are always so despicable. Whatever you decide, Luffy, we will support you. Thank you, everyone. I have made my decision. I will go to impel down and rescue Ace. Luffy displayed his natural leadership qualities at that moment. Very well, then. You over there. Step forward. With Luffy's resolution in place, Liu Xuan was ready to assist him. Captain Liu Xuan, it has been a long time. Greetings. A towering figure emerged from behind a great tree. Who are you? The warlord, Bartholomew Kuma. What brings you here? Upon witnessing the man, Luffy and his companions expressed their astonishment. Bartholomew Kuma, you shall escort them to impel down, Liu Xuan stated as he approached his side. How could he possibly agree? He is a member of the Navy. Usopp retorted upon hearing Liu Xuan's words. No problem, Kuma replied, astonishing Usopp with his acquiescence. Whoever wishes to go, step forward. Kuma will transport you, Liu Xuan added, prompting Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji to approach. Nami, you and the others should stay with the master. Impel down is far too perilous. Luffy instructed Nami. All right, do be careful. You three, Nami responded, concerned for their safety. Drake, you three should accompany them as well. Liu Xuan called to Drake and his companions. Yes, Captain Liu Xuan. They replied in unison. Master, who are they? Luffy inquired, noticing the trio. They are fellow supernovas who debuted alongside you. They have just joined our Dragon Ball pirates. I have asked them to accompany you to impel down to assist you and, moreover, to hone their newly acquired hockey skills, Liu Xuan explained. I see. I appreciate your support, Luffy said, extending his hand in greeting. Hello. The trio responded while shaking hands with Luffy. You should hurry along now. Kuma is waiting on you, Liu Xuan remarked, stepping back a few paces. No problem, Kuma said as he removed his gloves and advanced towards Luffy and the others. It is about to begin. Are you prepared? He inquired. Let us go. With a series of popping sounds, Luffy and his companions vanished from sight. Let us depart as well, everyone, Liu Xuan urged. As Luffy and his companions departed, Liu Xuan addressed the group, expressing his exhilaration for the impending new era. With merely 2 weeks remaining until the completion of his mission, he felt anticipation for achieving the strength equivalent to that of the 4 emperors. Liu Xuan pondered their next destination while seated on his vessel. Captain, should we wait here for Goku? If he misses this battle, I wonder if he will be upset, Krillin inquired as he approached Liu Xuan. Do not fret. I believe Goku will utilize his instant transmission tomorrow and will find us without delay, Liu Xuan reassured him. Ah, I almost forgot about Goku's instant transmission, Krillin chuckled, scratching his head. Where shall we head now? Perhaps we should go to Marineford to await the impending battle? Krillin suggested. No need to rush. We are merely half a day away from Marineford. Why not seek out Rayleigh to coat the ship and learn from Whitebeard's method of reaching the Navy headquarters from the seabed? Liu Xuan proposed, recalling the Whitebeard pirates' approach to infiltrating the Navy headquarters. Captain, that sounds like a splendid idea. In that case, let us hasten to find Uncle Rayleigh for the coating. It may take some time, Krillin responded eagerly. Very well, onward to Rayleigh, Liu Xuan declared, gesturing grandly as the dragon's gift set sail towards the KTV bar. Chapter 103. Over a week later, within a dimly lit chamber, several bubbles suddenly emerged, bursting to reveal the silhouettes of those who had infiltrated Impelled Down to rescue Ace, Luffy, and his companions. Is this Impelled Down? Zoro inquired, rising to survey his surroundings. What a sinister place. I wonder which level this is, Sanji remarked, lighting his cigarette. Shouldn't we devise a plan? Hawkins, known for his strategic mindset, suggested. No need. Let us charge in directly. After all, Luffy wouldn't adhere to any plan, Zoro declared, drawing his sword. What are you two discussing? We cannot proceed without a plan. This is a high-security underwater prison, heavily guarded with formidable foes. Drake interjected, opposing Zoro's sentiment. Hey, how long are you two going to bicker? Straw Hat has already moved on, Urki interjected as the two remained in a stalemate. What? Drake turned around, only to find that Luffy had vanished from sight. Why didn't you stop him? We haven't yet discussed our course of action, he exclaimed. I knew it. Luffy never adheres to any plans. He always acts impulsively. I too. shall take action. With that, Zoro opened the door and stepped outside. We should follow suit. Their departure has already compromised our position. Let us abandon the notion of plans and assault directly, he declared. Urki, a man of action, shared a similar sentiment, believing that an immediate offensive was the most prudent strategy. Honestly, they are all such brawny yet simple-minded creatures, Drake and Hawkins lamented as they reluctantly followed. Alarm! Alarm! Intruders detected on the first level of the Red Lotus Hell. Please send personnel to apprehend them. The moment they exited the door, the blaring alarm echoed through the air. They were discovered so swiftly. I almost regret accompanying them here, Drake remarked, clutching his head in exasperation. Well, since we've reached this point, we might as well accept our fate, Hawkins consoled, placing a hand on his shoulder. Meanwhile, Luffy was engaged in a chase with a figure clad in prison garb, a blue-haired man with a large red nose, none other than the clown Buggy. Hey, Buggy, do you really know where Ace is? Luffy shouted as he ran. Yahaha. Of course, Straw Hat. Just give me that bracelet, and I'll lead you to Ace, Buggy replied. Fully aware that he had no knowledge of Ace's whereabouts but eager to obtain the bracelet on Luffy's arm. However, Luffy, with his straightforward nature, failed to perceive Buggy's deceit and readily accepted his words. If that's the case, then here, take the bracelet, he said, tossing it to Buggy. You fool. You believed me so easily. It truly pains my heart. Now, I must think of a way to escape, Buggy mused to himself. Suddenly, a guard shouted, They're over here. Quickly, apprehend them. A blue gorilla rushed towards Luffy and Buggy. Damn it, it's these guys. Be careful, they're quite formidable. They've been dealt with. Thank you for your efforts. As the approaching blue gorillas drew near, Buggy wished to warn Luffy to tread carefully. To his astonishment, upon turning around, he found that all the blue gorillas had already been vanquished by Luffy. Hurry, take me to Ace, Luffy exclaimed, gazing at the astonished Buggy. You seem to have grown considerably stronger, Buggy remarked. Of course, my Master S training is exceedingly rigorous. Now, enough idle chatter, let us be on our way. With that, Luffy grabbed Buggy and took off at a swift pace. Meanwhile, Zoro and the others were in search of Luffy. That fool always brings us trouble. What are we to do next? Sanji mused, puffing on a cigarette. We should go find him. Who knows what kind of chaos he is about to unleash, Zoro replied. But where can we look? Impel Down is vast. Just then, as they deliberated their next move, a tremendous explosion echoed from a distance. Sanji and Zoro exchanged glances and simultaneously declared, We know where to find him now. Hey, can't you be a bit more cautious? You're going to attract Magellan. Just moments ago, Luffy had leaped into the air and delivered a powerful punch that sent the beastly creature, the man-faced lion sphinx, crashing down to the third level of the hungry hell, with Luffy and Buggy tumbling down alongside him. My apologies. I exerted too much force. But isn't it fortuitous that we already arrived at the third level? Luffy said, feigning remorse without a hint of guilt in his expression. You idiot. I didn't want to come here. Buggy shouted. Neither did I. For someone like me, who possesses the candle fruit, this place is unbearable, he added, having just rescued a number of pirates from the second level of the beast hell. It's sweltering here. Is this a desert? Without further ado, the trio made their way to the location of the prison cells. What has happened to these fellows? Observing the inmate in the cell, who had become unrecognizable, Luffy inquired with a look of bewilderment. Chapter 104. In the depths of the third layer. These individuals were once notorious pirates with bounties exceeding 50 million berries. The searing heat rising from the inferno below, coupled with the absence of water and sustenance, had rendered them mere shadows of their former selves. This is what one might call the abyss of hunger. He explained further, by the way, the sand beneath our feet is composed of the remnants of these wretches. Then he uttered a statement that startled both companions. How terrifying. We must leave this dreadful place. Upon hearing his words, the two hastily moved forward, eager to escape this cursed locale. 10 minutes later, how have we returned here? As the three individuals shouted in alarm at the sight of the man-lion lying on the ground, a distant prison guard initiated action, casting a large net that ensnared both the trio and the man-lion. How infuriating. A trap indeed. Do not struggle. Escape is futile. At that moment, a diminutive figure emerged, wielding a trident and adorned with a hat bearing two prominent horns. Following closely behind were numerous blue gorillas and prison guards, led by none other than Saradice, the overseer of the blue gorillas and head prison guard. Who are you, such a small stature? Observing the emerging figure of Sards, Luffy inquired with a hint of curiosity. I am the Chief Warden, Sarts. You would do well to surrender. However, Luffy responded, you don't resemble a monkey at all. Sarts retorted vehemently, I am Sarts, not a monkey. Meanwhile, a voice interjected, hey, Straw Hat Kid, this is not the time for jest. The priority is to devise a means of escape. Observing the two engaged in conversation, the irate Buggy shouted, Luffy, you rascal, you never cease to be a source of concern. At that moment, a voice resonated, Zoro. Thank goodness, hurry and free us. Upon hearing the voice, Luffy turned around and saw Zoro and his comrades had arrived, promptly calling out for Zoro to release them. What a troublesome captain, Zoro remarked, and with a swift flash of his sword, Luffy and the others tumbled from the net. Thank you, Zoro. Luffy exclaimed as he rose and brushed off the sand. No need for thanks. Luffy, why are you all alone? We searched for quite a while. Sanji reproached as he stepped forward. More of them are coming. Blue gorillas, charge at them all. Saradize commanded, directing the blue gorillas to rush toward the group. So many blue gorillas. Straw Hat, we must flee. Seeing a multitude of blue gorillas charging towards him, Bucky exclaimed, Humph, minions, be gone. Rubber machine gun. Bang, bang. In an instant, all the blue gorillas were vanquished by Luffy. Wow, how impressive. As they witnessed Luffy dispatching all the blue gorillas, several individuals exclaimed, let us depart quickly. Zoro, Sanji. Upon uttering these words, Luffy dashed towards another direction, with Zoro and Sanji hastily following suit. We should also make our exit. Hawkins and his companions joined in the exodus from that place. Damn it, where could the entrance to the 4th level be? Why has it taken so long to locate it? The group traversed the previous path for over an hour, yet the entrance to the 4th level remained elusive. Straw Hat, it truly is you. I cannot express how delighted I am to see you. Just as the group grew increasingly frustrated in their quest for the entrance to the 4th level, an individual sprinted towards Luffy, joyfully exclaiming, it's you, Xiaofeng. What a pleasure it is to see you. Upon seeing the newcomer, Luffy joyfully rushed forward and embraced him, exclaiming, ever since that incident with the Navy, I have been imprisoned here. When I spotted you earlier, I heard that you ventured into Impel Down to rescue your brother. I hurried over to see you. By the way, I truly appreciate your assistance last time. You helped us evade the Navy's pursuit. Sanji, Zoro, come quickly and see who has arrived. After beckoning Sanji and Zoro, Luffy continued, Xiaofeng, it has been quite some time. The group exchanged greetings. Then Luffy recalled the matter at hand and asked, by the way, Xiaofeng, do you know the way to the 4th level? At that moment, he remembered the urgency of their situation. Look over there. That imposing wall. Let's climb up and take a look, Feng said, pointing to the sturdy barrier before leaping up. Below us lies the 4th level, the scorching hell. Seeing everyone jump up, Feng and Cly continued to point below, exclaiming, how sweltering it is. This truly is a scorching hell, quite astonishing indeed. As the crowd gazed upon the scene before them, a collective gasp of astonishment escaped their lips. Help! Suddenly, the voices of Bucky and 3 echoed from a distance. Growing ever closer, the onlookers turned to see Bucky and 3 being relentlessly pursued by a towering beast, a minotaur, a creature of grotesque proportions that treated humans as mere refuse. We must flee. Feng and Clay, aware of the formidable nature of the beast, urgently urged everyone to escape. There is no need for alarm. This creature doesn't seem particularly formidable to me. I shall confront it. At that moment, Sanji stepped forward with confidence. Hey, do not underestimate this monster. It is truly fearsome. Upon witnessing Sanji's movements, Feng and Cly swiftly intervened. Do not fret, little Feng. Sanji is quite formidable, Luffy remarked as he halted Feng's advance. Chapter 105. Is this fellow a bull? He certainly does not seem suited for culinary endeavors. Sanji's words incited the ire of Minotaur, who immediately redirected his assault towards Sanji. Demon Wind Foot, Beef Kick. As the Minotaur charged forward, Sanji's right leg transformed into a vivid crimson hue. With a powerful kick to its chest, the Minotaur was propelled backward at an astonishing speed. The resounding crash echoed as it collided with the sturdy wall, shattering it and rendering the beast unconscious. Incredible! Exclaimed Buggy and his companions, their mouths agape in astonishment. Sanji, you have grown even stronger. Luffy praised. Indeed, these individuals are formidable. It is no wonder Captain Liu Xuan chose to take them as apprentices. Hawkins and the others murmured, recognizing Sanji's prowess. How do we get down? Should we just leap? As Zoro gazed at the flames surrounding them, he remarked, jumping down there could cost you your life. One misstep could send you plummeting into the magma, turning you to ash. Upon hearing Zoro's words, Ulki exclaimed, fear not. Sanji has mastered the moonwalk and can run through the air. He will lead us down safely. Under Liu Xuan's rigorous training, Sanji had indeed acquired the skill of aerial movement ahead of schedule. I never imagined that after some time apart, you all would have grown so formidable. Feng and Cly expressed their astonishment at the rapid development of Luffy's crew. All right, Luffy, let us depart. Aren't we in a hurry to reach Ace? Sanji interjected, urging everyone to gather around as he declared, I will take you down. Very well, Sanji, we place our trust in you. Sanji's efficiency was remarkable, and within mere minutes, he had escorted everyone to the 4th layer of the scorching hell, including the reluctant Buggy and others. You have truly endured much, now. I kindly request that you proceed to the 5th layer of the freezing hell to rest. Just as they were about to advance to the 5th layer, a tall man clad in a black uniform, adorned with 2 dark wings and crowned with 2 imposing horns, emerged from a passage flanked by 2 squads of jailers. Magellan. Upon seeing the newcomer, Feng, Cly, and Baki were so startled that they fell to the ground. What's wrong, little Feng? Do you know him? Luffy asked, bewildered. He is the most formidable man in this prison, Magellan. He is also the warden and possesses the powers of the poison fruit. His entire being is infused with poison. Do not engage him in close combat, or it will spell disaster. Feng and Cly relayed all the information they knew. Is he the one Master spoke of, the one with a weak stomach? The Master mentioned his strength. We are no match for him. What should we do? Should we escape? Sanji chimed in from the side. When did the Master say that? I wasn't aware. Luffy replied, still confused. You fool. When did you ever listen to the Master? Sanji exclaimed, striking Luffy on the head. Oh, is that so? Luffy tilted his head in puzzlement. Never mind. Let us fight first. I'm going in. Second gear, jet pistol. Luffy declared, steam billowing from his body as he launched a punch towards Magellan. Bang. Luffy's fist was intercepted by Sanji. You idiot. You can't make contact with Magellan. You'll get poisoned. How are we supposed to hit him without touching him? Luffy shouted. So we should escape, right? Do not even think about escaping from my grasp, Poison Dragon. At that moment, Magellan attacked, unleashing his signature move, the Poison Dragon. As a massive dragon formed from purple venom surged towards them. Quick dodge. Getting hit by that poison means doom. Everyone immediately took cover. Boom. The poison splattered, corroding the ground around them into gaping holes. That was close. We almost got splashed. Having evaded the venom, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Sanji, Zoro, you go ahead. I'll hold him off. I'll catch up with you shortly, Luffy asserted. Luffy, can you handle it? Zoro asked, eyeing him. Have faith. Luffy's eyes sparkled with unyielding confidence. Let us go, Zoro instructed the others. But the Straw Hat is still here. Trust in Luffy, he will surely catch up to us. Sanji said, leading the way toward the passage on the 5th level, with everyone hastily following. Damn it, little Straw Hat, you must catch up. Feng uttered as he joined them. Do you think I would simply watch you flee? Poison Dragon. Armament Hockey. Jet Pistol. Boom. Magellan's Poison Dragon was dispersed. Your opponent is me. Gazing intently at Magellan, Luffy declared, Humph, if that is the case, I shall deal with you first. With that, Magellan opened his mouth and unleashed a vast cloud of poisonous gas, which coalesced into a monstrous apparition that enveloped the entirety of the 4th level of the prison. What is this abomination? Armed color rubber rocket. With a sudden burst of speed, Luffy lunged towards Magellan, channeling his haki as he struck him squarely in the chest. Magellan was sent hurtling through several walls, crashing to the ground. Ugh, to think it was armed color haki. I did not anticipate that a rookie pirate could wield haki with such proficiency. I was careless just now. Now I shall exert my full strength to keep you here. Magellan, rising to his feet, spoke with a chilling tone, his anger palpable. Chapter 106. The Hellish Judgment of the Poisonous Giant Soldier. As the toxic liquid on Magellan's body gradually transformed into a deep crimson hue, a colossal infernal warrior began to materialize behind him. In that case, Gear 4th, Boundman. Witnessing the might of Magellan, Luffy also unleashed his ultimate form, Gear 4th. Are you here to amuse? Observing Luffy's unsteady stance and erratic movements, Magellan exclaimed with irritation, Humph. Do not underestimate my 4th gear, otherwise you shall suffer the consequences. Great Serpent Cannon. What? As the formidable fist approached, Magellan swiftly evaded, only to hear a thunderous crash as several walls were penetrated by the force of the blow, creating a passageway several dozen meters long. Such immense power. It appears that your technique is not merely bluster, Hell's Judgment. With that, the colossal figure behind Magellan extended its arm to strike at Luffy. Rubber elasticity flight. Luffy promptly leapt into the air, utilizing his legs to rebound and soar above, narrowly escaping Magellan's assault. That despicable foe, to fly in such a manner. I must land a hit. He continued to swing at Luffy, but each strike was deftly avoided. The venomous liquid is terrifying, capable of spreading even through stone, however. I refuse to concede. I will undoubtedly rescue Ace. Great Ape Gun. As Luffy witnessed the deep crimson venom rapidly staining the ground and walls, he unleashed his most formidable move, determined to settle the matter swiftly. You wretched scum of the seas, you shall not escape this deep-sea prison. Judgment of the Giant. Magellan declared as he propelled his entire body towards Luffy. Boom. As Magellan was sent flying, Luffy became splattered with the noxious liquid. What is happening? An earthquake? The fierce clash between Luffy and Magellan caused the entire impelled down to tremble, leading the prisoners to mistakenly believe an earthquake had struck. These two are truly monsters. Merely the aftermath of their battle has generated such a tremor. Have they both attained admiral-level power? Drake, astonished by the force of the vibrations, exclaimed. Under Master S' rigorous training, it's impossible not to grow stronger, Sanji remarked as he ran. Didn't you join Master S' pirate crew to enhance your abilities? We have not yet officially joined the Dragon Ball Pirates. This entry into the city is merely Captain Liu Xuan's task. Whether we can join depends on our performance, came the reply. In truth, regardless of their performance, Liu Xuan would allow them to join. He merely wished to avoid the impression that anyone could become part of the Dragon Ball Pirates. Meanwhile, Luffy shook off the venom and stood up, exclaiming, Ouch. I didn't expect Magellan's poison to be so potent. My haki barely held up. I need to find a way to escape this place. What immense power. Who would have thought that a mere rookie with a bounty of 3 million berries could possess such formidable haki? Magellan spat blood and rose, seemingly intent on continuing the fight. Straw Hat Kid, I never imagined you would possess such strength at such a young age. Now, I am even more determined to keep you here. Surrender and come with me to serve your sentence in the 6th level of hell. I will not let you capture me. I must rescue Ace and leave Impel down with him. Since you are so resolute, do not blame me for being ruthless. Hell's judgment. Bring it on. I'm not afraid of you. Lioness Bazooka. Boom. Magellan was once again sent flying, causing the walls and ground of the 4th level of Impel Down to shatter, nearly collapsing. Ugh. Luffy's haki was exhausted, resembling a deflated balloon as he reverted to his former state. Damn it, my haki has run out. Struggling to stand, Luffy spoke with defiance. Cough. Cough. Straw Hat Kid. Your haki is depleted. Can you withstand my poison dragon now? Magellan had also regained his composure, indicating that Luffy's attack had inflicted considerable damage. I must rescue Ace, even if it costs me my life. Gum Gum, Gatling Gun, Luffy declared, charging forward. Poison Dragon. Magellan witnessed Luffy rushing towards him when a venomous dragon struck Luffy. Ah, that hurts. Hit by the poisonous dragon, Luffy staggered and fell to the ground. Help. Taken to the 5th level of the icy hell for confinement. Sitting on the ground, Magellan exhaled deeply and summoned several prison guards, instructing them accordingly. Yes, Chief. The guards saluted and subsequently escorted Luffy away. At that moment, Magellan's din-din mushy rang. Hello, this is Impel Down. I am Magellan. What is the matter? After answering the call, Magellan wondered who was contacting him. Magellan, this is Sengoku. The execution time for Port Gas D. Ace has been set for noon the day after tomorrow. I have dispatched someone to Impel Down. You need only hand Ace over to them. The voice of Admiral Sengoku echoed through the receiver. I see. Understood, Admiral Sengoku. Chapter 107. Has that rascal Luffy really been defeated? Meanwhile, Zoro held Luffy's life paper, watching it gradually shrink, his heart filled with unease. What should we do? Let us hurry back and save him. Frankie urged anxiously. Do not fret, Frankie. We will certainly rescue Luffy, but none among us can match Magellan. Thus, we must devise a plan before attempting a rescue, Sanji interjected. Indeed, if that Straw Hat brat has been defeated, he would likely be imprisoned in the 5th level of icy hell. Our current focus should be on finding a way to reach him, declared Dekri, a naval major, whose knowledge garnered agreement from the group. Thus, they continued their sprint toward the 5th level of icy hell. First, we must obtain an antidote. Without it, even if we save Straw Hat, it would be futile. How about this? You all go to rescue him while I take on the role of Vice Warden to procure the antidote. I will meet you all in the 5th level, Frankie proposed. You're right, Frankie. In that case, be careful. We shall rendezvous in the icy hell. Sanji concurred after considering Frankie's words. All right, I will head there immediately, Frankie replied before stealthily making his way back. Now, let us continue our advance towards the icy hell. As they watched Fong and Clyde depart, Sanji addressed the group. Look, there lies the entrance to the 5th layer. There are guards stationed outside. We must swiftly incapacitate them and seize the key to gain entry. After a brisk run of several minutes, they finally arrived at the threshold of the frozen hell. Allow me, Sanji declared, his technique honed to perfection. In a flash, he darted behind the 2 guards. And before they could react, he rendered them unconscious. Got it. Hey, let's hurry inside, Sanji announced, holding up the key he had retrieved from the guards. It's freezing. Is this truly the frozen hell? Upon entering the 5th layer, the group was immediately enveloped by an intense chill. Such a vast expanse. Where shall we search for Luffy? Gazing upon the vast expanse enveloped in a shroud of white, Sanji clutched his head and remarked, Do not fret. There are numerous military wolves here. We can tame one to guide us in search of the Straw Hat Kid. Drake stepped forward and addressed him. Suddenly, a cacophony of howls erupted. Woo woo. Just as the mention of military wolves was made, they appeared. The presence of these wolves sparked a glimmer of malice in the eyes of the onlookers. Woo woo. The wolves trembled under the scrutiny of the crowd, emitting plaintive cries that suggested an urge to flee. It seems they are about to escape. Hurry. Do not let them run away. Sanji, taken aback by the wolves' demeanor, urged the group. Charge. Capture them. No sooner had he spoken than the crowd unleashed their abilities and surged toward the wolves. Woof. The pack of military wolves, terrified, turned and bolted, prompting the group to hastily pursue them, creating an unusual spectacle in the frigid hellscape. Am I seeing things? It appears a throng is chasing a pack of wolves. An inmate in the prison observed, bewildered, and commented to a companion beside him. It does seem that someone is indeed pursuing the pack. These individuals are remarkable, managing to frighten such fierce military wolves into a frenzy. The companion mirrored the astonishment. Stop right there, you bunch of rascals. Halt. Sanji shouted as he ran. Damn it. They are too swift. Hey, think of something quickly, or else we will attract Magellan's attention, and that would be disastrous. Urki, being of considerable size, struggled to keep pace. Shave, meat grinder kick. Sanji suddenly leaped into the midst of the wolf pack, delivering a flurry of kicks that sent the military wolves scattering in all directions. One sword style, Lion Song. Although Liu Xuan does not possess swordsmanship and cannot instruct Zoro, the mastery of Haki has significantly augmented Zoro's combat prowess. With a single sweep of his sword, devastation ensues. Under the relentless onslaught of these two, only one military wolf remains, encircled by the group, terrified as it cowers with its paws over its head, paralyzed with fear. Come, good dog, lead us to Luffy. Zoro cheerfully declares, presenting Luffy's life paper before the wolf's nose. Upon lifting its head, the wolf is met with the sinister smiles of the surrounding crowd, prompting it to lower its head again and shield its eyes with its paws. This scoundrel deserves a lesson, Zoro exclaims, seizing the wolf's head and brandishing the Sandai Kitetsu against it, threatening, lead us now, or the consequences are beyond your imagination. Hey, green algae head. Do you really think it can understand you? Sanji mocks, observing Zoro with disdain. The wolf's response, however, contradicts Sanji's skepticism. It whimpers and nods, its expression one of terror as it glances at the life paper before darting off into the distance. Can it truly comprehend? Are animals this intelligent nowadays? Sanji stares in bewilderment at the retreating figure of the wolf. Quit daydreaming, it's already far away. Hurry up and chase it, Zoro commands, sprinting after the creature. Who are you calling green algae head? You, with your foolishness. Sanji retorts angrily, following suit. These two are indeed bitter rivals, perpetually bickering. The rest of the group, exasperated, joins the pursuit. Chapter 108. Ace. I will rescue you. At this moment, Luffy lies in a cell, drenched in venom, growling incessantly. How do you expect to save anyone in your condition? You're on the brink of death. I detest your kind, sneers a nearby prisoner, encased in frost as he regards Luffy with disdain. Zoro and the others will surely come to rescue me, Luffy asserts confidently. Dream on. You think anyone would come for you in the depths of the great undersea prison? Stop deluding yourself. No one will come, the prisoner retorts angrily. They will come. Luffy insists defiantly. Just wait and see. The prisoner falls silent. At that moment, a military wolf races from afar, sniffing around the cell before standing still and barking back towards the distance. What is going on? What is this wolf doing? The other prisoners ponder, puzzled by the wolf's behavior. Who knows? Perhaps it's hungry and intends to feast on us. Haha. One prisoner quips, inciting laughter among the others. Have you found it? What a good dog. At that moment, a voice echoed from afar. What is happening? I seem to have heard someone speaking outside. Am I mistaken? How could there be anyone out there? Just then, a group of individuals approached from the distance. It was none other than Zoro and his companions. Indeed, there are people, the crowd exclaimed. Who could possibly command the military wolves? I have never seen them before. Could they be new guards? Upon noticing that Zoro and the others were not clad in prison garb, the crowd began to speculate. Zoro, you all have arrived rather late, Luffy remarked with a smile upon spotting them. You truly are in quite the predicament, Luffy, Zoro replied, drawing his sword, Enma, and striking the cage with a powerful blow. One sword style, Lion's Song. With a resounding clash, a brilliant flash of light emanated from his blade, causing the iron bars of the cage to tumble down. Such an impressive strike could only be executed by a master swordsman at the pinnacle of their craft. Yet, this individual seems remarkably youthful. Upon witnessing Zoro's formidable strike, a prisoner murmured, hasten to carry Luffy away. We must proceed to the entrance, for we now lack only his antidote. Sanji, having procured a stretcher from an unknown source, placed Luffy upon it, and he and Zoro bore him along the path they had traversed towards the exit. These individuals are truly remarkable. They shall undoubtedly become legendary figures upon the seas. As the crowd dispersed, the swordsman sighed. Meanwhile, Fong and Cly were unable to procure the antidote. The poison that afflicted Luffy was far too potent, and thus, Impel Down had yet to develop a remedy for it. How infuriating. Is this how the tale of the Straw Hat ends? Wait, there is still that person. Straw Hat, wait for me. I shall lead you to him. Fong and Cly suddenly recalled the presence of the transgender king, Ivankov, imprisoned in Impel Down. Why has T. Xiao Feng returned yet? It has been over 2 hours. Hasn't he been captured, has he? Zoro's group awaited at the entrance of the 5th level. We have been waiting for quite some time. And still no sign of Fong and Cly. Sanji expressed his concern. Straw Hat, I have arrived. Just as Sanji finished speaking, Fong and Cly's voice echoed. Xiao Feng is back. How is Straw Hat? Fong and Cly inquired as he approached Zoro. Did you find the antidote? Luffy has already lost consciousness. He may not hold on much longer, Zoro exclaimed, gripping him anxiously. I am sorry. The poison is too strong for Straw Hat. Impel Down has not yet created an antidote. Fong and Cly's words plunged the group into despair. How could this be? What will happen to Luffy? Zoro's emotions began to spiral out of control. Despite Luffy's often carefree demeanor, he always stepped up in critical moments. Thus, the thought of losing him was unbearable for Zoro. Calm down, Zoro. Sanji restrained him, then turned to Fong and Cly. Is there any other way to save Luffy? Our only hope lies in swiftly locating the miraculous Ivankov. He has previously saved an entire nation, Fong and Cly replied earnestly. Do you know where he is? It is said he is imprisoned in the freezing hell of the 5th level. Let us hurry to find him. Fong and Cly urged with excitement. All right, everyone listen up. Our primary mission now is to locate Ivankov and rescue Luffy. Let's move. We will regroup here shortly. Wait, what about Luffy? Leave Straw Hat to me. I will ensure his safety, Fong and Cly declared with unwavering determination. Very well. I entrust Luffy to you. Observing Fong and Cly's gaze, Sanji resolved to entrust the care of Luffy to him, and then address the group, suggesting they disperse and take action. Very well. The others responded in unison, scattering in various directions. Little Straw Hat, I shall protect you. Suddenly, a low growl pierced the serene forest, followed by a cacophony of howls. This is bad. The military wolf pack is approaching. I must hasten to escort Little Straw Hat away from here. Upon hearing the sounds, Fong and Cly instantly recognized their origin and hurriedly lifted the stretcher, intent on fleeing with Luffy. Before they could depart, the military wolves encircled them, leaving no avenue for escape. Damn it, are we trapped? Fong and Cly positioned themselves defensively. Without warning, a military wolf lunged at Luffy. Do not lay a paw on Little Straw Hat. Fong and Cly retaliated with a swift kick, sending the wolf flying. However, as the remaining wolves charged, Fong and Cly soon found themselves beset by countless bites, their bodies marked with wounds. You fiends! At that moment, Luffy, swaying unsteadily, managed to rise to his feet. The military wolves appeared to hesitate, inching back in trepidation at the sight of him. Do not bully Little Fong. An overwhelming aura surged from Luffy, enveloping the surrounding wolves. If Liu Xuan were present, he would observe that Luffy's conqueror's haki had ascended to a level of 12, now wielded with autonomy. With a series of thuds, the military wolves collapsed as if struck by an unseen affliction. Exhausted, Luffy succumbed to the ground. Little Straw Hat. What are you? Before Fong and Cly could finish their sentence, they too fell to the ground, drifting into unconsciousness. When Fong awoke, he found himself surrounded by a throng of people. Grasping the arm of one individual, he inquired, "Where am I?" "Fong boy, you're awake. This is wonderful." A towering figure emerged, possessing an enormous face and an extraordinarily voluminous shock of deep purple hair, large enough to conceal a person. With long, thick eyelashes, pale blue eyeshadow, and purple lip gloss, the individual wore an eccentric ensemble, fishnet stockings, a cape, and a tight-fitting, ultra-low-cut bodysuit adorned with a large skull tattoo on their abdomen. Could it be the queen of the transvestites, Ivankov? As he gazed at the person before him, Fong Kale exclaimed in surprise. How can one address a noble by their name? After all, he is a newcomer, the illustrious Lady Ivankov. Those nearby, upon hearing Fong Kale utter Ivankov's name, expressed their discontent. It matters not. A name is merely a title. You may call me anything, even dung if you wish. Ivankov waved a hand dismissively, only to suddenly exclaim, "But I refuse to be called dung." How utterly distasteful. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. By the way, where is the little straw hat? Where could he be? Suddenly recalling that Luffy was still afflicted by poison, Fong Kale said anxiously, "Do not fret, shortly, I shall take you to see him, along with his companions who are awaiting as well," Ivankov reassured. "Is that true? That is wonderful." Hearing Ivankov's words, Fong Kale was overcome with joy and tears streamed down his face. Before long, they arrived at an iron gate where Zoro awaited them. "Ah, little Fong has arrived. We've all heard about your relentless efforts to protect Luffy. Truly commendable," Zoro praised, which was a rare occurrence for him. "How is the little straw hat?" he inquired. "At present, we do not know. Ivankov has treated him, but whether he can endure remains to be seen." A somber expression crossed Zoro's face as he spoke of Luffy. "Rest assured, Luffy will surely pull through. Has he not overcome countless crises before?" Sanji offered words of comfort from the side. "Little straw hat, you can do it." Fong Kale suddenly shouted at the top of his lungs. "Hey, we cannot let him down, Luffy. Give it your all." Fong Kale's fervent voice inspired everyone, and soon a chorus of encouragement resounded. Suddenly, a loud cry pierced the air as dark blood began to flow from within the gate. Has it failed? Upon witnessing this situation, Ivankov exclaimed in a daze, "Impossible. Straw Hat, hurry and respond. Food." Suddenly, a loud shout echoed from the door, unmistakably the voice of Luffy. A miracle had occurred. Such remarkable vitality. Ivankov marveled at the sound of Luffy's voice. Wonderful. Fong, having spoken, collapsed to the ground, unconscious, after all. His injuries were still recent and had not yet fully healed. "Quickly, bring in the food." Ivankov did not forget the pressing matter at hand and urgently called for sustenance. An hour later, Luffy finally ceased his feast, and the area outside the door was littered with empty plates and remnants of bones. "This fellow can eat excessively. This is our food for an entire month." After finishing his meal, Luffy emerged. Is this strange being truly human? Observing Luffy's appearance, the crowd expressed their astonishment. "Huh!" Luffy exclaimed, reverting to his original form and stepping forward. "Luffy, you were quite slow," Zoro remarked, though a smile adorned his face, revealing his underlying joy. "Welcome back, Luffy. Please refrain from such reckless adventures in the future," Sanji interjected. "Thank you, Sanji, Zoro, and Little Fong, for your concern. By the way, where is Fong?" "Over there." Sanji pointed toward Fong, who had been fervently cheering for Luffy just moments ago, but had now collapsed from exhaustion. "All right, now that you have recovered, let us hasten to rescue Ace." Luffy, who had just regained his strength, was about to rush off to save Ace when he suddenly fell to the ground, exclaiming, "Ah, you fool. How could you possibly have the energy to save Ace right after recovering? You should rest a bit longer before proceeding." Lying helplessly on the ground, Luffy lamented, "But Ace is about to be executed. I must hurry to save him." In Chapter 110, Ivanov approached, saying, "I have a method to restore you immediately, but the fatigue will double once the time passes." "Wonderful. Little Ivan, let us do it quickly," Luffy exclaimed, seizing Ivanov with excitement. "Come down. You must consider the consequences before acting," Ivanov cautioned, gripping Luffy's shoulders. "Forget it, Ivan. If you have a solution, just use it." Luffy was resolute and would not be dissuaded. He was simply the type who disregarded advice. Zoro, well aware of Luffy's temperament, did not oppose his decision. "I really can't believe you all. What a surge of hormones." Ivanov, unable to resist Luffy's fervor, administered the stimulant. "Ah, power is surging through me." After the injection, Luffy stood up with eyes alight. "Let us go." Zoro, Sanji. Suddenly, Luffy turned to Ivanov and asked, "Do you want to join us in the escape?" "Forget it. We must await the orders of my revolutionary comrade, Dragon, so we cannot leave," Ivanov declined. "Ah, that is my father," Luffy said, his expression innocent. "Indeed. While your father leads the army into action, I will return to the surface and immerse myself in the tides of the world. Even a blind escape now would only result in a bounty outside," Ivanov stated, then suddenly paused. "Your father? Dragon is your father? Stop speaking nonsense. Does Dragon even have a son? Ah, is that something I shouldn't say? Regardless, my grandfather mentioned it before, although I have never met him." As Luffy gazed at the astonished faces surrounding him, he remarked, "Not knowing makes it seem even more like." After pondering these thoughts, Ivankov inquired about his origins. "East Blue," Luffy replied. Ah. Ivankov further confirmed that Luffy was indeed the son of Dragon. "Lightning. Immediately investigate Ace's whereabouts. We must unite to rescue him," Ivankov instructed with urgency. "Oh, Master Ivankov, this is all so sudden," the crowd exclaimed. "Events often unfold unexpectedly. Now is the perfect moment for an escape," Ivankov asserted resolutely. "It was a grave oversight. I never anticipated that Dragon would have a son. Since Ace is Luffy's brother, he must also be the son of Dragon. He should take action," Ivankov mused, his spirits soaring. "Really? You will join me to save Ace? That is wonderful," Luffy exclaimed, brimming with excitement. "It seems we have gained quite a number of reliable allies," Zoro concurred from the side. "Then let us set forth," Luffy proclaimed jubilantly. "Do you know where Ace is?" Upon hearing Luffy's question, Ivankov was momentarily speechless. Luffy had always been one for spontaneity, lacking any semblance of a plan. Zoro poked Luffy on the head with his finger, admonishing him. "By the way, I possess Ace's Viver card." Luffy suddenly remembered, retrieving the card from his hat and holding it in his palm. "It seems to be pointing downward. Speaking of which, where exactly are we?" After such lengthy dialogue, he still did not know their location. "Below us lies the 6th level of Infinite Hell," Ivankov explained. "Is there really a 6th level? I thought we were on the 5th, Luffy questioned in bewilderment. "Of course there is. We are currently on the 5 level. Now that we know Ace's location, let us hasten our departure," Luffy urged anxiously. "Understood, everyone, let us set forth." Seeing Luffy's eager demeanor, Ivankov reluctantly announced, "Ah?" The crowd promptly set forth towards the 6th level of the Infinite Hell. Meanwhile, within the confines of this hellish realm, Ace received a grim proclamation from Magellan. "The Navy headquarters has issued orders for your execution at noon today. Come with me," he declared as he approached Ace's cell. "At long last, you have arrived," Ace remarked with a hint of self-deprecation. "By the way, you know the Straw Hat Kid, don't you?" Magellan suddenly inquired. "How do you know him, Luffy?" Ace asked, astonished. "Of course I know him. That kid broke into Impel Down yesterday, claiming he was there to rescue his brother. The brother he spoke of is you, isn't it? Fire Fist Ace. Luffy, where is he?" Ace exclaimed, growing anxious upon hearing of Luffy's incursion into Impel Down. "Naturally, I captured him. He is currently imprisoned in the extreme cold hell. Remarkably formidable, I must say, had his haki not been depleted. I would have been the one defeated. I initially intended to imprison him in infinite hell, but he has already succumbed to my most potent poison. There is no antidote even in Impel Down, and he is unlikely to survive much longer. Thus, I confined him to the 5th level, extreme cold hell." Magellan relayed the news concerning Luffy to Ace. "Luffy, why did you come here?" Ace lamented sorrowfully. "Ace, dear brother, is the Straw Hat Kid the brother you often speak of?" inquired an imposing figure nearby, adorned with eyebrows that resembled fierce winds, sporting a top-knot hairstyle, a thick black beard, and a notable lightning-shaped scar at the corner of his left eye. His robust physique bore the emblem of the Sun Pirates emblazoned upon his chest, and he often donned intricately embroidered bathrobes. "Indeed, it is him. I never anticipated he would end up here. What a fool." Tears streamed down Ace's face. "Enough. It's time to go, Fire Fist Ace. Open the cell and escort Ace away." Magellan interrupted their conversation. "Let us proceed." As the jailer escorted Ace out, Magellan remarked, "Ace, my dear brother, must we truly engage in battle against the Navy?" Observing Ace's retreating figure, Jinbei let out a helpless sigh. Meanwhile, Luffy and his crew were hastily making their way to the 6th level. Ahead lay the staircase leading down, accompanied by Lightning and a key. Upon Ivan's command, Lightning utilized his fruit abilities to unlock the door. Surveillance cameras were now in place. "Let them come," Luffy declared, charging in without hesitation. Suspicious individuals detected. A few guards at the monitoring station noticed Luffy's group. In the corridor leading to the 6th level, there stood a group of figures. Among them was the revolutionary Ivankov, who had somehow survived, along with the Straw Hat crew who had invaded the previous day. Wasn't that brat supposed to have been poisoned to death by Chief Magellan? Moreover, that individual was also the long-lost prisoner from the South Seas, Lightning. What on earth was happening? They made a beeline for the 6th level. As they tracked Luffy's whereabouts, chaos erupted in the monitoring station. Do not panic. Activate the traps in the passage immediately and prepare the guards in the underground 6th floor cell for battle. They must hold out until Suddy and the Beast Wardens arrive. At the same time, report to Chief Magellan. That is all. Move. Deputy Chief Hannibal stepped forward to give orders. Yes. The others responded instantly. Is this really the Deputy Chief? Why is he behaving so strangely today? One guard remarked, astonished by Hannibal's demeanor. However, the next words from Hannibal reassured him. How could I allow my head to be moved elsewhere? Meanwhile, Luffy and his companions were still racing toward the 6th level. We must hurry. Ace is waiting. They dispatched the obstructing guards with ease. Let us grab one to lead the way, Ivan exclaimed, seizing a guard and hoisting him onto his shoulder as they ascended to the 6th level. Is this the infinite hell of the 6th level? Zoro mused, resting his sword on his shoulder. Hey, quickly tell us where Ace is being held. Ivan tossed the guard to the ground. You'll never get me to reveal that. The guard retorted defiantly. Is that so? Be honest with yourself. Ivan leaned closer to him. What are you planning, Ambrier? Female hormones. With that, Ivan plunged his hands into the guard's waist, and gradually, the guard transformed into a woman. Where's Ace? Luffy inquired immediately. Over there, follow me, the guard replied, leading Luffy's group to a cell. Is it here? Why is there no one inside? Upon observing the absence of Ace within the confines of the cell, Luffy addressed the warden. Straw Hat, could he be Ace's younger brother? Jinbei, standing beside him, noted Luffy's astonishment and then informed him. Ace has already been taken away. You have arrived too late. What? Who are you? Is what you just said true? Luffy hurriedly approached the cell, questioning Jinbei. Another significant figure, indeed. Seeing Jinbei, Ivankov was taken aback. When was Ace taken away? Luffy, indifferent to Jinbei's identity, was solely concerned about Ace's whereabouts. An hour prior, Ace had already been taken by Magellan, and it was likely that he had reached the Navy headquarters by now. Jinbei lamented. In that case, I shall go to the Navy headquarters to rescue Ace, Luffy declared resolutely, unwavering in his determination. Since that is the case, please allow me to accompany you. Having been under Ace's care for so long, I too wish to lend my strength, even if it costs me my life. I implore you. Ivankov, release him. Upon gazing into Jinbei's eyes, Luffy discerned his sincere desire to rescue Ace. Without further contemplation, he permitted Ivankov to release him. In that case, I shall join as well. It has been a long time, Straw Hat. At that moment, a figure rose from another cell, proclaiming, You are the one who caused trouble in the kingdom of Wano, Crocodile. Luffy exclaimed in astonishment upon recognizing him. Crocodile, we shall not set you free, Sanji declared, harboring a deep disdain for those who mistreat women, unwilling to allow his release. Those matters are all in the past. Let us not dwell on them. I merely wish to emerge and claim the head of Whitebeard, Crocodile retorted. Release him. After all, an additional ally strengthens our cause. Besides, he is under my control. He wouldn't dare act recklessly, would you, Crocodile? Ivankov stated, casting a glance at him. You scoundrel, Crocodile replied, visibly displeased by the words. Very well, if that's the case. Let him be freed. Luffy acquiesced to Ivankov's suggestion. Chapter 112. Now that we are prepared, let us embark. Our objective is the Marine headquarters. After ensuring everyone was ready, Luffy shouted, and they surged towards the 5th level. Hey, let us all exit together. I too seek vengeance against Whitebeard. The head of Whitebeard shall be mine to claim. Upon witnessing Luffy and his companions liberate Crocodile and Jinbei, the prisoners of Impel Down erupted into a cacophony of noise. Silence, you scoundrels. A formidable aura emanated from Luffy, causing a significant number of inmates to lose consciousness, leaving only a handful still standing. Straw Hat Boy, when did you awaken such power? Ivankov inquired. Are you referring to Conqueror's Haki? It has been awakened for quite some time. I could only recently master its free release. What is the matter? As Luffy observed the astonished gazes directed towards him, he inquired with curiosity. The king's aptitude and the mastery of Conqueror's Haki indeed exemplify the legacy of Dragon. Such remarkable talent is truly astonishing. Humph, as the future pirate king, Possessing such qualities is only to be expected, Zoro and Sanji remarked with a smile. Hey, who is that little brat recklessly unleashing Conqueror's haki? Just as the crowd was about to disperse, an arrogant voice accompanied by a formidable wave of Conqueror's haki surged forth. What an intimidating presence! Who could it be? The onlookers were taken aback by the sheer strength of the haki. What an impressive individual. Let us investigate. Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement as he dashed towards the source. Here we go again, Luffy. You're so reckless. Zoro and Sanji sighed in exasperation. It appeared yet another significant figure was present. For such mastery of Conqueror's haki is not common among many. Ivankov also followed suit, moving closer to the spectacle. Well, we might as well take a look. Are you not intrigued by such a powerful presence? Crocodile remarked before joining the others. Then let us all go together. Subsequently, everyone except those fainted by the overwhelming haki proceeded forward. What a crowd! What brings you all here? Upon reaching the source of the Conqueror's haki, they beheld an elderly man shackled by several thick iron chains. You are the solitary red, K. Letfield. Upon seeing the man, Ivankov was so startled that he fell to the ground. Raiderfield, who is he? Do you know him? Luffy inquired with curiosity. It is not surprising that you do not recognize him, for he has been imprisoned here for quite some time. The solitary Raiderfield, also known as the Red Count, was a formidable pirate who once stood shoulder to shoulder with Whitebeard and Roger, defeating the former Marine Admiral Steelbone Kong single-handedly. Ultimately, he was confined here due to excessive exhaustion. I had thought he had perished long ago. It is astonishing to see him still alive, Ivankov informed the group. To think he could match Whitebeard and Roger alone. How impressive. Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement. I never expected someone would recognize me. Was it you, the little brat? Who was just flaunting your haki? Raiderfield chuckled before turning to Luffy. Indeed, uncle, you are quite formidable. Luffy admitted to his earlier actions. Not bad, little brat. You managed to escape from Impel Down. Since that fellow Shiki broke out, no one has ever made it out of here, Raiderfield praised, sensing Luffy's strength. Thank you for the compliment, uncle, but I am not here to break out. I have come to rescue my brother Ace. Unfortunately, they have already taken him away, and we are on our way to the Navy headquarters to save him, Luffy said with a grin. With just a few of you. You intend to rescue someone from the Navy headquarters? Do not be absurd, Raiderfield remarked skeptically. Who says we are alone? Ace is a member of the Whitebeard pirates. Uncle Whitebeard will also come, along with my master and the others, Luffy retorted angrily. Whitebeard? With his frail body, he cannot save anyone, Raiderfield scoffed. Unaware that Whitebeard had regained his youth. Uncle Whitebeard has used the Dragon Balls to restore his youth, and his strength has surpassed its peak. So we stand a considerable chance, Sanji interjected. Restore youth? Dragon Balls? What are those? Raiderfield asked in confusion. The Dragon Balls are 7 orbs created by my master. When gathered, they summon a dragon that can grant wishes. One person even revived his wife, Luffy explained. Such a remarkable treasure exists? How splendid. Raiderfield thought to himself. He then said to Luffy, I too wish to see my old friends. Why not release me? I could be of assistance to you. Really? Uncle, if you're that strong. Having your help would be wonderful. Luffy exclaimed. Sanji, who was about to caution him, was interrupted by Luffy. Little Crab, unlock the uncle's shackles. After Luffy spoke to Lightning, he gently adjusted his hat, expressing his trust in the older man. Haha, what an amusing little rascal. Rest assured, I shall not break my word. Raiderfield chuckled heartily before continuing. Understood, Lightning replied, opening the prison door and stepping inside to free Raiderfield from his chains. Haha, it has been ages since I felt this unburdened. Now, let the Navy brutes receive my retribution. With that declaration, an overwhelming aura emanated from Raiderfield, causing everyone present to squint against its intensity. What a formidable individual. Is this the power that can stand alongside the Whitebeard and Roger pirate crews single-handedly? How terrifying. I want to go home. What is happening? Is there an earthquake? Raiderfield's might was so immense that the entire Impel Down felt its tremors, prompting some to scream in terror while others eagerly anticipated the ensuing chaos. All right, uncle, let us depart swiftly. Otherwise, we may find ourselves unable to escape. As Raiderfield unleashed a torrent of power, Luffy could not help but intervene. Haha, my apologies, I merely needed to stretch my limbs after emerging from confinement. Do not mind me. With that, Raiderfield tempered his aura and approached Luffy, stating, Shall we proceed? All right, everyone, focus. Let us surge upward with all our might. With Raiderfield's presence, their chances of escape soared, prompting the group to cheer exuberantly as they raced towards the 5th level. The strength of this contingent far surpassed that depicted in the original narrative, and soon they found themselves in the 4th layer of the blazing hell. Vol pirates, halt. You shall not pass here. At that moment, Hannibal arrived, accompanied by the chief warden, Little Suddy, and 4 beast wardens. These ruffians are back again. How bothersome, Luffy exclaimed, activating his 2nd gear. Thud, thud, thud. Amidst the onslaught from numerous skilled fighters, Hannibal and several wardens, along with the beast wardens, were swiftly overpowered. Haha, so many foes. Jinbei, Crocodile, and the revolutionary Ivankov. What a grand display. As the group confronted the guards, a coarse voice resounded, followed by the emergence of a rugged, middle-aged man missing several teeth. His body was covered in a dense layer of hair, his skin a deep brown, and his black, tousled hair was bound with a headscarf. Around his neck hung 2 chains, while his wrists were adorned with bracelets, and each of his 10 fingers sported various ornate rings. 3 flintlock pistols were sheathed at his left hip, and a bottle of potent rum was tucked into his right. He wore a white shirt, draped with a black coat that hung open, exposing his bare chest, an appearance that was decidedly unappealing. What brings you here, Marshal Teach, or should I say Blackbeard? Seeing this, Jinbei coldly uttered, Blackbeard. The person Ace is searching for is you. Luffy, filled with rage, approached Blackbeard and exclaimed, You scoundrel! How dare you? Ha ha ha. You are truly fortunate. I was originally going to capture you. I never anticipated that you would be Ace's brother. He could have escaped. But for the sake of his brother and Whitebeard's honor, he chose to remain. Ha ha ha. Blackbeard's words only fueled Luffy's fury further. Gear 2nd, armament hockey. Jet rubber pistol. Luffy suddenly launched an attack, catching Blackbeard off guard, sending him flying and crashing through several walls before hitting the ground. That hurts. You bastard. How could you have armament hockey? Damn it, Blackbeard shouted, rolling on the ground, taking quite a while to regain his footing. Ha ha ha, that insufferable straw hat kid. Darkness. Blackbeard suddenly extended his right hand, revealing a swirling black mist in his palm. Instantly, Luffy felt a powerful gravitational force pulling him toward Blackbeard's hand. Oh, what is happening? I can't move. Gripped by Blackbeard, Luffy felt as if he were submerged in the sea. Ha ha ha. What's the matter? Confused? Ace had the same expression back then. Huh. With a hearty laugh, Blackbeard hurled Luffy towards the ground. Armament. Luffy hurriedly activated his armament hockey to cover his upper body. Boom. Luffy was smashed into the ground, creating a large crater upon impact. Cough cough. Although he had protected himself with armament hockey, Luffy still sustained injuries and quickly retreated away from Blackbeard. Luffy, you fool, you must not have heeded the master's advice. Blackbeard is a user of the dark fruit, capable of absorbing other devil fruit powers. He is the nemesis of all ability users. You are no match for him, Sanji stated as he approached Luffy. Who is your master that knows of my dark fruit's abilities? Blackbeard asked in surprise, curious about who possessed such knowledge, as he had learned of the dark fruit's powers by mere chance. Our master is Liu Xuan, the captain of the Dragon Ball Pirates. Chapter 114, Liu Xuan. Blackbeard was taken aback upon hearing Liu Xuan's name. Well, it's not the right time to face him. We shall depart, he declared, unwilling to provoke a strong adversary at that moment. Luffy, let us go. Now is not the time to battle Blackbeard. Rescuing Ace is our priority, Jinbei said as he approached Luffy upon seeing Blackbeard leave. Yes, Luffy, we must quickly escape Impel Down and go save Ace, Sanji added, urging him. Rest assured, I have discerned my course of action. Having spoken, Luffy turned to his companions and urged, let us press onward. A chorus of cheers erupted as the group hastened towards the 3rd tier. Meanwhile, on another front, the relentless Magellan had encountered Blackbeard. Without uttering a word, he unleashed a lethal poison dragon, annihilating Blackbeard in an instant, before resuming his pursuit of Luffy and his crew. Straw Hat Brat, Magellan bellowed, startling Luffy's party. He is closing in. Run. You cannot escape, Poison Dragon, Magellan declared, and with that, he launched another venomous assault. Armament hockey, rubber machine gun. Upon witnessing the approaching venomous dragon, Luffy stepped forward to obstruct its path and urged the others, you all go ahead. I shall join you shortly. Hey, do you require my assistance in dealing with it? Layfield inquired as he advanced towards Luffy. Red Count, Layfield. I never anticipated you would manage to escape as well. Would it not be more prudent to enjoy your twilight years in the comfort of your cell? Upon seeing Layfield, Magellan's expression turned exceedingly grim, for he realized this adversary was no match for him. No need for assistance, uncle. My strength has significantly increased, and I can hold him off with ease. Luffy waved off Ladefield's offer of help. How dare you, Straw Hat? Do you underestimate me? Venomous giant, judgment of hell. Magellan unleashed his full power. Humph. Not this move again. Fourth gear. Bounce man. Luffy countered. Last time I was defeated due to my exhausted haki, but I shall not repeat that mistake. Luffy activated his fourth gear, for he knew he could not withstand Magellan's venomous giant otherwise. I never expected you to survive such potent poison last time. You truly are fortunate. I advise you to surrender quickly and come with me to prison, or you will surely perish this time. Humph, I will not die. I am destined to escape impelled down. My friends are waiting for me. Luffy declared resolutely. Surrender is not in my vocabulary. Then do not blame me for what happens next. Judgment. With Luffy's defiance, Magellan grew weary of words and immediately attacked. Just in time. Great Serpent Cannon. Luffy charged forward to meet him. Meanwhile, Ivankov and the others freed all the prisoners on the 4th level. We must escape. We are in need of manpower. Will you assist me? Crocodile tossed the key to one of the prisoners. If it's you, I'll accompany you. I happen to be rather bored. He replied as he stood up. Who would have thought I would see you here? Zoro exclaimed upon spotting him. Roronoa Zoro. It has been quite some time. You seem to have grown stronger. Zoro was equally astonished. Indeed, he had grown significantly stronger. How about giving it a try? Hey, you too. Please refrain from causing a ruckus. We are comrades in this jailbreak and should concentrate on escaping together. Look at how well Sanji and I are getting along. Fong and Clay stepped forward to intervene. Little Fong is right. Green Algae Head, do not act foolishly. Our foremost objective is to seize the warship. We cannot allow Luffy to hold off Magellan for so long without purpose. Who are you calling Green Algae Head, you curly-haired fool? I know exactly what I should do. Upon hearing Sanji call him Green Algae Head, Zoro shouted back. You scoundrel. Are you looking for a beating? Come on, you curly-haired brat. Why are you two fighting again? Luffy is still battling Magellan. You both need to consider him. Jinbei's words silenced them, and they rushed towards the 1st level with all their might. Upon reaching the 2nd level, they urged each other to hurry. It seems there are people ahead. Who could it be? There are so many skilled fighters. The group quickly arrived at the 2nd layer, the Beast Hell. Captain Buggy, someone is approaching. What? Is it Magellan? What should we do? Hearing someone coming, Buggy panicked, thinking it was Magellan, and ran around frantically. Is that not Buggy? And there's also 3. You all are quite fast. Zoro's words caused Buggy to halt. Roronoa Zoro. Is that you? Ha. We have freed the prisoners in the 2nd layer, and we're just about to rescue you, not expecting you to have already arrived. Upon noticing the figures behind Zoro, Buggy earnestly proclaimed that with so many formidable individuals present, their chances of escaping impelled down would undoubtedly increase significantly. Buggy, do you truly believe we would place our trust in you? We are certainly not as foolish as that imbecile Luffy. Zoro's incisive remark exposed Buggy's pretense, eliciting an awkward smile from him. Chapter 115. Oh no, Captain Buggy. The guard beasts are coming. Suddenly, a lackey cried out. Buggy swiftly turned around, inquiring. Where? He then observed the lackey pointing at 4 guard beasts lying defeated on the ground. Crocodile, Jinbei, Ivankov. What an extraordinary combination. Upon seeing the 3 individuals standing before the beastly jailer, Buggy exclaimed in astonishment. Goodness. I never imagined that the Straw Hat Kid would unleash such formidable figures. Surely, this will facilitate our escape. Just then, he recognized a familiar face. Isn't that the red-nosed brat from Roger's crew? While Buggy wore a lecherous expression, a voice ignited his fury. Which scoundrel dares to call me the red-nosed? Red Count, Baroque, Littlefield. What are you doing here? Just as Buggy was about to unleash a torrent of invective, the sight of the speaker nearly caused him to lose control of his bladder. This was a man who stood alongside his captain, Roger, in stature and reputation. Buggy had encountered him during his time aboard Roger's ship and had never forgotten the formidable presence he exuded. Oh, you still remember me, young one? It has been over 20 years since we last met, Littlefield mused, a hint of resignation in his tone, reflecting on how swiftly time had passed and how he had aged. Ha. Indeed, it has been quite a while. Buggy responded, flattering Littlefield with enthusiasm. Captain Buggy. Who is he? And does he mean the Pirate King, Gold? Roger? Buggy's novice subordinates inquired eagerly. Ah, it seems they are unaware. I must admit, I am surprised you have not boasted of Roger's name in more brazen fashion, Littlefield remarked, taken aback. He recalled how Buggy had once appeared utterly terrified, yet now revealed a semblance of principle. Is it true? I never imagined Captain Buggy was a crew member of the Pirate King, a living legend. The prisoners erupted in cheers, chanting, Buggy, Buggy, Buggy. Zoro smirked. Who would have thought? Buggy was indeed a member of Roger's crew, despite his evident weakness. His comment was met with nods of agreement, acknowledging the imperfections aboard that ship. Enough of this discussion, we must focus. Ahead lies the entrance to Impel Down, Sanji interjected, pointing towards the massive wooden doors. This is it. I will never return here. We are finally about to escape. Some prisoners recognized the place, tears of joy streaming down their faces. Push. With collective effort, the great doors slowly creaked open. What is happening? Where have the warships gone? Gazing out at the vast expanse of the ocean, the crowd gasped in astonishment. Is this where our efforts come to an end? Lamented a prisoner, kneeling in despair. I refuse to return to that hell. Silence. In the distance, the silhouette of a warship can still be discerned. Leave the matter of commandeering the vessel to me. With that, Jinbei strode towards the gate, grasped it firmly, and with a powerful tug, he tore down half of the massive door. To everyone's astonishment, he effortlessly brought down a door that had required so many to budge just moments before. Such formidable strength, truly, Jinbei, one of the 7 warlords, lives up to his reputation. The onlookers were taken aback by Jinbei's might, and praises erupted around him. Who among you wishes to join me? Just leap aboard. With that, Jinbei jumped into the sea. Very well, I shall accompany you on this journey, Crocodile declared, leaping onto the door plank, following suit. I shall join the fray as well. After so many years in Impel Down, my body has grown rusty. A little exercise would do me good, added Gecko Moria as he too ascended the plank. Ha ha, I shall join you for this adventure. Buggy laughed heartily as he hopped onto the door, secretly thinking to himself how foolish the prisoners on the shore were. Instead of fretting about Magellan's arrival, it would be far safer to be among these formidable warriors. Then we shall remain here, waiting for Luffy's arrival, decided Zoro and his companions, choosing to stay on the shore. Steady yourselves, we embark, Jinbei shouted, and in an instant, the door plank shot forth like a released arrow, speeding towards the warship. What incredible velocity! It was as if they were flying fish. As the figure of Jinbei receded into the distance, the onlookers on the shore gasped in astonishment. Whoosh, whoosh, boom, boom. Alarmed, Buggy cried out in terror at the overwhelming barrage of cannonballs. Sandstorm, Crocodile commanded, conjuring a tempest of sand to shield them from the majority of the projectiles, while the few that slipped through were dealt with by Jinbei. Where has Jinbei gone? Buggy lowered his gaze, realizing that Jinbei had vanished, and anxiously exclaimed, Has he fled? Has he? Meanwhile, Jinbei was submerged in the sea, his hands seemingly grasping a whirlpool of water, which he forcefully hurled upwards, propelling the tidal current skyward. In an instant, a towering column of water erupted, lifting the gate and depositing it onto a naval warship. Ah, Major, they are charging forward. What should we do? A terrified sailor stared at the descending quartet. Chapter 116. Fools, is there any need to ask? The enemy is upon us. Hurry and mobilize. The Major bellowed in frustration upon hearing his subordinate's words. Yes, Major, the soldier responded promptly, scurrying away to relay the command. Observing the departing figures of his subordinates, the Major General wore an expression of helplessness, deeming them quite foolish. Crocodile, surrender at once, or we shall be compelled to open fire, a lieutenant colonel shouted, pointing at the group, noticing an unfamiliar face among them, and recognizing the other two as mere children with bounties of a few tens of millions of berries. The lieutenant colonel naturally assumed Crocodile to be the leader and addressed him accordingly. You, boy, what do you think you are to demand my surrender? Moreover, even if I were to capitulate, the esteemed Lord Riderfield may not acquiesce. Isn't that right, Count Red? Crocodile first mocked the lieutenant colonel, then turned to Riderfield, the Red Count, and continued, Indeed, no one can compel me to yield. Blood slash. With that, Riderfield swung his bat umbrella, and in an instant, a slender crimson slash hurtled toward a nearby warship. Ha ha ha, such a feeble attack dares to present itself, truly unaware of its own insignificance. Upon witnessing the delicate strike, the naval colonel erupted into hearty laughter. It was inconceivable that the Red Count possessed merely such feeble power. He was eager to observe the unfolding events. Bucky, having witnessed the might of Riderfield, was not swayed to believe that the red count strike would be so simplistic. Before long, the blood-red blade expanded exponentially, ultimately transforming into a slashing force over 1,000 meters long, cleaving the sea asunder. All naval vessels in its path were severed in two, gradually succumbing to the depths of the ocean. Age had indeed taken its toll, even diminishing strength. Observing his own devastating strike, Liefeld expressed his dissatisfaction. Isn't this terrifying enough? How can you still be discontent? What are we to do? The expressions of Crocodile and his companions reflected their incredulity. This is utterly horrifying. Can we truly apprehend them? One formidable slash had sunk 3 warships, and such overwhelming force nearly shattered the morale of the Navy. Silence. Justice shall undoubtedly triumph over evil. Fire upon all warships. The Navy's rear admiral, incensed by the murmurs of his subordinates, bellowed his command. Yes, sir. Instantly, the sound of cannon fire erupted. Ha 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 ha. You fools. To dare attack upon witnessing Lord Leda's might is tantamount to courting death. Buggy shouted exuberantly from the sidelines. Utterly reckless. Subsequently, Leda unleashed several more blood-red blades, dispatching the remaining warships, leaving only the last one beneath him. Monsters. The warships have been decimated by the admiral. What shall we do? The remaining Navy personnel were bereft of their earlier bravado. The Red Count is truly formidable. He is indeed my idol. Buggy shamelessly continued to flatter. It seems we have little to do with this, Crocodile remarked, somewhat exasperated. Jinbei, floating upon the water, gazed at Liefeld with a sense of helplessness. Having intended to make his mark, only to find that the battle had already concluded, the feeling was quite disheartening. Hey, you Navy scoundrels. Are you leaping in on your own, or shall we assist you? Buggy approached the Navy's rear admiral, boasting. Damn it. Were it not for the headquarters recalling all personnel above the rank of commander, how could you so easily destroy our warships? The admiral, suppressing his fury, glared at Buggy's arrogance. Ha ha. So what? With the Red Count here, even with the general present, we have no fear. Enough, Buggy. Do not waste time with him. Let us act. Only the Count has engaged thus far. We cannot merely watch. We shall deal with the remaining Navy ourselves, while the Count can rest for now. Crocodile interjected, stepping forward to interrupt Buggy. Damn it. Listen to my orders. All sailors must abandon their warships. I will assume full responsibility. The Navy's rear admiral suddenly issued a command to all sailors. Admiral, how can you do this? Execute the order. The lieutenant, about to voice his objections, was cut off by the admiral. Yes, sir. The lieutenant could only comply with the command. It appeared that no further action was required from them. Observing all the Navy personnel leap into the sea, Crocodile remarked with a hint of boredom, Humph. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, Jinbei emerged from the water onto the deck, his massive form causing the ship to tremble violently. Has the mission already been accomplished? That was remarkably swift, truly worthy of being compared to the legendary Whitebeard. Jinbei had witnessed the recent battle and, aside from Whitebeard himself, had never encountered someone of such formidable strength. Now that we have secured the warship, shall we return to retrieve them? Whitebeard suggested as he noted the assembly of crew members. No problem. I shall take the helm, Jinbei proclaimed. Moving to the ship's wheel to steer towards the entrance of Impel Down. Look, Captain Buggy and the others are back. A prisoner beside them shouted, pointing toward the sea. Chapter 117. It seems we have secured the warship. Now we await Luffy's return. Just as Zoro finished speaking, the floor of the first level trembled violently. What is happening? An earthquake? A fallen prisoner exclaimed in fear. Suddenly, a massive figure, enveloped in steam, burst through the floor, landing with a metallic clang. It then exhaled a copious amount of gas, gradually shrinking down to the size of an ordinary person. Phew. My hockey is nearly depleted. It was Luffy, who had just engaged in battle with Magellan. Realizing his hockey was running low, he had hastily broken through the second and first floors to escape. Luffy, where is Magellan now? Sanji inquired, placing a hand on Luffy's shoulder. He's still on the third level, the hungry hell. He might be taking the elevator now. So we must hurry. Luffy replied as he rose to his feet. By the way, did we manage to seize the warship? Jinbei and the others have secured it and are approaching rapidly, Zoro answered upon hearing Luffy's question. That's great. Ace, wait for me. We will rescue you soon. You won't be going anywhere because you will all perish here. Magellan's voice boomed ominously. Venom Dragon Judgment. The sudden appearance of Magellan instilled fear among the group. Blood puncture. At that moment, Whitebeard appeared before them, striking Magellan with his umbrella, inflicting severe injury. Damn it. Whitebeard, you will eventually be apprehended by the Navy headquarters. Do not rejoice too soon. With that, Magellan collapsed to the ground. Unconscious, the raid field spared his life. Magellan has fallen. We can depart from this place. Long live the Red Count. The cheers of the crowd reverberated throughout the advancing city. Everyone, listen attentively. All aboard the warship. Destination, Naval Headquarters. Oh, at this moment. The Naval Headquarters was in utter chaos. What did you say? Magellan has been defeated. Count Baloric and Ladefield are escaping from the advancing city and heading towards the headquarters. Upon hearing the reports from the advancing city, the warlord exclaimed, drenched in sweat. Who is the Red Count? He is the man who has vanquished the Supreme Commander Steelbone Kong, a figure of immense strength, especially with the addition of Whitebeard. The Navy is undoubtedly doomed. No. This matter must be reported to the commander immediately. Someone, fetch him. Meanwhile, Liu Xuan and his companions were still on the archipelago of Shambodi. Captain, has our ship not yet been coded? The execution of Fire Fist Ace is about to commence. If this continues, we shall miss it. Clint complained, looking at Liu Xuan. How was I to know the coding process would take so long? I shall go and urge Rayleigh to expedite it. Liu Xuan replied, exasperated. It's all right. Isn't Goku still available? If we can't make it in time, we can simply have him teleport us there. Bulma remarked, glancing at Liu Xuan. Indeed. How could I have forgotten about Goku? By the way, has his teleportation recovered? Clint, you must call him at once. Liu Xuan said, realization dawning upon him. All right. I shall connect with him now. Clint responded, retrieving the communication device. Ring, ring, ring. Hello. Who is this? Goku's voice came from the other end of the line. Goku. This is Clint. The captain asked me to inquire if your teleportation has recovered. Upon hearing Goku's familiar voice, Clint hurriedly asked. It has recovered somewhat. I can use it about 3 times now. Captain, Goku says he can teleport 3 times. Clint informed Liu Xuan of Goku's status. Then let us hasten and have him come over. Observing that Clint was still in a daze, Liu Xuan spoke with exasperation. Oh, all right. Clint, regaining his composure, hastily informed Wukong, the captain requests your presence. Instantly, as Clint's words fell, Wukong appeared behind him. Clint, Wukong said, gently patting him on the shoulder. You are remarkably swift. My phone's still engaged, yet here you are. The captain summoned me, so I had to be quick. Well then, Wukong. The reason for your summons is that the membrane of the Dragon God has yet to be coded, and we would like you to take us there directly via teleportation. Noticing Wukong's arrival, Liu Xuan stepped forward to address him. All right, come closer and grasp my shoulder. With that, he reached his right hand to his brow, preparing to utilize instant transmission. Just then, Rayleigh rushed over, exclaiming, Captain, your ship has completed the membrane coating. We can set sail. A series of thuds followed. What happened to you all? Rayleigh asked, puzzled. What do you mean? It's all because of you. The group shouted in unison. What did I do? All right. Since the Dragon God has been coated, let us embark on our journey. Wukong's instant transmission should be reserved for critical moments. Indeed. Chapter 118, Naval Headquarters Conference Room. Gentlemen, this war pertains to the survival of our Navy. Thus, it must be approached with utmost seriousness, without the slightest hint of negligence, declared an elderly man seated at the head of the table. He was a robust figure, with a broad chest, tawny skin, and white hair resembling a crown of peaks. A stitched scar marred his visage beneath his left eye. He donned a sleeveless black shirt adorned with medals, revealing muscular arms, and a deep green armband, complemented by a light yellow scarf around his neck, topped with a white cloak. He was none other than General Steelbone Kong, the supreme commander of both the Navy and Army. General Kong speaks the truth. The Red Earl represents the most unpredictable variable in this war. Some of you may not be familiar with his name, Barilic Radefield, who once stood shoulder to shoulder with Whitebeard and Roger, an entity of terrifying power. Those below the rank of Admiral should avoid confrontation with him, lest they be swiftly dispatched, continued Sengoku, seated beside Kong. To be able to rival Whitebeard and Roger single-handedly. What kind of formidable strength must one possess? A young Rear Admiral marveled. Humph. He was formidable in his prime, but now he is merely an old man. Nothing to be feared. As a Rear Admiral, how can one harbor fear before the battle has even begun? Admiral Akainu proclaimed loudly, seemingly dissatisfied with the Rear Admiral. I am an old man too. Would you care to spar with me, Akainu? Vice Admiral Garp, hearing Akainu's words, expressed his displeasure. Since rejuvenating, Garp had surpassed his peak strength, exuding an overwhelming presence. Fleet Admiral Sengoku was taken aback, as Akainu's special treatment by Garp only added to his discomfort. Humph. Vice Admiral Garp, You have returned to your youthful form. You cannot engage with the likes of Rafield now, Akainu conceded, albeit reluctantly. How formidable. Vice Admiral Garp's strength must now surpass even that of the four emperors, remarked Kizaru with a lewd tone, inciting the desire for a confrontation. Indeed. With Vice Admiral Garp on our side, no adversary shall remain at the Navy headquarters, applauded a Rear Admiral. Have you all forgotten that Whitebeard has also regained his youth? I suspect his strength has transcended its former limits. It remains uncertain if we can secure victory in this war, Garp cautioned. Garp is correct, Akainu. Do not underestimate the Red Count. I am keenly aware of his capabilities. A moment's carelessness could lead to your downfall, Sengoku concurred with Garp's wisdom. Thus, with Fleet Admiral Sengoku's involvement and the assistance from the army, we must ensure the complete annihilation of the Whitebeard pirates, announced Sengoku emphatically. Very well. Let us conclude this meeting. All Navy and Army personnel, heed my command. Return to your posts and await the arrival of the Whitebeard pirates. Yes. At the execution platform in the Navy headquarters base square, Fire Fist Ace, escorted by executioners, ascended the platform and knelt down. This individual is the catalyst of this war, Fire Fist Ace? The square was filled with naval elites who were fully committed to this impending conflict. In front of the execution platform stood 4 chairs, and shortly after, 4 towering figures approached and took their seats. Among them were Kizaru, Akainu, and Akiji, while the last was a middle-aged man clad in a gray cloak, distinctly different from the 3 admirals. Who is that person? I do not believe I have seen him before, murmured the naval officers below. Oh, he is Army General Pick, Otis. It is said he possesses the powers of the nature-type Earth Fruit. His strength comparable to that of the 3 admirals, revealed a knowledgeable Rear Admiral. Now I understand. With such formidable forces guarding us, I cannot fathom how Whitebeard could possibly rescue Fire Fist Ace. Indeed, with the might of 4 admirals, along with Fleet Admiral Sengoku, Vice Admiral Garp, Fleet Admiral Kong, the 7 warlords, and numerous vice admirals stationed here, the Whitebeard pirates will surely be met with utter defeat. Absolutely, absolutely. At this moment, Sengoku and Garp emerged. Garp, I must say, are you truly untroubled? Never mind. It seems it can no longer be concealed. You shall handle it as you see fit. After speaking, Garp took a seat nearby. Sengoku approached Ace, halting beside him, and produced a din-din mushi. The video call was already activated, visible to the world. Ace, reveal your father's name. Sengoku's words echoed across the entire plaza. My father is Whitebeard, Ace proclaimed without a moment's hesitation. Incorrect. There's nothing incorrect about it. My father is solely Whitebeard. Do not attempt to deny it any longer. After thorough investigation, we have unraveled your lineage. Pausing to catch his breath, Sengoku continued. Your mother, Port Gasti, Rouge, bore you for an arduous 20 months to evade the Navy's scrutiny, ultimately perishing after your birth. You are the child of Gold. Roger. Chapter 119, The Child of Roger. The Pirate King has indeed left behind a legacy. Survived. Has he? I never anticipated that the man would have offspring. At that moment, a lieutenant rushed over, reporting to Admiral Sengoku that the gate of justice had unexpectedly opened without prior notice, and they could not establish contact with the power room. What did you say? Sengoku exclaimed in astonishment. Meanwhile, Luffy and his companions were troubled over how to pass through the gate of justice, only to find it opening of its own accord. It has opened? Wasn't it said that it would never do so? The power room should be in Marineford. Who could it possibly be? As he gazed at the open gates of justice, Jinbei spoke with uncertainty. Let us not dwell on it. Onward, Luffy shouted, as the warship continued its voyage towards Marineford. The eerie silence felt unnaturally unsettling. At Marineford, the Navy awaited the arrival of the Whitebeard pirates. Suddenly, a multitude of pirate ships appeared in the distance. Among them were the Knight of the Sea, Doma, the Ice Witch, Perona, the Decalbin brothers, the Thunderlord, Marco, and the Great Dread Spider, Squardo, all belonging to the Whitebeard crew, totaling 43 ships. However, there was no sign of Whitebeard or his 14 commanders. The Navy, observing the situation, reported back. What is happening? How did they suddenly appear here? Sengoku remarked, puzzled. Gurgle. The calm sea suddenly erupted with a multitude of bubbles. Could it be? As I gazed upon the increasing bubbles rising from the ocean depths, Sengoku felt beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Suddenly, a tremendous eruption of seawater occurred, and from the depths emerged a colossal pirate ship, adorned with a shimmering film. Yet, as soon as the vessel breached the surface, it shattered into fragments. Remarkably, The film had surfaced from the ocean floor. Amidst the panicked screams of the crowd, 3 more pirate ships sprang forth from the abyss, each aligning itself in a cardinal direction, each guarding its territory. The captains of the Whitebeard pirates were all present, a formidable assembly of 14 leaders. Boom, boom. A series of footsteps echoed as a towering figure emerged from the ship's hold. Though he appeared rejuvenated, he was instantly recognizable, Edward Newgate, the world's strongest man, known as Whitebeard. "Is my son unharmed?" he bellowed. Sengoku, standing on the deck, felt the overwhelming aura emanating from Whitebeard, rendering those around him breathless. This was unexpected. He had not anticipated being so closely encroached upon. Sengoku realized that Whitebeard's strength had far surpassed his own peak capabilities, leaving him under immense pressure. The sheer terror of the world's strongest man was palpable. Merely gazing upon him felt as if one's life was hanging by a thread. The surrounding navy felt the oppressive air and dared not speak loudly. What should we do? It appears that Admiral Sengoku is not a match for Whitebeard. The navy murmured among themselves, already sensing defeat in the air. Newgate, I never anticipated you would rise from the ocean depths. Truly cunning. Carp, noticing Sengoku's state, stepped forward, releasing his own aura to counteract Whitebeard's. How splendid. With Admiral Carp here, we may yet prevail. Indeed, Carp had regained his youthful vigor and would surely withstand Whitebeard's might. Carp's actions invigorated the navy tremendously. Thank you, Carp. Sengoku felt warmth in his heart. It seemed his old comrade still had his back. However, Carp's next words ignited Sengoku's ire. No need for thanks, Sengoku. After all, you are getting old. I must take care of the elderly. If you insist on expressing gratitude, then do share your rice crackers with me. Carp laughed heartily, causing Sengoku to fantasize about silencing his mouth. Cursed Carp, so what if he has regained his youth? Someday, when I find the Dragon Balls, I will have them restore my youth as well, Sengoku thought with jealousy. Indeed, I have aged. Carp, you speak the truth. Zhanghua. It would be wise for you to return to a life of retirement rather than linger in such perilous surroundings. Whitebeard seized upon Carp's words. Provoking Zhanghua could serve his interests, so why not indulge? Indeed, Zhanghua, I shall take charge here. You may rest. Carp remarked with a grin. Enough of your nonsense, you scoundrel Whitebeard. And you, Carp, cease your jesting. Zhanghua was on the verge of losing his temper due to Carp's antics. Whitebeard may tolerate such folly, but you and I are allies, for goodness sake. I understand, Carp replied, his smile vanishing as he adopted a serious demeanor. Humph. All naval forces, prepare for battle. As Carp ceased his antics, Sengoku let out a snort and issued commands to the entire army. Shall we commence? Very well. Allow me to present you with a grand gift. With that, Whitebeard planted his massive sword beside him, crossed his fists, and then forcefully swept them apart, unleashing a tremor throughout the sea. With a sound akin to shattering glass, the areas struck by Whitebeard seemed to fracture, as if the very atmosphere had been shattered. Was this the true power of the tremor fruit? Moments later, the sea surged hundreds of meters upward, seemingly intent on submerging the marine headquarters. The sea tremor had been unleashed, and its potency had escalated dramatically. It appeared that Whitebeard, upon regaining his youth, had similarly transcended the boundaries of strength, entering a legendary realm, suggesting that a fierce battle loomed ahead. Sengoku, witnessing the tremor unleashed by Whitebeard, was drenched in sweat and exclaimed, "Is he truly human? Such terrifying abilities cannot possibly belong to a mere mortal." After a brief interval, the ocean gradually calmed. Is it quieting down? What occurred during that upheaval? Ace called out. Father, why did you come? This is all my fault for not heeding your advice. It was I who instructed you to go. Whitebeard replied, his expression impassive. You clearly tried to dissuade me. It was I who failed to listen. I told you to go, did I not, Marco? Whitebeard turned to Marco for confirmation. Oh, I heard it too. You've truly endured much, Ace. Pausing for a moment, Marco continued. In these waters, everyone should be aware of the dire consequences of harming our comrades. We shall not spare anyone who dares to harm you, Ace. Just wait for us. Oh, the crowd shouted in unison. What an extraordinary gathering we have summoned. Why are we even discussing this now? It feels quite uncomfortable, remarked the 3 admirals as they observed the Whitebeard pirates. How shall we mount our assault, Whitebeard? Doflamingo muttered to himself before turning to Mihawk. Will you merely watch this time, Mihawk? Mihawk offered no response, silently observing Whitebeard. What is the matter with you? The water level seems unusually high. 2 Marines, monitoring the water level, exclaimed. Did you hear something? Sengoku inquired of Carp. Carp listened intently and replied. It sounds like the roar of the waves. It's coming. Whitebeard understood the cause of the sound. His prior attack was designed to incite this colossal wave. What is that? Suddenly, a marine pointed towards the sea, shouting, "What is it?" Those nearby questioned, gazing into the depths. It's massive. There is indeed a formidable presence here. How overwhelming. Such a tsunami could potentially engulf the entirety of Marineford. In the distance, two towering waves roared, surging towards the Navy headquarters from both sides of Marineford, threatening imminent destruction should they crash down. The frozen capsule. Suddenly, Admiral Akiji leapt into the air, his hands conjuring two icy spires that connected to the tsunami. Before long, the monstrous waves were entirely encased in ice, transforming into two colossal icebergs. Cursed icy little brat. Observing the tsunami he had encased in ice, Whitebeard muttered, "Ice blocks, two-pronged spear." Akiji, panting heavily, had expended considerable energy to freeze Whitebeard's tsunami. With a sweeping motion, he unleashed a barrage of ice spears directed at Whitebeard. In silence, Whitebeard retaliated with a single punch, shattering the atmosphere, and not far away, Akiji transformed into an ice statue, plunging into the sea. The Ice Age. Remarkably, Akiji did not sink but instead transformed the entire surface of the ocean into a glacier, ensnaring all the ships in its icy grasp. There is a path. Everyone, charge forward. Let us rescue Ace. Akiji's Ice Age providentially granted the Whitebeard pirates a foothold. A cacophony of footsteps resonated as Hawkeye leaped down from the platform, positioning himself directly opposite Whitebeard. Is that guy about to make a move? Haha. What brings him to action this time? I thought you were merely here for the spectacle, teased Doflamingo as he observed Hawkeye's descent. I merely wished to gauge the distance between myself and the strongest, Hawkeye replied, drawing his black blade. Gripping the hilt with resolve, he swung fiercely, unleashing a colossal green blade of energy that cleaved toward Whitebeard, severing all in its path, be it man or glacier. Is this truly the mightiest strike in the world? How terrifying. Old man. As the formidable blade aura surged toward his father, the crew of the Whitebeard pirates erupted in anxious shouts. Whitebeard, unfazed by the colossal wave of energy, observed calmly until, unexpectedly, a figure leaped in to intercept the lethal strike. Upon witnessing this intervention, Whitebeard smiled. To think that someone could withstand the world's foremost slash, who could it be? The figure bellowed, raising his arms with great force, dissipating the blade aura into the heavens and scattering the clouds above. What could that be? It is none other than the 3rd Division captain of the Whitebeard pirates, Diamond Jozu. As the energy vanished, the identity of the figure became clear, his body transformed into a resplendent diamond, leaving no doubt that it was indeed Jozu. Humph, Hawkeye. I want to allow you to disrupt my father, Jozu declared with a grin, addressing the swordsman. Hawkeye remained silent, sheathing his black blade and stepping aside, refraining from further action. Meanwhile, Kizaru rose, muttering to himself, truly, the captains of the Whitebeard pirates are formidable, each one a monster. To minimize unnecessary losses, we ought to eliminate the commander first. With that, he transformed into radiant light, vanishing from sight and heading toward Whitebeard. In an instant, the golden light materialized before Whitebeard, revealing Kizaru, who floated in midair, his hands aglow with golden light as he shouted, Yasukani no Magatama. Countless golden orbs surged toward Whitebeard. Just as the luminous projectiles were about to strike, a blue figure darted in, intercepting all the orbs. How could I allow you to disturb our king right from the start? Oh, how terrifying. Kizaru halted his assault, speaking in a sly tone. Chapter 121. Whitebeard strikes back. The Admiral's attack had been thwarted. What was happening? Enveloped in blue flames, the figure stood resolute. How frightening, the Whitebeard pirates. Kizaru's expression remained mischievous. The being had withstood Kizaru's direct attack without faltering. Indeed, it was the legendary ability. A mythical Zoan-type beast, rarer than even the Logia. Embodied by the captain of the 1st Division, Marco, the Phoenix. Marco's azure flames surged dramatically, transforming into a magnificent bird wreathed in blue fire as he charged at Kizaru. I've never seen such a bird before, Kizaru remarked. He unleashed his previous attack once more. The Yasukani no Magatama aimed at Marco, but this strike proved ineffective. Marco dispatched it with a swift kick. With a thunderous crash, Kizaru was propelled against the wall, resulting in a powerful explosion. However, he emerged unharmed, golden light flashing as he returned to the plaza. It seems that breaching their defenses will not be so simple. The giant troops must also remain vigilant of aerial foes. Observing the airborne Marco, the yellow monkey commanded, yes. Several giants responded and prepared to advance. Stand aside. You are no match for me. At that moment, Diamond George rushed in, shouting, and leaped into the air. his right hand transforming into diamond as it pierced the ice surface. With a resounding crash, a circular crack emerged upon the ice. And George extended his arms to lift a massive ice block, which he then hurled backward with great force. A colossal ice chunk, spanning several hundred meters, soared towards the execution platform. If you can stop it, then try, George declared, exuding confidence in his formidable maneuver, for such a massive ice block was not easily repelled. That ice is enormous, the Marines exclaimed as they beheld the incoming projectile. Honestly, if it comes down, who will guard the execution platform? Suddenly, Akaina rose, his right hand morphing into magma as he struck the ice block. In an instant, the ice melted away, while the magma erupted explosively, scattering in all directions. Bang! Whitebeard swung his sword, intercepting a magma projectile, inhaling deeply to extinguish the flames. Light the candles for the birthday feast, you little magma imp. Aren't you fond of extravagant funerals, Whitebeard? Akaina retorted. What a pity, the arena suits my combat style. Otherwise, I would join in the fray, remarked the last admiral seated on his chair. Otis, cease your foolishness. You, a user of the earth fruit, have the duty to guard the execution platform and must not leave lightly. Akaina responded earnestly to his words. Understood, understood. I will maintain my watch here, Otis replied impatiently, waving his hand. You, my friend, take this seriously. Upon perceiving the adversary's demeanor, Akaina erupted in fury, shouting vehemently. Suddenly, a resounding tremor reverberated through the air, as a colossal figure emerged from behind the warship, Little Oars Jr., the descendant of the formidable Whitebeard pirate's devil, towering several times above that of an ordinary giant. He brandished his arms, and with a sweeping motion, a massive blade, stretching several meters in length, descended from the heavens. With a thunderous crash, a warship was cleaved in twain. Is that truly the progeny of the Devil Oars? The giant army has been summoned into action. Upon the appearance of Little Oars, Sengoku commanded the giant troops to advance and launch an attack. Ace. In a swift motion, Little Oars seized a warship and hurled it towards the giant forces. How infuriating. There was no stopping it. Several giants were sent flying by the impact. Ace. I shall come to your rescue at once. At that moment, the tyrant Bartholomew Kuma suddenly emerged, raising his hands towards the heavens to compress the air, executing his signature move, the Ursa's Shock. Boom. A translucent paw struck Little Oars, resulting in a violent explosion, leaving him bloodied and on the verge of collapse. Oars! Ace cried out, and in that instant, Little Oars regained his senses, reaching out in an attempt to confront Don Quixote Doflamingo. However, he was no match for Doflamingo, who ensnared his right leg with strings. You can't move now, can you? Doflamingo chuckled sinisterly, intent on severing Little Oars' foot. Suddenly, a dark shadow loomed over him, causing Doflamingo to break into a cold sweat. You little brat! Do you wish to perish? Came a voice from behind Doflamingo. Of course not, Doflamingo replied with a forced laugh, releasing the entangled right leg of Little Oars as he turned to see Whitebeard standing right behind him, an imposing figure that he dared not provoke. Whitebeard, are you unable to restrain yourself? Sengoku exclaimed in shock at Whitebeard's descent. Young man, do you comprehend the repercussions of attacking the Whitebeard pirates? Whitebeard glared at him coldly. Haha, I am also a warlord of the sea. My actions against you are driven by necessity. Doflamingo, unwilling to engage with Whitebeard, quickly backpedaled. Enough with the trivialities, Shockwave. Whitebeard unleashed a powerful punch, and with the sound of the air splitting, Doflamingo was sent sprawling. Spit. Such terrifying strength. Whitebeard is truly a monster. Doflamingo coughed up blood as he realized the magnitude of the threat. Chapter 122, The Awakening of the Tremor Fruit. Carp, hurry and stop Whitebeard. Witnessing the terrifying might of Whitebeard, Sengoku addressed Garp. Understood. However, I cannot guarantee that I am his equal, for both of us have transcended our previous limits. It remains uncertain who possesses greater strength. Garp rose to his feet and declared, I shall assist you. The Admiral's position here is sufficient. Sengoku nodded in agreement with Garp's statement, and together they leapt from the execution platform. Whitebeard, allow us to partake in this duel with you. Garp and Sengoku positioned themselves before Whitebeard, obstructing his path. Ha ha ha. Garp, Sengoku, are you not concerned about leaving the execution platform unguarded? Aren't you afraid Ace might be rescued? Garp and Sengoku simultaneously unleashed their might, applying immense pressure on Whitebeard. Humph. The execution platform is under watch. We need not worry. Do not attempt to provoke us, Sengoku retorted with a cold snort. Oh, is it that individual? Gazing at the cloaked figure upon the execution platform, Whitebeard murmured to himself. Enough of the trivialities, Carp. Behold my beloved iron fist. Without further ado, Carp responded with a direct strike. Boom. The collision of their fists unleashed a gale force akin to a tempest, sending both pirates and marines alike flying from the vicinity. We must vacate this place swiftly. The clash between Carp and the old man will ensnare us. The marines and pirates hastily retreated, creating an expanse of open ground. Ho ho ho, Carp. I did not anticipate that you too have ascended to this realm. It is the perfect opportunity for me to test the capabilities bestowed upon me by the newly awakened Tremor fruit. After parrying Carp's punch, Whitebeard chuckled. Could it be? Sengoku gasped, catching a faint glimmer of understanding regarding Whitebeard's proclamation. Ho ho ho. Sengoku, it seems you have deduced correctly. Indeed, it is. The awakening of the Tremor fruit. For decades, I have languished at a bottleneck since acquiring this fruit, yet now, with the augmentation of my strength, I have transcended that limit, achieving a state of awakening long elusive. Upon hearing Sengoku's words, Whitebeard recognized that he had surmised the awakening of his fruit. The moniker of the wise General Sengoku was not without merit. Ho ho ho. Has your Tremor fruit finally awakened? Allow me to test your newly acquired power. In a state of armed might, Carp transformed into a figure of gold, resembling an indestructible being, as he charged directly at Whitebeard. Ho ho ho. It seems I am not the only one to have gained new abilities. The Tremor fruit awakens. Whitebeard bellowed, unleashing his awakened power. Rumble. As Whitebeard activated his ability, the entirety of Mariehua began to tremble, as if even the heavens themselves quaked. The clouds above dissipated, and crackling sounds echoed as fissures appeared in the atmosphere. Nearby, both marines and pirates were violently cast aside. How terrifying. What is happening? Is this the arrival of the apocalypse? Witnessing comrades who were just fighting alongside me being violently thrown away, their fates uncertain, nearby individuals cried out in despair. You wretched old man. Do you intend to slay us all? Witnessing the Navy's warring states fall to the aftermath was quite the spectacle. Apologies, as this is my inaugural experience wielding awakened powers, and I find myself struggling to contain such might. Having said that, Whitebeard reigned in his fruit's capabilities, causing all disturbances to cease. Phew, I thought I was on the brink of demise. Father, this maneuver of yours is truly perilous. As the tremors ceased, a collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd. Whitebeard, I have arrived. Prepare to face my formidable punch. At that moment, Garp charged towards Whitebeard, his golden fist aimed directly at the pirate's visage. Whitebeard deftly sidestepped to evade Garp's strike. However, the unfortunate pirates and Navy men positioned several hundred meters behind him were not so fortunate, as they were violently propelled backward by the ferocious gust generated by the punch, rendering them unconscious. Such a distance, several hundred meters. Yet the mere force of the wind from a punch could unleash such devastation. Truly, Garp is a monstrous figure. If I were to engage him in combat alone, I would undoubtedly be sent flying in mere moments. Upon witnessing the minion being sent flying, several captains of the Whitebeard pirates expressed their terror. Come on, Carp. Take a punch from me. Whitebeard landed a mighty blow upon Carp's chest. With a resounding crack, accompanied by the sound of the atmosphere splitting, Carp was propelled several hundred meters, crashing into a wall several meters thick, becoming buried beneath the debris. To think he unleashed such a devastating force without any prior charge, could this be the power awakened by the Tremor fruit? Sengoku, astonished by Whitebeard's attack, marveled at the display. Suddenly, a chunk of the wall was forcefully thrust aside and crashed to the ground. Carp emerged from the rubble, dusting himself off, seemingly unscathed. Remarkably, he had sustained no injuries from Whitebeard's tremor. Carp's defenses were indeed formidable. Marco was taken aback by Carp's resilience. Haha, Whitebeard, that move of yours was truly impressive. Had it been the old me, I would have been injured. Carp chuckled as he approached Whitebeard. Sengoku, it might be wise for you to refrain from intervening in our battle. Otherwise, you may find yourself injured. Whitebeard's combat prowess has increased significantly, and such an assault is not something I can withstand too many times, Carp cautioned, blocking Sengoku, who intended to assist. Chapter 123, The Arrival of Luffy and Others. Damn it, just be careful. Sengoku replied, begrudgingly acknowledging his inability to assist. He never imagined a day would come when he would feel like a hindrance. Next time he found a Dragon Ball, he vowed to wish for youth. Don't lose heart. Sengoku, you can take a moment to rest over there. At your age, you ought to pay more attention to your health, Carp jested, further solidifying Sengoku's determination to regain his youth. You're such a scoundrel, Carp. Stop spouting nonsense. Sengoku retorted, his resolve to reclaim his youth fortified. Returning to the execution platform, Sengoku retrieved a din mushi and addressed Tsuru, stating, "It's time to initiate the plan. The moment is ripe. We can proceed." Tsuru, holding the din mushi, contemplated for a moment before responding. Sengoku nodded to those nearby, instructing, "Connect all the Marines' din mushi." "Yes, Admiral Sengoku," came the reply. 1 minute later, the entire square resonated with the sounds of the din mushi. Brew, 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 brew. Whitebeard, engaged in battle with Carp, expressed his confusion. What trick is that guy Sengoku up to now? Meanwhile, Kobe and Barumabur, paralyzed with fear from Akainu's subordinates, received the din mushi's alarming announcement. "Did you hear? They're planning to execute Fire Fist Ace ahead of schedule," Kobe exclaimed, eyes wide with shock as he turned to Barumabur. "Yes, we must hurry back, Kobe," Barumabur called out, eager to summon KB back to the battlefield, aware that lingering here might attract the attention of Admiral Akainu, leading to dire consequences. It was paramount to escape this precarious situation. Suddenly, KB pointed at the sky and shouted, "What is that?" It appeared to be a vessel. Barumabur gazed at the descending dark shape in the sky. Meanwhile, Sengoku and the others also noticed the silhouette of the ship plummeting from above. How could a ship fall from the sky? Was it a surprise attack from Whitebeard? Just as Sengoku pondered this, Whitebeard himself was left questioning whether Sengoku had orchestrated this event, for as the ship descended, it became evident that it was a warship. Only the Navy could navigate such a vessel. Yet, it seemed it was not the Navy. At that moment, in the sky, Buggy the Clown yelled, "It's all your fault for bringing up that ridiculous proposal earlier. Otherwise, we wouldn't be in this mess." Luffy retorted loudly, "How is it my fault?" "You all agreed too." Sanji interjected, unable to bear the incessant bickering between the two. "Can you both stop? What matters now is what we do. We're over 1,000 meters from the ground. If we fall, we're finished. Help. I'm a rubber man, so I won't be harmed if I fall." Luffy suddenly recalled his unique ability to withstand falls. "You idiot. Do you think you're safe? Hurry up and think of a solution," Sanji exclaimed in frustration. "Right. We've learned the moonwalk technique. We can walk in the air." Sanji remembered, realizing he had been so focused on shouting for help that he overlooked this crucial detail. "We seem to have mastered the moonwalk too." Zoro and Drake chimed in, with Zoro having learned the technique from Liu Xuan and Drake, being a former Navy Rear Admiral, naturally adept at it. "Haha, then we're fine." Luffy laughed heartily. "You may be fine, but what about us?" Buggy snapped, exasperated by Luffy's laughter. "Hey, stop arguing. It looks like the place we're falling into is somewhere we won't die," Jibei noted, having observed the surroundings during their descent and spotting a patch of water below, which was precisely where they were headed. "Really? That's fantastic. We won't die after all." Whoosh. Boom. The warship crashed into the water, sending up a towering column of water. Most of the escaped prisoners landed in the water, while a few elegantly alighted on the now calm warship. "That's the Warlord Crocodile," a Navy officer shouted, pointing at Crocodile, standing on the deck. "And the sea hero Jinbei. That large-faced individual is Ivankov from the Revolutionary Army." "Ace." At that moment, Luffy leaped down from Sanji and spotted Ace on the execution platform, shouting his name. "Luffy!" Ace exclaimed in surprise, having also seen Luffy. "Damn it, Carp. Another member of your family." Sengoku bellowed angrily at Carp, who was engaged in battle with Whitebeard. Upon hearing Sengoku's voice, Carp turned around and saw Luffy standing on the warship, his head in his hands, shouting in frustration. "Oh, so that's the younger brother Ace often speaks of? What an amusing little rascal." Whitebeard chuckled, momentarily halting his combat. "That is the son of the Revolutionary Dragon, a figure that must be eradicated." For the Admiral Akainu of the Navy, the Revolutionary Army was a force that needed to be eliminated, and as the son of its leader, Luffy too was marked for death. To think we would meet again so soon. It seems the swordsman and the chef are also here, truly troublemakers. Kizaru, having recently encountered Luffy and his companions, was quite familiar with them. Those individuals appeared to be supernovas. "Who is that elder? Do you recognize him?" Someone inquired. Noticing the figure clad in red, Redfield. "I have never seen him before. He doesn't seem to be a notable figure," another remarked, as Redfield had been imprisoned and impelled down for quite some time. Chapter 124, Luffy's Haki. "That person is. No way. He has truly arrived," Sengoku exclaimed, his forehead slick with cold sweat upon seeing Redfield in his crimson coat. "Haha, Whitebeard. When I heard Luffy say you had regained your peak strength, I was skeptical. But it appears to be true." Redfield's words captured the attention of the crowd. "Who is that? How dare he speak to Whitebeard in such a manner?" Most were filled with confusion. "Redfield, I didn't expect you to emerge as well. This is getting really lively. Whitebeard instantly recognized his identity. Being from the same era of great pirates, and he was the only one whose name could stand alongside his own. Redfield, the infamous pirate who was captured only after exhausting himself in battle against Admiral Akiji. Has he escaped from Impel Down alongside the Straw Hat? Some veteran vice admirals who had witnessed Redfield's clash with Steelbone Akiji recalled the shock it instilled in the watching navy. What a bizarre alliance, the Revolutionary Army. The former 7 warlords, Redfield, several supernovas, and prisoners from Impel Down. I cannot believe they share a common goal, Carp said, his face a mask of confusion. Just then, Crocodile spotted Whitebeard and transformed into sand, soaring towards him. Whitebeard, it has been a long time. Crocodile approached Whitebeard, his golden hook suddenly swinging towards him. Old man. That scoundrel Crocodile. A resounding crash echoed as Crocodile was sent flying by Luffy's kick. Since that punk Luffy escaped from prison, our agreement has come to an end. Do not disturb me. After receiving a kick imbued with Luffy's haki, Crocodile felt as though his left arm had been struck by a hammer. That man is someone Ace cared for. You shall not lay a hand on him, Luffy declared with a serious expression. At that moment, Whitebeard noticed Luffy's hat and recalled Shanks' words. Kid, your hat bears a striking resemblance to Shanks. Do you know Shanks? He entrusted it to my care, Luffy replied. Are you here to rescue your brother? Indeed. You are aware of the enemy, correct? Someone like you has no chance of survival. Luffy, infuriated by Whitebeard's words, retorted. I know all that. You wish to become the Pirate King, right? It is I who will become the Pirate King. The crowd gaped at Luffy, even Rayleigh taken aback. After all, this was the strongest man in the world. Ordinary people would be frightened merely standing before him. Yet Luffy dared to speak thus. Luffy, you dare say such things again? Would you like to feel the weight of my iron fist? Carp shouted, rushing over to strike him. Grandfather, what are you doing here? And why are you all golden? Upon seeing Carp, Luffy was taken aback. His earlier bravado completely vanished. He had been too preoccupied with Crocodile to recognize Carp. You little rascal, how do you like my appearance? Dazzling, isn't it? Would you like to learn? Carp boasted with a proud expression upon hearing Luffy's words. Impressive. I want to learn, Luffy exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Then join the Navy, and I shall teach you. Absolutely not. Luffy promptly rejected the notion. You cheeky brat. In an instant, Carp vanished and reappeared behind Luffy, delivering a swift punch. That was fast. Luffy gasped, hastily dodging, but still found himself sent flying by Carp's blow. Boom. Luffy crashed into the wall, bringing it down around him. Cough, cough. That bastard of a grandfather. Using such force. Thankfully, I had my armament haki to protect my head. Luffy said, brushing off the debris as he stood up. Armament haki. When did this kid learn haki? Carp pondered, having felt as though he had struck iron. It was unmistakably the characteristic of armament haki. You little brat. Who taught you haki? Carp's inquiry astonished everyone present. Haki was a power possessed only by those of the rank of captain and above. Haki. To have mastered it at such a young age was truly remarkable. Back in Water 7, he had not yet learned haki. Could it be that he had mastered it in just a few months and could wield it with such proficiency? Akiji, who had a fair understanding of the Straw Hat Pirates, was equally astonished by Luffy's display. After all, for an ordinary person to learn haki and use it skillfully would typically require 5 or 6 years. Oh, Akiji, when you encountered him, hadn't he learned haki yet? Kizaru interjected. Just a few days ago, I had a skirmish with several members of the Straw Hat Pirates, and I couldn't do much against them. Humph. No matter how great his talent is, as a pirate, he must be eliminated. Akainu declared loudly. My haki was taught to me by my master, who is incredibly strong. Everyone in our crew learned haki from him, Luffy said proudly. When did you acquire a master? Carp looked bewildered at Luffy. Didn't you meet him? He was in Water 7. Luffy replied, his innocent expression shifting to one of realization. At that time, he hadn't yet become our master. Water 7? You mean you actually had Liu Xuan as your master? Chapter 125. Luffy's Astonishing Heritage, Liu Xuan. Upon hearing the name Liu Xuan, everyone, with the exception of the prisoners who had escaped from Impel Down, gasped in astonishment. Who is Liu Xuan? He is one of the 4 emperors of the New World. The individual who vanquished the formidable Kaido, albeit not by his own hand, but through his crew, who are indistinguishable from him. Moreover, he is the inventor of the Dragon Balls. Having such an illustrious figure as a mentor is indeed a source of envy. Who exactly is Liu Xuan? And why do these individuals display such surprise? One prisoner from Impel Down inquired curiously. I do not know, came the response. It is quite normal for you to be unaware, for Liu Xuan first appeared 5 years ago, a time when you were already confined within impelled down. Furthermore, after his victory over Kaido, he vanished, only re-emerging in the public eye a few months prior. Jinbei had only recently been imprisoned and impelled down. And since he had encountered Liu Xuan in Dragon Palace, he possessed considerable knowledge of him. So, Liu Xuan is indeed one of the 4 emperors, on par with Whitebeard. Who would have imagined he had such a powerful mentor? Upon hearing Jinbei's introduction, the crowd erupted in awe. I never anticipated that Luffy's younger brother would be his disciple. I wonder if he will come here. If he does, our hope of rescuing Ace will significantly increase. Meanwhile, Sengoku, having overheard the conversation between Luffy and Garp, was drenched in cold sweat. The sheer power of the Dragon Ball pirates was evident, as demonstrated by Goku, the vice-captain, and the equally formidable Vegeta. These 2 alone surpassed the entire Whitebeard pirates, not to mention the enigmatic Liu Xuan. Although he had not revealed his strength frequently, and his power appeared modest, who could assure that this reflected his true capabilities? Sengoku did not believe that someone with merely admiral-level strength could command so many individuals whose might far exceeded his own. The mere thought of Liu Xuan arriving here sent shivers down Sengoku's spine. Are you afraid, Sengoku? At that moment, a figure approached him from behind, speaking softly. Admiral Kong. As he gazed at the figure clad in a black cloak, Steelbone Kong, Sengoku regained his composure. With a swift motion, he cast aside his own cloak and approached the execution platform. The mere presence of Steelbone Kong invigorated the spirits of the Navy, a testament to the authority of the former fleet admiral. All naval officers, take heed. Even in the face of formidable adversaries, we must not waver. For we are the last bastion of justice upon the seas. Oh, for the sake of justice. Kong's words rekindled the resolve of the Navy. Thank you, Commander Kong. Observing the empty space, Sengoku expressed his gratitude. Whitebeard, upon noticing the void, exclaimed in astonishment, I can't believe even you have arrived. It appears you all have invested considerable effort into this battle. By the way, sir, on our way here, we overheard the Navy discussing the possibility of executing Ace ahead of schedule. The rest was merely coded messages, which I do not comprehend. We all intend to rescue Ace. And that is why I shared this information with you, Luffy stated with utmost seriousness. Oh, is that so? This information is indeed crucial, young man. Thank you for relaying it, Sengoku replied. Oh, it's nothing, Luffy waved dismissively. How can that guy engage in conversation on equal terms with Whitebeard? The sight of Luffy left everyone in shock, gasping in disbelief. Old man, Luffy, why are you all here to save me? You must leave this place at once. Ace shouted, observing Whitebeard and Luffy side by side. Is there any need to ask? You are my brother. Even if it costs me my life, I will rescue you. Wait for me, Ace. With that declaration, Luffy charged towards the execution platform. Hey, did you all hear that? The Straw Hat Kid is Fire Fist Ace's brother. Could he also be the son of Roger? The Navy was taken aback by Luffy's revelation. Impossible. Roger was already deceased when Ace was born. How could he possibly have a brother? Some individuals were aware of the underlying truth. Kapu, I must disclose this. Do not hold it against me, Sengoku thought. Grappling with the predicament, once Luffy's identity was revealed, he would undoubtedly become the target of the Navy's relentless pursuit. Yet, as the grandson of an old friend, he felt compelled to speak out for justice. Taking the din mushi from a nearby Navy officer, Sengoku declared loudly, the Straw Hat Kid, Luffy, is the sworn brother of Fire Fist Ace, and his biological father is the revolutionary leader Monkey D. Dragon. He's also a notorious criminal. Well, it's out now. Regardless, it won't remain concealed for long. Karp acknowledged the inevitability of the situation. To think that fellow has such a remarkable background. Buggy and others exclaimed in disbelief, unable to fathom Luffy's lineage. No wonder Dragon saved the Straw Hat Kid in Logtown. It all makes sense now. Smoker finally grasped a question that had perplexed him. This guy is indeed formidable. His father is Dragon, his master is the Yonko Liu Xuan. His grandfather is a Navy hero, and his sworn brother is the 2nd Division captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. Truly terrifying. The face of Kizaru expressed astonishment. Given this kid cannot be allowed to remain in this world. Akaina resolved to execute Luffy alongside Ace. This boy appears to be quite a significant figure. Who is that Dorak? Riderfield pondered, perplexed by the astonishment displayed by the crowd, as he was unfamiliar with Dorak. It was entirely reasonable for the Count not to recognize Dorak. After all, he was the leader of the Revolutionary Army, the most notorious criminal in the world. By the time Dorag rose to prominence, the Count was already imprisoned and impelled down. Buggy elucidated Dorag's identity for him. So that's how it is. Let us commence. Who will be my first opponent? Ah, it's been a while, Kong. How about we engage in a friendly sparring match? Riderfield declared, stepping forward to confront Kong. The Straw Hat Brat must not survive. Charge. Just then, Navy personnel surged forward, intent on eliminating Luffy. Boom. Boom. At that moment, a giant rear admiral rushed in to obstruct Luffy's path. You shall not pass, Straw Hat, he bellowed, before swinging a massive iron rod, several meters long, down upon him. I have no time to waste here. Second gear. Armament, Luffy exclaimed, enveloping his right fist in a layer of black hockey, and with a single punch, he sent the giant rear admiral flying. Boom. The giant crashed to the ground, motionless, clearly rendered unconscious and incapable of continuing the fight. How is this possible? With just one punch, he felled a giant. Is he truly a novice? The pirates from the New World expressed their astonishment at Luffy's feat. Do not regard him as an ordinary pirate. Being the son of Dorag, it is only natural for him to possess such strength. A Navy rear admiral shouted. In response, Carp could only roll his eyes, thinking to himself, normal? We certainly did not possess such power at his age. Haha, Straw Hat, it has been too long. Today, I shall reclaim your shadow and create the strongest zombie once more. Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed from the side, none other than Gecko Moria, an adversary of Luffy. You are. Moria, I didn't expect you to be here as well. Step aside, I have no time to waste. Luffy recognized Moria immediately, recalling the torment he had inflicted upon the Straw Hat Pirates. Enough chatter. Zombies, attack. Moria commanded, and instantly, countless zombies erupted from the ground, rushing towards Luffy. Ocean current shoulder throw. A column of water surged forth, drenching all the zombies and causing dark shadows to emerge from their bodies. Moria, your zombies are vulnerable to salt. Jinbe stepped forward, confronting Moria directly. Curse you, Jinbe. Moria's expression twisted in rage, wishing to dismember him in a fit of fury. You go ahead, Luffy, my brother. Leave Moria to me. Jinbe offered. Thank you, Jinbe. Luffy replied, continuing his sprint towards the execution platform. Swish. A blade of air grazed past Luffy, severing several strands of his hair. Shanks, I am sorry. It seems that the future you wagered is destined to perish here. Upon uttering these words, Mihawk wielded his black sword and struck towards Luffy. Armament Haki. The sound of metal clashing resonated as Luffy successfully defended against Mihawk's strike. I never anticipated your haki to be so profound, capable of withstanding my assault, Mihawk remarked, astonished as he gazed at Luffy. It appears I must unleash my full strength. With that, Mihawk charged forward, brandishing his black sword enveloped in haki, aiming a fierce blow at Luffy. Damn it! Observing the imposing aura emanating from the black sword, Luffy furrowed his brow, realizing that his own haki could no longer withstand it. At that moment, 3 black blades, enveloped in a powerful coating of armament haki, swiftly darted past and clashed against the black sword with a resounding clang. Who goes there? Observing the 3 blades that obstructed his path, Hawkeye inquired. It has been quite a while, Mihawk. The man who approached was none other than Zoro, the swordsman of the Straw Hat Pirates. Upon spotting Hawkeye, Zoro could not restrain himself and rushed forward. The defeat he suffered at Hawkeye's hands lingered in his mind, fueling his desire for vengeance. Oh, it is you. It appears your strength has significantly increased. However, even so, you are still no match for me, Hawkeye remarked, recognizing Zoro as he held a certain fondness for him. Mihawk, I never expected to encounter you again so soon. Although I am not yet your equal, I must stand in the way for a while. As Luffy is on a mission to rescue his brother, Zoro responded, feeling the pressure of facing Hawkeye, yet confident in his ability to hold him off for a time. That is Zoro. He has been battling Hawkeye for quite some time without falling behind. Truly impressive, exclaimed Kobe and Bellamy, astonished by the confrontation. We cannot allow Ace's brother to steal the spotlight. Comrades, charge. The captains of the Whitebeard pirates, witnessing Luffy and his companions, were both surprised and somewhat awed by their strength. This is terrifying. It seems the Straw Hat Kid's power has increased once more. He cannot be allowed to remain. With that, Kizaru transformed into a beam of light and sped toward Luffy, delivering a lightning-fast kick to his face, sending him flying. Boom. With no time to evade, Luffy could only use his haki to protect his face, feeling the pain as he crashed into the ground, leaving a human-shaped crater. It is Kizaru. Kizaru revealed himself, sending nearby pirates sprawling in fear. You again! Do not obstruct my path. I must save Ace. Luffy, emerging from the dirt. Recognized Kizaru as the one he encountered on Sabaody Archipelago. This will not do. Your life may very well end here, Straw Hat Kid. Had it not been for Liu Xuan last time, you would have been captured and taken to Impel Down long ago. But it is not too late now. Lightspeed kick. Kizaru declared as he aimed another kick at Luffy. Diable jam. Poison dragon drill. Sanji's right leg ignited with flames as he spun like a drill toward Kizaru, successfully intercepting his lightspeed kick. This technique, taught to him by Liu Xuan, emulated the ultimate move from the Dragon and Tiger Gate, utilizing rotational force to enhance its power, combined with the strength of Haki, sufficient to block Kizaru's attack. Wow, how formidable! Is everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates this strong? Despite being blocked by Sanji, Kizaru's face bore no signs of fear. Kizaru, do not obstruct our captain from rescuing his brother. Allow me to entertain you instead. As we advanced into Impel Down, Sanji and Zoro had refrained from engaging, their pent-up energy now finding an outlet against such formidable opponents, much to their delight. Upon hearing Sanji's words, Kizaru's expression remained impassive as he continued his assault. Behold Sanji, the chef and combatant of the Straw Hat Pirates. These individuals possess remarkable prowess. Indeed, the three of them are so youthful, yet their strength is astonishing. Could it truly be possible for one's abilities to soar under Liu Xuan's tutelage? Even his disciple exhibits such formidable strength. How formidable must Liu Xuan himself be? He must have surpassed the rank of admiral by a considerable margin. Dreadful. Someone hurry and stop him. Where has Kaido gone? As Luffy boldly advanced, nearing the execution platform, Sengoku exclaimed in urgent distress. Straw Hat Kid, commence the clearance. At that moment, Bartholomew Kuma unexpectedly sprang into action. Now, Kuma had been entirely transformed, devoid of his original consciousness, having become a weapon of humanity. He was the very one who had sent Nami and the others flying. I recall my master saying he was a good person. Why must he impede our progress? Upon encountering the figure of Bartholomew Kuma before him, Luffy, with an expression of bewilderment, murmured, "He, the Kuma of today is no longer the Kuma of yore. He has undergone a complete transformation by the government. Stripped of his former memories and consciousness, he is now merely a machine of destruction." Doflamingo approached Luffy and remarked, "What does it matter about memories and consciousness? We are in the present, are we not? If that is the case, then let us defeat him and charge forth." Luffy, unable to comprehend Doflamingo's words, held steadfast in his belief that anyone who threatened the life of Ace was his enemy. "Luffy, you should go ahead. I will hold him off." Ivankov, who was well acquainted with Kuma, exclaimed angrily upon hearing Doflamingo's declaration of Kuma's transformation into a world-conquering killing machine. "Thank you, Ivankov." Luffy shouted in gratitude as he continued his relentless advance towards the execution platform. This fellow truly possesses remarkable strength. These individuals have gradually become his allies. And now only an admiral-level force can impede his progress. Kizaru was detained by the chef of the Straw Hat Pirates, Akiji was engaged in combat with Marco, and Akainu had seemingly vanished. Now, only Admiral Otis remained, but the terrain here was not conducive for him. Must it fall upon me to confront this challenge alone? As Luffy continuously breaks through the encirclement, drawing ever closer to the execution platform, Sengoku glances back at Ace, suddenly struck by an idea. "Commence the execution." Sengoku's abrupt decision astonishes the crowd. Whitebeard casts a glance towards the execution platform, exclaiming, "Do you think I cannot stop you, Sengoku?" With that, he prepares to act, only to be thwarted by Garp. "Whitebeard, you cannot prevent this. Ace must die?" Sengoku, witnessing Whitebeard being held back by Garp, feels a surge of triumph. Just as Ace is on the verge of having his chest pierced, a thunderous voice cries out, "Stop!" accompanied by an overwhelming aura. Many of the weak-willed faint in an instant, including the two soldiers carrying out the execution. This is the Conqueror's Haki. Who unleashed it? It is that brat, Ace's brother. The Straw Hat Kid, wielding Conqueror's Haki just like his father. This fellow is truly formidable. A captain from the Whitebeard Pirates points at Luffy in astonishment. "Hey, could it be that this little brat has been hiding such power?" Akiji, unaware of Luffy's Conqueror's Haki, is taken aback. Is it truly innate? At this moment, Garp halts his battle with Whitebeard, murmuring to himself, "This kid." Whitebeard holds Ace in high regard, not only because he is Roger's son but also due to a significant factor. Ace possesses the qualities of a king, evident in his Conqueror's Haki. Now witnessing Luffy's similar prowess, how could he not be astonished? Has Conqueror's Haki lost its value? Indeed, among those present, several wield Conqueror's Haki. Doflamingo, the Empress, Whitebeard, Ace, and likely Garp, totaling 6 individuals including Luffy. Luffy, brother, was that power you just displayed? Jinbei, who has been closely following Luffy, felt a profound clarity when Luffy unleashed his Conqueror's Haki, a force he had only sensed from Whitebeard. Oh, are you referring to Conqueror's Haki? I couldn't actively manifest it before, but during the Impel Down incident, it seems my spirit underwent a breakthrough, allowing me to unleash it freely now. Chapter 128, General Otis of the Army. Indeed, it is Conqueror's Haki. Jinbei's perception of Luffy has transformed. To him, Luffy was once merely a strong individual, but now he is emerging as a potential king. Do not be afraid, as the son of Dragon, possessing such Haki is quite natural. It appears I must take action as well. Sengoku, you stay here. I shall return shortly. Suddenly, Steelbone Kong rises, addressing Sengoku before leaping down from the execution platform and utilizing Moonwalk to rush towards Luffy. Haha, Kong, you old rascal, can you no longer contain yourself? Let me be your opponent. Upon witnessing the empty hand, Lord Redbraidfield let out 3 hearty laughs, standing before him and blocking his path. Lord Red, upon encountering Riderfield, Kong let out a resounding shout and launched a punch towards him. It has been quite a while, Kong. At your age, you still dare to strike at a junior. Have you no shame? Riderfield mocked, blocking Kong's advance. Enough of your nonsense. As a member of the Navy facing the wicked pirates, there is no distinction between junior and senior in my eyes, only justice and evil, even if it's a mere child. I shall eradicate any threat to the safety of the seas, Kong proclaimed with fervor. However, Riderfield remained unimpressed. Are you truly so afraid that, should he grow stronger, your navy would prove no match for him? Must you dress it up in such grandiloquence? Your hypocrisy is truly loathsome. You shall not kill him before me today. Bloodslash. With that, Riderfield swung his umbrella, unleashing a crimson arc towards Kong, a strike that rivaled even that of Hawkeye just moments ago. Steel Fist. Kong's hand was enveloped in a layer of azure Haki, and he struck the oncoming attack, resulting in a violent shockwave that sent both nearby navy and pirates soaring into the air. Ah, help, cried those who were swept into the sky. Quickly, get away from there. They are far too powerful. It is perilous in their vicinity. Witnessing the fierce battle between Kong and Raidfield, Marco shouted towards the members of the Whitebeard pirates. Upon hearing their captain's call, the crew hastily retreated, creating a vast open space. That old man is incredibly formidable. I wonder if my master possesses such strength, Luffy exclaimed, gazing in astonishment at Raidfield's prowess, having missed the earlier events in Impel Down. That scoundrel, having spent such a prolonged time in Impel Down, still maintains such formidable strength, seemingly without any decline. Carp, having a deeper understanding of Raidfield's capabilities, had observed the confrontation closely. Darn it. Now, only Otis remains. He must be the one to take action. Seeing the empty space blocked by Raidfield, Sengoku could only address Otis beside him, urging, Otis, go intercept that Straw Hat Kid. Finally, was it my turn to take action? I felt utterly drained. Otis rose, voicing his grievances to Sengoku, unable to contain himself as he observed the battle unfolding below. Look, that admiral is about to make a move. Everyone, be cautious. His strength is formidable, a sharp-eyed pirate shouted upon noticing Otis standing. As the leader of the revolutionaries, Ivankov was well acquainted with the admiral, having frequently engaged in skirmishes with the Navy and amassed a wealth of intelligence about them. He quickly warned the crowd, be careful. Otis wields the powers of the natural-type earth fruit, allowing him to manipulate the earth. His might is terrifying. Do not confront him head-on. Otis, taken aback, glanced at Ivankov and remarked, I never imagined you were so well informed about me, Revolutionary Ivankov. But even if you are aware of my abilities, do you truly believe you can counter me? His words rang true. Even with knowledge of his powers, there was little they could do against him. Many were aware of the capabilities of the 3 admirals, yet faced with them, one remained utterly helpless. Do not worry. Although he is strong, we are on the sea, and he holds no advantage here. Indeed, even if he could manipulate the earth, what did it matter in this maritime realm? Charge. Fear not. The crowd surged towards Otis, intent on bringing him down. Hey, you fools, do not act rashly. Even if this isn't a favorable environment for him, he is not someone you can easily handle. Ivankov's warnings fell on deaf ears, as the allure of slaying an admiral captivated them. The admiral's head is mine, one pirate exclaimed, swinging his sword down at Otis's head, erupting in jubilant cheers. Such a fool. Do you think an admiral can be so easily slain? The moment Ivankov's words faded, Otis's severed head transformed into a yellow clump of soil, scattering across the ground. Has it begun? Then I shall not hold back. Rock giant fist. With that declaration, Otis's right hand morphed into a massive stone fist, measuring several meters, and descended upon the crowd. We cannot withstand this. As they gazed upon the colossal stone fist, the crowd erupted in frantic cries, attempting to flee. However, it was too late. With a resounding crash, the giant fist struck the icy surface, leaving a multitude of injured pirates in its wake. Is this truly the power of an admiral? Indeed, their might is not far removed from that of the three admirals. They are all monstrous beings. Chapter 129, The Appearance of Kaido. You all retreat. I shall handle him. At that moment, Diamond George, the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, stepped forward and declared, Captain George, how splendid. As George unleashed his prowess, the crowd gradually dispersed, granting the two adversaries ample space for their confrontation. Indeed, Diamond George proved to be a formidable opponent. On solid ground, George would hardly stand a chance against him. However, here, Otis found his abilities significantly hampered, leaving him momentarily powerless against George. Was he left with no choice but to seek assistance? Sengoku observed the situation tilting in favor of the Whitebeard pirates. After much contemplation, he resolutely declared aloud to the sky, We acquiesce to your demands. Please lend us your aid. What was happening? Who was Sengoku addressing? As they gazed at the heavens, Sengoku's sudden outcry left the crowd bewildered. Look, what is that? Exclaimed a pirate, pointing skyward. A shadow, previously unnoticed, loomed larger and larger until it was unmistakably revealed to all. It was none other than Kaido, the captain of the beast pirates. At long last, the spectators discerned the falling figure, the very same Kaido who had fled after being vanquished by Vegeta, now inexplicably allied with the Navy. Take cover. Kaido was descending. Though the warning rang out, some remained oblivious to the impending danger. Boom. A massive humanoid crater materialized. The number of crushed Navy personnel and pirates unknown. Bang. A colossal hand emerged, grasping the edge of the chasm, and soon Kaido himself crawled forth. Sengoku, you scoundrel. Have you truly joined forces with Kaido? It seems the Navy's fighting strength has all but evaporated. He bellowed with a mocking laugh. Upon the appearance of Kaido, Whitebeard was taken aback. Had this individual not been vanquished by the Dragon Ball pirates and subsequently vanished? How could he possibly be here, now allied with the Marines? Regardless of the circumstances, we have gained another formidable adversary. Everyone, be vigilant. Kaido's strength is on par with that of my father, and we should avoid direct confrontation with him. The immortal bird, Marco, cautioned everyone. Haha. Sengoku, it seems that your navy is facing the greatest crisis in history, Kaido exclaimed. Whitebeard, Redfield, so many familiar faces. His words ignited Sengoku's ire. Enough with the idle chatter, Kaido. Will you not make your move? Patience, my acquaintance. Allow me to speak a bit longer, Kaido replied leisurely. Stop the nonsense and act swiftly. We are merely in a cooperative arrangement. Your arrogance is unwarranted, Sengoku. Otherwise, your navy will find itself with yet another adversary. Kaido's declaration tightened Sengoku's heart. Should Kaido and Whitebeard join forces, the navy would undoubtedly face defeat. However, rest assured, I shall not aid Whitebeard, as our paths do not align. Kaido then laughed heartily, aware that he could not yet afford to sever ties with the Marines. This predicament has turned our previously favorable position back into the Navy's advantage. Upon witnessing Kaido's alignment with the Navy, the spirits of the pirates waned considerably. Who, then, can stand against Kaido? He possesses the might of an emperor. Whitebeard has been intercepted by Garp, and Redfield is engaged in combat with Sora. It appears there is no one here capable of confronting him. Are you Monkey D? Luffy? I've heard you are the disciple of that scoundrel Liu Xuan. You must be aware of the enmity between us. Since I cannot slay him now, I shall take the life of his disciple as retribution. With that, Kaido advanced toward Luffy, intent on making his move. This man, is he truly one of the emperors who was defeated by my master and the others? He appears formidable. Nonetheless, whoever obstructs me from rescuing Ace shall be vanquished, even if they possess the strength of an emperor. After all, I shall eventually face these adversaries. I might as well test their prowess now. Gear forth. Bound man. Luffy unleashed Gear forth and soared toward Kaido. That fellow possesses such an extraordinary technique. It's truly impressive. Is this the brother of Ace? Both siblings are remarkably powerful. To simultaneously employ Haki and the powers of his fruit to create such a technique, did Liu Xuan impart this to you, Luffy? Garp witnessed Luffy's extraordinary move and exclaimed in astonishment. How terrifying. I didn't anticipate that the Straw Hat Kid had such capabilities. It seems he didn't exert his full strength when he fought me. Does he look down on me? The expression on Kazari's face reflected his displeasure. Remarkable. Every encounter reveals a significant enhancement in the Straw Hat Kid's strength. Akiji, having known Luffy for some time, was acutely aware of the rapidity of his growth. Haha. How amusing. Does an ant dare to challenge a giant? Let me show you just how minuscule your strength truly is. With that, Kaido delivered a punch toward Luffy. His fist resembled a meteor, the force of which unleashed a tempest that rendered onlookers unable to open their eyes. Rubber. Great Ape King punch. Luffy, undeterred by Kaido's assault, retaliated with his own fist. Boom. A ferocious pressure wave erupted between their strikes, instantly shattering the air and engulfing the entire plaza, causing numerous pirates and marines to lose consciousness in an instant. This is a clash of conquerors' haki. However, Luffy's haki remained somewhat lacking. Witnessing the multitude that had succumbed to unconsciousness, everyone was astounded. They had not expected Luffy to withstand Kaido's punch. Chapter 130. The arrival of the Dragon Ball pirates. Haha. I didn't realize you possessed some skill. That last punch was delivered with only 30% of my strength. You could never be my match. Prepare to meet your end. Haki punch. Kaido had not utilized his armament haki in his previous strike. It was merely a simple punch. This time, however, he unleashed all his might. Though he still refrained from using haki, it was far beyond what Luffy could endure. Damn it, is the gap truly this vast? I refuse to give in. Lion Fire Rocket. Moments ago, Luffy managed to barely withstand a punch, having exerted all his strength. As he beheld Kaido's fist barreling towards him once more, he resorted to utilizing the Lion Bazooka to fend off the impending assault. Bang! Ah! Luffy cried out as he was sent hurtling away, reverting to his original form, clearly showing signs of his haki being nearly depleted. It seems you are at your limit. Allow me to escort you from this world, Kaido proclaimed, delivering another punch aimed at Luffy, this time infused with the power of armament haki. Boom. The sound of the explosion reverberated, sending dust swirling and obscuring the view of Kaido and Luffy within the plaza. What has transpired? Could it be that the Straw Hat Boy meets his end here? Luffy. Upon witnessing Luffy being assaulted by Kaido, Ace anxiously exclaimed, Hey, Luffy, aren't you going to get up? Are you comfortable just lying there? At that moment, a man's voice emerged from the swirling smoke. Is that you, Brother Goku? As the haze dissipated, Luffy beheld the figure of Sun Wukong standing before him, one hand shielding himself from Kaido's colossal fist. With joy, he exclaimed, Brother Goku, has Master and the others arrived as well? Upon seeing Wukong, Luffy surmised that Liu Xuan and the others must have arrived as well. Oh, Captain and the others are still behind us. The moment I saw you in danger, I teleported here, Wukong elucidated upon hearing Luffy's words. Overjoyed, Luffy responded, So that's how it is. Then Master and the others should be back soon, right? You, my friend, are from the Dragon Ball pirates, aren't you? I don't believe we have crossed paths before, Kaido remarked, having deduced Wukong's identity upon hearing Luffy mention Master. Wukong turned to Kaido and said, You are the Kaido that Vegeta spoke of, the one capable of battling him? Greetings, I am Sun Wukong, the vice captain of the Dragon Ball pirates. I look forward to your guidance. Since escaping the clutches of the Dragon Ball pirates, Kaido had been hiding on a deserted island until recently when the Navy discovered him, leaving him unaware of many events. Upon Wukong's declaration of being the vice captain, Kaido's expression grew serious. He was indeed the one defeated by the vice captain of Dragon Ball, Vegeta. Isn't the vice captain of the Dragon Ball pirates Vegeta? How is it that another has emerged? Kaido pondered, slightly perplexed, as it is customary for a pirate crew to have but one captain. Wukong chuckled and explained, Our strengths are quite comparable, hence the captain appointed us both as vice captains. Comparable to that monster, Vegeta? Many present had witnessed Vegeta's formidable power, a terrifying strength that inspired despair. The sudden realization that such a creature had a counterpart sent shivers through the crowd. The Dragon Ball pirates were indeed fearsome, boasting two vice captains of Super 4 Emperor-level strength, alongside the enigmatic Captain Liu Xuan, who could possibly stand against them. All right, Luffy, you must go rescue your brother. I shall handle Kaido. I am eager to witness the might of the strongest creature, Wukong declared. Hearing Wukong's words, Luffy quickly stood and expressed, Thank you, Brother Wukong. I shall take my leave now. Yes, go ahead, Wukong nodded. He then turned to Kaido and said, Shall we commence, Kaido? I have heard of your remarkable defensive capabilities. Vegeta could only defeat you after transforming into Super Saiyan Blue, so let us unleash our full strength at once. Upon concluding his words, Wukong transformed into a super scion blue, an overwhelming aura that swept away all the surrounding pirates and Navy personnel. This individual, relying solely on his presence, exhibited such formidable power. Could this state possibly be a manifestation of a mythical Zoan Fruit's influence on a Devil Fruit user? Unthinkable. It is impossible for Devil Fruits to share identical abilities. This form is also possessed by Vegeta, who has mastered a force known as Ki. A major who had previously participated in the 5-year siege against the Dragon Ball pirates remarked that Gohan had once mentioned this power. Is there truly such a power? I have only heard of Haki and never of Ki. Am I simply too inexperienced? No, those who cultivate Ki are predominantly the main members of the Dragon Ball pirates. Even his subordinates have not trained in it. It is quite normal for you not to be aware. Carp, who had a deeper understanding of the Dragon Ball pirates, had inquired about the situation during his last encounter with Wukong. Haha. Very well, allow me to demonstrate the strength I have cultivated over 5 years on that island. My power is no longer comparable to what it once was. Berserker mode. Upon finishing his declaration, Kaido's muscles surged, enveloped in a coat of haki. As blood-red energy coiled around him, giving him the appearance of an ancient demonic deity. It was shocking to discover that Kaido harbored such immense power, truly terrifying. What is happening in this world, filled with such monstrous beings? I had not anticipated so many formidable successors. Have I truly fallen behind the times? Kong and Raidfield were rendered speechless by the might of the two. It seemed they ought not to be present in this place. At that moment, a colossal pirate ship erupted from the waters, drawing the attention of all present. Chapter 131. Wow. There are so many people here, and they all seem familiar. Given the current situation, it appears we have not arrived too late. It's Captain Liu Xuan of the Dragon Ball Pirates. You dare to say that, Captain? It was your insistence on taking the ship. Had Wukong utilized instant transmission to bring us, we would have arrived much sooner. Old bald guy Krillin. Indeed, it's all the captain's fault. He claimed that arriving from the depths of the sea would be more impressive. That is the Golden Warrior, Son Gohan. You'd best cease your banter. Do you not see the captain's expression? First mate Vegeta. You lot. Do not come next time, stay back at the base. Hearing the playful jabs directed at him, Liu Xuan shouted in frustration. The others quickly pleaded for mercy. We're sorry, Captain. Please don't make us guard the island. Liu Xuan, ignoring their pleas, approached the bow and addressed Sengoku. Sengoku, it has been quite some time. My disciple has received ample care from you, has he? At that moment, Sengoku was drenched in cold sweat. Liu Xuan, you rascal, what are you doing here? What else would I be here for? To witness the monumental events of this era with mine own eyes. Why does the Warring States Marshal seem so unwelcoming towards me? Enough of your nonsense. I see you are merely concerned for your apprentice, which is why you have come here. Warring States said with disbelief. Very well. Congratulations on answering correctly. Now, who shall engage in combat with me? My powers have significantly increased, and I would like to practice on you all. Upon my arrival, the mission to instruct Luffy and the others had already been completed, and both Zoro and Sanji have reached the initial level of Admiral. Thus, Liu Xuan's strength has ascended directly to the pinnacle of the 4 emperors, and he is eager to ascertain the extent of his newfound power. You scoundrel! Do you even realize what you are doing? Warring States exclaimed in exasperation, on the verge of an explosion. Seeing the anger of the Warring States, Liu Xuan did not relent, but continued his provocation. I am fully aware of my actions. My disciple has been bullied by you old geezers for far too long, and I have come to settle the score. Spare me your empty words. Not a single one of those who tormented my disciple shall escape. As Liu Xuan eloquently articulated, his intention was merely to demonstrate the strength of his pirate crew while garnering a measure of prestige, although his earlier plan had indeed succeeded. With his revelation of being a disciple of Liu Xuan garnering him over 10 billion points of prestige, this translated into merely over 10 million units of energy. It is important to note that ascending to a divine level requires a staggering 100 million units of energy. Thus, this amount is woefully insufficient. Sengoku, upon hearing his words, was nearly driven to despair. However, the combat capabilities of the Navy were currently restrained, leaving no one available to confront the Dragon Ball pirates. What to do? Should he report to the elders instead? After much contemplation, Sengoku ultimately decided to let the elders bear the burden and contacted them via a transponder snail. BRR. BRR. Hello, is this Sengoku? What is the matter? The voice of one of the elders, the Demon Sword Star, resonated through the connection. Demon Sword Star. It is as follows. The Dragon Ball pirates have suddenly appeared at Navy headquarters and are poised to attack. Please, esteemed sir, provide your guidance. What? I did not foresee the Dragon Ball pirates would arrive as well. This could be the largest battle in the world, an unprecedented event. With that thought, he continued. In that case, let us join the fray. Rest assured, we shall arrive shortly, replied the Demon Sword Star, exchanging glances with the other 4 stars. Upon hearing this, Sengoku felt a wave of relief. The power of the elders was formidable, and their intervention would surely be enough to thwart the Dragon Ball pirates. What news, Admiral Sengoku? What did the elders say? Inquired Crane, who stood nearby. Sengoku placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. The elders have decided to come personally, so we need not worry. Let us leave everything in their capable hands. At that moment, Liu Xuan descended from the ship. Let us commence. Choose your opponents. Upon hearing Liu Xuan's words, the eager participants sprang into action. Goku was already engaged in battle with Kaido, while Krillin and a few others took over for Sanji, confronting the admirals. As for Vegeta, he refrained from joining the fray as there were no opponents worthy of his prowess. He felt quite vexed. With just a slight delay, all worthy challengers had been claimed. Patience, Vegeta. Formidable foes shall soon arrive, and you will have ample opportunity to unleash your might. However, it seems we currently lack enough high-level combatants, Liu Xuan mused. Perhaps I should summon a few individuals. With that, Liu Xuan entered the ship's cabin. The system converted prestige into energy, summoning 8 5-star summoning cards. Exchange successful. Congratulations. Host, you have acquired 8 5-star summoning cards. Will you utilize them? Use them, Liu Xuan commanded. And the 8 cards transformed into golden beams of light that struck the ground. Instantly, 8 figures materialized. 4 of these figures merged into 2 of the newly summoned individuals, while the remaining 2 flew forth, one entering Goku's body and the other merging with Vegeta, significantly enhancing their powers. It appears that the number of 5-star characters is rather scant, resulting in a plethora of duplicates. This alleviates my concerns. I cannot help but anticipate the extent of prestige I shall accumulate following this battle. Haha. Chapter 132, Broly and Frieza. It is time for the world to behold our strength. Let us proceed. Broly, Frieza. Liu Xuan did not expect to summon 2 notorious villains from the Dragon Ball universe. Yet their prowess is undeniably formidable. The amalgamated Frieza, having fused 2 fragments, has achieved a combat power of 1,500,000, while Broly has reached an astounding 1,600,000, rendering him the mightiest among all summoned characters, truly the legendary Super Saiyan. Broly, Frieza, follow me, Liu Xuan commanded as he exited the ship's cabin. Aye, Captain. They responded in unison, trailing behind him. Meanwhile, the crowd in the plaza was left bewildered. How did that great demon king enter the ship's cabin? Wasn't he here to rescue his disciple? Inquired a naval colonel. Upon hearing his words, the surrounding navy fell silent. Do you perhaps wish for him to attack directly? The generals and marshals already have their hands full. If he were to assault us, would you confront him? Is he truly so fearful that he has retreated into the cabin? Speculated a pirate with an imaginative flair. Do you truly believe he is akin to you? He is one of the 4 emperors of the New World, possessing unfathomable strength. How could he possibly fear such a scenario? I surmise he has retreated to procure a secret weapon. Enough of your wild conjectures. We shall soon discern the truth when Liu Xuan emerges, Marco remarked, feeling somewhat embarrassed by the musings of his subordinates. Look, Liu Xuan is exiting the cabin, exclaimed a navy officer, pointing towards the deck of the Dragon God ship. Indeed, he did emerge, accompanied by others. Could they be additional members of the Dragon Ball pirates? I wondered why I hadn't seen them. It seems they were all inside the cabin. Yet, these 2 individuals appear unfamiliar. Could they be new recruits of the Dragon Ball pirates? They do not seem particularly strong. Perhaps they were too timid to show themselves, prompting Liu Xuan to summon them from the cabin. Upon hearing the murmurs, Goku and the others paused their actions and turned to look. Even Sengoku and Whitebeard cast curious glances at the 2 newcomers. Frieza, Broly, the captain has summoned them. It seems the Navy is about to face significant trouble. Upon witnessing Broly and Frieza, Goku was initially taken aback, but soon elation washed over him. At long last, he would not have to relentlessly train alongside Vegeta alone. Previously, all others had been too feeble, save for Tien, whose combat prowess was somewhat comparable to his own. With the arrival of these 2 formidable adversaries, Goku could not contain his joy. Frieza, Broly, exclaimed Krillin, his voice tinged with trepidation. During their adventures in the Dragon Ball universe, Krillin had endured considerable torment at the hands of these 2. Frieza, in particular, had caused him significant distress, leaving behind an enduring shadow, even after his eventual resurrection. What could be the matter? It seemed that the bald-headed warrior was genuinely frightened of their presence. Could it be that both of them were indeed exceedingly powerful? It was certainly plausible, especially given Krillin's evident fear. Kakarot. Upon witnessing Sun Wukong, Broly let out a fierce roar, transforming into his legendary Super Saiyan state and charging towards him. Broly! Liu Xuan shouted, and at that moment, Broly regained his senses, reverting to his ordinary state. Liu Xuan breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that those summoned by the system were utterly loyal to him. Otherwise, if Broly were to lose control, the individuals present might not have been able to restrain him. My apologies, Captain. Seeing Kakarot stirred something within me, the now composed Broly confessed to Liu Xuan. Phew. You startled me. I thought I was about to engage in battle with Broly once more. I certainly do not wish to face him again, Krillin remarked, relieved to see Broly return to normal. You seem rather fearful of him, Bald One, he added with a hint of amusement, observing Klin's demeanor. The yellow monkey remarked on his confrontation with him. Klin did not dispute that apart from the captain, no one could truly subdue him. Perhaps only Goku and Vegeta could match him in strength. How terrifying it is that it would require two such formidable beings to contend with him. This Broly is indeed a monster among monsters. Typically, the yellow monkey's exclamations of fear are mere jests aimed at his opponents. Yet this time, the astonishment upon his face unmistakably revealed genuine trepidation. Goku aside, he had witnessed Vegeta's formidable prowess, a despair-inducing strength that still haunted him. Just how terrifying must Broly's power be? Ha ha ha. Carp. It seems your navy is in for significant trouble this time. Most present heard Klin's declaration, including Whitebeard. This truly is a predicament. But let the five elders grapple with it. Ha ha ha. Carp said, drenched in cold sweat, only to suddenly recall that Ace might be saved, prompting another bout of laughter. Meanwhile, looking at the expressions of those around him, Riderfield curiously inquired of the Void, is that Broly truly that formidable? And who are Goku and Vegeta? The Void, with a grave demeanor, replied, they are the vice-captains of the Dragon Ball Pirates, figures of the Super 4 Emperor caliber. Oh, I did not anticipate that after being captured and sent to Impel Down, so many powerful individuals would emerge upon the seas. It appears we have indeed grown old. Riderfield sighed deeply. Damn it, the five elders have yet to arrive, and the Dragon Ball Pirates have introduced such a powerful figure. What are we to do? Sengoku expressed his growing anxiety. Chapter 133, The Five Elders. Sengoku, we have not arrived too late, have we? Suddenly, a black hole appeared in the air, and five figures emerged from within. One of them addressed Sengoku, my esteemed five elders, you have finally arrived. Upon seeing the arrival of the individual, Sengoku exclaimed with excitement. Sengoku, do not be overly agitated. What is the current situation? An elder, clad in a black suit, with a mane of white curls and a voluminous white beard, topped with a flat cap and bearing a scar on his left cheek, inquired. Now, Liu Xuan's Dragon Ball Pirates have introduced two unfamiliar individuals, rumored to possess formidable strength. My dear Y-Star, what should we do next? In response to the elder's question, Sengoku respectfully replied from the side. Upon hearing Sengoku's words, an elder donned in a white robe, bald, bespectacled, and the sole member of the Gorosei not dressed in a suit, sporting a beard and wooden clogs reminiscent of a samurai from Wano, stepped forward and declared loudly, of course, we should strike directly. Ghost Sword Star, do not be so hasty. Gaining further intelligence about our adversaries will serve us well. Knowing oneself and the enemy ensures victory in 100 battles. Interjected an elder dressed in a deep blue suit, with long straight white hair and an impressive beard. Mercury is correct. Ghost Sword Star, your bloodlust is excessive. Concurred another elder in a deep crimson suit, lacking a bow tie, with golden hair and a matching beard, adorned with a scar across his chest. The final elder, clad in a deep green suit, bald save for a tuft of hair atop his head, and sporting a pair of curved mustaches, along with a birthmark on his forehead, disagreed with the previous statement. I believe Ghost Sword Star is justified. They are merely a group of youngsters, unworthy of our grave concern. Jupiter, your timidity is unwarranted. It is you who is reckless, Air Star. Jupiter retorted loudly in response to his remark. At that moment, the wise star intervened. Enough of your bickering. Our priority must be to confront the enemy. Hearing the elder's command, the group ceased their disputes and turned their attention to the battlefield. In that instant, those on the battlefield also noticed the arrival of the Gorosei, though some were unfamiliar with the five elders. Captain, who are those five elderly gentlemen? One asked. Fool, They are the true rulers of the world government, the Gorosei. I cannot believe they have chosen to intervene personally. It seems that the emergence of the Dragon Ball pirates has instilled a sense of crisis among them, Marco remarked to his comrades. Who would have thought that these 5 elders would also make an appearance? Carp, it appears that your navy has exhausted its resources. Whitebeard gestured towards Carp. Although on the surface, it seemed like mere banter, in reality, Whitebeard was in a state of acute anxiety. While others may be oblivious to the strength of the 5 elders, Whitebeard was well aware, and he questioned whether Liu Xuan and his allies could withstand their assault. Ah, the esteemed 5 elders have arrived. We are indeed fearful of them. Yes, with the 5 elders on our side. We shall surely vanquish the Pirate Alliance and the Dragon Ball pirates. Indeed. Charge forth. Let these pirates witness the might of our navy. The arrival of the 5 elders has brought about an unprecedented shift in the atmosphere of the sea, while the morale among the pirates has plummeted, creating a stark contrast. What shall we do? We had finally glimpsed hope in rescuing Ace, but now with the 5 elders here, can we still save him? Is this the end? Observing the diminishing momentum of the pirates, Liu Xuan lamented the profound transformation the 5 elders had wrought upon the navy. He proceeded to examine the attributes of these 5 individuals. Race, human name, Zyduxing ability, psychic fruit user, yes combat power, 1, 600, 000 strength level, Yonko high affiliation. Supreme leaders of the world government. The prowess of the other 4 individuals was comparable, though their abilities varied. Ghost Sword Star surpassed the Great Swordsman as a warrior, possessing a combat power of 1, 510, 000. Water Star was a natural type water fruit user with a combat power of 1, 430, 000. Gold Star wielded the psychic gravity fruit, boasting a combat power of 1, 470, 000. Lastly, Sky Star was a psychic space fruit user with a combat power of 1, 560, 000. Such formidable adversaries posed a significant challenge. Frieza, you shall confront Gold Star, the elder with golden hair. Broly, you will face Zyduxing, the old man with a flat cap and a scarred visage. As for Vegeta, he will engage Kaido, allowing Goku to take on the space fruit user, the one with a Mediterranean appearance. The final 2 shall be my responsibility to contend with. Upon witnessing the combat prowess and abilities of his adversaries, Liu Xuan proceeded to allocate opponents to everyone. Captain, will it be too taxing for you to contend with 2 individuals? Bulma expressed her concerns. Rest assured, I have just completed a task, and my strength has ascended to the pinnacle of the 4 emperors. Dealing with 2 foes poses no challenge for me, Liu Xuan replied. Having experienced a significant enhancement in his capabilities after instructing the Straw Hat Pirates. Species, human name, Liu Xuan skills, Chi manipulation 18, Kamehameha 18, energy blast 18. Combat power, 1, 999, 999 strength level. Pinnacle of 4 emperors affiliation. Dragon Ball pirate captain at this moment, Frieza and his crew had already commenced their actions. Frieza stepped forward and called out to Jinxing. Hey, you there, Jinxing. Step forth and engage in a duel with me. Chapter 134. Opponents revealed. How dare this fool challenge me directly? I cannot tolerate this insolence. Let me teach him a lesson. Upon hearing Frieza's taunts, Jinxing could no longer restrain himself and spoke to Zhijuoxing. Zhijuoxing, equally disdainful of Frieza's demeanor, concurred with Jinxing. Very well. Go tell him that the dignity of the 5 elders is not to be trifled with. With Zhijuoxing's agreement, Jinxing suddenly levitated into the air and soared to face Frieza. As a user of the gravity fruit, he could manipulate gravitational forces, allowing him to fly after negating the gravity affecting him on the ground. Hey kid, what is your name? You don't seem like a human. Are you perhaps a user of a mythical beast ability? Jinxing inquired curiously, observing Frieza's form. Frieza, incensed by the question, retorted, you impertinent brat. I am no mere ability user, nor am I a lowly human. I am the Cosmic Emperor, Lord Frieza. Remember that. Haha, how amusing. Inflate your boasts a little more, why don't you? A Cosmic Emperor, indeed. I never expected to encounter someone so enamored with self-aggrandizement. Just now, you had the audacity to address us by the name of the 5 elders. That is a grave offense. Are you prepared to meet your demise, boy? Do you think you know who I am? I am the Cosmic Emperor, Frieza. With a thunderous shout, Frieza unleashed his aura, causing the very ground of Mariewa to tremble. An earthquake. But Whitebeard hasn't used the Tremor fruit. Why is there still shaking? Is the apocalypse upon us? This is not an earthquake. Rather, this individual has unleashed his power, and the tremors are a result of his overwhelming presence. A vice admiral remarked, having encountered many formidable figures and understanding such phenomena. Old man, are you ready to face your end? With that, Frisia extended his finger, unleashing a death beam aimed directly at Jinxing. As the beam of light shot towards him, Venus swiftly evaded, narrowly escaping as the beam grazed his visage and struck the icy surface behind him, leaving a scar upon his face. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion erupted upon impact with the ice. Nearby naval forces and pirates were sent soaring into the air. How infuriating! Tenfold gravity. In a fit of exasperation, Venus unleashed his power, imposing tenfold gravity upon Frisia. Is this gravity? Do you truly believe such a mere increase will suffice against me? I dare say you are overly optimistic. Continuous death beams. Frisia unleashed a barrage of beams from his hands. How could he possibly execute such a feat under tenfold gravity? The gravity is diminishing. Witnessing Frisia unleashing such perilous beams of energy under tenfold gravity, I hastily alleviated my own gravitational pull, evading the lethal rays shot in my direction. Boom, boom, boom. The incessant sounds of explosions echoed. As both Navy and pirates were flung into disarray. We must vacate this place. It is perilous. Liu Xuan urgently addressed Frisia, imploring, Frisia, you and he must engage in battle elsewhere. If you continue here, you will annihilate everyone. Understood, Captain. Frisia responded, turning to point towards the distant sea, addressing Jinxing. You heard him. Let us proceed there. Jinxing, not wishing to see the Navy suffer excessive losses, nodded in agreement, asserting, this is for the Navy. Not a sign of fear towards you. With their resolve shared, the two departed simultaneously towards the horizon. Phew. At last, these two monsters have departed. Indeed, just now, I felt as if death were imminent. Absolutely. I too harbored that sentiment. These beings seem not of this world, akin to gods wielding dominion over human life and death. Upon witnessing Frisia and the Golden Star depart, a collective sigh of relief resonated among the onlookers, for no one is inclined to embrace death so readily. At that moment, Broly stepped forward, confronting the Elder Stars, and pointed at the Intelligent Star, exclaiming, You are the Intelligent Star, aren't you? Our captain has dispatched me to deal with you. The Intelligent Star retorted, Little brat, I have no time for you. Let me show you what I am capable of. Upon seeing Broly specifically designate Shi Duoxing as his opponent, Kong Xing stepped forward and addressed Broly, asserting that he was the adversary and urging him not to disturb Broly's battle with that individual. Suddenly, Sun Wukong appeared, blocking Kong Xing's path and informing him that Vegeta had already replaced Wukong. Who are you? Kong Xing inquired. I am Sun Wukong, the vice captain of the Dragon Ball Pirates. It is a pleasure to meet you, Wukong replied, assuming a combat stance. Very well, then I shall face you. Spatial movement. With that, Kong Xing vanished and reappeared right before Wukong, launching a powerful punch towards him. Bang! Wukong caught the fierce blow and declared, Let us move our battle elsewhere. I would rather not have these individuals perish in the aftermath of our fight. With that, Wukong soared towards the vast, open sea. What say you, Shi Duoxing? Do you wish to engage in combat with me? Upon witnessing Wukong and Kong Xing's departure, Broly continued to converse with Jidua. Broly, do not let arrogance consume you, he warned. If you wish to engage with Jidua, you must first contend with us. Mercury and Ghost Sword stepped forward to assert their stance. The captain had decreed that they would be dealt with by him. Hence I shall not engage you, Broly calmly replied, yet his words incited a considerable uproar. Chapter 135. The Might of Liu Xuan. Did you hear that? That guy claims that the Demon King Liu Xuan intends to confront 2 of the 5 elders alone. Surely, this must be a boast. Is that even possible? Not even the 4 emperors could face 2 adversaries at once, especially not the esteemed 5 elders. The leaders of the world government possess terrifying strength. This must be mere bluster. Indeed, do not fear. The esteemed 5 elders will undoubtedly vanquish the vile pirate. Gradually, the morale of the navy surged. At that moment, Liu Xuan emerged, stating, It seems my reluctance to engage has led to a grave misunderstanding. This occasion presents the perfect opportunity for me to demonstrate my true power, lest you continue to harbor such misconceptions. With that, Liu Xuan's aura suddenly intensified, growing increasingly formidable. The earth trembled, and the seas roared with tumultuous waves. Not only in Mariewa but across the globe. On the Sabaody archipelago, those watching the live broadcast were astonished to feel the entire island quake. What is happening? Could it be an earthquake? A reporter shouted in alarm. Impossible. The tremors began the moment the Demon King Liu Xuan revealed his aura. Could he be the cause? It must be him. This demon king seeks to annihilate the world. His power is overwhelming. Even from such a distance, the intensity of the tremors is palpable. The demon king Liu Xuan is truly terrifying. Moreover, correspondents worldwide reported similar tremors, revealing that Liu Xuan's influence had reached every corner of the globe. What? The head of the newspaper exclaimed, dazed, dropping his pen without noticing. In Mariehua, Liu Xuan's aura had dissipated, and Sengoku received reports from naval divisions around the world, hastily informing the 5 elders of the situation. It seems this demon king is indeed formidable. You too, join forces. Once I defeat Broly, I will come to your aid. Jidwa instructed Mercury and Ghost Sword. Very well, we shall confront the demon king Liu Xuan together, they agreed. With a swift motion, Ghost Sword unsheathed his blade, the initial form of his katana, and they both executed the moon step, charging towards Liu Xuan. Look, Sengoku appears to be signaling to the 5 elders. Those two are now simultaneously advancing toward Liu Xuan. The aura that Liu Xuan just exuded was truly terrifying, even in the presence of my father. I had never felt such a formidable presence, as if facing a deity. It was utterly fearsome. Marco, a veteran of the Whitebeard pirates, was well aware of Whitebeard's might. Upon sensing Liu Xuan's aura, he realized that his father could never stand against him. Haha, Carp, it seems we have already been surpassed by him. At such a young age, who knows how far he will go? Feeling Liu Xuan's strength, even Whitebeard felt a sense of inferiority. Haha. It appears our era has passed. It is now Liu Xuan's time. Carp chuckled, offering no rebuttal to Whitebeard's words. So this is the true strength of my master. It is indeed overwhelming. Luffy stood there, mesmerized by Liu Xuan. Don't just stand there, Luffy. Hurry to the execution platform. Sanji and I will cover you. Zoro reminded Luffy, who was still dazed by Liu Xuan's presence. Right. Ace, wait for me. I will come to rescue you. Luffy snapped back to reality and rushed towards Ace, with Zoro and Sanji trailing behind to protect him. It seems the Navy's chances are slim. Should we leave this place? Doflamingo contemplated, his gaze shifting with uncertainty as he observed the battlefield. Mihawk swiftly dispatched a pirate attempting to ambush him and muttered to himself, it seems the target must change. Haha. So this is the captain of the Dragon Ball pirates who defeated that scoundrel Kaido? The Navy is collaborating with Kaido. It appears I must forsake my position as a warlord. Moonlight Moria, recognizing Liu Xuan's strength, pondered the prospect of joining the Dragon Ball pirates. Is this the man who killed the celestial dragons? He is indeed a powerful individual. I find myself quite taken with him, the Empress Boa Hancock remarked, her cheeks flushed. How frightening. I never expected the Demon King Liu Xuan to harbor such immense power. This could spell trouble. The lecherous Kazara revealed a shocked expression. Recalling how Liu Xuan's released aura had left him breathless, a thought that filled him with dread. Well, isn't it only natural for Liu Xuan to possess such strength? After all, his subordinates are formidable monsters. Without his power, how could he possibly command them? Akiji remarked with an air of inevitability. No matter how powerful he is, he must die here today. Justice will not falter. Akainu declared with a cold expression, viewing Liu Xuan as the greatest menace to the world. So this is the master of that little brat? It seems he did not exaggerate his master's prowess. Rather, he underestimated it. It appears you Marines are in peril this time. Even with the 5 elders present, victory is not guaranteed. Ha! Ladfield erupted into laughter, harboring a deep-seated resentment towards the Navy for their imprisonment of him. The misfortunes befalling the Navy brought him undeniable joy. Chapter 136, The 5 Elders Versus. The Dragon Ball pirates' concern for yourself might be more prudent. With the 5 elders present, Liu Xuan is destined to succumb to us, and you shall find yourself and impelled down to spend the remainder of your days. Kong, undeterred, maintained his formidable demeanor. For him, that defeat at the hands of Ladfield was the utmost humiliation of his life. Enough. The warm-up is complete. We may commence. Liu Xuan subdued his aura, stepping forward to address Mercury and Ghost Sword on the execution platform. Cease your bluster. Allow me to engage you, and we shall see if you possess any true prowess. With that, Ghost Sword unleashed a dark, menacing blade of energy toward Liu Xuan, exerting merely 5/10 of his strength, a mere test of Liu Xuan's capabilities. Nevertheless, even this restrained attack was formidable enough to cleave a vice admiral in two. Such was the terrifying power of the 5 elders. Upon witnessing the seemingly omnipotent black sword energy, Liu Xuan did not flinch. Instead, he extended his right hand and forcefully swung a punch forward, causing the sword energy to dissipate as if it had encountered its nemesis. Surely, I must be mistaken. Liu Xuan merely unleashed a casual punch, and the sword energy of the five elders shattered into fragments. Just how formidable is his strength? This sentiment echoed among the onlookers. It appeared that the five elders had yet to exert their full power. Otherwise, such feeble might would be inconceivable. That strike had already rivaled my utmost effort, indicating that this ghost sword star had transcended the realm of a great swordsman. While others might underestimate the sword energy's potency, the great swordsman Eagle Eye discerned its true nature. Having reached the pinnacle of the great swordsman level himself, he recognized that if someone surpassed him in swordsmanship, they must have broken through that threshold. If this was merely an exploratory attack, then it was unnecessary. Summon your full strength, and let us engage. After shattering the sword energy, Liu Xuan, unfazed, declared, Ghost Sword Star, it seems we have finally encountered a worthy adversary. Do not hold back. Let us unleash our full might together. Mercury, standing beside Ghost Sword Star, spoke gravely. Understood, this time I shall give it my all. Let us advance, Mercury. With that, Ghost Sword Star beckoned Mercury to join him in their assault on Liu Xuan. Now this is more like it, Liu Xuan exclaimed with a smile, charging forward as well. Boom. The three collided, generating a tremendous shockwave that shattered the ice-encased sea surface previously frozen by Akiji. The air crackled with their combined momentum, forming a colossal tornado that swept up everyone in the vicinity, including several naval vice admirals and Whitebeard's captains. How terrifying. Everyone, quickly evacuate before you are caught in their wake. The situation had escalated to the point of becoming a war between the Dragon Ball pirates and the world government, with Whitebeard and the Navy relegated to mere background players. Ace's predicament was no longer the primary concern. If this continued, the Navy headquarters itself would be obliterated by the clash between the Dragon Ball pirates and the Five Elders. Five Elders, please relocate your battle elsewhere, Sengoku shouted. Witnessing the devastation caused by the trio's confrontation, the residual force nearly annihilating the Navy headquarters. Hearing Sengoku's urgent call, Ghost Sword Star and Mercury quickly halted their actions and turned to Liu Xuan. Boy, do you dare to fight us in another location? What is there to fear? I shall accompany you wherever. Liu Xuan replied with a grin. All right, let us go. With that, Ghost Sword Star and Mercury activated their moon step. Soaring towards the distant sea, Liu Xuan executed his sky dance technique, floating into the air to pursue them. The Dragon Ball pirates can actually fly. It is truly enviable and makes things much more convenient. Indeed, once this battle concludes, the Dragon Ball pirates are destined to become the most powerful pirate crew in the world, with the other four emperors standing no chance against them. As they gazed at the receding figures, the crowd murmured in hushed tones. That was indeed perilous. The captain acted recklessly. Had it not been for our mastery of the aerial arts, we would have undoubtedly been swept into that recent whirlwind. Clin sighed in relief as he observed Liu Xuan and the others depart, recalling how he had narrowly escaped being engulfed during his confrontation with the Yellow Ape. Once the group had departed, Broly stepped forward, declaring that with the troublesome ones gone, it was time to commence their battle. It seemed the old man was overdue for a stretch. I shall indulge you in a playful skirmish, but we must relocate to a more distant area, as you witnessed. Their clash could obliterate the entire island. Finally, the sage emerged, stretching his long untested body before addressing Broly. Defeating you is my foremost priority. The fate of this island is of no concern to me. However, since the captain wishes to preserve it, I shall grant him that wish. Broly's earlier declarations had nearly terrified the spectators, but his subsequent words alleviated their fears. You frighten me. I thought they were truly going to continue battling here. Indeed. I was nearly incapacitated, remarked a pirate who had collapsed to the ground. You all seem fine. Look at me. Upon hearing their remarks, another individual chimed in, revealing his drenched trousers. Ha ha ha. It seems the members of the Dragon Ball pirates possess remarkably diverse personalities, each more eccentric than the last, Whitebeard chuckled. Had it not been for Liu Xuan's oversight, they might have caused quite a ruckus. Evidently, they heed Liu Xuan's commands above all else. This time, Carp refrained from contradicting Whitebeard's assertion. Chapter 137, The Rescue of Ace with the main forces of the Dragon Ball pirates and the Five Elders departing. The operation to rescue Ace commenced anew. Luffy and his companions were nearing the execution platform, where only Sengoku remained, while the admirals and the seven warlords were being delayed by Clin and the captains of the Whitebeard pirates. Ha ha ha. It seems rescuing Ace is merely a matter of time, Marco remarked, observing the unfolding situation. Indeed, Ace's brother. Give it your all. You're fourth. Bounce man. Upon reaching the base of the execution platform, Luffy activated his gear forth and soared upward, grasping Ace in an attempt to flee. However, Sengoku transformed into a colossal Buddha and struck them with a mighty fist. Though uninjured, Luffy and Ace were sent hurtling away. Ace, are you alright? Although the onslaught from the warring states was single-handedly thwarted by Luffy, he still harbored some concern for Ace, for Ace was merely an ordinary person at present, vulnerable to injury. I am fine, Luffy. You need not fret, Ace reassured him. Though he could not transform into an elemental state, his physical constitution remained robust. The fall from a height had not inflicted any harm upon him. That is splendid news. However, you are currently shackled with sea stone handcuffs and cannot move freely. Our paramount objective now is to locate the key. Indeed, let us seek out Sanji, for his ability allows him to conjure keys. Luffy exclaimed as a sudden epiphany struck him. Luffy, over here. Hurry. Zoro called out to Luffy, having just spotted Sanji concealed among the pirates. He deemed it essential to bring him along. Zoro, you are truly astute, Luffy praised, causing Zoro's face to flush with bashfulness as he waved his hand dismissively. Luffy hastened to Sanji's side with Ace, who promptly released Ace from his shackles. Splendid. Ace. Upon witnessing the shackles of Sea Prism Stone being released from Ace, Luffy exuberantly exclaimed, I never imagined there would come a time when I would be the one to rescue you. Furthermore, thank you, Luffy. A smile graced Ace's face. Ace, let us hasten our departure from this place. It remains perilous. Ace shouted, Very well, let us charge forth together as brothers. With that, he followed Luffy in a swift dash towards freedom. Young ones, provide full protection for Ace and his brother as they make their escape. Upon witnessing Ace's rescue, Whitebeard erupted into laughter, announcing to his crew. Turning towards Garp, he inquired, What say you, Garp? Shall we continue the fight? Of course we shall, Garp replied, his voice booming with determination. Yet, the smile upon his face betrayed his true feelings. The joy of Ace's salvation brought him immense delight, for he had watched Ace grow, and their bond was profoundly deep. Then let the battle resume. Whitebeard laughed heartily, charging towards Garp once more. How infuriating. Such a situation should never have arisen. Sengoku lamented, feeling a profound sense of guilt for allowing Ace to escape. Despite the disparity in their strengths, he had been outmaneuvered by Luffy, who had successfully liberated Ace. Make way. Make way. Luffy and Ace forged ahead, effortlessly overcoming their obstacles, as all the Marine commanders had been thwarted. No one could impede the progress of these two brothers. Their synergy was remarkable. Truly, they were worthy of being called brothers, each demonstrating immense prowess. Press on, Ace and little brother. Charge forth. As Luffy and Ace forged ahead, overcoming every obstacle in their path, the pirates' morale soared. Who would have thought he would truly succeed? Reflecting on the past, it seems we were once mocking the Straw Hat Boy for his audacity. Yet here we are now. Crocodile, the sand alligator, observed the two with an inscrutable expression. Ha! Old man Akainu, the Straw Hat Boy has indeed rescued his brother. Do you still intend to continue this fight with me? Liefeld inquired, blocking Akainu's punch. Humph. Spare me your prattle. Even if the Straw Hat Boy has liberated Fire Fist Ace, they cannot escape the Navy headquarters. There are other Marines here. There's no need for me to intervene. My sole mission now is to return you to Impel Down. Steel Bone Akainu retorted with a cold snort, continuing to unleash his fist upon Liefeld. Is that so? Then let us see. Liefeld declared as he charged forward. Ha ha, how amusing. Truly worthy of being the Demon King's disciple, it seems a new era is on the horizon. Will it be the Gorosei or the Dragon Ball pirates who emerge victorious? I feel as though I stand at the very center of this new age. Doflamingo laughed maniacally. Red-haired, it seems the dream you entrusted is on the verge of realization. Mihawk remarked, gazing at Luffy and Ace's retreating figures, recalling the expression on Shanks's face when he mentioned the Straw Hat Boy. Ha ha ha, the captain certainly did not misjudge. Luffy's strength has surged so rapidly, even though we are suppressed by this world and cannot unleash even a fraction of our true power, Killin said, pausing his actions to observe Luffy and Ace. This world, are you not inhabitants of it? Kizaru, engaged in combat with Killin, responded with a perplexed expression. Oh, it's nothing. You simply misheard. Killin quickly laughed off, realizing he had misspoken. Humph. I never imagined you two would escape, but as long as I am here, you shall not leave alive. Akainu declared, having appeared at an unknown moment to confront Ace and Luffy. Chapter 138. What is happening? When did Akainu arrive there? Upon witnessing the astonishment of Akainu, he exclaimed, Akainu, the brat. Whitebeard, taken aback by Akainu's interception of Ace and his companion, felt a surge of alarm. Although both individuals possessed formidable strength, they were still no match for the renowned Akainu. Instinctively, Whitebeard yearned to intervene and assist. Whitebeard, your mind is in turmoil. Preoccupied with concern for Ace's safety, Whitebeard fell prey to an opening, allowing Carp to deliver a powerful punch to his chest, sending him hurtling away. With a cough of crimson blood, Whitebeard rose to his feet, acutely aware of the severity of Carp's blow, as it was dealt by one of equal caliber. Oh, long live Vice Admiral Carp. Witnessing Carp injure Whitebeard, the Navy erupted in cheers. The news of Whitebeard's injury at the hands of Carp was indeed monumental. Journalists observing the battle from the northern part of Sabaody Archipelago shouted in excitement. The Whitebeard pirates were on the verge of defeat. Our safety would be ensured henceforth. Long live the Navy. These individuals believed that the downfall of Whitebeard would herald an era of peace. Yet they failed to comprehend the chaos that would ensue in the new world without his suppression. Old man, the crew of the Whitebeard pirates cried out in concern. Ha! Is Whitebeard nearing his end? It seems your crew's fate is sealed. Fire Fist Ace, there is no escape for you. Akainu laughed menacingly at the injured Whitebeard, addressing Ace. Father will never lose. He is the strongest man in the world. Ace, who had always idolized Whitebeard, firmly believed that he was indeed the strongest being on the planet. Stop joking. Even without the Demon King Liu Xuan, one of the 5 elders could easily defeat Whitebeard. The title of the strongest is merely a fade. Akainu continued to taunt Ace. Ace's anger boiled over. He despised hearing disparaging remarks about Whitebeard, and even if he couldn't match his opponent, he would demand a piece of flesh in return for such insults. Ace, don't fall for such blatant provocation. If you engage, you'll only be playing into their hands, Luffy interjected, gripping Ace's arm. I know, but he is my father, and I cannot allow anyone to insult him. Ace retorted, turning to Luffy. Ha! I will speak as I please. Whitebeard is a thorough failure. He was defeated by your biological father, the Pirate King Roger. And now he has lost the title of the strongest to Liu Xuan. Is that not the mark of a loser? Akainu continued to mock Ace. Enough of your nonsense. Whitebeard is the greatest pirate. This era is defined by him. Fire Fist. Ace shouted, unleashing his signature move toward Akainu. Humph. Whitebeard is destined to fail. Relinquish your struggle. Great eruption. Akainu shot back, transforming his right hand into magma as it collided with Ace's Fire Fist. Bang. Ah. Ace cried out in pain as he was sent flying. To everyone's astonishment, Ace had been burned. How was this possible? After all, Ace was a Logia-type user of the flame fruit. Humph. Ace, you may be flames, but I can incinerate even flames with my magma. There is no escape for you. Observing the peculiar expressions on the faces of the crowd, Akainu disdainfully gazed at Ace and declared, how infuriating. I shall not allow you to harm Ace any longer. Henceforth, I shall be the one to protect you, Ace. Fourth gear, Bounce Man. Witnessing Akainu's intent to harm Ace, Luffy unleashed his fourth gear, positioning himself protectively in front of Ace. Initially, he had planned to eliminate Fire Fist Ace before turning his attention to you, but since you have chosen to court death, I shall deal with you first. Great Fire. Akainu thrust his right fist towards Luffy. As he beheld the torrent of molten lava surging towards him, Luffy leaped forward, his feet springing with such force that they propelled him into the air. With a motion akin to a tightly coiled spring, his right hand shot out violently, striking the magma unleashed by Akainu, effectively obstructing the fierce inferno. The impact sent molten rock splattering, melting the nearby ice, and after delivering that blow, Luffy deflated like a punctured balloon, reverting to his original state. During the events at Impel Down, he had already utilized Gear 4th numerous times. Pushing his body beyond its limits, that last strike had drained the last vestiges of his haki. This is dire. Luffy's haki is entirely depleted. Everyone, hurry and protect the 2 brothers. Jinbei, who had been vigilantly monitoring Luffy and Ace, urgently called out to alert the others upon witnessing Luffy's peril. He held great faith in Luffy. During their time at Impel Down, Jinbei had observed Luffy defeat countless adversaries, never faltering even against foes stronger than himself, a quality that truly commanded respect. Damn it. I won't allow you to harm Ace or even a single hair on his head. Akainu. Marco swiftly flew to shield the 2 brothers, confronting Akainu. Do you truly believe you can stop me, Marco? How naive. I will do whatever it takes to impede you. Is that so? Then let us see you try. Dog bite. Crimson Lotus. With that, Akainu's arm transformed into a canine form as he charged at Marco. I shall not grant you your wish. Marco transformed, enveloped in blue flames, and soared toward Akainu, intercepting the dog bite, Crimson Lotus. Chapter 139, Whitebeard's Fury against Akainu. How many times can you withstand this? I see your stamina waning. I wonder how long you can endure. As he beheld Marco transforming into the immortal phoenix, Akainu relentlessly unleashed torrents of magma towards him. Although Marco's phoenix abilities allowed for complete restoration, there existed a limit. After enduring numerous assaults from Akainu, Marco began to falter, ultimately seizing an opportunity to be struck aside by a powerful blow, collapsing to the ground, unable to recover in the immediate moment. The son of the Revolutionary Army leader. Dragon, both of you must be eliminated. Since you are courting death, I shall dispose of you first. After sending Marco flying, Akainu turned to face Luffy and launched a fist at him, this time employing all of his might, determined to eradicate this potential future adversary. Luffy, Ace, witnessing this, ignited into flames, soaring to shield Luffy, but was impaled through the chest by Akainu's molten right hand, collapsing atop Luffy. Ace. Doctor, hurry. Luffy stared in shock at Ace lying on him, suddenly realizing the dire situation as he embraced Ace, feeling the warm liquid on his hands. Glancing down, he saw his palms drenched in blood, understanding the gravity of the incident, and frantically searched for a doctor. You shall join him in death. With that, Akainu prepared to strike Luffy once more. Bang! Akainu's attack was thwarted. It was Jinbei who had arrived just in time to intercept Akainu's lethal blow. I won't allow you to harm Ace's brother any further, Jinbei declared. You are the former warlord of the sea. You should be aware of my strength. You cannot stop me, Akainu coldly retorted, glaring at Jinbei who stood before him. Even if it costs me my life, I will stand in your way, Jinbei shouted, unleashing fishman karate towards Akainu, but being on land diminished his power, and he was swiftly sent flying. Damn it, Jinbei rose, gazing at the advancing Akainu, lamenting his own weakness, powerless to rescue Luffy and Ace. Suddenly, a voice echoed from behind. It was Marco and the swordsman Vista. Instinctively, Jinbei lowered his head. Whoosh! Two figures soared above him, striking Akainu, leaving two enormous gashes across his body, nearly cleaving him in half. Haki! Akainu murmured, his body quickly regenerating, having anticipated the ambush. Marco and Vista's surprise attack had not succeeded. Curse it! So close! Marco expressed his frustration. Vista then turned to Jinbei. Take Ace and Luffy away. We will hold off Akainu. Quickly, Jinbei scooped up Ace and Luffy and raced towards the sea. You cannot stop me. Their lives must end here. Akainu swiftly executed his ultimate technique, sending Marco hurtling through the air to crash onto the ground, seemingly unable to rise for the time being. Then, with a fierce burst of flames, he repelled Vista and turned to unleash a torrent of magma toward Jinbei, who was cradling Luffy, aiming to obliterate both brothers along with Jinbei. Suddenly, a sound akin to shattering glass pierced the air, followed by a resounding explosion. It appeared as though Akainu's magma had been intercepted by an unseen force, fracturing into shards that rained down upon the icy surface, creating numerous holes in the ice. Out of nowhere, a towering figure materialized behind Akainu. Sensing the presence, a cold sweat broke out on Akainu's brow as he slowly turned to behold Whitebeard, whose unwavering gaze bore the weight of seething fury. Whitebeard, what are you doing here? Gazing at the white-bearded Akainu before him, he coldly inquired, only to turn and behold Carp pinned beneath Sengoku. Sengoku, hold me down like this, or I may lose control and slay Akainu. Carp, you fool. Observing Carp beneath him, Sengoku, despite his harsh words, harbored a profound understanding of Carp's anguish. After all, witnessing the demise of one's grandson, whom one has nurtured for over a decade, would be unbearable for anyone, no matter how resilient. Akainu, have you contemplated your demise? Although Whitebeard's face betrayed no emotion, an inferno of fury simmered within him. Whitebeard, I have no fear of you. You are already wounded, and the outcome remains uncertain. Akainu shouted, launching a punch at Whitebeard. With a resounding thud, Whitebeard parried Akainu's blow with his bicinto, and then his right hand, brimming with the powers of the Tremor fruit, struck Akainu forcefully. With a crack, Akainu seemed to shatter, collapsing to the ground. Yet Whitebeard was relentless. Another seismic punch sent Akainu plummeting into the depths below. This blow, fueled by Whitebeard's wrath, finally brought down the beleaguered marine headquarters, leaving the entire plaza in ruins, with some marines and pirates unable to escape the fissures. Damnable Whitebeard, the marine headquarters, which has stood for 8 centuries, has crumbled at my hands. Sengoku lamented, his composure unraveling at the sight. Quickly, summon a ship's doctor. Whitebeard, having wreaked havoc upon the marine headquarters, finally ceased his assault and turned to his crew. Yes. Hurry, find the ship's doctor. At that moment, the members of the Whitebeard pirates sprang into action, racing to locate their ship's physician. I'm here, make way. Shortly thereafter, a doctor from the Whitebeard crew arrived, pushing through the crowd to Ace's side. However, upon seeing Ace's wounds, he fell silent. What is it, doctor? Hurry, save Ace, Marco urged, gripping the physician's arm. I'm sorry. This wound is beyond my help. It's too severe, his organs have been scorched. The doctor shook his head. Dismay etched on his features. How can this be? Hearing the doctor's words, the members of the Whitebeard pirates were struck dumb, then erupted into tears. What's wrong? Why is everyone crying? At that moment, the idol Bruma approached, noticing the tears. Miss Bruma, Ace is about to die? Zoro, who had just arrived, exclaimed. But he isn't dead yet. We can still save him. Bruma replied, her expression one of confusion. Miss Bruma, please do not jest. Such grave injuries cannot be healed. Sanji approached as Bulma produced a senza bean from her person, addressing both of them. Senza beans, can they truly heal Ace? The two were not unfamiliar with these miraculous beans, having consumed them during past battles. However, this injury was far from ordinary. Ace's insides were nearly incinerated. Could a senza bean truly revive him? Bulma, upon hearing Zoro's doubts, shook her head and chided. You lot are such wasters. As long as there is breath left, consuming a senza bean will restore you completely, no matter how severe the injury. That is precisely why they are called senza beans. Hurry, give it to him. After her words, Bulma tossed 2 senzu beans to Zoro, who quickly approached Ace and Luffy, administering the beans to both. In an instant, the 2 injured men began to recover. Even the gaping wound on Ace's chest miraculously healed, leaving the onlookers in awe. How is this possible? It's nothing short of a miracle. The ship's doctor, witnessing the event, stood agape, utterly astonished, having never seen a person thought to be beyond saving return to life. This is incredible. Thank you, Miss Bulma. Zoro and the others expressed their gratitude, elated by the recovery. There's no need for thanks. Saving you was the captain's intention as well. Bulma waved her hand dismissively. Sanji, Zoro, quickly fetch a Dr. Ace, he's awake. Luffy, upon regaining consciousness, shouted for Sanji and Zoro, but was soon taken aback by the sight of Ace standing beside him. Ace, he exclaimed in astonishment. Thank you. It seems this young lady saved us, Ace said, pointing to Bulma. Luffy, far more concerned about finding a doctor for Ace than his own state, moved with urgency, deeply touching Ace's heart. What more could one desire in life than a brother like this? Bulma, did you save Ace? I can't thank you enough. Luffy cried, tears of joy streaming down his face. All right, Luffy, you two need to leave this place quickly. It's very dangerous, Bulma warned, seeing that the two were now safe. Indeed. Ace, let us hurry. It suddenly dawned on them that they had yet to leave the Navy headquarters, and they quickly rose to prepare their departure. In the distance, Whitebeard beamed with joy at Ace's recovery, laughing heartily. Ha ha ha. Sengoku, it seems your strategy has failed. Sengoku, standing at the execution platform, was stunned by Ace's miraculous recovery, his eyes nearly popping out in disbelief. How is this possible? Just a moment ago, he was thought to be beyond salvation. The news of Ace's healing shattered the limits of belief, transcending the mere description of a miracle. Ha ha ha. Who would have imagined such a thing? The Dragon Ball pirates are truly formidable. Doflamingo observed the situation keenly, his fingers deftly dispatching the pirates who had attempted to ambush him. While he reveled in the sight of Ace and Luffy, their bodies rejuvenated, as he laughed heartily towards the heavens. What a miracle! Ha ha! Truly remarkable! Ha ha! It is no wonder he is my grandson. Once released by Sengoku, Garp burst into laughter, prompting Sengoku to feel the urge to deliver a punch. Little did they know that the Dragon Ball pirates possess such formidable medicine, capable of reviving a dying individual within mere seconds, restoring their body to peak condition. Should the Navy acquire such a potion, they would command an immortal army and reclaim the New World. Sengoku's thoughts were indeed noble, yet rather impractical. For even Liu Xuan could not produce such an abundance of magical beans, and even if he could, he would never relinquish them to Sengoku. Ha ha ha, Kong. Who would have thought that after all your meticulous planning, a mere pill from the Dragon Ball pirates could dismantle your scheme? Raid teased Steelbone Kong. Admitting he had also been taken aback, a single small pill had revived the nearly deceased Ace. How astonishing. Clearly, he had underestimated the Dragon Ball pirates. Chapter 141. Old Farthumph. Raidfield, do not revel too much. The Navy has not yet met its demise. As long as the 5 elders defeat Liu Xuan, your doom will be sealed. Kong remained unfazed by his provocation. How terrifying. The Dragon Ball pirates. They can revive the nearly dead. This is truly appalling. The Yellow Ape's face, usually sly, now bore an expression of shock. He had lost count of how many times the Dragon Ball pirates had astonished him. Is this for real? If the Dragon Ball pirates possess many such medicines, how can we possibly emerge victorious? Akiji echoed the sentiment, equally astounded. Who would have imagined that the Dragon Ball pirates had such a hidden reserve? You must have some as well. After being repelled by Liu Xuan's punch, Mercury paused to remark. Liu Xuan retaliated with a punch against the original ghost cutter of Ghost Sword Star, driving him back, and addressed Mercury, saying, Indeed, I possess a considerable supply of magical beings, but it seems I require them to deal with the 2 of you. Do not let pride blind you. No matter how strong you are, you cannot hope to contend with both of us united. I foresee you soon falling to my original ghost cutter. Ghost Sword Star, stroking his original ghost cutter, spoke coldly. Mercury, heeding his words, cautioned Ghost Sword Star not to be too complacent, as this young man is exceptionally powerful. We must combine our full strength against him. Liu Xuan's earlier punch had inflicted significant injury upon him. Mercury, are you not quaking in fear at his prowess? Allow me to handle him. The Ghost Sword Star paid no heed, merely attributing the Mercury's timidity to cowardice. After declaring his intent, he waved his right hand, unleashing a dark blade of energy directed at Liu Xuan, while his figure vanished in an instant. Just as Liu Xuan raised his hand to counter the sword energy, Ghost Sword Star reappeared behind him, striking with his blade. Although Liu Xuan sensed Ghost Sword Star's attack well in advance, he chose not to evade. Instead, his right index finger emitted a layer of white energy that intercepted the initial strike of the Ghost Blade. Following this, he delivered a powerful punch to Ghost Sword Star's abdomen, who was caught off guard and sent crashing into the sea. Upon witnessing this scene, Mercury swiftly controlled the waters to rescue Ghost Sword Star. Are you all right? I warned you earlier. His power is formidable. We must join forces to have any chance of defeating him. With a cough of blood, Ghost Sword Star gasped for breath, unable to respond verbally. Instead, he took to the skies, positioning himself beside Mercury. The earlier embarrassment weighed heavily on him. Having boasted about his ability to handle the situation alone only to be struck down was a source of shame. Understanding his tacit agreement to her earlier suggestion, Mercury whispered to him, Ghost Sword Star, shortly. We shall employ that technique to resolve this. Prepare yourself while I stall for time. That technique? Very well. This lad indeed merits our utmost effort. With that, Ghost Sword Star closed his eyes, gathering his energy with full concentration. As he began his preparations, Mercury turned to Captain Liu Xuan and remarked, Captain Liu, your presence here is merely to assist your disciple in rescuing his brother. Now that Fire Fist Ace has been saved, why don't we each take a step back and consider this matter settled? Of course, Mercury had no intention of conceding. He was merely stalling for time. Upon hearing his words, Liu Xuan contemplated for a moment before responding. That sounds reasonable, but I have one condition, and I wonder if the elders can acquiesce. Oh, what condition might that be? Please, enlighten us, Captain Liu. Mercury feigned interest as he listened. Liu Xuan loosened his collar and replied, It is nothing of great consequence. I merely believe that the institution of slavery is profoundly inhumane. I wish for your world government to abolish it, and the aristocracy as well, particularly the celestial dragons. I advocate for the notion that all men are created equal. No one is inherently more noble than another, nor lower in status. All sentient beings should coexist in peace. Should the elders agree to this condition, the Dragon Ball pirates will withdraw from this battle. How simple is that? After stating his case, Liu Xuan even winked at Mercury, as if he were merely proposing a trivial matter. Mercury was nearly driven to fury by Liu Xuan's words. Was this truly a trivial matter? It was utter nonsense. Setting aside the issue of slavery, the mere suggestion of abolishing the aristocracy would incite an uproar among the nobles, especially the celestial dragons, who wield immense power. Who would relinquish such authority? It was impossible. This condition is non-negotiable. You must be mad. I suspect you are affiliated with the Revolutionary Army, daring to declare such absurdities before the world. Do you hold our world government in such contempt? You scum of the sea dare to make such demands. This is sheer folly. As Mercury's anger escalated, so did his volume, seemingly forgetting the necessity of stalling for time. Upon hearing Mercury not only reject his request, but also insult him, Liu Xuan erupted in anger, shouting, "You old fool! Who are you calling scum? You've overstepped your bounds. If that's the case, I shall fight until your old fool agrees." Liu Xian's words echoed through the loudspeaker, reaching the entire square. Their dialogue had been surreptitiously broadcasted by Liu Xian's activated transponder snail, ensuring that the entire world was aware of the exchange. Now, upon hearing Liu Xuan refer to the elders as old fools, the crowd was left in astonishment. Chapter 142. Did you hear that? The Demon King Liu Xuan actually called the elders old fools to their faces. Am I dreaming? You are not dreaming. I heard it too. Is this the audacity of the 4 emperors of the New World? Truly remarkable. Upon hearing Liu Xuan refer to the 5 old stars as old rascals, people around the world began to chatter, with some expressing admiration for Liu Xian's ideals. In the Revolutionary Army base, Dolag listened intently to Liu Xian's voice transmitted through a communication device, overwhelmed with excitement. Was this not the very essence of the Revolutionary Army's aspirations? To liberate the enslaved, to overthrow the aristocracy, and to forge a world of equality. This was indeed the goal for which the Revolutionary Army fought. Leader, could it be that Liu Xuan is one of us? His vision aligns perfectly with ours, remarked a fellow revolutionary soldier beside Dolag. Haha, it appears Liu Xuan is a kindred spirit. We should make an effort to reach out. Perhaps we could collaborate. I eagerly anticipate that day, Dolag exclaimed. And as he spoke, the skies darkened ominously, as though a tempest were brewing. At that moment, Marin Van burst forth. Ha! Old rascal is indeed a fitting epithet for Liu Xuan. Truly, he has captured the essence of the 5 old stars. His laughter resonated, inciting fury in the hearts of Sengoku and his companions. Liu Xuan dared to insult the 5 old stars so brazenly. Such audacity. We must capture him and subject him to severe punishment. A furious Ji Duoxing shouted amidst his battle with Broly. Broly scoffed dismissively. Do you truly believe you can apprehend the captain? Such delusions. The captain's strength far surpasses your own. Spare me your grandstanding. Once I defeat you, I will assist Mercury and Ghost Sword Star in vanquishing Liu Xuan, and then it will be the end for your Dragon Ball pirates, Ji Duoxing declared, launching a stream of magma towards Broly, utilizing his fruit ability to mimic others' powers. Dream on if you think you can defeat me. I am no mere old rascal, Broly retorted, effortlessly swatting away the oncoming magma and charging toward Ji Duoxing with renewed vigor. Gravity Fist. Venus unleashed a powerful blow against Frieza, who hovered in the air, catching his breath. Upon hearing Liu Xian's taunt, he was instantly incensed. You Dragon Ball pirates truly have no idea of your own insignificance, daring to speak so boldly. Frieza regarded him with disdain. The ones who are truly insignificant are you. Had our strength not been suppressed, we would have already decimated this place. Stop boasting. Who would believe your claims of suppressed strength? Venus scoffed, clearly skeptical of Vegeta's words. Believe it or not, it matters little to me. I am simply bored and in need of some exercise. It's time to get serious. This endless skirmish is utterly pointless. Let me unleash just 50 of my power. With that proclamation, Frieza's aura surged, creating tumultuous waves around him, as if a tsunami were about to erupt. Witnessing Frieza's overwhelming presence, Goku murmured, "Oh, is Vegeta about to get serious? It seems I must summon some of my own strength." With that, Goku let out a mighty roar and transformed into a Super Saiyan of the 3rd grade. The transformation was astonishing, and his aura had shifted dramatically. It was evident that his power had significantly increased, prompting him to exercise caution. Spatial Fist. Kongqing, astonished by Goku's transformation, exclaimed in disbelief. Suddenly, his fist vanished from sight, and a ripple emerged in the space behind Goku's head as a dark fist surged towards him. Given Goku's proficiency in instant transmission, he was acutely aware of spatial fluctuations. The moment he sensed the disturbance behind him, he instinctively extended his left hand to block Kongqing's punch. It seems you possess a keen sensitivity to spatial awareness. Truly, you are a troublesome adversary. Upon witnessing Yukong block his punch, Kongqing expressed a tinge of regret, remarking that had his previous strike succeeded in a surprise attack, it would undoubtedly have inflicted harm upon his opponent. Is this the extent of your spatial fruit abilities? It seems reminiscent of a former adversary I encountered, who also had the capability to traverse through space at will. However, your prowess pales in comparison to his. Now, let us commence the second round. Wukong gazed at Kongqing, his fighting spirit intensifying. Meanwhile, on another front, Vegeta was fiercely engaged with his longtime rival, Kaido. Upon hearing Liu Xian's words, Kaido let out a hearty laugh, proclaiming, "Though we are foes, I must admit my admiration for your captain. It takes a bold individual to address the five elders so brazenly, calling them old fogies. Haha. Humph. Our captain is indeed formidable. Otherwise, how could he lead us?" Vegeta retorted. "But I must say, your strength has significantly increased. It appears you have undergone rigorous training." Haha. "Indeed. To defeat you Dragon Ball pirates. I've even allied with the Navy, whom I have long held in disdain. It was that scoundrel Vegapunk who enhanced my body. Now, both my strength and speed, along with my defensive capabilities, have more than doubled. I stand as the strongest now." Chapter 143. The combination technique of the five elders do not speak foolishly. "Our captain is the true strongest." One of Vegeta's allies interjected. "You have just witnessed our captain's strength and should be well aware of this fact." In response to Kaido's claim of being the world's strongest, Vegeta scoffed. Kaido fell silent, having just witnessed Liu Xuan's might. He understood that he could not contend with Liu Xuan and ceased to refute Vegeta's assertion. While that may be true, you still cannot prevail. The world government has endured for so long, their power extends far beyond mere appearances. Surely, you have heard of ancient weapons? The Heavenly King is firmly in the grasp of the world government. Should they perceive a threat to their dominion, they would unleash it to obliterate their enemies. However, I have only heard tales of it and have not laid eyes upon it myself, so I remain ignorant of the true nature of this weapon. What I do know is that once they activate it, your Dragon Ball pirates will inevitably vanish into the annals of history. As for the Heavenly King, our captain has long been aware of its existence, yet we possess our own trump cards. Defeat is not a certainty." Vegeta, upon hearing Kaido's words, wore an expression that suggested he was already privy to this information. "Is that so? No wonder you dare to make such a grand entrance at the Navy headquarters. But can you truly guarantee that your trump cards can withstand the Heavenly King?" Kaido, taken aback by Vegeta's assertion, inquired. "Even if we may not be able to vanquish them, the Dragon Ball pirates will return. We cannot stand idly by while the Navy slays our captain's apprentice. We have shared a profound bond, one that is harmonious and mutually understanding. Now, let us cease this chatter and commence our battle. The captain awaits my arrival." One of the pirates declared. "Haha, then let us engage." Kaido laughed heartily as he charged at Vegeta, initiating their clash. The strength of the Dragon Ball pirates was remarkable. 5 individuals alone possessed the power of the 4 emperors, not to mention the considerable number of vice-admirals among them. Many crew members had yet to arrive, suggesting that the era ahead would likely belong to them. Jinbei, observing the battle, could not help but marvel at their prowess. "Master, their strength is truly formidable." "We are still far from their level," Sanji remarked, taking a slow drag from his cigarette. Zoro sheathed his sword, realizing that future training would need to be intensified. "The foes we will face are likely to be immensely powerful." Luffy, surprised to learn that he was the apprentice of the Demon King Liu Xuan, asked Ace. "When did this happen?" Donning his straw hat, Luffy recalled their first encounter, laughing. "What a twist of fate. Back then, we knew nothing. After meeting my master, our strength began to surge at an astonishing rate." Suddenly, Luffy remembered the intense training he underwent with Liu Xuan and, with a look of horror, muttered, "Sometimes I think it would have been better not to be his apprentice." Jinbei, noticing Luffy's distressed expression, pondered aloud. What troubles him? It's nothing. He merely recalls some unpleasant memories. Sanji clarified. Haha. Indeed. My master's training is exceptionally rigorous. Luffy is nearly worn out by it every day. Zoro chuckled. Now I understand. Dwelling on the precipice of life and death daily explains why you all are so strong. Jinbei exclaimed, finally grasping the source of their incredible strength. Hey, hurry and leave this place. What are you standing around for? The voice of Marco, the captain of the 1st Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, resonated through the air. Indeed. We must make haste. The Navy's pursuers are almost upon us. Marco's words snapped everyone back to reality, prompting them to resume their dash toward the pirate ship. Seeing the crowd continue to flee, Marco remarked, what a troublesome bunch of little rascals. With that, he charged towards the pursuing Navy. The scene shifted back to Liu Xuan. You little brat dare to speak to us like that? Mercury, let us not be polite. Unleash our most formidable combination technique and eliminate him. The ghost sword star was enraged, smoke practically rising from his head. He had no desire to continue playing with Liu Xuan and resolved to deliver his most powerful strike. Ghost sword star, are you ready? Then let us commence. Mercury declared, and the two began to execute their combination technique. Vortex Water Blade. Azura Slash. Combined technique. Azura Vortex Water Blade Slash. A colossal water vortex, several dozen meters in diameter, surged forth, intertwined with black sword energy. Seemingly intent on obliterating everything in its path, carving a deep trench in the ocean as if cleaving the sea in two. Excellent. Now this is the power I seek. Kamehameha. Observing the approaching water vortex, Liu Xuan thrust his palms forward, unleashing a column of blue light that collided with the swirling blue-black vortex. Boom. The clash resulted in a tremendous shockwave, with black sword energy, blue water blades, and shockwaves erupting, creating a circular pit several kilometers wide in the ocean. While displaced seawater surged into towering tsunamis, rolling outward. How can this be? We exerted our full strength, yet it was so effortlessly countered. Is this Liu Xuan some sort of monster? Chapter 144, The Celestial King Uranus. Upon witnessing their most formidable combination technique being effortlessly countered by Liu Xuan, the two individuals widened their eyes in disbelief. It was inconceivable for them to accept such a reality. However, this reaction was not entirely unexpected. After all, having dominated the world for an extended period, they had grown accustomed to perceiving themselves as the strongest beings, incapable of acknowledging anyone superior. Yet, it was imperative for them to confront an undeniable truth. I am indeed stronger than you. Liu Xuan's words ignited a profound anger in the duo. Yet they found themselves powerless to respond, rendering them silent. As the two remained silent, Liu Xuan shrugged and declared, "Since you have resigned yourselves to your fate, I shall now deal with you. In a while, I still need to assist Wukong and the others with the other 5 Elder Stars." Just as Liu Xuan was about to take action, the two hurriedly intervened, pleading, "Wait a moment, Captain Liu Xuan. Must we truly reach a point of no return? Do not jest with me about a point of no return. What do you possess to engage in such a futile struggle against me?" Liu Xuan responded with a smile upon hearing the Elder Star's words. "Surely, our world government has its secret weapons. Otherwise, how could we have maintained dominion over the world for so many years? However, activating these weapons requires the sacrifice of countless lives. Had it not been for this, you would have been eliminated long ago. Thus, we will not resort to such measures unless absolutely necessary." Mercury's words startled Liu Xuan. Could it be the king? He turned away, feigning indifference, and remarked, "It is merely King Uranus. I have known of this for ages." Impossible. This is a closely guarded secret of the world government known only to the 5 Elder Stars and the Celestial Dragons. How could you possibly be aware of this? Mercury and Ghost Sword Star stared at Liu Xuan in disbelief. "You need not concern yourselves with that. As long as you agree to my terms, I shall take my leave from here. So, what say you? Will you acquiesce? This condition is utterly unreasonable. We cannot consent to it. In that case, we shall have no choice but to employ the king." Ghost Sword Star, angered by Liu Xuan's insistence that they agree to abolish the aristocracy, retorted vehemently. Mercury, upon hearing Ghost Sword Star's words, quickly interjected, "Ghost Sword Star, do not be so impulsive. We should discuss this with the wise star first. There is no need for that. This fellow has already challenged the very limits of our world government and must be eliminated," Ghost Sword Star declared with an unyielding tone, subsequently retrieving a crystal-colored communication device and dialing it. Beep beep, beep beep. "Hello, is this the Elder Stars? What is your command?" A man's voice came through the device as it connected. "This is Ghost Sword Star. Activate the king immediately." "The king. This is..." The call ended abruptly. Stowing the communication device in his pocket, Ghost Sword Star turned to Liu Xuan and proclaimed, "You Dragon Ball pirates are doomed this time. The king unleashes a devastating onslaught with every deployment. Prepare for your demise." "Haha. Even so, what of it? We may not necessarily be defeated," Liu Xuan shouted back. Calling out loudly, "Wukong, Vegeta, Broly, and Frieza, cease your games and swiftly deal with them. Everyone else, evacuate Marivondo. Otherwise, should anything transpire, do not blame me for not warning you. What is happening? What is Captain Liu Xuan saying? It seems he is urging us to leave. What is going on? I wonder if he is about to unleash a formidable attack, so powerful that we must evacuate. Yes, it must be so. Let us hasten our departure. Run. The Dark Lord Liu Xuan intends to annihilate Marineford." Upon hearing Liu Xuan's declaration, the crowd in the square began to murmur in confusion, and soon concluded that he aimed to obliterate the Marine headquarters. Instantly, panic ensued as people shouted and rushed towards the docked ships. Is Master truly going to destroy the Marine headquarters? I cannot believe he is the type to commit such heinous acts without a second thought. Otherwise, he would not have ventured so far into the sea to battle those 2 old men. Sanji, who understood Liu Xuan reasonably well, pondered. Indeed, something monumental must be occurring. Otherwise, Master would not have uttered such words. Luffy nodded in agreement. Since Master has instructed everyone to leave, we should hasten our departure, Sanji suggested to the group. No. How can we abandon Master and leave on our own? Luffy vehemently opposed the idea. Zoro grabbed Luffy and urged, Luffy, do not be reckless. Here. We would only become a burden to Master. Leaving would be in his best interest. That's right, Luffy. Remain calm, Sanji added in persuasion. Jinbei approached, saying, Luffy, just listen to everyone. Captain Liu Xuan is formidable. He will be fine. Ace patted Luffy's shoulder, stating, since everyone has said so, you should refrain from acting foolishly, Luffy. Hearing the words of his companions, Luffy gradually regained his composure. Meanwhile, the Marines were also thrown into disarray. Sengoku, witnessing the chaos, quickly took out a din mushi and proclaimed loudly, do not panic. Liu Xuan is merely sowing discord. Do not heed his words. He is attempting to incite confusion among us to facilitate his escape. Now, everyone, follow orders. Pursue Fire Fist Ace and the Straw Hat Brat with all your might. So, it is as I suspected. This is Marineford. How could anything truly happen here? Chapter 145, The Appearance of Blackbeard. Indeed, with so many high-ranking Marines present, Liu Xuan cannot stir up significant turmoil. Sengoku's words steadied the Marines, who continued their pursuit of the pirates, while the square began to descend into chaos. What is that? Suddenly, a Marine spotted a colossal figure standing behind the Marine headquarters building, incredulously exclaiming, as the figure was so immense that even oars seemed half its size. Could it be? There can be no mistake. Such a gigantic form belongs to none other than the giant battleship, Saint One Wolf. Wasn't he imprisoned and impelled down? Someone recognized the enormous figure as none other than Saint One Wolf, who was indeed confined in the deep-sea prison of Impelled Down. Ah, we've been discovered. Behold, someone has recognized themselves, remarked the fearsome wolf of San Juan. It is only natural for such a large physique to be discovered, don't you think? A man clad in a lengthy coat of white and deep brown fur, adorned with a pale purple necklace, interjected, his eyes resembling those of a feline, and his wild mane of azure hair, complemented by white horns affixed to his head through black metal plates, were striking. That is the tyrant king, Abalar Pizarro. He continued, I too have been recognized, Miao. To all you fine gentlemen, I shall treat you with utmost care. An unattractive woman, dressed in prison garb, stepped forward. It is the hunter of the waning moon, Catherine Dopping. Goodness, what an abundance of wine, exclaimed the inebriate, Bakashjot. So many people. It seems we can once again indulge in a grand slaughter. Rain Shiryu, are you not the chief warden of Impelled Down? How is it that you find yourself among these criminals? Exclaimed Sengoku, his fury palpable upon seeing Shiryu. What have you done with Magellan? Ha ha ha. Commander Sengoku. Must you display such ire? We are already here. Do you not comprehend the situation? At this moment, Blackbeard Teach sauntered in from behind, a triumphant smirk on his face as he addressed Sengoku. What exactly are you planning? Upon encountering Blackbeard, the nation understood that Blackbeard's desire for the position of the Seven Warlords was merely a ruse to unleash the prisoners of Level 6. Teach, how dare you come here? Whitebeard seethed with fury upon seeing him. As the sole individual from the Whitebeard pirates to have defied the captain's ironclad rule, Whitebeard would not let this transgression go unpunished. Ha ha ha. Old man, it's a pleasure to see you again. How nostalgic it is to witness your youthful appearance. Blackbeard laughed heartily, turning towards Whitebeard. Upon hearing Teach refer to him as old man, Whitebeard's rage boiled over as he retorted, only you, Teach, are unworthy of calling me father. You have violated the only rule of our crew. You murdered Ace. Today, I shall avenge him. Don't blame me. He possessed the fruit I had always yearned for. It was through killing him that I acquired its powers. Come, experience its might. Blackbeard declared, an eerie black mist emanating from his body. Is this the dread power of the dark fruit that the captain spoke of? It is said to render those who come into contact with it temporarily powerless, and even to steal others' abilities, an astonished Master Rashi remarked, having appeared unbeknownst to the others, revealing the nature of the dark fruit's powers. What? Such a fruit exists? Is Blackbeard here to usurp someone's abilities? Sengoku seemed to grasp Blackbeard's intentions. Damn it. You are one of the Dragon Ball pirates, aren't you? How dare you disrupt my plans for the Blackbeard pirates? Kill him. Blackbeard, initially taken aback by Master Rashi's knowledge of his powers, soon erupted with rage. You've revealed my plans. How can I seize Whitebeard's abilities now? Teach, your opponent is me. Suddenly, Whitebeard stood before Blackbeard. his right hand infused with the tremor-inducing powers of the Quake fruit, aimed at Blackbeard's face. Ha ha ha. Old man, I now wield the powers of the dark fruit. You are no match for me. Allow me to demonstrate the strength I have acquired. Dark water, Blackbeard proclaimed, conjuring a swirling vortex with his right hand that began to absorb Whitebeard's tremor abilities. How can this be? My father's powers are rendered ineffective. Those from the Whitebeard pirates gasped in shock at this turn of events. See that, old man? This is the power I have gained. Your Quake fruit is useless now. Blackbeard boasted triumphantly. Unfazed by his words, Whitebeard continued to unleash his Quake powers, only to have them absorbed by the dark fruit. In that critical moment, Whitebeard seized an opportunity and struck Blackbeard's chest with his blade. Ah, that hurts, Blackbeard exclaimed. Blackbeard, sprawled on the ground, cried out in desperation. Whitebeard forcefully grasped Blackbeard by the neck, pinning one of his hands beneath his right foot while the other was held down by Whitebeard's naginata. With a firm grip on Blackbeard's right hand, Whitebeard unleashed the tremendous power of the tremor fruit, causing the very earth to shatter beneath them. The sheer ferocity of Whitebeard's wrathful strike even brought the Marine headquarters crashing to the ground in ruin. Chapter 146. The Arrival of the Celestial King. Teach. Your sole flaw is your overwhelming arrogance. As he gazed upon the bloodied figure of Blackbeard, Edward Whitebeard scoffed, You scoundrels! Why do you not hasten to assist? Are you content to merely watch your captain perish? Blackbeard, in a state of disarray, managed to rise and bellow to his crew behind him. This man, astonishingly, can still stand. This is indeed Whitebeard's wrathful strike. Seeing Blackbeard still able to stand astonished the crowd. Upon hearing Blackbeard's words, his crew surged forward to attack Whitebeard. And immediately, a barrage of sword strikes and bullets rained down upon him. Had it been the battered and aged Whitebeard from the original tale, he would undoubtedly have perished. However, the current Whitebeard had regained his youthful vigor and significantly enhanced strength, showing no fear of these assaults. Though he had sustained minor injuries from his earlier battle with Carp, dealing with these attacks posed little challenge. With a tremor, Whitebeard unleashed the power of the tremor fruit, scattering all incoming attacks. Do you little brats think you can take my life? I am Whitebeard. With that, he delivered a mighty punch into the air, causing a crack in the atmosphere, sending the members of Blackbeard's crew flying, sustaining considerable injuries. Curse that Whitebeard. I never imagined he would be even stronger than before. He truly is a monster. Those who had previously crossed paths with Whitebeard were well aware of his might but were taken aback by the increased strength of the rejuvenated Whitebeard. How could they possibly contend with him now? At that moment, Whitebeard approached Blackbeard, gazing at him with stern resolve. Teach, it is your turn now. When you reach the depths, remember to apologize to Ace. Old man, I am your son. Spare me. Teach pleaded loudly as Whitebeard advanced toward him. You are unworthy to call me old man, Teach. Whitebeard raised his weapon, preparing to sever Teach's head, when a loud shout interrupted everyone's actions. What is that thing? Could it be a meteor? With the shout, they all turned to see a colossal shadow descending from the sky, poised to crash onto the plaza of the Navy headquarters. Get away quickly. Regardless of whether it is a meteor or not, anything falling from such a height will surely bring death upon impact. As the ominous shadow drew ever closer, the crowd belatedly considered fleeing, but it was already too late. With a thunderous roar, numerous naval officers and pirates were mercilessly crushed. What on earth could this be? It was utterly terrifying. Those witnessing the scene from a distance were paralyzed with fear, grateful they had not been in that location. Otherwise, they would surely have met their doom. Could this be what you refer to as the king, Uranus? Before the two elders, Liu Xuan gazed at the colossal shadow plummeting from the sky and posed a question. Just moments ago, Mercury and Ghost Sword Star had been injured by Liu, who now sat on the ground, panting heavily. Liu Xuan, your time is up. The king has been activated, and soon it will bring about your demise. Ghost Sword Star chuckled ominously. Is that so? Liu Xuan retorted, though inwardly he commanded the system to assess the attributes of the king. Race, giant god soldier name, king. Uranus abilities, flight, indestructible body, divine power, devouring. Combat power, 5,690,000 combat level. Intermediate divine affiliation, world government secret weapon. Upon reviewing the king's attributes, Liu Xuan was taken aback. He had never encountered such formidable combat prowess, more than twice his own, accompanied by a plethora of abilities. Was this the essence of divine combat power? At that moment, the king rose, towering over 200 meters, dwarfing the massive warship, Saint One Wolf. which appeared as a mere child beside him. What in the world is this? Save us. As the king, Uranus, merely stood. He conjured a tempest that lifted those around him into the air, prompting frantic cries for help. Hey, what sort of monstrosity is this? How did it come to be here? Akiji expressed his astonishment. What has become of this world? Was my previous existence merely an illusion? The oppressive aura emanating from the being before him was utterly terrifying. Having just witnessed the Dark Lord Liu Xuan's overwhelming presence, the contrast was staggering. Sengoku felt a numbing despair as formidable adversaries appeared one after another. Sensing the dread among the naval troops, Kong quickly stepped forward to reassure them. Everyone, do not panic. This is the world government's secret weapon, the King, Uranus. It is not our enemy, so rest easy. Upon hearing this, the Navy felt a wave of relief wash over them. So that's how it is. How wonderful. Now we need not fear the Dragon Ball pirates. Long live the Navy. Long live the world government. Long live the elders. In stark contrast to the Navy's invigorated spirit, the pirates were engulfed in despondency. Are we finished? Is there no hope? Not yet, my comrades. It is not the time to surrender. Whitebeard stepped forward, asserting his presence. Father, yes, we still have you. The members of the Whitebeard pirates rallied. Charge. However, Whitebeard halted them. You are no match for him. Do not rush to your demise. I shall hold the line here. You must retreat and prepare to escape. Chapter 147. Liu Xuan's hidden card. My father, how can we possibly abandon you? Indeed, we shall not flee, if it comes to it. We would rather perish. The Whitebeard pirates are not cowards. They do not fear death. Whitebeard raised his hand, interrupting the others. Enough. I have made my decision. Everyone, listen carefully. I hereby announce the final command of the Whitebeard pirates. All of you must swiftly evacuate the Navy headquarters without delay. But one pirate attempted to speak, only to be restrained by his captain. You lot, obey the command and leave this place at once. Upon witnessing the tears streaming down their captain's face, the pirates grasped the profound intent of Whitebeard. He had embraced the conviction of his inevitable demise. His final wish was to shield his family from their adversaries. Whitebeard approached Uranus, the king of heaven, and laid down his naginata. With a surge of energy, he struck down with tremendous force, producing a resounding crack. A wave of even more violent tremors surged forth toward Uranus. Boom! The shock wave collided with the king, erupting into a cataclysmic explosion. The force radiated outward, shattering surrounding structures, while the earth fissured, swallowing both the marines and the pirates into its abyss, enveloping the scene in a thick cloud of dust. Minutes later, as the tremors subsided and the haze cleared, Uranus stood unscathed. How could this be? Withstanding my most formidable blow without a scratch, could this being truly be a god? As his name suggests, shock etched across Whitebeard's face. How could it be that the powers of my tremor fruit had no effect on him? This cannot be real. One of Whitebeard's crew, utterly terrified, was on the verge of collapse, pondering how such a terrifying creature could be vanquished. Is this truly the world government's secret weapon? The might of the King of Heaven? Perhaps only ancient weapons like Poseidon and Hades could contend with him. Sengoku stood before the execution platform, observing Whitebeard's attack with a sense of dismay. How terrifying. The Dragon Ball pirates appear to be doomed, he remarked. The yellow monkey, having been kicked away by Krillin, transformed into light and returned to mock him. Krillin, although deeply concerned about Liu Xuan's situation, masked his anxiety and cast a scornful glance at the yellow monkey. Does your world government possess a secret weapon? Do we, the Dragon Ball pirates, lack one? Oh, your expression seems to betray your worry for them, the yellow monkey taunted. Of course, our captain has a plan to deal with that giant. My current mission is to defeat you, Krillin declared, launching another assault. How frightening. I never anticipated that the Dragon Ball pirates still had hidden cards to play. I am eager to witness them, the yellow monkey thought, clearly skeptical of Krillin's claims, suspecting him of deceit. Meanwhile, Liu Xuan had vanquished Mercury and Ghost Sword Star, assisting others in overcoming their foes, and was now strategizing against Uranus. Do any of you have a method to deal with Uranus? His combat power exceeds 5 million, Liu Xuan informed the group. You insolent brat, you're all doomed. Uranus will surely annihilate you. Ghost Sword Star, bloodied and lying on the ground, glared at Liu Xuan, his expression filled with fury, as if he wished to tear him apart. Broly, upon hearing his words, approached and delivered a resounding slap to his face. How dare you show disrespect to the captain? Speak another word, and you shall receive another. How infuriating. Upon hearing Broly's words, although the Ghost Sword Star was filled with indignation, he dared not utter further insults. Opting instead to sulkily turn his head away, choosing not to see what vexed him. At that moment, the wise star spoke, addressing Captain Liu Xuan. If you agree to depart from this place, we shall retract our king. Why must we engage in mutual destruction as we are now? Liu Xuan stepped forward, asserting, unless you acquiesce to my conditions, I shall not leave. Do you presume that possessing the king guarantees your victory? Allow me to inform you that I, too, possess my own trump cards. Goku, here I am. Captain, Goku promptly responded, approaching Liu Xuan. What is it, Captain? Liu Xuan gazed at him and inquired. Can you still utilize your fusion technique? Indeed. However, its potency has diminished. Now, the fusion only yields double the combined combat power of the two fighters. Upon hearing this, Goku appeared somewhat embarrassed. Liu Xuan, at a loss for words, thought, is twofold truly inadequate? The sum of your combat powers surpasses 3 million, thus, doubled. It amounts to 6 million, which is sufficient to confront the king, is it not? Well then, you and Vegeta should fuse shortly. This will enable you to vanquish King Uranus. That sounds good, but Vegeta seems rather reluctant to fuse with me, Captain. Perhaps you should speak to him, Goku said. Sheepishly scratching his head, Liu Xuan found himself at a loss. Indeed, the preparatory stance for fusion was rather unsightly, and Vegeta would likely detest it. That is understandable. But with a formidable foe at hand, we have no time to ponder. Vegeta, shortly, you must fuse with Goku to defeat King Uranus. Vegeta was taken aback, his expression darkening as he responded, Captain. Though he was quite unwilling, he had no choice but to acquiesce to Liu Xuan's command. Chapter 148, Super Warrior Vegeto Excellent. This will assuredly lead to the defeat of King Uranus. Liu Xuan exclaimed, elated upon hearing Vegeto's agreement to fuse. Meanwhile, the wise star, overhearing the conversation among Liu Xuan and the others, though unfamiliar with the concept of fusion, sensed the necessity to thwart their success. He urged King Uranus to take immediate action, aiming to defeat Liu Xuan and his companions swiftly, ensuring they had no chance to turn the tide. From a distance, King Uranus's eyes glimmered with a crimson light, and he began to move, stepping towards Liu Xuan and his group, trampling any navy and pirate who could not evade him, reducing them to mere pulp. Do not approach us. We are the navy, not your enemies. Help, Commander. What is happening? Why is the king attacking even his own men? Upon witnessing the unfolding circumstances, Sengoku's countenance darkened significantly. Commander Kong, what is the meaning of this? How could the 5 elders permit the heavenly king to eliminate his own? Sengoku inquired. Some matters are beyond our purview, Sengoku. The esteemed 5 elders possess their own designs, Kong replied solemnly. The Red Count, Lightfield, who was engaged in battle with Kong, erupted into laughter upon hearing this. Kong, spare us the excuses. Why would the 5 elders concern themselves with such ordinary sailors? In their eyes, you are merely their hounds. Red Count, silence yourself. How could the esteemed 5 elders possibly disregard the lies of our naval warriors? It is merely that the situation is dire, leaving no room for further contemplation. Kong retorted with righteous indignation. Haha, what a splendid excuse for a lack of contemplation. You Navy folks truly are hypocritical. As their exchange escalated, the heavenly king had already approached Whitebeard. I shall not allow you to pass. My sons are behind me, Whitebeard declared, positioning himself before the heavenly king. Aware of his own limitations against such a formidable opponent, he nonetheless felt compelled to protect his sons. Failing to intercept the threat would result in their demise, a burden he could never forgive himself for bearing. Upon encountering the diminutive creature before him, the king did not hesitate to unleash a powerful punch, intent on crushing this obstructive insect beneath his might. How infuriating! Maximum power unleashed. The right arm of Whitebeard swelled significantly as he retaliated with a colossal fist aimed at Uranus, the king. Boom! Whitebeard was sent flying, colliding with several walls before finally coming to a halt, buried beneath a cascade of rubble. It is evident that, given the disparity in combat prowess, the king possessed the strength to utterly dominate Whitebeard. Father, how could this be? Father is unable to withstand even a single blow. Is this being truly a deity? Uranus, the king. How terrifying. Can anyone withstand such power? Witnessing the might of the celestial king, Sanji was so captivated that he failed to notice the cigarette slipping from his fingers and falling to the ground. Let us assist our master, Luffy declared. Rising to his feet, Zoro swiftly grasped Luffy's arm, cautioning, do not create further chaos. Did you not see even Whitebeard was sent flying with a single blow? If you engage, it would be tantamount to courting death. Father, no, I must save him. He is surely still alive. Ace, standing nearby, was overtaken by emotion. Both of you, quiet down. Jinbe interjected. Ace, father came here to rescue you. If you were to encounter any misfortune now, what would be the purpose of all his efforts? And you, Luffy, Captain Liu Xuan also ventured here for your sake, did he not? But what about our master and the others? Ace questioned, concern etched on his face. Rest assured, they will be fine. Besides, we have the Dragon Balls. Once we gather all 7, we can wish for their revival, Sanji assured as he moved to comfort Luffy. Indeed, we still have the Dragon Balls. At this, the group began to feel somewhat reassured, unaware that if Liu Xuan were to perish, those he summoned would vanish as well, and the Dragon Balls, being crafted daily, would also cease to exist. Behold, Liu Xuan, this is the power of Uranus, the celestial king. You cannot withstand it. The cunning strategist taunted Liu Xuan, boasting of a strength that had just sent the strongest man in the world flying with a mere punch. Liu Xuan paid him no mind, turning instead to Goku and Vegeta, instructing, commence the fusion now, or else we shall be too late. The few seconds that Whitebeard has bought us are sufficient. Understood. Both nodded in unison, preparing for the transformation. Fusion. At the moment their fingertips touched, a brilliant white light erupted, blinding those present. What is happening? What is that light? I can't see. It's too dazzling. The crowd shielded their eyes, gazing toward Liu Xuan and the others. Gradually, the blinding light receded, revealing a figure embodying the traits of both Vegeta and Goku, the newly formed warrior known as Vegeto. Did those two just merge into one? Is this sorcery? How extraordinary. The onlookers stared in astonishment at Vegeto. Is this what you refer to as fusion? It merely appears as though two individuals have become one. What is so remarkable about that? The 5 elders observed Vegeto with disdain, unimpressed by his presence. Oh, is that so? You shall soon witness his true power. And then you will comprehend the significance of this transformation. As Liu Xuan's words hung in the air, Vegeto unleashed an overwhelming aura, growing ever more potent, causing the very fabric of the world to tremble. Here it comes again. The Dragon Ball pirates seem to always create such a commotion when demonstrating their prowess. It's as if the world is on the brink of collapse. Carp observed this scene, reminiscent of Liu Xuan's earlier display of power, only to find it even more thunderous. He couldn't help but chuckle. Hiki, I never expected the Dragon Ball pirates to possess such formidable strength. When two individuals unite, their power must surely amplify significantly. At that point, the outcome remains uncertain. It appears I must prepare myself sooner rather than later. Moria, witnessing this, began to entertain thoughts of escape. Regardless of whether it's the Celestial Kings or the Dragon Ball pirates, their strength has far surpassed that of everyone present. This level of power is beyond human capability. It seems I still have a long journey ahead of me. Hawkeye's eyes sparkled with inspiration as he observed the might of the Dragon Ball pirates and the Celestial Kings. He could vaguely sense the realm beyond that of the great swordsman. Haha, is this the ancient weapon that has been passed down among the celestial dragons? Truly, it is immensely powerful. Yet, the strength of the Dragon Ball pirates also exceeded expectations. Who, then, shall emerge as the ultimate victor? It is indeed a thrilling prospect. Doflamingo laughed maniacally, envisioning the dawn of a new era. Truly, the individual he had faith in did not disappoint. Regardless of how formidable the enemy may be, they could face them head-on. Boa Hancock gazed at Liu Xuan, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Luffy, witnessing the fusion of Goku and Vegeta, erupted with excitement, exclaiming, "They VE fused. Zoro, Sanji, did you see that? Brother Goku has fused with Vegeta. This is incredible. Zoro, let us fuse too." Zoro, having just beheld the fusion pose, found it utterly grotesque and promptly rejected Luffy's suggestion. "I refuse to fuse with you." Disappointed, Luffy turned to Sanji. Sanji, however, before he could finish, Sanji interrupted. "Don't look at me. A gentleman like me cannot assume such an unsightly pose. Find someone else." How terrifying it is that the Dragon Ball pirates possess such abilities. They have indeed become exponentially stronger. It appears the scales of victory have not yet fully tipped in favor of the Navy. A shifty expression crossed his face as he contemplated, seemingly lost in thought. "Hey, you possess such power as well," Akiji remarked to Gohan, who showed no signs of concern. "There is no cheating in battle. We are merely striving to secure victory for our captain." Upon hearing Gohan's words, Akiji nodded in agreement. "Indeed. We all fight for the sake of victory. It appears that our presence here may be ill-advised. The peril is simply too great. However, should they engage in mutual destruction, our Blackbeard pirates will seize the opportunity. Let us retreat and bide our time." At that moment, Blackbeard, with a glint of inspiration, devised a clever plan. "Yet, Captain, it seems I have nowhere to hide," murmured the colossal warship, Saint One Wolf. Although his voice was barely above a whisper, his immense stature ensured that all present heard him clearly. Blackbeard, perspiring profusely, began to question whether harboring this individual had been a prudent decision. Meanwhile, Beej's aura had retracted, signaling his readiness to engage in combat with Uranus, the celestial king. In an instant, he appeared before Uranus, leaving the onlookers bewildered by his swiftness. Such speed. This thought resonated in the minds of all present. Observing Uranus, Beej refrained from immediate confrontation and instead uttered a provocative remark. "What a colossal figure. What purpose does such size serve? Surely, he can consume an extraordinary amount of food. Why do you concern yourself with his appetite? Focus on the battle," retorted Uranus, witnessing Beej's seemingly idle musings akin to those of an insect. With that, he launched a fist the size of a house, imbued with an unstoppable force, hurtling directly toward Beej. The sheer force of the punch generated winds akin to a Category 12 typhoon, wreaking havoc and sending figures flying in all directions. Everyone hastily vacated the Navy headquarters and boarded the warship. This place was no longer tenable. It is imperative that we preserve the foundation of the Navy. Upon witnessing the immense damage inflicted without a single clash, Sengoku promptly issued a command. Yes, everyone immediately ceased hostilities and began to rush towards the warships and pirate vessels. At that moment, Whitebeard emerged from the rubble, grievously injured. That last punch had been overwhelmingly powerful, nearly claiming his life. Having heard Sengoku's words, he understood that this was not the time for battle and quickly instructed his subordinates, "You youngsters, cease fighting with the Navy at once. From now on, halt all combat. Board your ships and depart from the Navy headquarters." With both commanders having spoken, there was no room for hesitation. All immediately ceased their skirmishes and hurried towards their vessels, leaving only the most formidable warriors behind. Chapter 150. The terrifying power of Vegeto. At that moment, the fist of Uranus was mere inches from Vegeto's face. Instead of evading, he boldly extended his arm and struck out towards Uranus's fist, an astonishing spectacle akin to an ant challenging an elephant. Was this individual insane, daring to confront a deity head-on? Had he not witnessed Whitebeard's dismal fate? The onlookers were perplexed, as none believed Vegeto could withstand such a blow. Just as they anticipated Vegeto's inevitable defeat, he caught the punch effortlessly, appearing remarkably unfazed. "Is that all the strength you possess, big guy? Have you forgotten to eat?" Perhaps it is a common trait among fused psions. Upon merging, they experience a significant surge in power, leading to an inflated sense of self-importance and a penchant for playfulness. Astonishingly, he had caught it. Upon witnessing such an outcome, people found it hard to believe their own eyes. The scene was utterly bizarre, akin to an ant lifting the foot of an elephant, a spectacle that was simply beyond comprehension and had utterly shattered the foundations of their worldview. "Now that you have finished, it is my turn, big fellow," exclaimed Vegeta, as he leaped before the king and landed a powerful punch squarely on his face, sending him hurtling through the air. Boom. The moment the king touched down, it felt as though an earthquake had struck. The entirety of Marineford began to tremble, causing those of lesser strength to collapse to the ground. How terrifying. These two beings are nothing short of monstrous. Is this a battle among gods? The world is on the brink of destruction. We are all doomed. Everyone, remain calm. Do not panic. Quickly, board the ship and leave this place. Upon witnessing such a scene, Whitebeard bellowed to stabilize the morale of his troops. Likewise, the warring states echoed this sentiment, hastening the pace of the people's escape. Roar. The king, struck down by a single punch from Vegeta, sustained no injuries. With a mighty roar, he rose again, conjuring a whirlwind that sent people reeling in disarray. "Are you angry? Come at me quickly. Let me see if your strength is merely this feeble." Vegeta continued his provocation. Liu Xuan, somewhat at a loss for words, gazed at Vegeta, noting his inflated ego, and shouted urgently, "Vegeta, stop playing around. Finish him off quickly." Vegeta turned back to Liu Xuan with a grin. "No need to rush, Captain. There's still 30 minutes left. I'll deal with him soon. For now, let me stretch a bit. This fellow." Liu Xuan felt exasperated by Vegeta's casualness. Roar. At that moment, King Uranus launched another assault, his figure flashing before Vegeta, delivering punch after punch with all his might. The force of each strike howling as if it could tear the very fabric of space. Yet, Vegeta remained unmoving in the air, undeterred by Uranus's relentless barrage. As if he were impervious to harm. How is this possible? What kind of monster is this fused being? Facing such a terrifying adversary, he allows himself to be attacked. And yet it appears that Uranus's strikes inflict no damage whatsoever. This is the power of the Dragon Ball pirates? Who then can stand in the way of the demon Liu Xuan? Marco, though not unacquainted with the world, found this extraordinary battle utterly astonishing. It seems that from now on, it will be the era of that Liu Xuan kid. Whitebeard laughed heartily. Those accursed Dragon Ball pirates. I was so close to success. And yet these ruffians have thrown a wrench into my plans. It seems the road ahead for the Blackbeard pirates will be fraught with challenges. Blackbeard harbored a deep-seated hatred for the Dragon Ball pirates. His meticulously crafted plan, assembling such formidable crewmates, was on the brink of securing Whitebeard's tremor fruit. Yet, that detestable Liu Xuan appeared, first using the Dragon Balls to revert Whitebeard to his youthful form, leading to a severe reprimand for himself. And now unleashing a fusion that even the world government's secret weapon, Uranus, could not subdue. Could it be that the Dragon Ball pirates are my nemesis? How is that possible? He is the king. How could he not be able to touch that fused being even slightly? Is he truly that formidable? The demon sword star stared in astonishment at the clash between the two, mouth agape. The cunning star chuckled coldly. The king's power is far beyond what you have witnessed. Have you forgotten his abilities? The Mercury star gasped. Are we going to let him employ his devouring powers? That is a perilous ability. It could spiral out of control. What else can be done? Should we simply stand by and watch as the Dragon Ball pirates defeat the Heavenly King? Will we then be compelled to surrender and acquiesce to his unreasonable demands, rendering the 5 elders the greatest jesters in the world? Upon hearing the words of the wise star, the other 5 elders fell silent, agreeing with his sentiments. The wise star took out the previously mentioned phone bug and connected to the world government's headquarters. Look at what the 5 elders are doing, someone with keen eyes remarked. Noticing the wise star's actions, I'm not sure, but just now, it seemed like the Heavenly King was summoned by that phone bug. Do they possess some secret weapon? At that moment, Liu Xuan also became aware of the situation. Chapter 150, The Heavenly Kings Devour. What ulterior motives do the 5 elders harbor? Do they possess hidden powers? Just as Liu Xuan pondered this, the 5 elders concluded their call. Suddenly, a crimson light flickered in the eyes of the Heavenly King Uranus, who ceased his assault and turned his gaze towards the Marines and pirates. What is happening? Why has the Heavenly King stopped? The crowd was engulfed in confusion upon witnessing the Heavenly King's halt. Just as their bewilderment reached its peak, the Heavenly King made his move. In the blink of an eye, he appeared amidst the fleeing Marines and pirates, swiftly grasping dozens of them and tossing them into his mouth. He truly devoured them. Is this really the secret weapon for defending the Marines? It appears to be nothing more than a man-eating demon. Have the agents of the world government lost their minds? This is being broadcast live across the world, and they have allowed the Heavenly King to unleash his devouring capability, while it may potentially defeat the Dragon Ball pirates. How will the people of the world perceive the world government and the Marines afterward? Kong was perplexed by the intentions of the 5 elders, even if they emerged victorious. What significance would it hold? That monstrous figure has consumed human beings. It is utterly terrifying. Luffy shouted on his ship. Is this what the so-called justice of the Marines looks like? It's truly laughable. The Red Count, observing this, smirked at Kong and remarked, "Humph. This is an inevitable circumstance. Sacrificing a portion of the populace to uphold global justice is unavoidable. As long as we eliminate you, vile criminals, their sacrifice will be worthwhile." Kong remained unperturbed, calmly gazing at Raidfield and retorting, "It's truly nauseating. You Marines are nothing but hypocrites. This is why I despise your kind." The Red Count, having spoken, ignored Kong and focused intently on the monumental battle unfolding. "Someone stop him. Help. I don't want to die. Marshal, save me. Old man." Cries for salvation echoed everywhere. In a mere moment, the Heavenly King had already devoured tens of thousands, significantly enhancing his own strength. "Vegeta, hurry up and defeat him. At this rate, you will not be his match." Witnessing the relentless consumption of both the Navy and pirates by the formidable Titan, Liu Xuan could no longer bear to watch. At this juncture, the Titan's combat prowess had surged to an astounding 6 million, nearing the strength of Vegeta. If this continued, Vegeta was destined to face defeat against the Titan. Allah Allah. Understood, Captain. I shall take care of him. Upon hearing Liu Xuan's frustration, Vegeta felt compelled to act without delay, for their loyalty to Liu Xuan was unwavering, and disobeying his commands was out of the question. In the blink of an eye, Vegeta positioned himself before the Titan, who was busy devouring the Navy and pirates, proclaiming, "Come forth and engage me in battle, for the captain's displeasure looms." Roar. As the formidable Vegito stood before him, determined to prevent his continued consumption of humanity, the king, fueled by rage, unleashed a powerful punch. However, Vegito deftly blocked the strike and swiftly seized his finger, executing a shoulder throw that sent him crashing to the ground. With a resounding thud, the very earth of Marineford trembled, splitting in two. The ferocity of their clash was truly terrifying. Even a mere hand-to-hand confrontation inflicted such monumental damage. Indeed, one could hardly doubt the king's prowess. Whitebeard let out a hearty laugh, remarking on the situation. Regardless of the circumstances, he remained remarkably composed, perhaps a testament to his extraordinary character. Roaring in fury after being thrown down, the king rose once more, charging at Vegito. Yet, Vegito's strength surpassed that of the king, rendering him an unworthy opponent. Phew, it was fortunate that I intervened in time. Had he continued to consume, his combat prowess would undoubtedly have surpassed mine, placing me at a distinct disadvantage, Vegito mused, aware that the king's power was perilously close to his own. Vegito, eliminate him with the Kamehameha. Do not squander any more time. Liu Xuan shouted from a distance, anxious to avoid any unforeseen complications. Clearly, the captain was growing impatient. Apologies, my large friend. I had hoped to engage with you longer, but I must heed the captain's orders. It is time to resolve this. Tenfold. Came. Haim. Ha. Vegito positioned his hands in a blossom-like formation behind him, gradually gathering energy. A brilliant blue energy sphere materialized between his palms, and with a powerful shout, he unleashed a formidable energy wave that surged toward the king. Feeling the imminent threat to his life, the king leapt in an attempt to evade Vegito's assault. However, the Kamehameha possessed the ability to track its target, rendering his evasion futile. He could only watch in horror as the devastating energy wave approached him, fear finally flickering in his eyes. Boom! The Kamehameha struck the king directly, erupting into a mushroom cloud that ascended into the sky. Marineford was utterly obliterated, reduced to mere fragments, with only a few larger pieces remaining afloat, forming diminutive islands scattered across the water. Help! The unembarked navy and pirates were caught in the chaos, plunging into the depths of the sea, engulfed by the terrifying waves, uncertain of their survival. Even the smaller vessels were not spared from this calamity. The immediate charging event is scheduled from October 1st to October 8th. Chapter 151, The Failure of Fusion. Gradually, the mist dispersed, and the sea returned to tranquility. The sight of the shattered Marineford left everyone astonished, their mouths agape. Marineford had indeed been reduced to fragments. The sheer horror of it was overwhelming. The prowess of our masters is truly formidable. We must persist in our cultivation and strive to become as powerful as they are, Luffy exclaimed, gazing at the obliterated island. Ah, what a mesmerizing force. Is this the true strength of the Dragon Ball pirates? I have glimpsed a new era. Haha. Doflamingo stood atop the warship, laughing uproariously, inciting the ire of the nearby navy, who dared not voice their anger due to his status. Has the king been defeated? Under such an assault, I cannot fathom how anyone could survive. Marco swallowed hard, fear evident in his voice. That is uncertain. Those two are beyond the definition of humanity. Their vitality transcends our imagination. Even survival is not out of the question. Whitebeard responded to Marco's concern. How could anyone survive such devastation? This individual is truly terrifying. Diamond Jozu could not help but interject. Nothing is impossible. Their powers have shattered all understanding. Hence, if the king were to survive, it would hardly be surprising. Whitebeard spoke solemnly to the two. Indeed, that is quite frightening. The trio fell silent, merely observing the distant clash between the two combatants. Marshal, could it be that the king has fallen? Why is there no commotion? The three admirals aboard the warship stood together, with Akiji stepping forward to inquire of Sengoku. I cannot say. This is the first time I have ever seen him. Previously, I had only heard his name mentioned by Fleet Admiral Kong. However, the king is an ancient weapon with a legacy spanning 800 years. He should not be defeated so swiftly. Sengoku pondered before addressing the three. Haha. Sengoku. As a distinguished Navy Marshal, you have never laid eyes on the king? How embarrassing. Carp interjected. Silence. You impertinent fool, Carp. Do you think anyone can simply meet the king? He is a secret weapon of the world government. How could they allow us to see him so casually? Sengoku retorted angrily at Carp's comment. How terrifying. What level has that Vegeta attained that even the King Uranus stands no chance against him? Where on earth did Liu Xuan find such a formidable individual? Kizaru's remarks left everyone in stunned silence. Indeed, they had yet to comprehend this. Logically, someone with such immense power should have some notoriety, yet they had never heard a whisper of him before. Could he possibly have been conjured? After some contemplation, he dismissed the thought. How could one possibly manifest out of thin air? Just as the crowd buzzed with speculation, the celestial monarch Uranus rose once more. Though he appeared gravely injured, his body covered in wounds. Still alive? You truly are resilient. This time, I shall ensure your complete eradication. Kamehameha. Tenfold. Alas, what is happening? Before Vegeta could unleash a second Kamehameha to vanquish Uranus, an unforeseen event occurred. Vegeta suddenly split into two beings, Goku and Vegeta. What is going on, Kakarot? Hasn't it been less than 30 minutes? How have we reverted to our original forms? Vegeta exclaimed loudly to Goku. Scratching his head in bewilderment, Goku replied, I am not certain either. Perhaps the duration of our fusion has diminished in this realm. What shall we do now? The captain commands us to eliminate the celestial monarch. Yet we are utterly outmatched. How can we possibly fight him? Vegeta grasped Goku by the collar, shouting in desperation. Do not fret. We can simply fuse once more. Goku calmly suggested as he freed himself from Vegeta's grip. You imbecile. I have no desire to endure that grotesque pose again. This is all your fault for being so reckless. Otherwise, we would have dispatched that foe long ago. Vegeta suddenly pointed an accusatory finger at Goku. How can you place the blame solely on me? You share half the responsibility, Vegeta. Goku responded, somewhat exasperated. Goku, Vegeta, what are you two doing? Hurry and fuse again to defeat the monarch. From a distance, Liu Xuan shouted, noticing the duo's indecision. Very well. Kakarot, let us fuse once more. If anything goes awry, you shall bear the blame. Vegeta reluctantly agreed to the fusion once again. Understood. Let's proceed. Fusion. As the celestial monarch observed the two preparing to fuse again, he let out a fearsome roar and charged towards them, intent on thwarting their union. He had no desire to face the wrath of the fused warrior again. Everyone, prevent the monarch from reaching Goku and Vegeta. Upon witnessing the actions of the king, Liu Xuan urgently shouted for the others to prevent the king from advancing. Heeding Liu Xuan's words, the crowd promptly unleashed a barrage of shockwaves directed at the king. Several shockwaves converged upon him, momentarily halting his progress and successfully buying time for the two individuals to merge. Their fingers had just touched when a flash of white light enveloped them, only to fade away, revealing that they remained two separate entities. The fusion had not succeeded. Chapter 152, The Fusion of Liu Xuan and Broly. What is happening? It seems they have failed, exclaimed Krillin, astonished at the panicked duo. Could it be that the fusion, much like Goku's instant transmission, is constrained in this world, necessitating a cooldown period after each use? The turtle hermit, wise and seasoned, enlightened the group with his insight. What shall we do now? They have already attempted the fusion. Should we seek out two others to merge? Liu Xuan pondered. He realized that only 3 individuals could potentially defeat the king post-fusion: Frieza, Broly, and himself. A fusion between Broly and Frieza could indeed pose a threat to the king, but Liu Xuan believed that his fusion with Broly would yield a significantly greater battle prowess. Thus, he deemed it a safer option to fuse with Broly, ensuring they could overcome the king, regardless of his formidable strength. Broly, did you remember their fusion stance? Liu Xuan inquired after formulating his plan. Broly turned to Liu Xuan and affirmed, I have noted it, Captain. Excellent. You and I shall merge. That will surely enable us to vanquish the king. Liu Xuan responded, nodding at Broly's words. Yes, Captain. Just as Liu Xuan finalized the choice of his fusion partner, the king had already consumed a considerable number of souls, restoring his injuries and augmenting his power to over 670,000. Even if Goku and Vegeta managed to fuse, they would stand no chance against him. The king, having witnessed Liu Xuan and Broly's actions and recalling the fusion prowess of Goku and Vegeta, was determined not to allow another formidable opponent to emerge. He abandoned his feast to confront them. With a fierce roar, the king charged toward Liu Xuan and the others, intent on thwarting their fusion. He had no desire to endure another humiliating defeat. We must not allow him to stop the captain. Block his path, Frieza shouted, launching the first attack against the king. The others quickly joined in the assault, yet the disparity in their power levels rendered their efforts futile against the king. Although their attacks failed to inflict any harm, the king's irritation grew as he was constantly beset by these disturbances. With a thunderous roar, he struck a powerful blow at Frieza, who, unable to evade in time, was sent flying, sustaining significant injuries. Damn it, this fellow possesses immense strength. Our attacks merely tickle him. Upon realizing the futility of his efforts, Gohan felt a surge of anxiety. Regardless, we cannot allow him to disrupt the fusion of the captain and Broly. Everyone, let us muster our strength. Krillin shouted as he resumed his assault on the king. Old man, what should we do? Should we lend our assistance? If the Dragon Ball pirates are defeated, we will not fare any better. On the ship of the Whitebeard pirates, Marco, standing beside Whitebeard, remarked to his captain as he observed the battle unfolding. Ha ha ha. Of course. However, you all should refrain from joining. Allow me to take care of it. Whitebeard bellowed with laughter. But, father, weren't you injured just now? Let me handle this. Marco looked at Whitebeard with concern. Nonsense. My tremor fruit has awakened, and I can wield its powers here. With that, Whitebeard swung his fist. Suddenly, a crackling sound echoed from behind the distant king as a wave of shock energy surged forth, striking the king in the back, causing him to falter in his attack on Frisia. Well done, father. Upon witnessing the effectiveness of Whitebeard's assault, Marco joyfully exclaimed, Marshal, should we offer our assistance? After all, the king is on our side. A brigadier general inquired. Assist him in devouring our own soldiers? This wretch has consumed so many of our naval forces. How could you expect me to aid him? How can we justify this to our fallen comrades? Upon hearing his words, Sengoku, in a fit of anger, retorted. To eradicate evil, sacrifice is inevitable. This is the justice of the Navy and our solemn duty. We cannot allow our concern for our subordinates' lives to let these heinous pirates escape. Akainu, who steadfastly advocated for the annihilation of foes, even at the cost of his subordinates, immediately opposed Sengoku's reluctance to assist. Enough of your nonsense, brat. The individuals present here are not only the Navy's elite but also its future. If they are all devoured by that king, who will fight for justice in the future? Hearing Akainu's remarks, Garp vociferously responded. Are we to simply stand by and watch Liu Xuan destroy the king and then eliminate us? Akiji interjected at that moment. Stop your bickering. Even if we were to act now, it would likely be too late. Look. Following Akiji's gesture, Sengoku and the others beheld Liu Xuan and Broly, who had successfully completed their fusion, falling silent. Due to the time they had bought, Liu Xuan and Broly had finally succeeded in merging. At the instant of their success, it seemed as though the world had lost its color, leaving only the blinding white light emanating from their fusion, rendering it impossible for the onlookers to open their eyes. Chapter 153. Liu Xuan Li Hao Dazzling. This fusion is even more extravagant than that of Vegeta and Goku. Someone remarked. Indeed. I wonder if they are stronger than those two. That is certain. The captain's strength has surpassed everyone, and Broly's power is well known. No one would doubt their combined strength. As a few individuals who were obstructing the king observed the successful fusion of Liu Xuan and Broly, they began to converse joyfully. Let us cease our chatter. Since the captain has succeeded, we should make our swift exit. Just as they were engrossed in their discussion, a voice brought them back to reality. Yes, we should hasten our departure. Subsequently, they quickly retreated to safety. As the white light dissipated, a towering figure emerged, embodying the strengths of both Broly and Liu Xuan. Standing around 2 meters tall, with a striking visage that showcased both Broly's features and Liu Xian's essence. He possessed a perfectly chiseled physique that could easily grace the silver screen on Earth. Is this the fusion of Broly and the captain? He looks incredible. I wonder what his name is, Krillin murmured, gazing at the newly formed entity. Hey, Captain, what is your name now? Gohan inquired on behalf of Krillin. After a moment of contemplation, he mused, what should I call myself? Lu Luali seems rather unappealing. Brosien sounds even worse. Oh well, you may name me as you wish. Then let us refer to you as Liu Xuanli, Bulma suggested. After all, it's merely a name. Upon hearing this, Liu Xuanli felt it was quite unappealing. Yet he pondered that perhaps no combination of names could sound pleasant to him. Thus, he resigned himself to their choice. It was of little consequence. The immediate concern was to confront the adversary at hand. One must remember that the fusion lasts only 10 minutes. And they could not afford to repeat Goku and Vegeta's mistakes. Liu's words made both Vegeta and Goku blush with embarrassment. Now, Heavenly King, let us engage in a decisive battle, Liu Xuanli proclaimed, turning to face the Heavenly King Uranus, before vanishing from the sight of the spectators. Master has disappeared. What happened? Can he still use magic? Truly remarkable. As Liu Xuanli vanished unexpectedly, Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement as he shouted, Fool, that was merely the speed of my master. An illusion created by the absence of his visible trajectory. Yet, I must admit, that speed was astonishing, akin to my brother Goku's instantaneous movement, disappearing before our very eyes. Zoro, delivering a punch to Luffy's head, remarked, You shouldn't be so careless. Unfazed by Zoro's strike, Luffy continued to shine with enthusiasm, proclaiming, "All right, King. It's time for our battle." Just as everyone was searching for Liu Xuan, a voice suddenly emanated from behind the king, revealing the very Liu Xuan who had just disappeared. "How fast? When did that fellow get over there?" "Even I failed to notice," exclaimed Whitebeard, astonished by Liu Xuan's sudden appearance. Feeling the presence behind him, the king roared in anger, launching a fist larger than a house towards Liu Xuan, whose earlier actions had infuriated him. "I did not come here to play. Time is of the essence. I shall eliminate you swiftly." With that, Liu Xuan countered with a punch of his own, forcing the king back, and unleashed a Kamehameha wave upon him. Instantly, a mushroom cloud ascended into the sky, and the already crumbling marine fort began to tremble violently, as if it would sink at any moment. Why does the Dragon Ball pirates create such a ruckus when they fight? Must they destroy marine fort to find satisfaction? The Marines cried out in terror as they witnessed the impending collapse of marine fort. "Oh no, I never expected the marine headquarters, which has endured for over 8 centuries, would meet its end at my hands. How will I explain this to my predecessors?" Sengoku lamented, tears streaming down his face. "Sengoku, do not despair. The marine headquarters can be rebuilt, but lives lost are irretrievable. We must focus on preserving the lives of our subordinates," Carp consoled him from the side. Indeed, Carp is correct. As long as we have the elite of the Marines, no matter how many times the headquarters is destroyed, it can always be rebuilt. "The lives of our subordinates are paramount," said Vice Admiral Tsuru, who had arrived unnoticed, offering words of comfort to the despondent Sengoku. "Very well. Henceforth, let all Marines evacuate from this place. We shall hold the rear," Sengoku declared, regaining his composure and issuing his final command. "Understood." All Marines, except for Akainu, supported this order. "I disagree. How can we stand idly by and watch these pirates escape? Where is the justice of the Marines? We must strive to eliminate the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates, and besides, Luffy and Roger's son are still alive. We cannot allow them to flee." Akainu vehemently opposed, declaring, "If the Navy here perishes in battle against the Whitebeard pirates, who shall uphold justice upon the seas? Is this truly the outcome you desire?" Carp seized Akainu by the collar, shouting in response. Upon hearing Carp's words, Akainu fell silent, yet his expression betrayed his lingering defiance. Chapter 154. The withdrawal of the Navy and pirates. With Sengoku's orders announced, the Navy commenced its retreat, heading towards the nearest archipelago, the Sabaody Islands. "Old man, the Navy is leaving. What shall we do?" Marco inquired, approaching Whitebeard as he observed the Navy's movements. Whitebeard furrowed his brow, remarking, "It seems Sengoku is acting to safeguard the Navy's future. We can no longer delay. Inform all captains to depart and return to the New World for further instructions." With a grin, Marco affirmed, "Understood, old man." He then turned to relay Whitebeard's command. "Haha. It appears that seizing the Gura Gura no Mi is beyond our grasp this time. This place is far too perilous. We should vacate the Navy headquarters post-haste." Blackbeard chuckled as he observed the retreat of both the Whitebeard pirates and the Navy, eager to escape such a treacherous locale. "Humph, Captain, are we to part ways? The plan has already failed." Shiryu scoffed. "Come now, Shiryu, do not speak in such a manner. This was merely an unforeseen circumstance. We still have opportunities ahead." Blackbeard replied with a hearty laugh. "Very well, since there is little else to be done, I shall follow your lead, but there must be someone to slay," Shiryu concluded, eliciting laughter and agreement from the others. "Of course, we are pirates after all." "Ha!" Blackbeard declared, leading his crew away from the Navy headquarters. "It seems we must also take our leave," Mihawk remarked, observing the steady exodus from Marineford. "Ha! Indeed, this place is far too dangerous. We should hasten our departure." Moria concurred, eager to vacate the scene. His words prompted a unanimous nod among the group. Ever since the arrival of the Dragon Ball pirates, this locale had transformed into a perilous zone, their combat prowess overwhelming. The lingering aftermath of their clashes could spell doom, and remaining here posed an uncertain fate. With consensus reached, the warlords began their withdrawal from the Navy headquarters, leaving only Luffy and his crew behind. "Oi, Straw Hat, since everyone else is leaving, we should go too," Buggy urged, approaching Luffy. Furrowing his brow, Luffy replied, "No way. Master and the others are still fighting. We can't leave yet. We must wait until Master defeats the giant." "Luffy, Buggy is right. We can only be a burden to our master here. We should leave so that he can unleash his full power to defeat the Celestial King. If we remain, our master will instinctively hold back. And how can he possibly conquer the formidable foe? Sanji, hearing Luffy's words, urged, "Indeed, we should depart, Luffy." At that moment, Zoro also stepped forward to express his agreement. Ace, Jinbei, and the others concurred with the decision to leave. Observing the unanimous resolve among his comrades, Luffy fell into silence, fully aware that their departure would be the greatest assistance to their master. Yet, he couldn't shake off the feeling of resentment. His master was fighting against the enemy for his sake while he was merely fleeing. Redfield, perceiving Luffy's inner turmoil, approached him and said, "What's the matter? Are you unwilling? Then continue your training. You are still too weak. Only by growing stronger can you accomplish what you desire." Upon hearing these words, Luffy lifted his head, his eyes shimmering with a peculiar light. "Let us go, away from the Navy headquarters," he declared. Oh, upon witnessing Luffy's resurgence, the crowd erupted into joyous cheers before setting sail from the Navy headquarters. Ultimately, only the 5 elders, the Celestial King, and the Dragon Ball pirates remained. How dare these Navy scoundrels depart without permission? They must be held accountable for this insolence. The Demon Sword Star, incensed by the Navy's departure, unleashed a torrent of curses. "Enough, Demon Sword Star. Their departure is merely to preserve the Navy's elite. Let us not impede them further," spoke the wise star. "This battle has resulted in utter defeat for the Navy. Not only was Ace abducted, but the headquarters itself has been obliterated. The Navy's reputation lies in tatters. Their presence here serves no purpose. Indeed, aside from being devoured by the Celestial King to marginally enhance combat capabilities, they hold no value. Furthermore, the Celestial King's appetite has reached saturation. Consuming these worthless beings would yield no benefit. Let them depart," added the Water Star in agreement. "Should we not also vacate this place? The repercussions of their battle are far-reaching. We may soon find ourselves entangled," suggested the Venus Star. "Absolutely not. If we leave, who will command the Celestial King? He is currently at a disadvantage. We cannot simply abandon him," countered the Air Star. "It appears we must bolster the Celestial King's strength further. Yet, with both the Navy and pirates having departed, what can we offer for him to consume? Besides, even if those worthless beings remained, they would contribute little to augmenting his power," remarked the Earth Star. "Indeed, it seems the only recourse is to sacrifice a formidable subordinate," they concluded, casting their gaze toward the solitary figure of Kong, who had yet to leave. In an instant, the Air Star vanished, reappearing behind Kong and delivering a devastating punch to his heart. Kong, caught off guard, could only utter a single word before succumbing. "Air Star, you." Chapter 155, The Battle Concludes. To think you would slay one of your own. How callous and ungrateful the 5 elders truly are. Upon witnessing the actions of the 5 elder stars, Vegeta scoffed, exclaiming, "Humph, the sacrifice of Kakarot is worth it for the peace of the seas." Furthermore, being a part of the king's power is his utmost honor. He should feel elated. Kakarot exhibited no trace of remorse, and shamelessly spoke of this event as though it were a matter of great glory. Truly, it is repugnant. How dare your world government speak of peace? Those celestial dragons and your world government are the greatest scourge upon this world. Sooner or later, they will be overthrown. Goku harbored a deep-seated aversion to the celestial dragons, as he himself was inherently kind-hearted, even capable of sharing his energy with individuals like Frieza. Thus, his disdain for those who maliciously harm others reached its zenith. Humph. As long as the king is present, no one can defeat us. After stating this, Kakarot utilized the power of the space fruit to hurl Kakarot into the king's mouth. Roar. After swallowing Kakarot, the king's power indeed surged significantly, reaching a combat strength of 7,100,000, narrowing the gap with Liu Xuan. "You actually killed Kakarot to enhance the king's strength. What despicable fiends you are. Even so, you cannot defeat me. I shall hold nothing back. Kamehameha." Liu Xuan, witnessing Kakarot's actions, was incensed and unleashed his most powerful Kamehameha wave to attack the king. The captain's attack was immensely powerful. We might be caught in its wake. Bulma, quickly steer the ship away. Sensing the potency of Liu Xuanli's Kamehameha, Goku urgently addressed Bulma. All right. Bulma hastily activated the Dragon God ship, propelling it away. Thanks to Bulma's modifications, the vessel swiftly navigated several nautical miles. How can the Dragon Ball pirate ship be so fast? Could they have obtained the blueprints of the Underworld King? The 5 Elder Stars, observing the ship's speed, mistakenly believed Liu Xian had acquired the Underworld King's blueprints, for only the Underworld King was known for such velocity. Forget them. Kakarot, Quickly use your space abilities to take us away from here. Liu Xuanli's attack is imminent. At this moment, the Wise One admonished Kakarot. What are you discussing the enemy's ship for at such a time? Do you not realize the danger we are in? Finally, Kakarot grasped the urgency, waved his hand to summon them into his private space, and then utilized spatial movement to depart from the perilous location. Liu Xuanli's Kamehameha had reached its destination, and he transformed, his body enveloped in black, resembling a suit of dark armor. He had activated Armament Haki, a power acquired after consuming Kakarot. It seemed the king possessed so many abilities due to devouring others. Roar! The Celestial King valiantly resisted Liu's energy wave, as if attempting to push it back. Observing this scene, Liu Xuanli promptly intensified his efforts, and the Celestial King could no longer withstand the onslaught, ultimately being struck into the sea. In an instant, the entire island of Marinvondo vanished beneath the waves, as if it had evaporated, leaving behind an unfathomable abyss on the surface of the ocean. As though the sea itself had been pierced, the surrounding waters lingered in suspension, creating a breathtaking spectacle. How could such power possibly reside within a mere mortal? The formidable weapon we painstakingly forged, the Celestial King, was defeated so easily. This is inconceivable. The five elders gazed in disbelief at the unfolding scene, unable to accept that the strongest weapon, which had safeguarded the world government for over 8 centuries, could fall so effortlessly. Are we dreaming? Intelligent Star. What shall we do now? The Celestial King has been vanquished. Does that mean Liu Xuan will soon turn his attention to us? Mercury spoke in a state of panic, thoroughly intimidated by Liu Xuan's prowess. Intelligent Star, wearing a grave expression, urged calm. Do not panic. We must prepare for the worst, if necessary. We may have to concede to their demands. This is unacceptable. What will become of our world government's dignity? Ghost Sword Star vehemently opposed Intelligent Star's suggestion. What matters more? Dignity or the survival of the world government? Do you wish to see it perish in our hands? Mercury retorted loudly. Enough. Let us cease this bickering. In light of the circumstances, let us put it to a vote. Those in favor of conceding to Liu Xuan's terms, please raise your hands. Intelligent Star declared, lifting his right hand. Subsequently, Venus, Mercury, and Empty Star followed suit, agreeing with Intelligent Star, leaving only Ghost Sword Star in opposition. Very well. We shall accept Liu Xuan's terms. We will abolish the institution of slavery, declaring all races equal. And the celestial dragons shall no longer be deemed the aristocracy of the world. After all, the Celestial King has been defeated, rendering those worthless. Intelligent Star remarked, observing that, apart from Ghost Sword Star, the others had consented to the decision. Agreed. The others echoed in unison, leaving Ghost Sword Star to fume in silence. Soon, a world-shattering announcement reverberated across the globe. The world government's new decree was issued, the abolition of slavery, granting equal rights to all races, and the disbanding of the Celestial Dragon's noble status. The moment this decree was announced, it sent shockwaves throughout the world. Chapter 156. The Terrified Celestial Dragons in Mariawa. The residents of the Celestial Dragons, the 5 elders, were in a state of turmoil. What are they doing? Have they lost their minds to abolish our noble status? We are the descendants of gods. How dare they? The prolonged and opulent lifestyle of the Celestial Dragons has rendered them insufferably arrogant. Now, to expect them to coexist equally with those whom they consider mere ants, how could they possibly acquiesce? Let us seek the 5 elder stars and discern their motivations for this decision. One elder celestial dragon proposed this, instantly resonating with the others. Soon, they arrived at the abode of the 5 elder stars, and upon seeing them, the leader of the celestial dragons rushed forward, hurling insults. You 5 old fools. Why have you revoked our noble status? Have you lost your wits? We are the progeny of gods, the most esteemed beings in the world. How dare you treat us thus? Do you not desire to retain your positions among the 5 elder stars? Unfazed, the wise elder replied. The decision to strip you of your noble status was a collective resolution of ours. You celestial dragons have enjoyed your exalted position while committing heinous acts, which is no longer befitting descendants of the Creator. After all, heirs of the Creator should strive to benefit the populace, whereas you have been self-indulgent, inflicting harm upon the commoners. Such conduct is unworthy of such a lofty status. Hence, we have rescinded your noble title. Scoundrels! How dare those commoners even compare themselves to us, the illustrious celestial dragons? To be slain by us would be their greatest honor. We are the progeny of the Creator of this world. We are free to do as we please. The leader of the celestial dragons, with a grotesque expression, exclaimed, prompting the 5 Elder Stars to shake their heads in disbelief. Truly, they are a foolish lot. With your ineffectuality, how can you claim to be descendants of the Creator? Had it not been for the king you serve, we would have long since eradicated your kind. Now, with the king defeated by the Dragon Pearl pirates, you are rendered useless. Should you dare to stir up trouble again, we shall not hesitate to show you our wrath. The Ghost Sword Star, who had previously sought to preserve the Celestial Dragon status, now found himself cursing the leader, as if he had not opposed the new decree moments prior. Upon witnessing the murderous intent radiating from Ghost Sword Star, the Celestial Dragon was so frightened that he fell to the ground, losing the earlier arrogance that had characterized his demeanor, now replaced by sheer terror. At this moment, the Clever Star stepped forward and said, "Enough, Ghost Sword Star. No more words are necessary. I believe they have come to understand their current standing." The leader of the Celestial Dragons hastily rose and exclaimed, "Indeed, indeed. If that is the case, I shall take my leave." With that, the Celestial Dragon leader hurriedly departed, as if he feared for his life at the wrath of Ghost Sword Star. "Ah, what a pitiful lot," sighed Conks. "Let us not dwell on those fools. Instead, we should contemplate how to quell the Dragon Ball pirates." The words of the Clever Star jolted everyone back to their senses, prompting a continuation of their previous discussions. Meanwhile, upon returning home, the Celestial Dragon leader was immediately surrounded by a throng of fellow Celestial Dragons. "Leader, what did the 5 Elders say? Did they perhaps issue a mistaken decree?" "I never imagined the 5 Elders could make such an error," remarked a young Celestial Dragon. "So it is true. I always believed the world government would never make such a decision. However, their carelessness is astonishing, truly a band of fools." Indeed, leader. Did you not give them a thorough scolding?" "I would wager that you certainly did, as they always seem to deserve it." Listening to the foolish remarks of his kin, the Celestial Dragon leader was nearly driven to madness. These imbeciles were oblivious to the impending doom that loomed over them. Growing increasingly enraged, he could no longer contain himself and bellowed, "You fools." The others were utterly taken aback by their leader's outburst. What has come over the leader? They wondered. Could something grave have transpired? At that moment, an elder Celestial Dragon approached and inquired, "Leader, what troubles you so? Why this fury?" The Celestial Dragon leader sighed heavily and replied, "The matter regarding the cancellation of our noble status is not a blunder on the part of the 5 Elders. It is indeed true. How can this be? Why would the 5 Elders act thus? Do they not fear us stripping them of their positions? Fools! Do you not understand that we Celestial Dragons cannot dictate the positions of the 5 Elders? The reason behind our influence lies in our possession of the Heavenly King." "Precisely. It is because of the Heavenly King. However, just moments ago, the Heavenly King was vanquished by the Dragon Ball pirates. Our leverage over the 5 Elders has vanished, and we can no longer threaten their standing, which is why we Celestial Dragons have lost our significance in their eyes. This is the reason behind their issuance of that decree. The greatest calamity for us Celestial Dragons is about to unfold." As soon as the words of the Celestial Dragon Patriarch fell, these Celestial Dragons instantly shed their previously arrogant demeanor. Chapter 157, A New Mission. Just as the Celestial Dragons fretted over their status, the Whitebeard pirates encountered the red-haired pirates, who had journeyed from the New World. The Dragon Ball pirates have defeated the world government. Upon hearing Whitebeard's account, Shanks grasped the situation and could not help but admire the formidable strength of the Dragon Ball pirates, who had even bested the 5 Elders. It seemed that now, no one could pose a threat to Liu Xuan. Liu Xuan is indeed impressive. It is a pity that I traveled a great distance to marry Geos to prevent this war, only to find that it was already over upon my arrival, Shanks lamented. Indeed, we have sailed for 2 days and nights without rest, only to arrive too late. However, it is fortunate that both Luffy and Ace are unharmed. That is certainly a piece of good news. Yet, do you truly believe that Liu Xuan is that powerful? Beckman inquired as he lit a cigarette and took a drag. Marco approached, asserting, "Of course. That kind of power is truly terrifying. I foresee that the world will soon belong to them. However, it seems Liu Xuan has no intention of becoming the Pirate King. Otherwise, who could ever rival him?" At that moment, a crew member of the red-haired pirates rushed over in a flurry. "Captain, we have received word from the crew stationed at the base that the Demon King Liu Xuan has already defeated the Heavenly King." "Ha. In that case, Shanks, you need not depart. Stay and host a banquet with us." Upon hearing this news, Whitebeard laughed heartily. "Hey, old man, we just heard you say that Master has defeated the Heavenly King. Is that true?" At that moment, Luffy, having arrived on Whitebeard's main ship unbeknownst to anyone, chimed in. "Luffy, Shanks exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. Shanks. Upon seeing the crimson-haired Shanks, Luffy leaped forward, exuberantly rushing to his side, tears of joy streaming down his face. In comparison to Dragon, Shanks embodies more of a paternal figure to Luffy. Not only did he save his life, but he also profoundly influenced his entire existence. Without Shanks, the Luffy we know today would not exist. Luffy, you have grown stronger. As Shanks gazed at Luffy, his eyes brimmed with satisfaction, for he had entrusted the future to him. In Shanks' eyes, Luffy resembled his own child. Today, not only had he rescued Ace, having witnessed the downfall of the world government, it is now time to commemorate the reunion of Luffy and Shanks with a grand celebration. On board a naval warship, Sengoku and his crew are deliberating their next military strategy when a marine rushes in with a report. News has just arrived from the Navy headquarters in Sabaody Archipelago. The Celestial Dragon has been defeated by the Dragon Ball pirates. They await the Marshal's directive on the subsequent battle plan. What do you mean the Celestial Dragon has been vanquished? When the Whitebeard pirates departed, they were still engaged in combat. How could they have triumphed so swiftly? We all anticipated a prolonged clash, yet it seems a victor has emerged in no time. Just how formidable are they? At this moment, Liu Xuan has parted ways with Broly, standing pensively on his ship, deep in thought. Just as Liu Xuan contemplated pursuing the victory and eliminating the 5 elders, the system issued a new mission. The task requires that, given the host's current prestige of 12 billion, he must convert 20 million energy points to reach the pinnacle of divine level. However, the host must first shatter his own limitations within 2 years. The reward for this endeavor, a designated summon. To have amassed such prestige already is remarkable, but breaking through the barrier within 2 years seems rather daunting. It appears I must seek a place to train, Liu Xuan reflected, turning to Bulma beside him. Bulma, set sail. We are heading back to the base. Why are we returning to the base? Shouldn't we go confront the 5 elders? We were just soundly defeated by that celestial dragon. Krillin interjected, perplexed by Liu Xuan's words. No need. I believe the 5 elders understand their course of action by now. If they wish to survive, they will know what to do. Liu Xuan replied, shaking his head. Should they still remain oblivious? He would not hesitate to make another visit to Mariehua to enlighten them. Subsequently, Liu Xuan and his companions embarked on their journey back to their base, which would take several days. While Liu Xuan diligently trained to break through his limitations, the world erupted in excitement. The new decree issued by the 5 elders had spread across the globe via the transponder snails. 1. All races are to be treated equally. 2. The institution of slavery is abolished. Trafficking in slaves is now a criminal offense, and the navies worldwide will impose severe penalties on slave trading organizations. 3. The celestial dragons will no longer enjoy noble status, now sharing equal standing with others. Upon receiving this news, all races across the world erupted in jubilant celebration. At Fishman Island, they raised their glasses in honor of the new decree. The fishmen are celebrating the enactment of a new decree, which marks the end of over 8 centuries of inequality that has inflicted great suffering upon their kind. At last, with this new law, the fishmen can finally attain equal treatment, allowing them to emerge from the depths and live in the sunlight upon the sea's surface. Do you know why the world government has issued this new decree? Inquired a pufferfish fishman with an air of mystery. Are you aware of the details? Please, do share with us, urged a beautiful mermaid. Upon witnessing the expectant gazes of the crowd, the pufferfish man declared with great pride that it was said the formidable Lord Liu Xuan, one of the 4 emperors, had defeated the 5 elders and compelled them to enact a new decree. Chapter 158. The astonished world, is it true? Lord Liu Xuan is truly remarkable. Have you ever encountered Lord Liu Xuan? What does he look like? The mermaid's exclamations only served to inflate the pufferfish man's ego further. Of course, I have seen him. When Lord Liu Xuan visited Fishman Island, I stood at the side, fortunate enough to behold his majestic presence. He was indeed imposing. In truth, he was merely boasting. When Liu Xuan came to Fishman Island, he was only 12 years old. How could he have appeared so grand? How impressive. Please share with us the events that transpired when Lord Liu Xuan was here. We wish to hear of his great deeds. Yes, we too wish to listen. Well, it must start from the moment Lord Liu Xuan arrived at Fishman Island. Then, he began to weave a tale. With so many eyes upon him, he felt reluctant to admit his earlier exaggeration and thus continued fabricating his narrative. Within Dragon Palace City, King Neptune and his companions had also heard of the newly enacted decree and were currently celebrating within the palace. Father, Lord Liu Xuan is indeed formidable. He has managed to vanquish the world government and force them to issue such a decree. They must feel utterly humiliated," remarked Prince Sharkstar with a laugh as he raised a cup of wine. "Indeed, at last, we of Fishman Island can live upon the surface. I have yet to witness the true sun," expressed Prince Huangxing, his eyes filled with longing. "However, even with the new decree in place, will those slave traders truly comply? Furthermore, those pirates are unlikely to heed any law," voiced Minister Zhuo with concern. "Indeed, those individuals will do anything for a profit. After all, not everyone possesses the integrity of Lord Liu Xuan," added Minister Yu. At that moment, King Neptune interjected, urging the others not to fret. "Let us remain watchful. Once the situation stabilizes, we shall venture to the surface. With Lord Liu Xuan's protection, I am confident we shall face no harm." Exactly. The crowd nodded in agreement. "Now, let us raise a toast to racial equality." The assembly, no longer burdened by worry, reveled in the festive atmosphere. Meanwhile, on Cake Island, Big Mom sat leisurely in her chair, indulging in cake. "Not good, Mama." A messenger rushed in, exclaiming. Big Mom set down her cake, her tone turning severe. "What is it? If it is of no consequence, you know the repercussions." Ma. As the fierce gaze of the matron fell upon him, the man in the audience was taken aback and hastily began to explain. "Indeed, it is a matter of great significance, Mother. The news brought by the bird was of utmost importance." "What has occurred?" she inquired, perplexed. "It is as follows. The Navy has captured the fiery ace and intends to use him as leverage to lure Whitebeard to their headquarters, setting a trap to eliminate the Whitebeard pirates." However, to everyone's astonishment, the Dragon Ball pirates intervened, not only rescuing Ace, but also obliterating the Navy's headquarters. Even the 5 elders who intervened were defeated and were compelled to issue a new decree. The man recounted all he knew, fearful that the matron's displeasure might lead to his demise. To think that even those 5 ancient ones were vanquished by Liu Xuan, it appears his might is indeed formidable, she mused. "Nevertheless, you ought not to disturb me whilst I indulge in my sweets. Thus, I shall extract 10 years from your lifespan as punishment." In the wake of his pleas for mercy, she swiftly drew forth his remaining years. He appeared to age a decade in an instant, collapsing to the ground, unable to rise. After savoring the final bite of her cake, the matron exhaled deeply, reflecting on how that young lad had grown so powerful in just a few short years. "It seems I must devise a means to collaborate with him. He cannot become our adversary. Do you have any suggestions?" "Mother, we could arrange a marriage alliance. I have heard he is but 17 and yet unmarried. In a couple of years, we could select one of our sisters to wed him, thus securing a formidable ally," spoke Perispero, the eldest son of the Charlotte family and Minister of Candy. "Excellent, Perispero. I entrust this matter to you," responded Charlotte Linlin with a satisfied nod. "Yes, Mother. I shall ensure this task is executed flawlessly," Perispero affirmed before respectfully departing. "It seems no one on the seas will be able to thwart him in the future. We must also devise our strategy promptly." Gazing at the distant sea, the elder fell into deep contemplation. At the Revolutionary Army's headquarters, Dracul Mihawk placed the newspaper upon the table and turned to his companion, Sabo, remarking on Liu Xuan's remarkable prowess. "If we could secure his assistance, our revolutionary forces would undoubtedly achieve unprecedented triumphs. Sabo, please reach out to the Dragon Ball pirates and explore the possibility of collaboration." "Captain, Liu Xuan is a pirate, and we are revolutionaries. Is it truly prudent for us to ally with him?" inquired a puzzled cadre of the Revolutionary Army. Before Dracul could respond, Sabo interjected. "What are we, the Revolutionary Army, striving for if not the liberation of those oppressed by the nobility across the globe? Liu Xuan's actions do not contradict our mission. Moreover, the enemy of our enemy is, indeed, a friend. The Dragon Ball pirates have severed ties with the world government, and as an organization opposing the world government ourselves, what hinders us from forming an alliance with them?" Sabo's words rendered the individual speechless. "Very well, since everyone is in agreement, I entrust this matter to you." Upon witnessing the silence of the crowd, Dorag addressed Sabo. "Indeed," Sabo replied joyfully, having regained his memories upon witnessing Ace being pierced through the chest by a Kaido. He had long been eager to venture out and seek them. Chapter 159. Elevating the strength of the group. While the world was abuzz with astonishment over this incident, Liu Xuan had already returned to his base. "Captain, what are our next moves? We are nearly suffocating on this island." As soon as Liu Xuan arrived, Yamcha rushed over with an array of questions, nearly overwhelming him. Liu Xuan firmly grasped him and stated, Yamcha, if you have nothing to do, go spar with them. We currently have no plans to set sail. Upon hearing Liu Xuan's words, Yamcha visibly deflated, casting a sorrowful glance at Liu Xuan. Captain, I am merely a vice admiral at this point. While most of them are admirals, isn't sparring with them just asking for a beating? Upon meeting his gaze, Liu Xuan silently regarded him and remarked, I had almost forgotten. It is time to enhance your strength. Go summon them. Are we truly going to elevate our prowess? That's splendid. I'll fetch them immediately, Yamcha exclaimed, his enthusiasm ignited by the prospect of empowerment, and he dashed out without delay. Before long, he returned with several individuals in tow. Captain, I've brought them. Please, hasten to enhance our strength. Yamcha urged Liu Xuan, barely containing his excitement. Calm down. There's no need to rush, Liu Xuan replied, turning inwardly to the system. System. How much energy is required to elevate Yamcha to the 4 Emperor level? Ding. Yamcha requires 1 million energy units to ascend to the 4 Emperor level, the system responded. Upon hearing this, Liu Xuan was taken aback. 1 million? With that amount, I could summon an entirely new 4 Emperor character. How could merely enhancing strength demand such a vast sum? Are you hoarding energy? Please refrain from questioning the integrity of this system. This price is exceedingly reasonable. The system retorted. Goodness, does the system even require integrity? Very well, proceed with the enhancement, Liu Xuan conceded, exasperated. In an instant, a beam of golden light emanated from Liu Xuan, enveloping Yamcha. His aura surged dramatically, reaching the 4 Emperor level, and a formidable presence erupted from him. Such overwhelming power. I must go practice with them now. Farewell, Captain. With that, Yamcha vanished in a flash, leaving the others awestruck. Is such fervor truly necessary? Wasn't he already strong in the past? He has merely been suppressed in this world, Liu Xuan pondered, bemused. Observing Yamcha's excitement, Liu Xuan inquired of Piccolo nearby. I know. Yamcha has been sparring with others frequently, thus enhancing his strength. He is certainly eager to reclaim his dignity, having bottled up quite a bit of frustration. Before Piccolo could respond, Krillin interjected, Is that so? It seems Yamcha has endured quite a lot. Well then, it's your turn now. Who will go first? Liu Xuan, hearing Krillin's words, chuckled, I'll go first. Krillin declared. No need to rush. Let us all go together, Liu Xuan suggested to the group. Finding it cumbersome to have each person take turns. With a sympathetic glance from Liu Xuan, the system deducted over 10 million energy from him, elevating the others to the initial level of the 4 emperors, leaving him with over 180 million energy. To leave 100 million energy for my ascension to God level. What shall I do with the remaining 80 million? It seems rather pointless to hold on to it. I might as well try my luck in a lottery, Liu Xuan proclaimed. System, grant me 8 5-star 55 summoning cards. I'll save the remaining energy for later draws. No sooner had Liu Xuan finished speaking than 8 beams of golden light streaked past, revealing 8 figures before him. 5 of the 55 characters flew out, merging with Goku and the others, clearly duplicates, leaving 3 figures remaining before Liu Xuan. Among them stood a stunningly beautiful woman with blonde hair and blue eyes, Android 18. Liu Xuan's favorite character from Dragon Ball, though he wondered whether it was the future version of 18 or the one married to Krillin. Next, a figure emerged resembling Goku but clad in entirely different attire. This was Black Goku from the Dragon Ball Super Universe, possessing Goku's body while harboring the soul of Zamasu. His power comparable to Goku's blue form. Lastly, Liu Xuan was taken aback to see the 4-star dragon, known for its formidable strength and temperature akin to the sun, capable of reaching 600,000 units of energy. Unlike his brother's 3-star dragon, this one was quite courteous and possessed a strong sense of integrity. As Liu Xuan gazed upon number 18, he could not help but inquire, Have you married? Upon hearing his question, number 18 paused momentarily, her cheeks flushing as she retorted, Captain, what are you talking about? How could I possibly be married? I was just with number 17, wreaking havoc on Earth, before you summoned me here. Realizing she was from the future, Liu Xuan pondered, Does this mean I stand a chance? His thoughts were abruptly interrupted by number 18's voice. Captain, Captain, what are you thinking about? He looked up to find her staring at him, and he quickly cleared his throat, stating, It's nothing, merely contemplating my training. Is that so? Number 18 regarded him with a hint of skepticism. Liu Xuan straightened his expression and insisted, Of course. Just look at my earnest gaze. I find that hard to believe, she replied with a playful huff. Hey, Captain, we are still here. As the two engaged in playful banter, the Black Wukong and the 4-star Dragon 44 could not help but interject. Ah, indeed, I am well aware. Do greet Wukong and the others when you have the chance. From now on, you shall be comrades, Liu Xuan said, somewhat awkwardly. Yes, Captain, the two replied before taking their leave. Chapter 160. Preparation for cultivation. Shall we also venture outside? Upon witnessing two individuals exiting, Liu Xuan addressed the nearby number 18. Well then. In response, number 18 echoed a simple affirmation and followed Liu Xuan outside. Where have they all gone? Liu Xuan remarked in bewilderment as he and number 18 stepped through the door, finding the area devoid of people. Captain, it seems quite raucous over there. Perhaps they are gathered in that direction? Black Wukong pointed towards the distant square. Let us venture forth and investigate, Liu Xuan declared, promptly leading the way towards the square. Hey, Wukong, what are you all doing here? Upon arriving at the square, Liu Xuan spotted Yamcha engaged in combat against the three disasters and inquired of the onlookers. Wukong, Yamcha is challenging the three of them. It is said that he has suffered at their hands in the past. Now that his strength has increased, he has come to reclaim his dignity. It appears that the three are nearing their limit, Wukong explained, having heard the news from others, as he had not been present for long. Honestly, that Yamcha fellow, having just augmented his powers, rushes into battle. How tedious, Liu Xuan remarked. Captain, I shall intervene and put a stop to this. Krillin approached Liu Xuan, having noticed him as well. No need, let them finish their bout first, Liu Xuan replied, shaking his head, then focused intently on the clash before him. Damn it. How is it possible that in such a short span, this guy's strength has surged so dramatically? Has he consumed some sort of devil fruit? It is inconceivable to achieve such a leap in power so swiftly, Jack exclaimed, having been flung by Yamcha's punch and rising to his feet. I would never consume a devil fruit. I merely released a fraction of my suppressed power, and only the captain possesses this ability. Today was the first time I had him assist me in this regard. How fortunate for you all to be my inaugural opponents after this release, Yamcha boasted, nearly infuriating the three adversaries with his audacity. Jack, let us attack together, declared the lone woman among the three disasters, her frustration palpable. Agreed, they replied in unison. Having been together for an extended period, the trio exhibited remarkable synergy, their collaboration nearly flawless. All three were formidable generals, and typically, their combined assaults were unmatched. However, now that Yamcha had liberated part of his suppression, as a powerhouse of the four emperors, the trio found themselves outmatched. With a swift motion, Yamcha unleashed three energy blasts, effortlessly neutralizing the combined assault of his opponents. Cursed be it, his strength is indeed at the four emperor level. We stand no chance. What shall we do? Are we truly to concede defeat? Jack exclaimed, breathless, having just exerted himself to the limit to evade the onslaught of projectiles. I am a powerhouse, not a sprinter. This relentless pace is exhausting me to the brink of collapse. If this is the case, perhaps we should surrender. Continuing this way would only lead to further punishment. So why not concede and deny him the chance to strike us? It would infuriate him. Although she uttered these words, she despised the notion of being so passively beaten in battle. Very well, we shall concede. Seeing that both parties had abandoned their intention to fight, one of them hastily exclaimed, How can you do this? I have yet to retaliate, and I have never behaved in such a manner before. Yamcha, upon hearing the three concede, expressed his discontent. It is merely your unwillingness to accept defeat. It is of no concern to us. Regardless, we have conceded now. So let us depart, said Jack, disregarding Yamcha and leaving the square, followed by Jack. You are all too cunning. As he gazed at the departing trio, Yamcha stood in place, exasperated, exclaiming, I have yet to exact my revenge. How can you simply walk away? Enough, Yamcha. Since they have conceded, there is no need to continue the fight. Gather everyone. I have an important announcement to make. As the matter concluded, Liu Xuan stepped forward and inquired, Captain, when did you arrive? At that moment, Yamcha noticed Liu Xuan and hurriedly asked, Captain. The others also recognized Liu Xuan and greeted him promptly. Hello, everyone. Liu Xuan returned the greeting and turned to Yamcha, saying, I've been here for a while, but Yamcha, you truly seem a bit bored. You have already reached the level of the four emperors. Why not train with Goku and the others? Practicing with the three calamities will hardly enhance your strength. Captain, Goku and his crew are far too powerful. I do not wish to subject myself to such torment. Isn't it the same? You are already at the four emperors level, while the three calamities are merely at the admiral level. Training with them is not akin to enduring hardship? All right, but Captain, what is the purpose of gathering everyone? I plan to devote some time to my training to break through the divine level bottleneck. From now on, I will entrust all matters to you. If Luffy and the others require assistance, you may handle it. I believe there is no one left who could threaten you. Now I see. The others nodded in understanding upon hearing Liu Xuan's words. Rest assured, Captain, we will protect Luffy and the others. By the way, Goku, please assist me in training them. Their strength is still insufficient to become the Pirate King. Yes, Captain. Chapter 161. 2 years later, after arranging matters, Liu Xuan entered a state of cultivation. Each day, he exercised diligently, accompanied by number 18, and his spirits remained high. Happy days always seemed to pass swiftly, and before long, 2 years had elapsed. On a small island in the New World, a bald man was shouting at a group of villagers, both young and old, "Hurry up and hand over the Dragon Ball, or I will slaughter everyone in your village." Do not think I am jesting. Our captain is the notorious pirate, the wild lion Leon. With a bounty of 300 million berries, no one dares interfere with our wild lion pirates. My lord, we truly do not know where this Dragon Ball is. Perhaps you have come to the wrong place, pleaded an elderly man who appeared to be the village chief. This village, known as Sea Swallow Village, was once a harmonious small community. However, a group of pirates arrived at noon, searching for something called the Dragon Ball, which they had never encountered. How could they possibly provide it? Stop feigning ignorance. Our men clearly saw someone in your village with the Dragon Ball this morning, and now you wish to deny it. Do you need me to kill someone for you to comprehend my might? The bald man shoved the village chief aside and seized a child, tightening his grip around the boy's neck as he glared at the chief. It seemed that if the chief insisted there was none, the child would be in grave danger. We truly do not possess the Dragon Ball. Please, do not harm the child. They know nothing. The village chief grasped the trousers of the bald giant, weeping as he implored him. The giant, with a violent kick, sent the chief sprawling and growled, "Old fool, do not lay a hand on me. It seems you care not for the life of this child. If that is the case, I shall deliver him to the king of hell." With that, he made to strangle the child. "Please, chief, save Hank. He is our lifeblood. We cannot afford to lose him," cried the child's parents, kneeling before the chief in desperation. "But I truly do not know what the Dragon Ball is," the chief exclaimed, turning to the villagers behind him. "Do any of you know? Hurry and hand it over to this gentleman." Suddenly, a voice diverted everyone's attention. A young man perched upon the rooftop observed the crowd, holding what appeared to be a glass sphere. Within its transparent confines, 3 golden stars faintly shimmered, revealing itself to be the coveted Dragon Ball. "It is the Dragon Ball. Boy, quickly bring forth the Dragon Ball." Upon seeing the Dragon Ball clutched in the hands of a young man, the burly man with a shaved head exclaimed with uncontainable delight, "I'm afraid this cannot be. That Dragon Ball belongs to our captain and cannot be entrusted to you." Infuriated by his words, the large man retorted, "So, are you here to toy with me? You have no regard for the life of that child, do you?" "No. Please do not misunderstand," the young man implored. "I have no intention of jesting. I certainly wish to preserve the child's life. However, I also desire the Dragon Ball. What shall we do then? Enough with the nonsense. Hand over the Dragon Ball now? I believe you have misconstrued my intentions. I mean to eliminate all of you, ensuring that the child shall remain unharmed. I am certain the captain would agree with my course of action," the young man continued, oblivious to the fact that the burly man's forehead was now adorned with prominent veins of fury. "You scoundrel, do not be so arrogant. Can we, a multitude, not overpower a single individual? Brothers, seize him. Retrieve the Dragon Ball." With that command, the burly man's underlings rushed forward, intent on slaying the young man, believing the Dragon Ball would soon be theirs. "You truly overestimate yourselves, thinking mere lackeys could take my life. Since you insist on courting death, I shall oblige you." Shockwave punch. With those words, the young man unleashed a right hook, sending a visible shockwave forth from his fist. The wave struck the advancing lackeys, unleashing a force that left dozens of them bloodied and sprawled on the ground, seemingly devoid of life. "Hey, what are you doing? Stop playing around and hurry up to eliminate this fellow." Observing the lifeless bodies of all his subordinates strewn across the ground, the bald giant let out a terrified scream. Perhaps already aware of their demise, yet unwilling to accept the grim reality. "Well, there is but one left. Once I eliminate you, I can return to the pirate crew and report back. I heard from the captain that our leader is concluding his training and returning from that deserted island. I must hurry back to witness the grandeur of Captain Leon of the Savage Lion Pirates. I have no time to waste on a mere minion like you." With that, The young man prepared to strike down the bald giant. Wait, this may be a misunderstanding. Our captain is Leon, the leader of the Savage Lion Pirates. A notorious pirate with a bounty of 300 million berries. Perhaps you might have heard of him. Perceiving the dire situation, the bald brute hastily uttered the name of his captain, believing that his seasoned leader might be familiar with this individual. Simultaneously, he sought to instill a sense of intimidation in the young man, hoping to deter him from inflicting harm. What audacity! The name of the so-called fierce lion Leon was utterly unfamiliar to him, and a bounty of 300 million was hardly worthy of even polishing the shoes of their esteemed captain number 17. What, pray tell, was there to take pride in? How dare you insult our captain? You shall wait and see. Our fierce lion pirate crew will not let this matter rest. With that declaration, the bald man flung the child from his grasp and made a swift retreat in the opposite direction. Chapter 162. A new era wishing to flee. He unleashed a surge of energy. Upon sighting the bald man, the young individual felt an urge to flee. Suddenly, his feet unleashed a shockwave, allowing him to close the distance to the burly figure in mere strides. Spare me, hero. I am but a mere nobody. Please let me go as if I were a mere gust of wind. In the blink of an eye, the enemy caught up with him. The bald man hastily knelt down, pleading for mercy. Why did you not spare that child when the village chief begged for mercy? Now you wish for my clemency? Do not harbor such illusions. Shockwave. Upon uttering these words, the young man placed his hand upon the bald man's heart and unleashed the powers of the shock fruit, shattering his heart. The captain will not spare you. I shall await you in hell. With those words, the bald man collapsed to the ground, appearing lifeless. What a wretch! Devoid of strength yet resorting to bullying the innocent to assert his existence. Killing you has sullied my hands, the young man remarked disdainfully as he wiped his hands. My lord, I am profoundly grateful to you. Otherwise, our village would surely have been slaughtered by those ruffians. May I inquire about your esteemed name? Upon witnessing the lifeless body of the bald giant, the elderly village chief approached and knelt respectfully before the young man. Please, do not feel obliged, sir. I merely acted out of instinct. This fellow was exceedingly vexatious. Moreover, it is worth noting that these individuals arrived due to the Dragon Ball in my possession, which may have inadvertently implicated you all. He continued, by the way, where can I find the captain he mentioned? I must address him, for if left unchecked, he is certain to direct his wrath towards you. I cannot remain here to guard you perpetually. It is best to resolve this matter decisively. The young man promptly assisted the village chief to his feet. Thank you, my lord. However, their captain is a notorious pirate with a bounty of 300 million berries. The ferocious lion Leon. His strength is formidable. You should depart from here swiftly. Upon hearing his words, the village chief hurriedly replied, this young man truly lacks discernment. The young man, unfazed by the chief's concern, introduced himself. I am Locke, a member of the 6th Division of the Dragon Ball Pirates. Our captain, Son Gohan, once had a bounty of 800 million berries. That rampaging lion is no match for me. You need not worry, chief. Upon hearing the chief's remarks, the young man remained indifferent. 800 million? That ranks among the highest in the world. Furthermore, he claimed to be part of the Dragon Ball Pirates, the very group that defeated the world government and compelled them to amend their edicts. They must indeed be the ones, for it is rare to find someone so young who has joined such an illustrious crew. This young man's future is undoubtedly boundless. The village chief, astonished by the murmurs of those around him, was taken aback by the revelation that this seemingly unremarkable youth held such a significant background. Truly, one cannot judge a book by its cover. With this thought in mind, the chief stepped forward to Locke and said, I beg your pardon. I had no idea you were a member of the Dragon Ball Pirates. That is indeed remarkable. Lord Liu Xuan is the mightiest individual in the world, and to be part of such a formidable pirate crew suggests that your own strength must be extraordinary. Allow me to share with you the whereabouts of the rampaging lion pirates. The chief then divulged the location of the rampaging lion pirates to Locke. Aware of their whereabouts, Locke, after declining the villagers' repeated invitations to stay, departed from Sea Swallow Village, setting sail towards the direction of the rampaging lion pirates. The captain was soon to return, and he was eager to resolve the situation with the rampaging lion before missing the opportunity to meet his idol. Over the past 2 years, significant changes have transpired across the globe, marked by 3 major events. The first was the awakening of the world's populace to the formidable combat prowess of the Dragon Ball Pirates, prompting countless individuals to diligently train in pursuit of strength. In just 2 years, many powerful figures emerged, not only among pirates but also within the Navy, which saw the number of admirals expand from 3 to 6. Notable additions included Fujitora and Green Bull, who joined through the world recruitment efforts, along with the former admiral candidate, Peach Rabbit, resulting in an unprecedentedly robust navy. Nonetheless, despite these advancements, the navy struggled to contain the incessant emergence of new pirate stars. The second event was the resurgence of the Dragon Balls. Liu Xuan had claimed that wishes made with the Dragon Balls would restore them within a year. Yet, as a year passed with no reports of anyone obtaining a Dragon Ball, it was suspected that Liu Xuan had spun a tale. However, a year later, the appearance of a Dragon Ball at an auction finally captured public attention, igniting a fervor for their search. This development profoundly altered the pirate world, as some pirates set sail not to claim the title of Pirate King, but in pursuit of the Dragon Balls. After all, rather than seeking treasures of uncertain existence, one could gather the 7 Dragon Balls and summon Shenron to wish for any wealth desired. Was this not more reliable than pursuing elusive treasures? The third event saw Liu Xuan, having vanquished the world government, evidently surpassing the other 3 emperors, rendering him unfit for the title of 4 emperors. Consequently, he was removed from that designation and bestowed with a new title, One King, which garnered widespread approval. Of course, some dissenters attempted to provoke Liu Xuan, but before they could confront him, they were swiftly eradicated by Vegeta and others. Chapter 163. The Navy's decision following the destruction of Marineford by Liu Xuan and the Celestial King. Sengoku and others repurposed a base in the New World as the Navy's new headquarters. Within a mere few months, it was capable of handling Navy operations once more. Sengoku and his colleagues convened in a conference room to deliberate on strategies to bolster the Navy and suppress the ever-growing tide of pirates when suddenly an intelligence officer burst in. Report. An intelligence officer entered the room, saluted, and then shouted, "What is it?" Sengoku, seated at the head of the table, addressed the officer. Reporting to Commander Sengoku, intelligence agencies from around the world have sent word that the captains of the Dragon Ball pirates, scattered across the globe, have inexplicably set sail for an uninhabited island in the New World just a few days ago. They are expected to arrive shortly, and the Dragon Ball pirates will soon gather together. Upon hearing this news, Sengoku was taken aback. Could it be that the Dragon Ball pirates were plotting something once again? The last time they convened, it resulted in a tumult over the Dragon Balls. After a year of their absence, one would have thought the matter was settled. However, a few months ago, the Dragon Balls resurfaced, igniting fierce competition and chaos upon the seas. Now, with the Dragon Ball pirates assembling once more, one could only hope that the situation would not escalate to the previous turmoil. Sengoku turned to the naval commanders present and inquired, "What are your thoughts on the Dragon Ball pirates' current actions?" "Humph, it must be Liu Xuan stirring up trouble again. That man has always been reckless, utterly despicable. We must find a way to eliminate them." Akainu, who harbored the deepest animosity towards the Dragon Ball pirates, declared vehemently, "Admiral Akainu is truly fearsome. But are we certain we can contend with them?" Kizaru interjected, voicing his concern. "Indeed. A rash attack would surely result in our defeat at the hands of the Dragon Ball pirates. Their power is terrifying. Even those of admiral rank could be dispatched in an instant. They are not mere mortals, but monsters that defy human resistance. It would be prudent for us to act with caution," Akiji remarked in agreement, emphasizing that no one could rival such a formidable opponent. "I concur with Admiral Akiji," he added, having experienced that power firsthand. "From what Commander Sengoku has described, I am certain I would not last a single blow against them. It is wise to avoid provoking such adversaries." The newly appointed Admiral Fujitora smiled, aligning himself with Akiji's viewpoint. "Are we to simply watch Liu Xuan roam free? Afraid to intervene? What becomes of the justice of our navy? How will the public perceive us?" Akainu insisted, unwavering in his belief of absolute justice, unwilling to let any pirate escape unpunished, particularly one with a grudge against him like Liu Xuan. What then? Even Uranus, the celestial being the world government has relied upon, was defeated by Liu Xuan. The Gorosei now dare not utter a word. What can we do? Akiji, whose approach starkly contrasted with Akainu's, questioned. "Enough of this bickering. Do not mention the 5 elders any longer." In their quest to vanquish Liu Xuan, they callously sacrificed the commander-in-chief of the sky to be devoured by the Celestial King. When faced with the defeat of the Celestial King, they cowardly acquiesced to Liu Xuan's demands, which is utterly unreliable. Suddenly, Karp exclaimed, expressing his long-standing grievance regarding the death of Kong at the hands of the 5 elders. Upon hearing Akiji's remarks, he became infuriated. "Enough of this discussion. Let us raise our hands to express our opinions." Those in favor of continuing surveillance, please raise your hands. After Sengoku spoke, he surveyed the room. Akiji, Kizaru, Fujitora, Carp, Vice Admiral Tsuru, and Peach Rabbit all raised their right hands. In total, 9 individuals were present, and with Sengoku himself, 7 had consented to continue observation, leaving only Akainu and Green Bull unaccounted for. Akainu would surely dissent, but Green Bull had yet to express his stance. Green Bull, what is your perspective? Sengoku inquired upon noticing Green Bull's lack of response. Slowly rising, Green Bull stated, I choose to abstain. You may decide. Acknowledging Green Bull's words, Sengoku nodded and declared, very well, let us continue our observation and deliberate on the movements of the Dragon Ball pirates before making further plans. That concludes the meeting. Cursed be it. You shall surely regret this decision. As the crowd dispersed, Akainu slammed his fist onto the table, shouting in anger. On an unnamed island, the Whitebeard pirates were taking a respite, with Whitebeard seated in the main position, gazing at his sons. Father, we have been searching for that scoundrel Teach for 2 years. Yet we remain oblivious to his whereabouts. This prolonged uncertainty is untenable, one of his sons lamented. Since the Summit War, Blackbeard Teach had seemingly vanished. Perhaps aware that his appearance would surely incite Whitebeard's wrath, prompting him to seek refuge. Humph! No matter where he hides, our Whitebeard pirates shall unearth him. And his head will serve as an offering to the spirit of Sachi, Whitebeard retorted, his voice laced with determination. The fact that Teach had escaped death during the Summit War remained Whitebeard's greatest regret. Not only had he slain Sachi, but he had also nearly caused Ace's demise, an affront that Whitebeard could not abide. Indeed, we shall capture that rogue Teach. However, father, we must also embark on a quest for the Dragon Balls. If we summon the Eternal Dragon, we can revive Sachi and our fallen comrades, Marco interjected, his words invigorating the group. Ah yes, we nearly overlooked that. The dragon can indeed restore the dead to life. We must hasten our collection. It is said that the seas are currently tumultuous with conflict over the Dragon Balls, another remarked. Ace, having experienced the helplessness during the Summit War, was resolute in avoiding such despair again. When he saw Goku arrive to instruct Luffy in his training, he implored Goku to allow him to train alongside Luffy. After 2 years of Goku's guidance, Ace's strength had escalated significantly, now reaching the initial level of the 4 emperors, surpassing even Whitebeard's former youthful prowess. Marco is correct. We must secure the Dragon Balls. In doing so, we can resurrect our fallen brothers, thereby augmenting the strength of the Whitebeard pirates, Diamond George muttered, his tone somber. Whitebeard raised a large bowl brimming with liquor and drank deeply before casting it aside. Indeed, the Dragon Balls are crucial. Yet I do not wish for you to endanger yourselves in pursuit of them. Even if we acquire the Dragon Balls, it would be futile if you were to fall in the process. Let fate decide our course concerning the Dragon Balls. Do you all understand? Yes, though reluctant. They could not disregard their father's wishes and acquiesce to Whitebeard's request. Is there anything else of interest? Whitebeard inquired, nodding as he took his seat. At that moment, an individual, presumed to be an informant for the Whitebeard pirates, stepped forward, stating, Father, it appears that our subordinates have recently encountered many pirates in pursuit of the Dragon Balls. They are all heading towards a deserted island in the New World. I wonder what is transpiring there. I am aware of this. Before anyone could speak, Ace eagerly interjected. Oh, Ace, do you know why they have gathered? Whitebeard inquired. Glancing curiously at Ace, Ace adjusted his hat with a hint of pride and replied, of course. In fact, when I was training with Luffy under Goku, he mentioned something. What did he say? Hurry up and tell us. Marco urged, gripping Ace's arm anxiously. Ace quickly pushed Marco away and said, Don't crowd me. The reason is the captain of the Dragon Ball pirates, Liu Xuan. After the conclusion of the war at Marineford, Liu Xuan secluded himself to cultivate, aiming to surpass his previous limits and attain the strength to defeat the Heavenly King without fusion. Now, the dragon is sailing toward a specific destination. And there can only be one reason. Liu Xuan has broken through to the power level he possessed during their fusion and has emerged from his seclusion. They are going to retrieve their captain. Liu Xuan is about to make his move again. Upon hearing Ace's words, everyone gasped in astonishment. Only one person has reached such a level? What if they fuse together? Just imagining that scenario leaves us speechless, while we remain stagnant. He has advanced to a new realm. It seems we are destined to be eliminated by this world. Come on, everyone, let's not be so disheartened. Even if Liu Xuan is powerful, we won't provoke him. He won't turn against us, Ace reassured, lifting everyone's spirits. Indeed, Ace is right. We have no need to provoke Liu Xuan. Besides, His brother is Liu Xuan's disciple, so they wouldn't attack the Whitebeard pirates. However, who knows how others might react? We can only hope they steer clear of Liu Xuan. Whitebeard chuckled heartily. I can see the world government's 5 old geezers are probably going crazy right now. They have severely offended Liu Xuan before, he continued. Absolutely. They must be devising some strategies at this very moment. Came the laughter from the Whitebeard pirates' flagship, causing confusion among the crew outside. What's going on with the captains? Is there something joyous happening? Meanwhile, in Mariewa, the headquarters of the world government, the 5 elders were deliberating their strategy. They had also heard about the gathering of the Dragon Ball pirates and were desperate to avoid any trouble from Liu Xuan as soon as he set sail. Why star? What do we do now? It seems Liu Xuan is about to make a move. Could we be their first target? Mercury said anxiously, recalling Liu Xuan's terrifying strength. Feeling a wave of fear wash over him, he felt utterly defenseless. Humph. If he comes, then so be it. At worst, it would just mean death. Mercury. You are far too timid, Ghost Sword Star remarked, unable to hold back. Who are you calling timid? Are you not afraid of Liu Xuan coming after us? Mercury retorted angrily at Ghost Sword Star's comment. Upon witnessing a potential quarrel between 2 individuals, the astute strategist swiftly intervened to prevent any discord, asserting that they had already complied with the terms set forth by the other party, and expressing confidence that further trouble would not ensue if they remained passive. However, a sense of doubt lingered, as they had previously refused and even resorted to extreme measures against him. Would he not harbor a grudge? Jin Xing interjected, causing a shiver of apprehension among the 5. Chapter 165. Liu Xuan's exit from seclusion. What shall we do? Perhaps we should appoint a representative to negotiate with Liu Xuan, conveying our lack of malicious intent in hopes that he might forget the past incident. It appears that this is our only recourse. Very well, let us select an individual capable of resolving this matter. Do you have anyone in mind? Firm in his resolution, the strategist turned to the 4. This person must be articulate and likable, possessing a degree of strength, and preferably, they should be a woman, he contemplated aloud. His stipulations puzzled the others, prompting Jin Xing to inquire about the necessity of a woman. The rationale is simple. The Dragon Ball pirates have never harmed a woman. I believe that sending a female representative would significantly increase our chances of success. The strategist's explanation brought clarity to the group. Indeed, there was no record of the Dragon Ball pirates ever inflicting harm upon women. In light of this, the most suitable candidate for the task would undoubtedly be the Queen of Joy Street, Stussy, a member of our group. Her beauty rivals that of the Empress Hancock, making her an ideal choice for this mission. Kong Xing proposed this member, confident in her ability to succeed. She is undoubtedly the best option. Let us proceed to send her forth. Inform her of Liu Xuan's requirements and ensure that we do our utmost to accommodate them. After a moment's contemplation, the strategist concurred with Kong Xing's suggestion. In that case, I shall seek her out immediately. Shui Xing stood up, declaring her intent. Very well, it is settled. Let us adjourn. With that, the strategist rose and departed. Let us take our leave as well. The 3 then exited the premises. On Cake Island, within Big Mom's palace, one of her subordinates presented a Dragon Ball he had retrieved. Mother, here is the Dragon Ball obtained by my subordinates. Please take a look. One of the Sweet 3 generals, Charlotte Cracker, the 10th son of the Charlotte family, handed a Dragon Ball, adorned with 3 stars, to Big Mom. Bravo, Cracker. Excellent work. Once we gather all 7 Dragon Balls, I shall indulge in an endless supply of desserts. I can hardly contain my excitement. With a gaping mouth, she laughed heartily, saliva dripping onto the floor, corroding it into deep pits. By the way, Mother, I heard that fellow Liu Xuan seems to be making a comeback. Are we still to seek a marriage alliance with him? Speaking of Liu Xuan, Kelly Jia bristled with anger, recalling how he had been brutally beaten by Liu Xuan's underlings 7 years ago. Oh, really? He has resurfaced? I remember 2 years ago, when we sent someone to him. He declined our marriage proposal under the pretext of seclusion for cultivation. I wonder if he will accept this time, Kelly Jia remarked with a hint of excitement. That Liu Xuan truly lacks discernment. Mother's proposal should be a cause for his celebration, a privilege for him indeed. This time, I firmly believe he will agree. Kelly Jia stated with an expression that suggested Liu Xuan was foolishly fortunate. Is that so? How splendid. You shall be in charge of this matter, Kelly Jia. Do not let me down. A sinister smile spread across the terrifying face of Big Mom, making her appear even more ominous. Yes, Mother, I shall not disappoint you. Kelly Jia replied, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, before turning to leave the palace to prepare the departing ship. After Kelly Jia's departure, the highest-ranking officer, The esteemed Suite 3, Charlotte Katakuri, a core member of the Charlotte family, stepped forward. Mother, is it truly necessary for us to forge a marriage alliance with Liu Xuan? Katakuri inquired. Katakuri, Liu Xuan's might is beyond mere human capability to contend with. Though I have never battled him, I am well aware of Whitebeard's strength. Liu Xuan has surpassed the pinnacle of power. Even with the awakened Tremor fruit, he was still swiftly defeated by the Celestial King. In contrast, Liu Xuan vanquished the Celestial King, which speaks volumes of his formidable prowess. Should we successfully form a union with Liu Xuan, we will no longer fear anyone, she elucidated. It was surprising to witness Big Mom remain so composed. Others would surely assume she was an imposter. To them, she was merely a ruthless individual. One who would even kill her own children for the sake of sweets, embodying brutality to the extreme. Yet now, she could calmly analyze the situation, leaving the onlookers astonished. Indeed, Mother is astute. This means our influence will expand, they mused. Mamo, echoed Big Mom's maniacal laughter throughout the palace. On a small island in the New World, pirate ships lined the coast, all bearing the same flag, the pirate banner adorned with the 7 Dragon Balls. A crowd gathered along the shore, among them Goku, Vegeta, and others. Goku, what do you think the captain's current strength is? Is he as powerful as when he fused with Broly? Krillin asked with palpable excitement. Calm down, Krillin. We'll find out just how strong he is once the captain emerges, Goku replied, slightly exasperated while dodging Krillin's enthusiastic spittle. He is coming. Suddenly, Vegeta's expression grew solemn as he gazed intently at the forest exit. His words captured the attention of all present, and before long, 2 figures emerged from the shadows of the trees. Chapter 166, Setting Sail Again. Captain, one of the figures was Liu Xuan, who had been in seclusion for 2 years. In that time, Liu Xuan had matured considerably. His physique was well-defined, and coupled with his handsome features, he exuded an undeniable masculine charm. The other figure was Android 18, who had devoted these 2 years to training alongside Liu Xuan. Their bond had blossomed into a romantic relationship during this time. With her shoulder-length hair, striking blue eyes, and an air of regal elegance, she looked at Liu Xuan with a gaze full of affection. Captain, you have finally emerged. Krillin was the first to approach. We missed you so much during these 2 years. Krillin, it's wonderful to see you, and everyone else too. Has anything significant occurred while I was away? Liu Xuan inquired. A smile gracing his face as he surveyed the familiar faces. Is that really our captain? He doesn't seem that impressive. Some newcomers remarked, observing Liu Xuan skeptically. Fools, don't be deceived by appearances. Our captains may seem ordinary, but have you not witnessed their true strength? They merely keep their aura restrained. An ordinary person cannot perceive their power. Oh, now I understand. Our captain is truly extraordinary. Indeed, our captain is now undeniably the strongest in the world. An unparalleled force that no one can contest. Observing the crowd of murmuring onlookers behind him, Liu Xuan inquired curiously as to why so many people had gathered. Isn't one ship sufficient? I merely wish to embark upon the sea. At that moment, Captain Clint approached, explaining. These individuals admire you and merely wish to catch a glimpse of their captain. Once they have had their fill, we can send them on their way. Very well. Since they have come to see me, let them return for now. However, do leave a smaller vessel behind. You may take the Dragon God back. I prefer to maintain a low profile. Liu Xuan remarked, glancing at the throngs of people, feeling a slight headache. Ah, Captain. You won't be taking the Dragon God out to sea? That is your flagship. Clint expressed his surprise. Not necessary. Any ship will suffice. The more discreet, the better. I must first settle some accounts with the world government and the elders. If I take the Dragon God, and they decide to flee, where shall I pursue them? Although the elders later complied with Liu Xuan's conditions and implemented new decrees, their initial actions had certainly complicated matters for themselves. Naturally, the first order of business upon completing his training would be to confront them. Now I understand. Very well, Captain. Choose a vessel at your discretion, Clint replied. Raising his hands in surrender, Liu Xuan surveyed the opulent ships along the coast, which only added to his frustration. How am I to choose, Clint? Are there any new crew members among you? Once these ships set sail, they will surely be recognized. I might as well take the Dragon God. Well, I haven't recruited anyone recently, Clint admitted bashfully, scratching his head. I haven't taken on new members either, Yukong chuckled, being a true warrior with little time to recruit. The others shook their heads in agreement, confirming the absence of new additions to their crew. Actually, I did just recruit one new member, announced number 17. He has been with our pirate crew for a month, and no one knows he belongs to the Dragon Ball Pirates. As the group pondered their options, Number 17 stepped forward. "Oh, is that so? Then bring him forth." Liu Xuan expressed his surprise. Number 17 was typically a lone wolf and now seemed to have taken on a subordinate. "Rock, come here." Number 17's cold voice resonated. Shortly thereafter, a young man approached, none other than the one who had previously rescued Haiyan village from the pirates. After leaving the village, Rock had followed the villagers' guidance to find and eliminate the menacing lion, Leon, and had now arrived here, somewhat shyly responding to the captain's call. "Captain, what can I do for you?" Pointing to Liu Xuan, Number 17 replied, "This is the captain of the Dragon Ball Pirates. He wishes to board your ship to marry Geos, so prepare yourself immediately." "What? The captain wants to take my ship? That's wonderful. I shall prepare at once." Upon hearing Liu Xuan's intention to board his vessel, Locke leaped with joy, exclaiming exuberantly before swiftly turning to prepare his pirate ship for departure. Locke's exuberant shout captured the attention of those behind him. "Hey, did you hear that, newcomer? The captain is set to sail on his pirate ship." "Of course I heard." His voice was so loud that it was impossible to miss. "It's truly enviable. This fellow is incredibly fortunate. The captain has chosen to sail on his ship. I dare say he will soon be renowned." Indeed. It's utterly admirable." Upon resolving the matter concerning the ship, Liu Xuan addressed the assembly. "You may all depart for now. I shall accompany Number 18. "Captain, I wish to join you. Please take me along," Klein interjected eagerly. Liu Xuan, however, declined, saying, "No. Klein, you should leave with Wukong and the others. I will return shortly. It won't take long." "Klein, cease your pleas. Let us go," Wukong urged, wrapping an arm around Klein and leading him away. In no time, the multitude of thousands had vacated the area, leaving only Liu Xuan and Number 18 to approach Rock's pirate ship. Chapter 167. Arrival at the Sabaody Archipelago. "Captain, all is ready. Come aboard." Rock called out as Liu Xuan awaited, growing somewhat restless. Upon boarding, Liu Xuan noticed only one individual aboard and inquired curiously, "Why is there but one person here?" Rock, somewhat embarrassed, replied, "Hehe, Captain, I have just set sail. This individual is one I rescued while vanquishing the ferocious lion Leon. His name is Fix, a navigator. The lion had captured his sister, coercing him into joining his crew. When I defeated the lion, I saved his sister, and thus he became my navigator. By the way, his sister has also joined our Dragon Ball Pirates. She is a chef and is currently in the kitchen preparing meals." "Oh, I see. You have done well. I loathe those pirate crews that prey upon the innocent," Liu Xuan acknowledged with a nod. Delighted by the praise, Rock responded, "Indeed, Captain. I shall strive to continue my efforts." "Fix, come forth and meet our captain." Rock beckoned to the man standing nearby. "Greetings, Captain. I am Fix." Fix approached Liu Xuan, his voice trembling slightly. "This is the strongest man in the world. Merely standing before him sends shivers throughout my body." Perceiving Fix's nervousness, Liu Xuan placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, saying, "Do not be anxious. We are all comrades." "Yes," Fix exclaimed loudly. "Well then, you may attend to your duties. Number 18, let us find a place to sit for a moment." As Liu Xuan observed Fix darting off to guide their navigation, he turned to Number 18 beside him. "All right, Liu Xuan," Number 18 replied, opting not to address him as captain like the others, for their relationship had blossomed into romance, making such formalities feel somewhat awkward. Thus, it was natural for Number 18 to call him by his name. Subsequently, they settled into chairs placed upon the deck, engaging in leisurely conversation while admiring the scenery. Meanwhile, Locke employed his fruit abilities to accelerate their pirate ship, a method he had consistently utilized for navigating the seas, swift, stable, and also a means to hone his powers. Truly a trifecta of benefits. The tranquil days at sea always seemed to pass swiftly. In the blink of an eye, weeks had elapsed. With Locke's shock fruit fueling their journey, they soon arrived at the Sabaody Archipelago. "Captain, we have reached Sabaody Archipelago." Locke's voice gently roused Liu Xuan from his slumber. "Have we arrived so soon?" "Locke, you truly are a convenience," Liu Xuan murmured as he stretched and sat up, then made his way out of the cabin. Upon emerging, Liu Xuan beheld Locke, Fix, and his sister, all standing on the deck, their arms laden with various supplies, waiting for him to join them. "There is no need to prepare so much. I am merely going to confront the Gorosei. Carrying all this is rather cumbersome," Liu Xuan said, rubbing his temples in mild exasperation. "Oh, is that so? I thought we would be here for an extended period," Locke replied sheepishly. "Never mind. You all can stow the supplies. Rue, please wake Number 18. We shall proceed directly to the world government headquarters to seek out the Gorosei. Understood. The trio responded in unison, returning to their quarters to put away their belongings. A few minutes later, they re-emerged, with number 18, still somewhat dazed from sleep, trailing behind them. Her disoriented appearance struck Liu Xuan as endearing. All right, let us depart. As the gathering of individuals was complete, Liu Xuan addressed the group. It has indeed been over 10 days since we last set foot on solid ground. I find myself rather partial to the sensation of being on land. Upon reaching the shore, Locke let out a loud exclamation, drawing the curiosity of those on the bank. Liu Xuan and the others, feeling somewhat embarrassed, averted their gazes, adopting a demeanor of unfamiliarity. Hey, what's wrong with you all? Locke turned back to inquire. Do not engage with him. Let us hasten away and pretend we do not know him, Liu Xuan instructed, promptly taking the lead as he grasped the arm of number 18 and moved away. Disregarding Locke entirely, Fix followed suit, taking his sister's hand and trailing behind, leaving Locke standing there, bewildered. Wait for me. Locke called out as he regained his senses and hurriedly pursued them. Unbeknownst to them, they soon arrived at a restaurant. Liu Xuan paused and said to number 18, Let us have breakfast first. Later, we shall seek out those 5 troublesome fellows. Number 18 nodded in agreement and entered the establishment alongside Liu Xuan. Captain, do you still have the leisure to dine? Shouldn't we confront them directly at this moment? Upon witnessing Liu Xuan's entrance into the restaurant, Locke felt somewhat perplexed. The captain's intentions eluded his understanding. Reluctantly, Locke followed him inside. Boss, please serve us, Liu Xuan called out as he settled into a seat, addressing a busy-looking individual behind the counter. Welcome. What would you like to eat? The boss inquired, hastening over at the sight of potential customers. Bring forth all the delectable dishes your establishment offers. Keep the change, Liu Xuan declared, tossing a wad of bills to the proprietor. Very well. Your order will be prepared immediately. Upon witnessing a thick stack of berries, the proprietor promptly seized the money and tucked it into his pocket, ingratiatingly addressing Liu Xuan, while contemplating that this substantial sum likely amounted to over 1 million berries. With only 5 of them present, how much could they possibly consume? This was indeed a lucrative deal. Chapter 168, An Unexpected Visit. It must be noted that the speed of service at this restaurant was quite impressive. In mere moments, the table was abundantly laden with an array of delectable dishes. You 3 need not linger on your feet any longer. Come and sit down to enjoy your meal. The cuisine here is exceptional. I have dined here before. Seeing the 3 individuals standing nearby, Liu Xuan called out, All right, Captain. Upon hearing Liu Xuan's words, the trio took their seats. However, it was not long before they were astounded, for after only a few bites, Liu Xuan had already finished the entire dish. Boss, bring out the next course. Upon noticing that the dishes had been completely devoured, Liu Xuan promptly called out to the owner. Wow, finished so quickly. The owner approached, astonished, exclaiming, It hasn't even been a minute since the dishes were served. And you've already consumed everything. Are you performing magic? Reluctantly, the owner instructed the kitchen to prepare another round, and soon the table was overflowing once more. This time, the owner remained nearby, observing Liu Xuan intently. I must see where you are putting all that food, he mused. However, he soon found himself agape as Liu Xuan polished off the new spread in under a minute. How can one eat so much? Ever since Liu Xuan ascended to the 4th Emperor tier, his appetite had grown tremendously, and now, having surpassed the divine tier, his capacity had reached an astonishing level, rivaling that of Goku and his fellow Saiyans. Half an hour later, after countless plates had been cleared away, Liu Xuan finally satiated his hunger amidst the astonished gazes of those around him. Just 8/10 full is sufficient, he declared as he prepared to leave, his words nearly causing the onlookers to topple over. Captain, you really can eat. Locke gazed at Liu Xuan with admiration. Oh, don't be envious. Once you grow stronger, you'll be able to eat like me too, Liu Xuan reassured Locke. Yes, Captain. I will strive to match your impressive appetite as soon as possible, Locke replied, leaving the others speechless. Becoming stronger is the main focus, you know. Amidst their conversation, Liu Xuan finally arrived at the headquarters of the world government. So, should we just charge in, Captain? Observing the looming world government, Locke hesitated before speaking. No, allow me. Liu Xuan forcefully pushed Locke aside and exhaled deeply. 5 elders. Come forth. As Liu Xuan's voice resonated, a terrifying sound wave surged toward the grand doors of the world government, crashing through them with a resounding boom. The doors shattered instantly, and nearby soldiers were sent sprawling to the ground in disarray. What is happening? In the conference room, The 5 elders, alerted by the commotion outside, summon their guards. Report, esteemed elders. A group of peculiar individuals has arrived, and upon shouting, one of them destroyed the government's entrance. That individual appears to be the captain of the pirate crew, the demon king Liu Xuan. What? How did he arrive? The guard's words startled the 5 elders. What did he shout? The inquiry from the 5 elders put the soldier in a difficult position. Do not fret, speak freely, and we shall not hold it against you. Upon observing the guardian's expression, Ji Duoxing sensed his apprehension and promptly addressed him. Indeed, Your Excellency Ji Duoxing, Liu Xuan has commanded the 5 elders to step outside and meet him. Could it be that he seeks vengeance? Our previous utilization of the Heavenly King against him surely incited his ire. Jin Xing remarked anxiously. I had forewarned against acquiescing to his demands. Had we not done so, our world government would not have suffered such a significant humiliation. Yet here he is, confronting us nonetheless, Jin Xing scoffed. He may not necessarily be here to cause trouble. If that were the case, he would have barged in without hesitation, rather than expending effort to summon us outside. Indeed, he must have matters to discuss with us. So let us proceed, Kong Xing suggested hastily, unwilling to face Liu Xuan's wrath any longer. Is it not somewhat disgraceful for us to exit in such a manner? After all, we represent the face of the world government. Shui Xing hesitated, concerned that emerging at Liu Xuan's call would tarnish the reputation of the 5 elders. Nevertheless, is one's dignity more important than life? If Liu Xuan were to grow enraged and force his way in, we would risk losing far more than mere face. Our very lives could be in jeopardy. With that, Ji Duoxing took the lead and stepped outside. Let us also proceed, Jin Xing remarked, glancing at the other 3 before following Ji Duoxing. The 3 exchanged resigned glances and followed suit. At the entrance of the world government, the guard, who had recently been knocked askew by Liu Xuan's sonic blast, finally regained his footing and approached Liu Xuan and his companions, demanding to know, who are you? Was it you who caused the earlier commotion? This is the headquarters of the world government. Do you wish to forfeit your lives? One of them began to respond. But Liu Xuan's frown interrupted him. You. The guard attempted to continue, only to be halted by another. Do you wish to die? Shut your mouth at once. What are you doing? The man, pulled back, turned to confront his interrupter. Do you know who he is? Who? You fool. He is none other than the captain of the Dragon Ball Pirates, Liu Xuan. If you wish to die, do not drag me down with you. Isn't that just Liu Xuan? What of it? The guard finally grasped the gravity of the situation, breaking into a cold sweat. What have I done? My apologies. Lord Liu Xuan, please forgive my previous rudeness. I was unaware of your esteemed presence. The guard immediately knelt before Liu Xuan, weeping profusely. Chapter 169. What is going on? At that moment, the 5 elders emerged from within, and, upon seeing the guard kneeling before Liu Xuan, inquired urgently, Did you scoundrel, provoke Lord Liu Xuan? Observing the crowd's reluctance to speak, the wise strategist pointed at the guards kneeling on the ground and inquired loudly. Never mind. It is merely a trivial matter. Liu Xuan interrupted the inquiry of the 5 elders. Hurry up and get lost, you disgraceful fools. Upon hearing Liu Xuan's words, the strategist shouted, prompting the guards to hastily retreat. Unaware of the purpose behind Liu Xuan's esteemed visit, the strategist approached him and humbly asked in a subdued tone. The captain is indeed formidable. Even the 5 elders speak to him with such deference. It seems that joining the Dragon Pearl Pirates was truly the right choice. Rock, observing the 5 elders' demeanor toward his captain, could not help but express his pride. The captain is so dashing. I truly envy you, sister number 18. Felix's sister, cheerfully exclaimed while bouncing alongside number 18, as if the one who had commanded such respect from the 5 elders was herself. It's not a big deal. Number 18 replied nonchalantly, yet the sparkle in her eyes could not conceal her pride. It is nothing of great consequence. Merely that your secret weapon from 2 years ago severely punished my crew. Should there not be some form of recompense? Gazing at the 5 elders, Liu Xuan articulated his demands. Ah, indeed. Please, do express any requests you may have, Master Liu Xuan, and we shall strive to fulfill them to the best of our abilities. The wise elder was initially taken aback, but quickly expressed his delight. Realizing that Liu Xuan's words suggested a potential reprieve for them, Liu Xuan nodded, acknowledging their compliance. It seems you 5 elders are rather astute. In that case, I require the surrender of 20 devil fruits, and we shall consider this matter resolved. 20 devil fruits? Is that not excessive? We currently possess only 11. 20 is simply unattainable. Jinxing, the custodian of the devil fruits, was acutely aware of the dwindling supply held by the world government. Liu Xuan regarded him sternly. Do not attempt to negotiate with me. If the world government cannot procure them, then let the celestial dragons provide them. I find it hard to believe that they lack devil fruits. As Jinxing opened his mouth to respond, he was interrupted by the wise elder, who raised a hand to silence him. Turning to Liu Xuan, he assured, rest assured, we shall deliver the 20 devil fruits to you. That is more like it. First, hand over those 11 devil fruits to me, and the remaining 9 can be sent to my base. Upon hearing the 5 elders acquiesce to his demands, Liu Xuan nodded in satisfaction. Before long, 2 guards approached with the treasure chest. Liu Xuan opened it to reveal precisely 11 devil fruits, which he instructed Locke to collect. To acquire 20 devil fruits in such a brief span is astonishing. I recall the arduous effort I expended to obtain the impact fruit. Truly, the disparity between individuals can be infuriating, Locke remarked, marveling at how Liu Xuan had effortlessly secured the 20 devil fruits with merely a few words. Observing the perceptive nature of the wise strategist, Liu Xuan nodded in satisfaction and turned to the crowd, proclaiming, let us depart. Suddenly, Locke exclaimed, Captain, your prowess is truly remarkable. My admiration for you flows like an unending river. His words left Liu Xuan utterly astonished, were it not for the system in place. He might have suspected that Locke was a fellow time traveler. Enough with the flattery, Liu Xuan chuckled, let us return to the ship. After all, we find ourselves rather idle at the moment. I shall first check on my apprentice and see how he fares. Is the captain's apprentice that straw-hatted lad, Luffy? I hear he has become a notorious pirate with a bounty of 1 billion berries. Truly, he lives up to the reputation of being the captain's disciple. Ever since participating in the Marineford War, Luffy's strength had reached an admiral level, and his outstanding performance during the battle had elevated his status to unprecedented heights. Coupled with his identity as the Dragon Ball pirate captain's apprentice, a bounty of 1 billion berries seems quite justified. That seems reasonable, Liu Xuan mused. However, I believe that during these past 2 years, their strength must have advanced even further. My purpose in seeking him out is to assess whether he has indeed reached the standards necessary to compete for the title of Pirate King. Gazing out at the distant sea, Liu Xuan murmured to himself. Their strength had grown remarkably, and with Wukong's guidance, I believe they have at least attained the power of the 4 emperors now. Number 18 chuckled. By the way, with so many devil fruits here, you two may select whichever you fancy. I am certain there are fruits whose abilities would suit you. Liu Xuan acknowledged this, but suddenly recalled that Fikes and her sister had yet to acquire any devil fruit abilities, so he addressed them. This is far too precious. Perhaps we should decline. Besides, I am a navigator, and consuming a devil fruit would prevent me from sailing. Fikes politely rejected Liu Xuan's generous offer. In that case, I shall give this to you. Upon finishing his sentence, Liu Xuan retrieved a book containing methods for cultivating hockey from his pocket and tossed it to Fikes. Could this truly be a method for cultivating hockey? Such a treasure is rarer than a devil fruit. Am I truly permitted to accept this? Gazing at the formidable cultivation method in his hands, Fikes exclaimed with excitement. Of course, you may take it. Additionally, this devil fruit shall be entrusted to your sister, Ru'er. Her strength is rather feeble. With it, she will at least possess some means of self-defense. In chapter 170, Katakuri, Fikes declined, while Liu Xuan tossed a white devil fruit to him. This particular fruit belonged to the Zoan type, specifically the angel fruit. When Liu Xuan initially had the system scan it, he deemed the energy absorption somewhat wasteful and concluded it would be better utilized by someone else. How can this be? It is far too precious. Captain, you should take it back, Fikes insisted. Without a flicker of hesitation, Liu Xuan tossed the devil fruit towards Fikes. Fikes felt somewhat embarrassed to accept it, as it was an item valued at several 100 million berries, leaving him with a sense of unworthiness. This devil fruit is not meant for you. It is intended for Ru'er. You are merely delivering it on my behalf. If you refuse to take it, then you cannot claim to be one of my Dragon Pearl pirates. Well, in that case, I shall express my gratitude to the captain on Ru'er's behalf, Fikes replied, ultimately accepting Liu Xuan's generous gesture. That is the spirit. Moreover, this particular fruit is a Zoan type, angel fruit. Consuming it not only allows one to transform into an angel but also enhances physical attributes, turning one into a master of martial arts. Its powers are truly formidable, alleviating any concerns you might have regarding Ru'er in the future. Upon witnessing Fikes accept the devil fruit, Liu Xuan disclosed the fruit's extraordinary powers to him, urging him to relay the message to Ru'er. Thank you, Captain. I never anticipated that this devil fruit would possess such formidable abilities. It appears that I shall soon be surpassed by Ru'er, Fikes exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. filled with gratitude towards Liu Xuan for entrusting him with such a precious gift. Truly, he felt he had aligned himself with the right captain. Congratulations, Fikes. However, you are on the verge of becoming the weakest member aboard our ship. Henceforth, diligent training is imperative. It would be utterly embarrassing to be protected by your own sister. Locke's words rendered Fikes momentarily speechless as he envisioned the humiliating scenario of being shielded by Ruaer, his face flushing with embarrassment. It was evident that he must exert himself in training henceforth. Locke, you must also train in the hockey techniques I imparted to Fikes earlier. Relying solely on the powers of the devil fruit will not lead to significant achievements. Liu Xuan suddenly addressed Locke. Understood, Captain, Locke replied, reflecting on his own shortcomings. His physical prowess was merely marginally superior to that of a naval captain. And it was solely due to the powers of the devil fruit that he had earned a bounty of 400 million berries. Should the abilities of the devil fruit ever be countered, defeat would be inevitable. Very well, let us continue our journey. See, take the lead in navigation, and Locke. Utilize your devil fruit powers to propel us towards Carey Island. I believe their training should have reached a conclusion by now, and as their master, I must be present. Liu Xuan commanded. After several days of sailing, Liu Xuan and his companions finally reached the New World, with Carey Island merely a day's voyage away. On that day, Liu Xuan and number 18 relaxed on deck chairs, basking in the sun, while Locke and Fikes diligently practiced the hockey training techniques Liu Xuan had taught them. Over the course of these days, they had already begun to show promising results. Meanwhile, Ruaer was honing her angel fruit abilities, having attained the status of a two-winged angel. The hierarchy of the angel fruit powers ranged from the basic two-winged soldier angels to the more powerful four-winged archangels, six-winged seraphs, eight-winged holy angels, 10 angels, and ultimately the 12-winged archangel. Her abilities had already eclipsed those of her brother Fikes, and were now on par with pirates, boasting a bounty of 100 million berries. Captain, a pirate ship is approaching us. What should we do? Should we sink it? Suddenly, Rock, who had paused his training, rushed over to Liu Xuan. A pirate ship? Which crew does it belong to? Liu Xuan inquired, his interest piqued upon hearing about the approaching vessel. After several days of monotonous sailing, he found the prospect of excitement invigorating. Though he had been conversing with number 18, the tedium of their company wore on him. After all, having her around daily left little room for varied dialogue. It seems to belong to Big Mom, one of the 4 emperors, came the reply. Big Mom? What could she possibly want here? Let us go take a look. Liu Xuan was somewhat perplexed by Big Mom's intentions. He felt no connection to her. Why would she seek him out? Oh right, he had indeed sent someone to give Cracker a good thrashing. Could she be here to cause trouble? As Liu Xian's mind raced with speculations, the pirate ship drew ever closer, until it was soon before him. A towering figure emerged, a man with short crimson hair. A muscular build, long legs, and scars marring his cheeks. His left arm and shoulder bore a pink tattoo, while a skull-like design adorned his forearm. He wore a white scarf resembling a flower, and his overall attire exuded a striking metallic aesthetic. Clad in black gloves, his left arm was adorned with a spiked ring. He sported black jeans with a white knee pad on his left leg, complemented by spiked black boots with spurs at the back. His mouth was concealed by the scarf, revealing stitch lines on either side, and his sharp teeth peeked out even when his lips were closed. This individual was none other than Charlotte Katakuri, the first of Big Mom's suite commanders and her second son. Oh, Katakuri, what brings you here? As Liu Xuan approached, he inquired, having previously met Captain Liu Xuan. The reason for this visit was that his mother wished to extend an invitation to the esteemed Liu Xuan to attend her tea party, hoping he would grace them with his presence. Chapter 171. The Matriarch's Tea Gathering. How intriguing it is to ponder the time remaining until the Matriarch's Tea Gathering. Liu Xuan felt a flicker of interest. It seemed quite an engaging affair. If there were no conflicting obligations, it would be delightful to attend. There was approximately a month until his mother's tea party, and it seemed Liu Xuan would have ample time to prepare. Suddenly, Katakuri, drenched in sweat, exclaimed that he had intended to assert that no one could decline his mother's tea gathering. However, the vision of himself being vanquished by Liu Xuan flashed before him, so swift that he had no time to react. Hastily, he amended his statement, acknowledging the man's formidable strength, and wondered if his mother had made the right decision in inviting such a powerful figure. With that said, please inform the matriarch that I shall attend. Liu Xuan responded with a nod, affirming that there was still plenty of time to consider the invitation. I shall take my leave then. Cake Island eagerly awaits the honor of your presence, esteemed Liu Xuan. With that, Katakuri turned and returned to his ship, departing the scene. The matriarch's tea gathering, how captivating. I'm curious to see what scheme Charlotte Linlin might have in store. As Liu Xuan gazed at the receding silhouette of Katakuri's ship, he murmured, Captain, are you truly intent on attending Big Mom's tea party? She may have some ulterior motives. Rock, observing Liu Xuan's agreement to participate in the gathering, expressed his concern. Rest assured regarding any conspiracy, in the face of overwhelming strength, no scheme poses a challenge. Liu Xuan remained unconcerned about whether Big Mom harbored any sinister intentions, for his power was sufficient to crush every member of the Big Mom pirates. Even if there were a conspiracy, it mattered little. He could simply overpower it. What truly captured Liu Xuan's interest was the prospect of excitement. Such is our captain, indeed, formidable. Katakuri's arrival provided a brief interlude, lifting Liu Xuan's spirits from their earlier monotony. After another day of sailing, Liu Xuan and his crew finally reached Kairi Island. Located in the New World, this uninhabited isle was discovered by Goku by sheer happenstance, and he named it accordingly. The island teems with powerful beasts, making it an ideal training ground where one can achieve remarkable results with minimal effort. Over the past 2 years, Luffy, Ace, Zoro, and Sanji had all honed their skills here. Rock, let us disembark. This is the place. As Liu Xuan gazed at the nearby deserted island, his eyes sparkled with joy. Yes, Captain. With Locke's abilities, landing is merely a matter of an instant. Let us proceed. I can already sense the presence of a few of them. We can head straight to find them. Upon reaching the shore, Liu Xuan leaped down, embracing number 18 as they ventured deeper into the forest. Captain, wait for us. Upon seeing Liu Xuan enter the forest, a person hurriedly pursued him. After traversing several kilometers of woodland, Liu Xuan and his companions arrived at a clearing, where they observed Wukong instructing Luffy and his 2 comrades in their training. Ace had departed from this place a month prior, leaving Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji to engage in their practice. The 3 individuals, engrossed in their physical conditioning, turned their attention towards the sound and spotted Liu Xuan accompanied by several unfamiliar faces. They promptly rushed to Liu Xuan's side. Master, what brings you here? Luffy was the first to inquire. Ha ha ha, my disciple is about to set sail. How could I not come to bid farewell? Ah, fate has brought us together. May I ask, what is your name, beautiful lady? Sanji suddenly exclaimed, approaching the young woman with a rose in hand. However, he was quickly quelled by Liu Xuan. Sanji, behave yourself. This is your master's wife, so do not harbor any thoughts. What? Sanji appeared as if turned to stone, utterly taken aback. Hey, are you all right? You seem injured. Rueir expressed her concern upon noticing Sanji sprawled on the ground. As a user of the angel fruit ability, she could heal others and assumed that Sanji was hurt, prompting her to step forward. Ah, beautiful one. Upon seeing you, I have fallen deeply in love. May I boldly inquire, do you have a boyfriend? The moment Sanji laid eyes on Rueir, he was instantly revived. He tenderly presented the rose he held to her, a cheeky smile adorning his face as he inquired. Rueir, already a beauty in her own right, transformed by the consumption of the angel fruit, now possessed skin that was even more radiant and supple. Coupled with an aura of pure light, she exuded an enchanting mystique that utterly captivated Sanji. Oh, I didn't. Rueir replied, her cheeks flushing at Sanji's words. Is that truly so? Just as Sanji was about to speak further, he was interrupted by Fikes. What are you doing? Who are you to obstruct me? Step aside. I wish to converse with this lovely lady. Upon encountering the obstruction before him, Sanji exclaimed in anger, I apologize. He is my brother. Rue, feeling somewhat embarrassed, interjected while holding on to Fix. Brother? He is your brother? Sanji stammered, pointing incredulously at Fix. Indeed, Rue confirmed. My apologies. I did not realize he is my brother-in-law. With a bow, Sanji expressed, how shameful. Observing Sanji's behavior, Liu Xuan and others felt a pang of embarrassment, reluctant to admit their acquaintance with him. This fellow truly is quite the lecherous character. Ha ha, Sanji is rather amusing. Luffy, standing nearby, erupted into carefree laughter. Chapter 172. Sanji, please cease your antics. Seeing a few individuals engaging in endless frivolities, Liu Xuan could not help but speak up. His words held considerable weight, as one was his disciple and the others his subordinates. Observing them cease their commotion, Liu Xuan nodded in satisfaction and beckoned them closer. Come here. Allow me to introduce you, he said. Upon hearing Liu Xuan's invitation, the group obediently approached him. These 3 are my disciples, Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji. They are my crew members, along with Rock, Fix, and his sister, Ray. From now on, you shall all be friends. Liu Xuan introduced each party to the other by name. Observing their handshake, Liu Xuan nodded in satisfaction. Suddenly, as if recalling something, he called out, "Hey, Luffy. You three come over here. I would like to assess your current strength." Upon hearing Liu Xuan's words, the three obediently approached. "System, please check their attributes." Liu Xuan intently focused on Luffy and the others, silently invoking the system. Race, human name, Monkey D, Luffy ability, Gum Gum Fruit, Conqueror's Haki level 14, Armament Haki level 16. Observation Haki level 15 combat power, 896, 984 battle level. Yonko Intermediate Affiliated Faction, Straw Hat Pirates, Captain Race, human name, Roronoa Zoro ability, Swordsmanship level 16. Armament Haki level 16, Observation Haki level 15 combat power, 837, 563 battle level. Yonko Intermediate Affiliated Faction, Straw Hat Pirates. Swordsman Race, human name, Vinsmoke Sanji ability, Kicking Techniques level 16, Armament Haki level 15, Observation Haki level 15 combat power, 817. 607 battle level, Yonko Intermediate Affiliated Faction, Straw Hat Pirates. All three have reached the Yonko Intermediate level. Excellent. It seems you have all been diligently training during this time. You are ready to set sail. After observing the attributes of Luffy and his companions, Liu Xuan exclaimed, "Really? That's wonderful. I feel like I'm suffocating here." Adventures on the high seas are far more exhilarating. Upon hearing Liu Xuan's words, Luffy erupted into joyous laughter. "Hey, Luffy, once we set sail, please refrain from causing chaos as you did before." Luffy's expression instilled a sense of foreboding in Zoro and Sanji. However, the mere thought of reuniting with Robin and Nami sent waves of excitement through Liu Xuan, as if his heart were on the verge of bursting. "Ah, Nami, Robin, are you both as eager for this reunion as I am?" Sanji mused aloud, springing up to dance. "Brother, that Sanji is quite amusing." "Amusing?" "He is merely a lecher." "Sister, you must keep your distance from him. Is it really appropriate to speak ill of someone in front of them?" Though you are not entirely wrong. Liu Xuan and the others had grown accustomed to Sanji's antics. Yet for the trio of newcomers, it was rather disconcerting to discover that the captain's disciple was such a rogue. "Sanji, are you planning to continue your training for a while?" With a scowl, Liu Xuan unexpectedly stood behind Sanji, his face filled with ire as he glared at him. Sanji's behavior was undeniably disgraceful. "Ah, no, master. I will never dare again." Upon hearing Liu Xuan insist he should keep training, Sanji clung to Liu Xuan's leg, wailing in despair. "Get up already. This is utterly embarrassing." Liu Xuan covered his face, nearly exasperated to the point of collapse from Sanji's antics. "Thank you, master. Are we setting sail now?" With Liu Xuan no longer insisting on further training, Sanji rose with a beaming smile, as if he had just mastered the art of the Sichuan opera face changing. "Why the rush? Have you all figured out how to assemble?" "Indeed. What shall we do? It appears that we have forgotten this matter." Liu Xuan's words startled Luffy, as they seemed to have indeed overlooked it. "It seems we haven't approached this issue." Sanji and Zoro exchanged glances, both recognizing the uncertainty reflected in each other's eyes. "I knew it. Never mind. Let this matter rest in my hands." Liu Xuan shook his head in exasperation. Truly, they were a bunch of fools. After spending so much time with them, it seemed that everyone was susceptible to such folly. "Thank you, master. But what shall we do?" Luffy inquired with curiosity. "Rest assured, we merely need to use the transponder snail crafted by Bulma to discreetly inform them of your departure point. You can employ certain codes familiar to the Straw Hat Pirates, enabling you to gather at that location. This way, you can convey the information to everyone while keeping your intentions enigmatic." Liu Xuan shared his plan with Luffy and the others. "Splendid. That is an excellent idea. Let us commence swiftly. Now, I shall be seen by the entire world. And surely, many lovely ladies will admire me." Sanji, upon hearing this suggestion, spoke with impatience. "Curly brows, how whimsical you are. In your current state, those women would certainly abhor you." Zoro and Sanji had always been at odds. Upon witnessing Sanji's reaction, Zoro immediately shifted into mocking mode. "You green-haired fool. What did you say? Do you wish to perish? I shall grant you that. Come on, curly brows." As they continued to bicker, the bystanders looked on in astonishment. Chapter 173, Lord Liu Xuan, are they truly comrades? Why is their relationship so strained? Rueo curiously asked Liu Xuan, observing the two engaged in a skirmish. "They often behave this way. You shall grow accustomed to it. They are merely displaying their affection, for indeed, to strike is to show love, and to scold is to care." Seeing Rueo in a daze, Liu Xuan couldn't help but want to tease her. It turns out their relationship is quite profound. Ruier is truly adorable, having believed Liu Xuan's words. Who else shares such a bond with him? Upon hearing Ruier's words, both individuals shouted in unison. Such remarkable harmony. Yet they claim their relationship is lacking. Observing the harmonious exchange between the two, Rui pointed at them and exclaimed, "Do not emulate my speech. Are you seeking a fight?" The pair, seemingly in cahoots, spoke in perfect unison, ultimately abandoning their verbal skirmish to engage in physical confrontation. Let us disregard their antics for now. It is more pressing to relay the information to Nami and the others, Liu Xuan declared, choosing to ignore the brawl. He produced a transponder snail and addressed the group. Placing the transponder on a wooden stump, he activated the video connection. This remarkable device could directly control imagery from around the globe. Liu Xuan had previously utilized it to broadcast the Dragon Ball auction in Rogertown, showcasing its formidable capabilities. "Moshi Moshi, can everyone see me?" Luffy inquired, subsequently striking several poses that only the Straw Hat Pirates could interpret. Liu Xuan, having spent considerable time aboard Luffy's ship, comprehended his intent, which signified a reunion a month hence at a location long lost. "Well then, since our task is complete, let us embark. After returning you all, I must attend Big Mom's tea party, which I hear is quite entertaining." With that, Liu Xuan separated the grappling Zoro and Sanji, tossing them onto the ship. "Set sail." As the crowd boarded the ship, Liu Xuan exclaimed loudly. While Liu Xuan and his companions advanced towards the Xiangbidi Islands, those watching the broadcast worldwide were abuzz with discussions. "Hey, Ace, it seems your brother has stirred up quite a commotion again. Come quickly and take a look." Marco, who was engrossed in his training, suddenly noticed the image snail transmitting a scene. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was his brother Ace and hurriedly called for him from the cabin. "What's the matter, Marco?" Ace inquired. "Your brother. Hurry out and see. What has Luffy done this time?" Ace queried, stepping outside, only to find Luffy striking a serious pose on the image snail-esque display. "Oh, I see," Ace mused, recalling his time aboard Luffy's ship, thus understanding his intentions. "What do you mean by I see, Ace? What are you up to?" Marco, still oblivious to the situation, pressed for answers. Ace merely smiled and remained silent. On board the red-haired pirates. "Captain, come quickly. It's Luffy," La Rugi exclaimed, munching on a chicken leg while gesturing towards Shanks, who was drinking nearby. "Ah, it seems Luffy is setting sail once again. Everyone, prepare for a feast." Shanks joyfully shouted after downing a large cup of sake. "Captain, you've had enough to drink already. Do we really need to celebrate? Fool, how can one not drink when in high spirits?" "Keep pouring." At Marine headquarters, Fleet Admiral Sengoku was startled by the sudden intrusion of an information officer. "What is it? Can't you see I'm attending to military matters?" Upon witnessing the clumsy intelligence officer, Sengoku could not suppress his irritation. "I apologize, Marshal. A significant event has transpired." The intelligence department's imaging device unexpectedly transmitted a visual of the Straw Hat Boy, Luffy, who engaged in a series of incomprehensible gestures before abruptly terminating the feed. The intelligence officer hastily relayed the information to Sengoku, mimicking Luffy's actions with trepidation, fearing a swift reprimand. "What does this signify? Could it be that they intend to set sail once more?" These gestures must indicate their rendezvous time and location. It is undeniable that Sengoku, the astute strategist, earned his title through such swift deductions regarding Luffy's intentions. "Inform the commanding officers of the rank of colonel and above to convene in the conference room. I shall join shortly," Sengoku instructed the intelligence officer with clarity. "Yes, Marshal Sengoku," replied the officer before promptly departing. It appears that the Navy is once again poised for a flurry of activity. As the intelligence officer exited, Zhangguo murmured to himself, "What news from Cake Island, Katakuri? Has Liu Xuan agreed to attend my tea party?" Charlotte Linlin sat upon a grand chair, gazing down at Katakuri as she inquired. "Indeed, mother. Liu Xuan has graciously consented to join your tea gathering. You need not worry," replied Katakuri with utmost reverence. "Ah, how splendid. It appears we shall acquire yet another formidable ally." "Well done, Katakuri," she praised. "Thank you for your kind words, mother," he responded. "Mother, a grave matter has arisen." Suddenly, a soldier burst in, shouting, "If it were not of great consequence, do you know what would happen?" The soldier interrupted, visibly displeased. "It concerns the Straw Hat brat." Gazing upon the grotesque visage before him, the soldier trembled as he spoke. "Is that the Straw Hat Kid, Luffy, the grandson of Garp and the disciple of Liu Xuan?" Chapter 174. The frightened restaurant owner. "Yes, mother." "How intriguing. What has he done now?" "Well, We were patrolling when the image beetle in the plaza suddenly displayed a scene featuring that Straw Hat Kid, Luffy, engaged in some unknown activity. Is such a trivial matter worthy of your report? It appears you seek punishment. Following an incomprehensible utterance, something akin to a soul emerged from the soldier's head. Please, no. Mother. The soldier collapsed to the ground, pleading for mercy. Before long, his soul, wielding a pair of specially crafted scissors, severed a portion of his essence, transforming the soldier into a figure resembling an elderly man aged by decades. Such a minor incident merits a report to me. Truly, you are a useless lot. Katakuri. You may leave as well. I wish to indulge in my sweets. And do take him with you. Yes, mother, Katakuri replied respectfully, hoisting the fallen soldier and exiting. Scattered across the globe, the members of the Straw Hat Pirates caught sight of Luffy and understood his intent. Wait for me, comrades. I shall be there shortly. In that moment, the Straw Hat Pirates were on the verge of reuniting. Time always flies. Over 2 weeks had passed since Liu Xuan and the others departed from Carey Island, and they had finally returned to the Sabaody Archipelago. Wonderful. We have finally arrived at the Sabaody Archipelago. After such a lengthy voyage, I feel as though I am on the brink of starvation. Let us hasten to find a restaurant. As soon as the ship docked, Luffy could hardly contain his eagerness to disembark and indulge in a meal. You glutton. It's all your fault for devouring our entire month's supply of food in just a few days. Are you a pig with such an insatiable appetite? Rock. Having spent the last several days with Luffy, had come to understand his nature. Playful bickering was a frequent occurrence. Master consumes a great deal as well. Why don't you scold him? He truly is a miser, Luffy muttered quietly. The captain possesses immense strength, which allows him to eat so much. You, however, are not as formidable, yet you manage to out-eat him. That indeed is your issue. You are a barrel, Rock retorted, feeling his anger rise at Luffy's audacity. Indeed. I concur with Rock. Sanji, the cook of the Straw Hat Pirates, chimed in, fully aware of Luffy's voracious appetite. This is the first time I find myself in agreement with the curly-browed one. Luffy is indeed a bottomless pit. No matter how much we prepare, he consumes it all within days, leaving me with a shadow of despair. Surprisingly, Zoro refrained from contradicting Sanji this time. Ha! A bottomless pit is just a bottomless pit. It matters not. I am now off to seek sustenance. Will you join me? Luffy's cheerful disposition remained unshaken, as he brushed off any teasing remarks from friends. I too feel a bit hungry. Luffy, let us go together. I know of a restaurant that serves delectable food in ample quantities, sufficient for the two of us to fill our bellies. After days aboard the ship, Luffy had consumed everything. And although they could catch sea kings to eat, such creatures were scarce in these waters, leaving Liu Xuan quite famished. Liu Xuan's words quelled the dispute. As he was their captain, some respect was warranted. Upon hearing of food, Luffy dashed to Liu Xuan. Where is the restaurant, master? Let us hurry. Follow me. Liu Xuan waved his hand and led the way. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of a splendid restaurant. Here it is. What do you think? Quite impressive. Isn't it? Liu Xuan gestured toward the luxurious establishment. Indeed, it is quite nice. While the dishes may not be extravagant, the cleanliness is commendable. And the aroma of the food is delightful. Truly a fine restaurant, Sanji acknowledged, his culinary expertise allowing him to appreciate the ambience. Sanji, enough chatter. Let us enter and eat. I feel as though I might perish from hunger. Luffy interjected, impatiently opening the door and stepping inside. Owner, hurry and serve us our meals. Upon entering, Luffy immediately took a seat at a table and called out to the restaurant owner. Liu Xuan and the others, witnessing the scene, could only shake their heads in resignation as they walked in and settled beside Luffy. Dear guests, would you like to eat? We have plenty to offer. Ah, it's you. The owner approached, eager to introduce the restaurant's signature dishes, but upon seeing Liu Xuan, he exclaimed. Liu Xuan had dined here previously and nearly consumed everything the owner had prepared for an entire week, which led the owner to vividly remember his face. Following that incident, the owner had significantly increased the quality of the ingredients in his restaurant, making it even more popular than before. Owner, I never expected you to remember me. Please serve us the usual, as we've brought a few more people along. Hurry up with the preparations. Liu Xuan was pleasantly surprised that the owner recognized him and quickly pointed to Luffy and the others. How could I forget? You nearly devoured everything we had that day. It's unforgettable, the owner murmured to himself. Chapter 175. Nami and Usopp. Seeing the owner's fearful expression earlier, I couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for him. He probably has no idea that there are two more voracious eaters among us. and I can already envision the look of despair on his face. Sanji, watching the retreating figure of the restaurant owner, remarked to the nearby rock, I can empathize with the owner. It seems his supplies are about to vanish again. Luffy's appetite is several times that of a typical captain, and with a first mate like Goku who can eat just as much. I can only imagine the tears that will fall from this owner soon. Rock, having experienced the dire situation of not having enough food these past few days, echoed. It truly is disheartening. Hey, you should stop joking about the captain and the others. It's quite disrespectful, even if what you say is true. Rue's first statement brought a sense of comfort to Liu Xuan, as she still held him in high regard. However, Liu Xuan was left speechless when Rue followed up with, Are you reprimanding them? You all should refrain from talking and start preparing to grab the dishes. Otherwise, we might not even get a taste of the soup, Zoro interjected, noticing that the two were still engaged in conversation. An hour later, everyone was finally satisfied, leaving the restaurant owner standing there, dumbfounded. All the ingredients I prepared for an entire month have been devoured. Where shall we go next, master? Luffy inquired with a hint of boredom as they strolled along the bustling street. Let us first visit the Sunny. It has been docked here for 2 years. And I wonder if it has suffered any damage, Sanji remarked, prompting Luffy to spring into action, eager to inspect their beloved ship. Liu Xuan waved his hand reassuringly, assuring them, Do not fret, the Sunny is guarded by Uncle Rayleigh. Who would dare provoke him? Is that so? Then I can rest easy, Luffy sighed in relief. Hey, look over there. Isn't that Nami and Usopp? Zoro suddenly pointed towards a tavern in the distance. Where? Where's Miss Nami? Upon hearing Nami's name, Sanji's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, it is them, but it appears they are embroiled in a quarrel, Liu Xuan observed as they approached. Usopp, brandishing his slingshot, unleashed a barrage against a group, summoning a peculiar array of plants that ensnared them. Meanwhile, Nami brandished her climate baton, summoning a bolt of lightning that rendered the unfortunate assailants unconscious. Let us move closer, Liu Xuan decided, leading the charge towards the tavern, with the others hastily following. It's been ages, Usopp. You seem to have grown quite formidable, Nami noted as she and Usopp exited the tavern, admiring the transformation of the once skinny sharpshooter. Indeed. But you seem to have changed little. If anything, you've only grown more beautiful, Usopp replied, surprising everyone with his newfound charm in conversing with women. Since when did you become so smooth? Upon hearing that familiar voice, both turned to see Liu Xuan, Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji approaching. Liu Xuan, Luffy, Zoro, Sanji. You all made it. Nami exclaimed joyfully, embracing Liu Xuan. The unexpected reunion filled her heart with delight. After 2 long years, she had missed Liu Xuan dearly, as their bond had long surpassed mere friendship. I am equally thrilled to see you, Nami. Holding the beautiful girl close, Liu Xuan vowed to never let her suffer again. Upon witnessing the intimate embrace of the two individuals, number 18 felt a twinge of jealousy. However, she refrained from any extreme actions and chose to accept Nami instead. Liu Xuan had previously informed her about Nami, and at that moment, she had already come to terms with the existence of this girl whom she had never met. You must be Nami, she stated, stepping closer to Liu Xuan's embrace. I often hear Liu Xuan speak of you. I am number 18, also Liu Xuan's girlfriend. Henceforth, we shall be sisters. Upon hearing number 18's voice, Liu Xuan appeared as though he had been caught in a misdeed, awkwardly turning to introduce Nami, saying, This is number 18, my girlfriend. Surprisingly, Nami displayed no signs of jealousy, instead of extending her left hand to Liu Xuan's waist. She reached out her right hand to shake number 18's, greeting, Hello, I am Nami. How could she forgive the master so easily? This is simply too blissful, Sanji exclaimed, filled with envy and admiration as he gazed at Liu Xuan. Have you all had your fill of watching? Hurry up and come over. Upon realizing that the most significant problem had been resolved, Liu Xuan addressed the onlookers behind him. They are coming, he announced. The group awkwardly approached. Everyone, you are all here. It's terrible. Robin has been captured by the Navy. Sanji, Zoro, what are you two doing here? Just as they were about to leave, a childlike voice echoed, and they turned to see Chopper rushing toward them. Chopper, what is the hurry? Sanji asked, patting Chopper's head. Sanji, why didn't you save Robin? She has been taken by the Navy. Chopper shouted, ignoring Sanji's question. I was with everyone else. I didn't see Robin. Sanji responded, his face a mask of confusion. Liu Xuan, aware of the unfolding drama, quickly interjected, Hold on, I understand what is happening. Chapter 176, The Resurrection of the Straw Hat Pirate's Master. Do you know what is going on? The others inquired eagerly upon hearing Liu Xuan's words. He nodded, gesturing toward the unconscious figures inside the tavern. Look at those individuals. Following Liu Xuan's indication, the group was taken aback by the sight before them. Zoro, Sanji, and Nami, why are you here? Wait, there are two Namis. Sanji and Zoro. When did you master the art of duplication? Incredible! Luffy exclaimed, gazing at them with a foolish expression. You idiot! Bam! Nami punched Luffy on the head, scolding. Can't you see properly? Am I that ugly? How could you mistake them for us? They are clearly imposters. I'm sorry. They look too much alike. I really couldn't tell the difference. As soon as Luffy uttered these words, he was met with a flurry of blows from the others. What the hell? How could my handsome face resemble theirs? I'll knock you senseless, you jerk. In a matter of moments, Luffy's head resembled a swollen mess, sprawled on the ground. I'm sorry. I want to do it again, Luffy mumbled, and the group finally relented. So, these imposters are trying to imitate us? It's strange. What could their motive be? Do they have some sort of scheme? Sanji pondered, eyeing the unconscious figures thoughtfully. Liu Xuan couldn't help but chuckle. What scheme? These individuals merely admire your prowess as pirates and wish to impersonate you to recruit some followers and flaunt their authority. After all, Luffy, your performance during the Marineford War was truly remarkable, and under your names, no one dares to challenge them here. They have indeed taken advantage of this aspect to impersonate the Straw Hat Pirates. Is that so? It seems we have become quite formidable. The members of the Straw Hat Pirates, blushing and fidgeting, expressed this, leaving Liu Xuan speechless. Is this really necessary? Let us hasten to find the Thousand Sunny. I believe someone has already returned there. Liu Xuan could hardly tolerate the antics of these self-absorbed individuals any longer. The Thousand Sunny is situated not far from here, and soon enough. Liu Xuan and the others arrived at the docking area. As expected, someone had already made it there. The Thousand Sunny had been covered with a protective film by Rayleigh. From a distance, they spotted Frankie and Robin engaged in conversation atop the ship. The group promptly shouted, Robin, Frankie. Upon hearing their voices, Robin and Frankie turned around. And upon seeing Luffy and the others, their faces broke into broad smiles. Luffy, you finally made it. Now we just need Brook, but he hasn't arrived yet. Did you not see this? Robin produced a poster. This is the concert of the King of Souls. Brook has become so popular. It's truly remarkable. Let us go find him. Upon seeing the poster, Luffy exclaimed with sparkling eyes, now that Brook has become so formidable, shall we embark on a journey as pirates together? Perhaps this is the life he truly desires. Usopp, gazing at Brook's image on the poster, voiced his concerns. I don't care. Brook is our ship's musician. How can we navigate without him? I must go find him. Luffy declared with unwavering determination. Luffy, do not act impulsively. If Brook is unwilling to depart with us, we cannot force him. After all, a reluctant fruit is never sweet, Zoro calmly advised Luffy. Indeed, Luffy, you must maintain your composure, another friend echoed. I refuse. I absolutely need Brook as my musician. Luffy insisted fervently. Liu Xuan, aware of Brook's sentiments, did not wish for such a vital member to be lost from the Straw Hat Pirates. He quickly reassured them, rest assured, Brook will return. However, you must hasten to find him. I suspect the Navy will lay a trap for him at this concert. You should rescue him quickly. Really, Master? Luffy exclaimed, leaping in front of Liu Xuan. Of course. Brook is waiting for you. Hurry. Liu Xuan replied with a smile. All right, comrades. Let us say Brook. They all cheered. At the concert venue, Brook stood on stage, performing his final song, as he intended to reunite with his companions and set sail once more. Unbeknownst to him, his manager, upset by Brook's desire to leave, had informed the Navy of his identity, and they had surrounded the area, ready to apprehend him once the concert concluded. Finally, as the concert ended, Brook addressed the audience. Thank you all for your unwavering support. However, this will be my last performance. Don't go, Soul King. We don't want you to leave. The audience expressed their confusion and dismay. Brook continued, as for the reason, I am a member of the Straw Hat Pirates. My comrades have gathered, and they are waiting for me. I must embark on an adventure with them. What? The Soul King is a member of the Straw Hat Pirates? How can this be? Yet, despite this revelation, the crowd declared their unwavering affection for the Soul King. Indeed, Soul King, Soul King, Soul King. They cheered in unison. Chapter 177. Rear Admiral Oma Soul King, you are under arrest. Raise your hands. At that moment, the Navy rushed in, surrounding the area. Why has the Navy arrived? Are they here to apprehend the Soul King? It must be so. Did you not hear? The Soul King is a crew member of the notorious pirate, Monkey D. Luffy. Do not confess, Soul King. Upon witnessing the expressions of the audience below, Brook was moved to tears. Thank you all for your unwavering support. However, it matters not. Having made the decision to sail with Captain Luffy, I am fully prepared to confront the Navy. Let them come forth. Seize Brook. The Navy colonel, incensed by Brook's words, felt deeply insulted. Charge. At the colonel's command, all the Navy personnel surged towards Brook, only to be swiftly intercepted by his devoted fans. You shall not take him. Indeed. Brook, hasten your departure. Thank you all. Farewell, my stage. With those parting words, Brook attempted to leave, but at that moment, his manager abruptly leaped forward, brandishing a gun at him. You scoundrel! You dare to abandon me? I cannot allow you to leave. You are my golden goose. Anything I cannot possess must be destroyed. Prepare to meet your end. Bang, bang, bang. A flurry of gunfire erupted, and just as the manager believed he had slain Brook, the latter sprang into action. Although I have appreciated your care, the moment you pulled that trigger, our bond has been severed. Farewell, manager. Do not kill me. Help. A sudden stench filled the air as the manager collapsed, his trousers thoroughly soaked. Just when he thought Brook would deliver the fatal blow, Brook leaped over him and dashed toward the exit. Though you are a rogue, I owe you my gratitude for the time spent together. Farewell, manager. Yo-ho-ho. With that, Brook quickened his pace to escape the venue. Damn it, that fellow is remarkably swift. What shall we do? A group of fools, hurry, pursue him. The vice admiral is outside. The colonel berated them, exasperated by their incompetence. Yes, at the colonel's command, the Navy swiftly set off in pursuit of Brook. At this point, Brook had exited the concert hall, yet soon found himself confronted by a Navy vice admiral. King of Souls Brook, as a member of the Straw Hat Pirates. We must apprehend you here. Cease your resistance and come with us. The vice admiral bellowed, standing before Brook. Yo-ho-ho. So many Navy officers. You nearly make my non-existent heart leap from my chest. Yo-ho-ho. Brook's words were undeniably provocative in the eyes of the Navy. Furious, the vice admiral pointed at him and shouted, Seize him, regardless of life or death. Do you wish to kill me? But I am already dead. Yo-ho-ho. Scoundrel. Capture him at once. The vice admiral was seething with fury. Though I am a musician, as a pirate, I am prepared to fight fiercely without mercy, I assure you. Navy men. Brook, surrounded by the Navy, remained unperturbed, leisurely proclaiming, Who asked for your mercy, you despicable pirate? The Navy gritted their teeth in anger. This insolent pirate was utterly audacious. Kill him. Put that scoundrel to death. Enraged, the Navy charged at Brook. Hypnotic melody, rondo, with a sudden flourish of his right hand. Accompanied by the emergence of musical notes, all the Navy soldiers around him collapsed to the ground, drifting into a deep slumber. What is happening? Wake up, you lot. Damn it, they've all been hypnotized. They can't be roused. Stand aside. You are no match for him. Allow me to deal with him. At that moment, the vice admiral pushed through the front lines of Navy soldiers and stepped forward. Vice admiral, right? We still have the vice admiral with us. Brook, surrender quickly. Indeed, indeed. Vice Admiral Oma possesses the power of the animal-type polar bear fruit and has captured notorious pirates with bounties of 200 million berries. Dealing with a pirate whose bounty has yet to reach 100 million should be an effortless task. Vice Admiral, give it your all. With an air of arrogance, Oma approached Brook, disdainfully stating, I never imagined I would need to personally handle a pirate with a bounty under 100 million. However, this signifies the end of your journey, pirate. Shave. Boom. In an instant, Oma appeared behind Brook, delivering a powerful punch, which Brook narrowly evaded, leaving a massive crater in the ground. Impressive. You dodged it. Your speed is indeed remarkable, but this is not my true strength. Now let me show you my fruit ability. Roaring, Oma transformed into a towering, terrifying white polar bear humanoid, standing 6 to 7 meters tall. Oh ho ho ho. So enormous. You nearly frightened me to death, although I am already dead. Ho ho ho. You insolent wretch, how dare you belittle my powers? You will soon regret it. Polar Bear Strike. Chapter 178, Brook's Crisis. His speed had increased, and his strength multiplied several times. Indeed, the powers of the animal-type devil fruit were formidable. However, this would not suffice to capture me. Song of the Reaper, Snowstorm Slash. Swiftly, Brook maneuvered past Oma, and in an instant, he had delivered a cut, leaving a wound on Oma, encased in ice. Now, it was time to seek out Luffy and the others. Just as Brook was about to depart, a cracking sound of ice echoed from behind him. Do you think this is enough to defeat me? I am a vice admiral, you scoundrel. All the ice crystals upon Oma fell away, yet his body bore not a single wound. such as the might of Haki. When I struck you, did you not envelop yourself in a layer of armament Haki, thereby thwarting my snow slash? Upon observing that Oma bore not a single scratch, Brook immediately deduced the reason behind it. Ha ha ha. Indeed, as a vice admiral of the Navy, how could he possibly lack an imposing presence? I shall show no mercy from this point onward, you scoundrel pirate. As he spoke, Oma's hands became enveloped in a dark hue of armament Haki. Oh ho ho ho. Armament Haki, you say? I possess that skill as well, despite being merely a skeleton, Brook declared, as he too shrouded his cane sword in a layer of black armament Haki. How infuriating. I never anticipated you had mastered Haki. It appears we are in for a tough battle. Bear of the world. With that, Oma lunged toward Brook, embodying the essence of a bear. Brook swiftly evaded Oma's onslaught. His cane sword, imbued with armament Haki, spiraling with frigid air as he aimed to strike at Oma. Song of the true plunder. Snow slash. Boom. The clash between man and bear erupted, unleashing a visible wave of chilling air that spread outward, coating everything in a thick layer of frost. The surrounding Navy personnel hastily retreated to avoid becoming frozen. What has transpired? Has Admiral Oma defeated Brook? I cannot discern the situation. The two figures are obscured. However, Admiral Oma is a vice admiral of the Navy. A pirate with a bounty of less than 100 million should be no match for him. Indeed. With Admiral Oma's formidable strength, how could he possibly lose? As the Navy debated among themselves, the smoke began to dissipate, revealing a massive figure standing tall, while another figure knelt on one knee. Look, that appears to be the silhouette of Admiral Oma. Indeed, it is Admiral Oma. Does this imply his victory? Long live Admiral Oma. Long live the Navy. Huzzah! Just as the Navy shouted in celebration, Oma collapsed to the ground, while Brook, who had been kneeling, rose to his feet. Oma has lost. The Vice Admiral has been defeated. How is this possible? He is merely a pirate with a bounty exceeding 80 million berries. Admiral Oma, this cannot be. Please rise. Oh ho ho ho. Cease your cries. That white bear has already fainted. You ought to take him to a doctor swiftly, otherwise he may perish. Brook had somehow approached the shouting Navy soldier, patting him on the shoulder. Ah! The soldier was so startled by Brook's sudden presence that he fell to the ground. Do not move. The other Navy personnel quickly aimed their guns at Brook, shouting, You are no match for me. Best you leave this place swiftly. I must now seek my captain. Brook waved dismissively at the Navy behind him, preparing to depart. You should remain here. Cursed pirate. A cold, stern voice suddenly commanded attention, causing everyone to turn in its direction. It was Admiral Akainu. Behold, everyone. A collective gasp erupted from the crowd. Brook's heart sank as he spotted Akainu. He realized that he was no match for the Admiral's formidable power. This was dire indeed. Ah, I shan't intrude any longer. I shall take my leave, he declared, and began to flee into the distance. However, mere meters into his escape, he was obstructed by a descending attack, not a mere blow, but a torrent of magma. A mere pirate, do you truly believe you can escape my grasp? Do not harbor such delusions. With that, Akainu unleashed his signature move, Great Eruption, aiming to eliminate Brook in one swift motion. Is this how it ends for me? Captain Luffy, it seems I shan't be able to journey alongside you and the others any longer. A deafening explosion ensued, engulfing the surroundings in a terrifying blanket of magma, leaving charred trees and homes in its wake. Am I unharmed? Brook thought he was destined for doom. Yet, after a prolonged moment, he felt no searing heat upon his skin. Hesitantly, he lowered his hands from his eyes to behold Luffy standing defiantly before him. Ah, Brook, it has been some time. Luffy exclaimed. I thought my fate was sealed. Who would have imagined you would save me once more? Hee hee hee. Brook cried, embracing Luffy's leg in sheer joy. Enough. Brook, get up quickly. We must leave this place. Zoro interjected, unable to contain himself at the sight of Brook's antics. Mr. Zoro. I'm here too, Brook. Sanji chimed in. It brings me immense joy to see you both. Ah, it is the Straw Hat Kid, Monkey D. Luffy. Last time, you eluded me from Marineford. But this time, I shall ensure that you and your reckless crew are captured. Chapter 179. The three admirals blocked the way upon the appearance of Luffy. Akainu, in a fit of rage, exclaimed. During the Marineford War, Akainu had persistently sought to eliminate Luffy, but was thwarted by numerous individuals. Not only did he fail to kill Luffy, but he also endured a severe beating from Whitebeard. Akainu's resentment towards Luffy had reached a boiling point, and now, seeing him, he could not let this opportunity slip away. Akainu, you wretched fiend. The last time, you nearly took Ace's life, and now you almost killed Brook. I shall ensure you receive a well-deserved lesson. Akainu harbored deep-seated hatred for Luffy, but Luffy, too, harbored animosity towards Akainu. After all, his brother and crewmate had nearly perished at his hands. Luffy felt compelled to avenge them. Luffy, we did not come here to fight. Now that we have found Brook, it would be best for us to depart from this place. Upon witnessing Luffy's impending actions, Sanji hastily interjected, expressing his desire to avoid any unnecessary complications. Escaping would not be a simple task. Kizaru, Akiji, have you two had your fill of watching? Why not step forward and apprehend those rascals? It is our duty as Navy officers. Do you truly wish to let them slip away? As the words of Akainu resonated, two towering figures emerged from the distant forest, Admirals Akiji and Kizaru. Ah, what a nuisance. I cannot even enjoy a good night's sleep, Akiji sighed. Akainu, are you truly incapable of managing these little brats? Today's youth is remarkably formidable. Can you both please take this seriously? They are far from ordinary children. We must exert every effort and leave them no chance of escape, Akainu declared. Akiji and Kizaru, the Navy seems to be making an excessively grand affair over our Straw Hat Pirates, dispatching 3 admirals. It appears we are in for a tough battle. Luffy, I shall handle Kizaru, while Zoro will contend with Akiji, leaving Akainu to you. Upon witnessing the arrival of the 3 formidable adversaries, Sanji, with a grave countenance, addressed Luffy. Very well. I am eager to ascertain the extent of my training over the past 2 years. Zoro unsheathed his 3 swords, an excited gleam illuminating his face as he regarded Akiji. No problem, Sanji. I am determined to avenge Ace. Without Sister Bulma's magic beans, Ace has already fallen to his hands. Luffy, brimming with enthusiasm, thought to himself that this was an excellent opportunity not only to assist Ace but also to gauge his own strength, truly a twofold benefit. Brook, you should head back to the ship and await our return. It is far too perilous here. We shall return shortly. Sanji turned to Brook, urging him to leave, as lingering would only hinder their efforts. All right, but do hurry. Do not engage them for too long. Their strength remains daunting for us. Although Brook harbored concerns for the trio, he ultimately resolved to depart in order to avoid being an impediment. If you wish to leave, you must first seek my approval. Lightspeed kick. As Brook prepares to depart, Kizaru swiftly intervenes with a lightspeed kick. Your opponent is me, Kizaru. Do not recklessly attack others. Sanji, known for his formidable kicking techniques, deftly blocks Kizaru's strike, while also taking a moment to taunt. You must be the Straw Hat Pirate's chef, Blackleg Sanji. I never expected such formidable strength from one so young. It is truly alarming. It appears I must detain you here, lest the Navy gains another formidable foe. Having exerted all his strength in that last kick, he is surprised it was thwarted. This opponent's power and haki are evidently on par with his own. Fortunately, due to significant training over the past 2 years, he has improved considerably, or today might have ended poorly for him. Not at all, Admiral Kizaru. Your strength has clearly seen substantial enhancement as well. It seems my master placed considerable pressure on you 2 years ago. Sanji's teasing remarks leave Kizaru visibly annoyed. Having struck a nerve. Humph, sharp-tongued as ever, you truly are Liu Xuan's disciple. I shall not hold back any longer. Light sword from the clouds. With that, Kizaru spreads his arms, conjuring a luminous sword in his grasp. Humph, I have merely begun to warm up. He then envelopes his legs in a layer of black haki and, in a flash, utilizes moonwalk to dart toward the airborne Kizaru. Well, it seems I cannot remain a mere spectator any longer. This is quite troublesome. I suggest you concede quickly, so I may return to my rest. The yawning Akiji remarks nonchalantly to Zoro. Humph, if you wish for my surrender, then you shall have to defeat me yourself. I refuse to be easily vanquished. I shall not fail again until our captain becomes the Pirate King. Since his defeat at East Blue, Zoro has vowed never to suffer loss again. And he has kept that promise, consistently overcoming his adversaries and becoming Luffy's most steadfast ally. It seems a fight is inevitable. How bothersome, Akiji exclaims. Gathering cold energy in his right arm, unleashing an ice bird imbued with tremendous force, freezing everything in its path and creating a broad ice pathway. Is this the might of an admiral? It doesn't seem particularly impressive. One sword style, Lion's Song. Chapter 180, Akainu's Ruthlessness. Zoro slashes with great vigor, unleashing a powerful wave of sword energy that cleaves Akiji's massive ice bird in two, scattering shards of ice across the ground. Such remarkable sword energy, Zoro. It appears your strength has greatly increased. Truly, you are our mightiest swordsman. Luffy exclaims, his eyes sparkling with admiration as he witnesses Zoro's prowess. Indeed, the pirate hunter. Three-sword style Zoro is undeniably strong. It seems I cannot afford to be idle either. Ice Blade. In the eyes of Aokiji, the previous languor had vanished, replaced by a rare expression of gravity. Initially, he merely sought to gauge Zoro's strength, but now he regarded him as a formidable opponent. With a swift exhalation, an icy blade materialized in his grasp, his entire being radiating combat intent as he fixed his gaze on Zoro. Meanwhile, Akainu, witnessing Aokiji and Kazara being thwarted by Zoro and Sanji, was taken aback. In just 2 short years, the Straw Hat Pirates had ascended to such a level of power. If granted a few more years, they would undoubtedly evolve into a pirate crew akin to the Four Emperors. This could not continue. They must not be allowed to thrive any longer. Great eruption. Akainu unleashed an all-out assault as a colossal fist of magma surged toward Luffy, seemingly intent on obliterating him and everything in his path. The ambient temperature soared dramatically, transforming the surroundings into a veritable steam chamber. I am no longer the person I was 2 years ago. This attack will not suffice against me. Fourth gear, bound man. In an instant, Luffy transformed into a massive rubber warrior, his punch shattering the magma fist, while the surrounding trees and structures were ignited, reduced to ashes by the scattering magma. Through 2 years of rigorous training, Luffy had mastered the application of fourth gear, enabling him not only to sustain it for extended durations, but also to assume various forms. Even nearing the mastery of fifth gear, an outcome of his relentless dedication. Brad, I must commend the significant advancement in your strength. However, to defeat me in such a manner is sheer folly. You must have witnessed the capabilities of a devil fruit awakening. Now, you shall experience the might of my awakened magma fruit. Akaino's declaration startled Luffy, as he was well aware of the implications of a fruit awakening. The devastating power exhibited by Whitebeard during the Marineford War remained vivid in his memory, a force of destruction that was truly terrifying. If Akainu's magma fruit had awakened, his strength would undoubtedly surge, indicating that this battle would be exceedingly challenging. Hey, the power of Akainu's awakening is far too immense. It could harm innocent lives. Aokiji interjected, unable to restrain himself upon witnessing Akainu's actions. This is a concert venue, with tens of thousands in attendance. If Akainu unleashes his awakening here, none shall survive, he warned. Is he truly going to use it? How frightening. This remark came from Kizaru, though his countenance bore no trace of fear. As a user of the light fruit, he was impervious to magma, rendering his demeanor merely an act. An awakening? How utterly reckless of Akainu. He seems to regard human life with utter disregard. As Sanji engaged in combat with Kizaru, he exclaimed, "Hey, it's not my intention to utilize my awakening. So what use is it for you to speak to me?" Kizaru gazed at Sanji in silence, thinking, I shall not take the blame for this. Look, are those not the 3 admirals of the Navy? What brings them here? Those individuals are members of the Straw Hat Pirates. They're as Straw Hat Luffy, the Pirate Hunter Zoro, and the Black Leg Sanji. All 3 of the Straw Hat Pirates' main forces are present. They must be here for the King of Souls. But where is the King of Souls? Why isn't he here? As the crowd gradually exited the concert venue, they beheld the fierce clash between the Straw Hat Pirates and the 3 admirals. Hey, you all need to leave at once. This place is perilous. Luffy, who was battling Akainu, urgently shouted to the onlookers to vacate the area. However, no one heeded his warning. What is the Straw Hat Kid saying? It's dangerous here. Haha. This guy really knows how to joke. What danger could possibly exist with the 3 admirals present? Who would dare to cause trouble here? Exactly. Is this fellow out of his mind? There are too many people here with Akainu. We should relocate our battle elsewhere. Observing that those individuals were entirely disregarding his words, he turned to Akainu. However, Akainu did not respond. Instead, his entire form transformed into molten lava, gradually merging with the ground. The surrounding environment began to morph into a sea of magma, evoking the sensation of being in a volcanic region. Hellfire. With Akainu's thunderous shout, the magma erupted instantaneously, resembling a volcanic explosion, as molten rock surged forth, incinerating those in close proximity into mere ashes. What is happening? How could Admiral Akainu possibly attack us? This cannot be right. How could a Marine Admiral turn against us? There must be some mistake. Witnessing a person who had just been nearby instantaneously reduced to ashes left everyone in utter despair. Is this truly the Admiral who is meant to protect the people? This is clearly a merciless demon, devoid of compassion. Chapter 181. The Admiral's Infighting. Akainu, have you lost your mind to attack innocent souls? Upon witnessing fans consumed by lava, Luffy shouted at Akainu, declaring that eliminating them would be worth it, even if it meant slaying everyone present. This was their honor. Moreover, strictly speaking, it was Akainu who had caused their deaths. After all, why would they not surrender obediently? This scoundrel. Akainu's words infuriated Luffy. The audacity of this man was simply insufferable. Are you suggesting that I should allow you to kill me? He exclaimed. Hey, did you hear what Admiral Akainu just said? It seems he intends to annihilate us. Impossible. The Admiral must have been jesting, came the response. Yet, had he not already taken so many lives? This did not seem like mere jest. Fools, hurry and run. Do you wish to perish here? This statement jolted everyone back to reality. Indeed, regardless of whether Akainu would continue his massacre, the only solution was to escape this treacherous place. With that thought, everyone instinctively began to flee in the opposite direction. It was far too perilous here. And leaving was undoubtedly the wisest choice. Observing the fleeing individuals, Akainu's body was coursing with magma as he clenched his fists and raised them towards the heavens. A torrent of molten rock erupted skyward, relentless for over a minute before it finally subsided. This was the very technique Akainu had employed during the Battle of Marineford. It appeared that he had directed his assault towards those fans. Has Akainu lost his mind? The onlookers bore expressions of incredulity, astonished that he would assault innocent admirers. Akainu, why would you do this? They are merely ordinary people, not pirates. The animosity between Aokiji and Akainu is no secret. Akainu's actions are deemed reprehensible by Aokiji. They aided the pirates in their escape. Such behavior is utterly unforgivable and must be eradicated. Akainu retorted coldly, his expression devoid of emotion. As their discourse unfolded, the magma began to descend, colossal chunks crashing to the ground, transforming the area into a hellscape of molten rock. The fans were engulfed by the lava, their despair palpable as they cried out, "Is this truly the Navy, which has vowed to protect the people? Help! Is there anyone who can save me? I do not wish to perish. My child and wife await my return. Please, someone save me." As the death toll mounted, Luffy and his companions could no longer contain their outrage. "You scoundrel! I will not allow you to indiscriminately take the lives of innocent people. You are unworthy of being a Marine Admiral." With that, Luffy charged towards the falling magma, determined to shatter it and ensure the fans' escape. "Indeed, we must defeat you to protect these individuals. Then come and try." Akainu bellowed, preparing to unleash a fiery assault upon the airborne Luffy. "Ice!" Aokiji interjected, blocking Akainu's attack just as it materialized. "Aokiji, what are you doing? Do you intend to betray the Navy?" Witnessing his attack thwarted by Aokiji, Akainu shouted furiously at him. Even Zoro and Sanji, who stood nearby, were taken aback by the unfolding scene. Was this an internal conflict? I merely disapprove of your actions. The individuals here are ordinary civilians, the very people we, the Navy, are sworn to protect. How can you recklessly take their lives? Aokiji's words ignited Akainu's fury. These individuals had aided pirates and were not deserving of our protection. Furthermore, even if they had not supported the pirates, sacrificing themselves to eradicate them would be their honor. It seems there is no way to communicate with you. You must swiftly ensure the safety of those people and escort them away from here. Our battle shall resume later. Aokiji declared, positioning himself directly in front of Akainu. The notion of comrades clashing was indeed terrifying. Upon witnessing a confrontation between his two colleagues, the stoic Kizaru found himself at a loss. Whom should he assist? Ultimately, he resolved to confront Sanji from the Straw Hat Pirates instead, disregarding the skirmish and hastening toward the chef for a duel. "Aokiji, you scoundrel! Step aside." Akainu seethed, nearly driven to exasperation by Aokiji's presence. Could he not choose a more opportune moment to cause a ruckus? They were amidst battle with the Straw Hat Pirates. After all, as long as these innocent civilians remain here, I shall not budge, Aokiji retorted. They are merely unwitting bystanders, with loved ones awaiting their return. If they perish here, imagine the sorrow their families would endure. Do you not comprehend this? Will you move or not? I will not. Very well, if you seek a fight. Then let it commence, you hellhound. Enraged, Akainu ceased further debate and charged at Aokiji. I fear you not, Icebird. With a resounding clash, the two formidable natural-type devil fruit users unleashed their destructive powers. Each strike radiated with cataclysmic force, their collision sending a tempest of ice and magma spiraling outward, altering the very landscape around them. Indeed, as natural-type wielders, their attack range was terrifying. Despite not being overwhelmingly powerful, it was nearly impossible for ordinary individuals to evade. Zoro, observing the fierce duel, could not help but marvel at their prowess. Zoro, hurry and assist. Do not merely stand there and spectate. Luffy called out urgently. Overwhelmed by the sheer volume of magma, needing Zoro's help to manage the chaos. Chapter 182. The Fear of the Three Admirals Coming. Zoro promptly replied, joining the fray to eliminate the magma projectiles. At long last, through the combined efforts of the two Yonko-level warriors, all the magma projectiles were vanquished, allowing them a moment's respite. Thank you for saving us. We shall never forget your immense kindness. You must defeat the Marine Admirals and escape this place. Indeed, noble saviors. We await news of your triumph. Rest assured, we shall vanquish them. I am destined to become the Pirate King. Luffy exclaimed joyously. Now, quickly depart from this perilous place. As the crowd continued their idle chatter, Zoro could not restrain himself from reminding them that a battle was still underway. Could you refrain from your trivial conversations? We ought to leave this place swiftly. Our benefactors still have a fight to engage in, and our presence here may hinder their endeavors. With that, the group finally roused from their stupor, bidding farewell and making their way into the distance. Very well, let us return as well. The true conflict has only just commenced. Upon their return to the battlefield, they found Aokiji and Akainu locked in fierce combat, surrounded by the ruins of structures and trees laid waste by their ferocious attacks. Only upon the arrival of Luffy and Zoro did the two adversaries momentarily cease their onslaught. You scoundrel, Aokiji! How dare you aid the pirates? I shall report this. Akainu declared, still brimming with fury despite their physical confrontation. Aokiji, however, exhibited little reaction to the accusation, replying coolly, suit yourself. Humph. Those individuals have already departed. Should you continue to shield them, I shall not show you any mercy. Seeing that Aokiji was no longer obstructing him, Akainu let out a cold snort and strode towards Luffy. Straw Hat Kid, I never expected you to choose not to flee and dare to return. However, you shall soon regret coming back, for this place will become your grave. I will not perish here. I am destined to become the Pirate King. I shall defeat you and set sail once more to claim the title of Pirate King. In that case, you shall meet your demise. Stop. Just as the two were about to clash, a voice rang out. Upon hearing this voice, Luffy and the others quickly turned around to see Liu Xuan perched on a nearby tree, observing the scene. Master, what brings you here? Liu Xuan, what are you doing here? Upon spotting Liu Xuan, both Luffy and Akainu shouted simultaneously. Though their emotions were entirely different, Luffy was elated at the arrival of his master, while Akainu was consumed by fear, recalling the brutal beating he had endured at Liu Xuan's subordinate's hands 2 years prior. I noticed you all were taking your time returning, so I came to check on you. On the way, I encountered Brook, who informed me of the situation. So I hurried over. Now, you should cease this conflict and set sail quickly. I still have a tea party to attend, Liu Xuan said with a hint of impatience. Exasperated by the constant troubles his companions found themselves in. If anyone else had overheard Liu Xuan's words, they would surely be horrified. He casually regarded Big Mom's territory as nothing more than a tea house. My apologies, master. We shall leave at once, Luffy replied hastily. Not wishing to incur Liu Xuan's wrath and face intensified training due to delaying his snack time. Liu Xuan, do you think this is your territory? You can just leave whenever you want. Just as Luffy and the others were about to depart, Akainu shouted loudly. Nearby, Aokiji and Kazara nearly cursed him under their breath. You fool. If Liu Xuan departs, just let them go. Why keep him here? Do you want him to deal with us three? Liu Xuan, who had just begun to turn away, halted at Akainu's words. What? Are you, Admiral Akainu, suggesting I remain for tea? However, I have other matters to attend to and cannot linger here. With Liu Xuan's words came an overwhelming aura that surged forth, making everyone feel as though a great weight had descended upon them, nearly forcing them to kneel. They struggled to maintain their footing with all their strength. Damn it. This guy has become even stronger. His mere presence has rendered me immobile. He is indeed a true monster. Feeling Liu Xuan's immense power, Akainu was filled with regret. Why did I have to speak so foolishly and suggest keeping this monster here? Aokiji and Kizaru shared similar sentiments, their minds echoing with frustration. He was about to leave. Why did you have to keep him here? It seems we are destined to perish today. As for Luffy and his companions, their hearts brimmed with admiration for Liu Xuan. This is my master, they thought. His strength is unparalleled. With such an extraordinary mentor, what is there to fear? They pondered. So, Akainu, do you still wish to invite me for tea? As Liu Xuan observed the three admirals standing there, drenched in sweat and resisting his imposing aura, he smiled warmly and spoke. Just as Akainu was about to say something, he was interrupted by Aokiji, who remarked, Since you have matters to attend to, we shall not impose any further. We must return to the Navy headquarters to report. Indeed, you should make haste. You wouldn't want to miss the tea party. Kizaru chimed in, his expression resembling that of a sycophant. Since that is the case, I shall not keep you. Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, let us depart, Liu Xuan said. Feeling the pressure of his presence dissipate upon hearing Aokiji and Kizaru's words, he then turned to Luffy and his companions. Understood, Master, they replied in unison. Chapter 183. Farewell. Liu Xuan cast a final glance at the three admirals, choosing not to speak further, and turned to walk towards the Sunny, followed closely by Luffy and the others. What are you two doing, completely tarnishing the Navy's reputation? As Liu Xuan and his companions departed, Akainu bellowed at Aokiji and Kizaru. Do you wish to confront the wrath of that monster, Liu Xuan? I certainly do not wish to be struck down by him. I am returning to the Navy headquarters. Are you coming or not? In response to Akainu's outburst, Aokiji remained unfazed, simply uttering a cold remark before turning to head towards his warship. Wait for me. I am returning as well, Kizaru called out, hastening to catch up with Aokiji, leaving Akainu alone, furiously shouting in place. Damn it, Liu Xuan. I will surely defeat you. Ignoring the frenzied Akainu, Liu Xuan had already returned to the Sunny. Everyone, we are back, Luffy exclaimed, spotting the crew resting aboard the Sunny from a distance. Luffy and the others have returned. Chopper was the first to see them, standing on the ship's railing, and quickly alerted Nami and the others behind him. They all rose swiftly to gaze into the distance, witnessing 5 figures gradually approaching the Sunny. Brook, welcome back. As the crowd called out in unison, Brook exclaimed. Thank you all. I am truly delighted to see everyone again. To celebrate our reunion, Miss Nami, Miss Robin, might I have a glimpse of your undergarments? Just when everyone anticipated Brook to utter something profound, he instead blurted out a remark that left them speechless. Who would want to show you that, you scoundrel? Nami retorted, unleashing a flurry of punches upon Brook. I'm sorry. I was wrong. Brook stammered, his head adorned with bumps. Haha. Brook is simply hilarious. Upon witnessing Brook being beaten, Luffy burst into hearty laughter, and soon, those around him found themselves laughing involuntarily. The days spent with companions are simply so joyful. All right, Luffy, since you have all gathered, let us set off swiftly. I too wish to visit Cake Island and have some fun. Please take care. Liu Xuan approached the group, addressing them as he noted their readiness. Master, are you leaving again? We just met. Can't you stay a few more days? Luffy interjected upon hearing Liu Xian's intent to depart. Indeed, Liu Xuan, it feels too soon to part from you. Nami, who had recently become Liu Xian's girlfriend, chimed in, her reluctance evident. Liu Xuan embraced Nami to offer her solace. Nami, once Luffy becomes the Pirate King, we shall no longer need to part ways. Just wait patiently for me to come and marry you. All right, Luffy, let us set off quickly. Our next destination is Fishman Island. Liu Xuan, you must hurry. We are about to depart. Nami's sudden change of demeanor took Liu Xuan by surprise. It was astonishing how swiftly her feelings shifted just moments ago. She was reluctant for him to leave, and now she was eager for him to go. The complexities of a woman's heart are indeed perplexing. Goku, number 18. Let us proceed. As he gazed at the receding shadow of the sunshine, Liu Xuan turned to Wukong and number 18 standing beside him and inquired, if you are reluctant to see Nami depart, why not take her along with you? Observing Liu Xian's reluctant gaze, 18 approached gently and said, one must inevitably encounter certain disappointments in life. I cannot hinder her aspirations. When she fulfills her dreams, I will naturally bring her back to my side. Captain, where shall we go next? When it comes to matters of the heart, Wukong has always been rather oblivious, thus he paid little heed to these affairs. Wukong, you truly possess no emotional intelligence whatsoever. Never mind, let us depart. Liu Xuan found Wukong's personality rather exasperating. Did he not notice the distress in others? What is the matter, Captain? Wukong queried 18, still perplexed. Nothing. We should leave now, you fool. 18 had no desire to expound on emotions to someone so clueless. Days later, on Cake Island, a celebratory atmosphere enveloped the preparations for a tea party. Hurry up and get this ready. We have esteemed guests coming. We cannot afford any mishaps, or Mother will certainly be displeased. The eldest son of the Charlotte family, the Minister of Candy, Charlotte Perispero, was directing everyone in arranging tables and utensils, his demeanor reflecting the importance Big Mom placed on this gathering. I heard that Mother has invited many prominent figures to this tea party. Indeed, these guests are all luminaries from various realms of the underworld. including the president of the World Economic Journal, the renowned journalist Morgans, the deep-sea current expert Amit, the illustrious Undertaker Dalarge, the loan shark Doflamingo, the queen of Dressrosa Stussy, and the venerable storage specialist Kyberson. Each of these individuals is a notable figure within the underworld. However, they are not the most significant guests. The true highlight is the uncrowned king of the pirates, the captain of the Dragon Ball pirates, the formidable Liu Xuan. Even the highest authority of the world government, the Gorosei, has been vanquished by him, making him arguably the most powerful person in the world. Indeed, how splendid it would be to possess such immense power. Best not to dream too grandly. With your current capabilities, that power is beyond your reach. Now, focus on preparing for the tea party, lest Mother's wrath befall you. It has become common knowledge among the residents of Cake Island that Liu Xuan is to attend Big Mom's tea party, and this matter has become a popular topic of conversation. Chapter 184. Before the tea party, enough of your whispering. Hurry up with the preparations, or face Mother's punishment. Upon observing a few individuals engaged in idle chatter, the overseer, Parasparrow, approached them with an admonition, causing the group to hastily resume their tasks, suppressing their conversation. Brother, Mother has summoned you, he announced. Just as Parasparrow was nodding in satisfaction and contemplating his next destination, a man with fiery orange hair styled in a flame-like trident shape, sporting a beard and resembling a professional boxer, approached him. He was clad only in a cloak and gloves, wearing orange trousers. Ah, Owen, what does Mother need from me? Parasparrow inquired, slightly taken aback by the unexpected summons. With numerous tasks awaiting him, he pondered the reason for his Mother's request, speculating it might pertain to architectural designs. Given that his older brother was the premier builder in their domain, Owen, unaware of the specifics, merely conjectured that it might involve constructing a new edifice. Never mind. I shall inquire with Mother myself, he decided, opting not to delve further into the matter as he made his way to the palace. Before long, Parasparrow arrived at the palace and found his mother indulging in a meal. He leaned in softly. Mother, may I ask what prompted your summons? Ah, Parasparrow. It is good to see you. I received word from Cracker that aside from Liu Xuan of the Dragon Ball pirates, the other guests for the tea party have arrived. I would like you to greet them, she replied. Understood, Mother. I shall attend to it immediately, he affirmed. By the way, have we finalized the candidate for the alliance with Liu Xuan? His presence at the tea party represents a significant opportunity for an alliance. We cannot afford to overlook it. Indeed, we have several potential candidates. Ultimately, it will depend on Liu Xuan's preference. We cannot unilaterally decide whom to ally with, lest we encounter difficulties later on, she cautioned. Precisely. Liu Xuan possesses formidable power. Should he choose to oppose us, we would stand little chance. I entrust this task to you, Parasparrow. I await your updates. Do not let me down, she instructed. Yes, Mother. I shall see to it at once, Parasparrow replied promptly as he exited the palace. Phew. The intensity of Mother's presence is quite formidable, he thought, feeling a shiver run down his spine. Next, he decided to head to the port. The waters surrounding Cake Island were composed of various fruit juices, creating a vibrant tapestry of colors that resembled a fantastical realm from a fairy tale. At the port, the chess soldiers crafted by Big Mom were stationed, easily identifiable as they resembled chess pieces. Several massive ships were docked, having arrived to partake in Big Mom's tea party, as guests awaited the arrival of the Charlotte family to receive them. What an honor it is to have received an invitation to the tea party. The attendees today are truly distinguished figures from various fields, a pirate attending the event for the first time proclaimed. Haha. I've heard that even the world's strongest man has been invited this time. We are merely here to partake in the festivities. We hardly qualify as notable figures. An elderly man chuckled as he took a swig from his gourd. This man was none other than Gibson, the king of the Dark Realm's storage industry. Indeed, Liu Xuan is now a bona fide global overlord. Who dares to defy his will? The fact that he is attending this gathering is bound to create significant headlines. I can hardly contain my excitement to announce this event. It promises to be thrilling. A figure resembling an eagle took over the conversation. He was the president of the Global Economic Newspaper, a publication notorious for disseminating illicit news. Upon receiving word that Liu Xuan would attend the upcoming tea gathering, he hastily set aside his work and made his way to Cake Island. It was evident that the invitation extended to Liu Xuan was a strategic move to forge an alliance. After all, the Dragon Pearl pirates had emerged as the most formidable force in the world, one that even the world government dared not provoke. If he could cultivate a friendship with Liu Xuan, there would be little left to fear in this world. This individual, dressed akin to a gangster, was none other than the king of usury, Duke Feld, whose conjecture was drawing perilously close to the truth. Xiao Lingling was indeed a master strategist. Uniting with Liu Xuan and the Dragon Pearl pirates would render her nearly unstoppable. The Queen of Joy Street, Stussy, a woman whose beauty rivaled that of Hancock, possessed not only allure but also formidable intellect, ostensibly the queen of the dark realm known as Joy Street. Her true identity was that of a member of the World Government's secretive organization, CP0, a fact that had eluded detection for years, underscoring her cunning. We too could seize this opportunity to win Liu Xuan's favor. As long as we present something that captivates him, I doubt he would refuse, remarked one of the attendees. Chapter 185. Guests arrived. The words of the Sea Transport King, Yomite, stirred a ripple of excitement among the crowd. Indeed, if they could leverage this opportunity to befriend Liu Xuan, what could they possibly fear in the future? However, the question arose, what did Liu Xuan truly desire? The room fell silent, as it became apparent that, despite his status as the world's strongest, they had little to offer that might entice him. Fools. Of course he has preferences. Have you all forgotten what he used to auction the Dragon Balls? Stussy observed their silence with a hint of exasperation. Such a simple query had eluded their minds. How could they claim to be the rulers of the dark world? Indeed, how could we have overlooked that? Stussy is truly astute, worthy of her title as the Queen of Joy Street. I happen to possess several devil fruits. If I could establish a rapport with Liu Xuan, acquiring a mere few of those fruits would be a bargain indeed. In my possession, I too hold several devil fruits, and I trust that many of you do as well. This time, let us not be miserly, with the favor of the formidable demon king Liu Xuan. This arrangement is indeed more advantageous than the fruits themselves. I too possess some. One by one, the assembly revealed their own devil fruits, and soon they amassed over a dozen. Each of them, being sovereigns of various realms within the shadowy world, could readily part with a few fruits. Very well. We shall designate a representative to present the devil fruits to Liu Xuan, conveying our intent to foster goodwill. Indeed, it is crucial that we select someone who would not provoke his disdain. I believe Stussy is quite suitable for this role. Her beauty makes her hard to dislike, and she is certain to fulfill this important task. Precisely, we can all rest assured by entrusting this responsibility to her. Since everyone has such confidence in me, I shall not betray your trust. Stussy, seeing that the group had unanimously assigned this task to her, willingly acquiesced. As she was already a member of the World Government's elite, tasked by the 5 elders to cultivate a rapport with Liu Xuan. This was a fortuitous opportunity that served multiple purposes. After concluding their discussions, they placed all the devil fruits on Stussy's ship and awaited the arrival of Big Mom's envoy. Before long, Parasparrow arrived. Welcome, everyone, to the tea party. On behalf of Mama, I extend our gratitude for your presence. Please, follow me. With that, Parasparrow led the way, exuding joy. Each time I come to Cake Island, I am captivated by its beauty. It truly is a dreamlike paradise. Certainly. The Pelosians are indeed the most formidable artists and architects in the world. Under their supervision, Cake Island is bound to be extraordinary. Pelos, as the esteemed candy minister and the eldest son of the matriarch, possesses an unparalleled status and significance. Flattering him incurs no loss, and thus, the crowd is more than willing to indulge in such praise. Lord Gibson truly knows how to speak, yet I merely endeavor to meet expectations. My mother's demands are notably stringent, and the construction must, of course, be aesthetically pleasing and grand. Upon hearing the accolades directed towards him, Pelos, though silent, could not conceal the gleam of pride in his eyes, which only spurred further flattery from the onlookers. By the way, I have heard that this tea party has also extended an invitation to Captain Dragon Ball, the Dark Lord. I wonder if this is indeed true. Seeing Pelos in such high spirits, the god of fortune, Duffield, seized the moment to inquire, hoping to confirm whether Liu Xuan would attend the tea party. Lord Feld's information is remarkably astute, as he is aware of this news. Indeed, my mother has indeed invited Lord Liu Xuan to this gathering, and he has graciously accepted the invitation. However, he has not yet arrived, and I am uncertain of his arrival time. Pelos responded with a smile, clearly in high spirits. It is impressive that even someone of Liu Xuan's caliber could be invited. Had it been me, you likely would not have even acknowledged my presence. You dare to compare yourself to the 4 emperors of the New World? You are quite overestimating your own abilities, Gibson. Of course, I was merely making a metaphor. Do not take it so seriously. I would never presume to compete with them. Ha ha ha. Let us cease this banter. Little Lingling has likely been waiting for quite some time. We should make haste. Yes, indeed, we cannot keep her waiting. Let us depart swiftly. The group then hurriedly quickened their pace, soon arriving beneath a cliff. Above them lay the venue prepared by my mother for the tea party. Allow me to construct an elevator for everyone. With this candy elevator, you can ascend with ease. After Pelos concluded his statement, he waved his hands to utilize the powers of the lick fruit, skillfully manipulating candy to create a magnificent elevator in mere moments. It was a breathtaking work of art, so exquisite that one hesitated to step onto it. The entire structure was crafted from candy, a truly astonishing feat. As the crowd applauded, they were equally astonished by this remarkable ability. It was evident that Pelos had mastered his fruit powers to an impressive degree. Chapter 186. The arrival of the Dragon Ball Pirates now. Everyone, please ascend quickly. This elevator will lead us to the location where Mama has prepared the tea party, Pelos declared, stepping aboard first. The others promptly followed him into the elevator. As it ascended slowly, the entirety of Cake Island came into view. This was the heart of Cake Island, where every tea party was traditionally held. Remarkably, Pelos's elevator moved swiftly. Within less than a minute, they reached a height of several hundred meters. The area was vast, spanning several kilometers, adorned with tables and chairs, and brimming with an array of desserts and beverages. At the center stood an enormous cake, a testament to Big Mom's love for sweets. As the group approached the venue with Pelos, they found Big Mom seated in a central chair, indulging in desserts, surrounded by her 3 sweet commanders. They hurried forward. Mama, I have brought them here, Pelos announced first. Lin, it's a pleasure to accept your invitation to this tea party, one of the guests said. Indeed. We come bearing gifts. Please accept these, Lin, he added, gesturing to a pile of treasure chests that resembled a small mountain nearby. Oh my, thank you so much, everyone. I never expected to receive so many gifts. This brings me such joy, Big Mom exclaimed, her delight reminiscent of a young girl, reflecting her capricious and headstrong nature. As long as you're happy, Lin, we were worried you might not appreciate these gifts, another guest remarked. Of course I love them. The moment I open the treasure chests is when I feel the happiest, Big Mom replied. By the way, has everyone arrived? I can hardly wait to begin the feast. Mother, we are only waiting for Liu Xuan from the Dragon Ball Pirates to start, Pelos respectfully stated. Oh, Liu Xuan hasn't arrived yet. He wouldn't dare to not show up, would he? Big Mom's expression darkened. If Liu Xuan truly failed to appear, it would be a significant embarrassment for her. Yet, she recognized that she was no match for him and could not confront him, leaving her to swallow her pride. Mother, I'm sure Liu Xuan will come. After all, he is a true king of the seas now, and he wouldn't break his word, another guest reassured her. Indeed, Mother, please don't be upset. Liu Xuan will surely arrive, the crowd chimed in, sensing Big Mom's displeasure. In truth, they were unnecessarily worried, even if Liu Xuan did not show. Big Mom would not make a fuss, for his strength was well known, and she was aware of her own limitations. Enough of this chatter. I am not angry. Please, everyone. Take your seats, Big Mom calmly stated, surprising the crowd. It was highly unusual for her to display such composure. Perhaps the sun had risen in the west today. Despite their thoughts, they did not express their surprise and complied with her request, settling into their respective places. Mother, shall we begin? After a while, noticing Liu Xuan's continued absence, Pelos stood up to inquire. Let us wait a while longer. If Liu Xuan has not arrived in an hour, we will commence the feast, Big Mom contemplated before shaking her head in refusal of Pelos's suggestion. Yes, Mama, Pelos replied, resigning himself to remain seated. An hour swiftly passed, yet Liu Xuan was still nowhere to be seen. Big Mom, her expression growing darker, rose from her seat. Mama, a pirate ship is sailing towards our island, adorned with a flag bearing 7 Dragon Balls. It appears to be the Dragon Ball Pirates. Just as Big Mom was about to announce the commencement of the feast, a chess piece rushed in, exclaiming, The Dragon Ball Pirates have arrived. Indeed. Big Mom's complexion brightened immediately, and she joyfully proclaimed, Indeed, it is the Dragon God's vessel from the Dragon Ball Pirates. Splendid. Let us go forth to welcome Captain Liu Xuan. Upon finishing her words, Big Mom stood up, ready to make her way to the port. Mother, allow me to greet Captain Liu Xuan instead. You should rest here, I suggested. Upon witnessing the matriarch's intention to personally welcome Liu Xuan, Perispera rose and interjected, stating that it was unnecessary for her to do so, as he would accompany them. After all, Liu Xuan's current stature transcended that of a mere equal among the four emperors. His presence alongside them would indeed signify his earnestness. However, Big Mom interrupted Perospero's remarks and promptly led the way toward the candy elevator, prompting the others to follow suit, recognizing the futility of resistance. Upon arriving at the dock of Cake Island, Big Mom and her entourage beheld Liu Xuan standing at the forefront of the Dragon God ship, flanked by Goku and Android 18, with Krillin, Bulma, Master Roshi, and Gohan positioned behind them. Following their previous voyage where Liu Xuan had sent Luffy and the others out to sea, he had instructed Rock to take his pirate crew aboard as well. While he himself had utilized Goku's instantaneous movement to return to his stronghold, Dragon God Island, alongside Android 18. When he informed the group of his intent to attend Big Mom's tea party, everyone expressed a desire to join him. However, Liu Xuan could only bring a select few, leaving the remainder to guard the base on the island. This led to an extensive debate among Krillin and the others, ultimately culminating in a game of rock, paper, scissors to determine the fortunate individuals. It was no small feat for Krillin and his companions to accompany Liu Xuan, and Yamcha had lamented about the matter for quite some time. Chapter 187. The respectful Big Mom look. It truly is the Dragon Ball Pirates. The one in the center is none other than the newly appointed world's strongest man, the Demon King Liu Xuan. There is also that individual, who appears to be the vice captain of the Dragon Ball Pirates, Sun Wukong. The bald old Krillin has also arrived, along with the golden-haired warrior, Sun Gohan, who is rumored to be the son of Vice Captain Sun Wukong. Who is that person? I don't believe I have seen her before. Is she a newcomer? She is quite beautiful. The arrival of the Dragon Ball Pirates has stirred quite a buzz among the crowd, and evidently, Liu Xuan has already become the center of attention at this gathering, even before his arrival. As the ship docked at the harbor, Liu Xuan and his companions disembarked one by one. Liu Xuan was the first to speak. I wonder what prompted your invitation to this tea gathering. Is it perhaps to seek retribution for your son, Korea, and Kakatali? His words left Big Mom momentarily stunned. Retribution? How could that be? Who would dare seek to reclaim face at your expense? That would be tantamount to courting death. She quickly stepped forward. No, how could that be? Those two brats have offended Captain Liu Xuan, and they certainly deserve punishment. I sincerely apologize on their behalf. As for my invitation to Captain Liu Xuan, it was merely to invite you to enjoy some desserts and tea. How could I possibly trouble you? Upon hearing Big Mom's words, the crowd fell silent. Is this truly our mother? Could it be a counterfeit? After all, Big Mom is notoriously headstrong and would never offer explanations, let alone apologies. Mother actually apologized. This is utterly astonishing. There is nothing astonishing about it, for Mother has sensed Captain Liu Xuan's overwhelmingly formidable power, which compelled her to speak in such a tone. Someone remarked, is he truly that strong? He appears to be an ordinary person to me. He lacks the aura of a Yonko, commented Charlotte Daifuku, the third son of the Charlotte family, with a dismissive expression. Fool, do not judge other strength by appearances. I once considered making a move against him, but the moment I glimpsed the future, I immediately ceased my actions, Kakatali reprimanded. Although Kakatali is often ruthless towards outsiders, he is exceptionally protective of his family and does not wish to see them underestimate an adversary. Kakatali, you haven't tea yet shared what you saw, Daifuku pressed. Kakatali gazed at him earnestly. I witnessed myself being defeated by a single punch. No matter how I attacked, I would be vanquished by a single blow. That feeling was utterly despairing. Hence, I refrained from engaging, for otherwise, I would not have survived to this moment. It is truly unfathomable that such cataclysmic power resides within that seemingly ordinary body. Gulp. Is it truly that terrifying? Even Brother Katakuri can be defeated with a single blow. What manner of creature is that? Swallowing hard, Dafu expressed his trepidation, grateful that Brother Katakuri had warned him. Otherwise, had he foolishly sought to provoke such a being, he would undoubtedly have met a most tragic end. The murmurs of discussion below escaped Liu Xuan's notice. Otherwise, he would have unleashed a shockwave in response. So that is the case. In that instance, I shall accept your invitation. Upon learning that Big Mom merely wished for him to join her for dessert, Liu Xuan nodded in agreement, sensing her intention to form an alliance. This was hardly surprising, considering his Dragon Ball Pirates are currently among the most formidable forces in the world, while Big Mom has a penchant for forging alliances, as evidenced by her attempts to ally with giants through her daughter in the original narrative. Captain Liu Xuan, please. The matron stepped aside, waving her hand towards Liu Xuan. Very well, if that is the case, I shall defer to your wishes, Liu Xuan replied, promptly advancing forward. The matron followed closely beside him, guiding his path. Her demeanor resembling that of a subordinate attending to a superior, leaving a group of astonished subordinates and friends behind, their expressions filled with incredulity. Was this still the capricious matron, the one known for taking lives at the slightest provocation? Little did they realize, when the matron first encountered Liu Xuan, her intention was to question his tardiness. However, upon seeing him, a cold sweat immediately trickled down her brow. As a user of the soul fruit, she could distinctly sense the immense power contained within Liu Xuan's diminutive frame. The thought of confrontation sent a chill through her, prompting her to alter her tone. After a few strides, noticing her children still frozen in place, the matron turned and exclaimed, "What are you all doing standing there? Hurry along." "Ah, yes, mother," they replied, snapping back to reality and hastily following suit. No one dared entertain any rebellious thoughts now, with their mother behaving in such a manner. How could they possibly harbor any ideas of defiance? In a short while, they arrived at the venue for the tea gathering. Under the matron's direction, everyone took their seats. With Liu Xuan assigned to the main position, the matron, as the host, settled beside him to introduce the guests. "Captain Liu Xuan, my invitation to you encompasses not only your participation in the tea gathering but also another matter, which I believe you may have guessed. What are your thoughts on this?" Chapter 188. Liu Xuan's anger. "Oh, are you referring to an alliance?" Liu Xuan, having discerned the matron's intentions, inquired. "Precisely. Although our crew may not possess the formidable prowess of Captain Liu Xuan's Dragon Ball pirates, we are indeed a top-tier force. Should we form an alliance? The domination of the world would be well within our grasp. What say you, Captain Liu Xuan?" Liu Xuan did not respond directly. He lifted a cup of red tea and drank it down before regarding her. "Do you truly believe that the Dragon Ball pirates would require assistance to conquer the world? With my strength, ruling the world is but a trivial matter. Yet, I have refrained from doing so. Do you know why? I am eager to hear more." The matron replied, her curiosity piqued. It was unfathomable to her that anyone could be disinterested in world domination. Stussy and others, who had been invited by the matron, could not help but glance over, intrigued. Observing the curious gazes of the crowd, Liu Xuan scratched his head and remarked, "Of course. It's because such a life would be exceedingly dull. Just imagine, if the world were under your dominion, countless tasks would await you. And I certainly do not wish to be overwhelmed by such burdens. My current life is far more comfortable, carefree, and liberated." Upon finishing, Liu Xuan reclined in his chair, smiling at the onlookers. At his words, the corners of their mouths twitched involuntarily. "You are rather lazy, aren't you? Even the prospect of world domination seems tedious to you." Laughter erupted among the group, acknowledging Captain Liu Xuan's unconventional perspective. Indeed, this way of life is truly joyous, and Captain Liu Xuan rightfully embodies the strength of the world. His thoughts diverging from the norm. For someone like Captain Liu Xuan, ruling the world holds little significance. Who would dare provoke him? That would be tantamount to courting death. Laughter filled the air as they reflected on Liu Xuan's statements. Who would dare ignore his words? This was essentially equivalent to ruling the world, as there was no need to seek out additional troubles. This represents the pinnacle of existence. Let us raise a glass to Captain Liu Xuan. Though the crowd did not entirely agree with Liu Xuan's sentiments, they nonetheless began to extol his virtues, as if he had uttered profound wisdom. Liu Xuan's words, while not overtly rejecting the elder matron, conveyed a clear message. "I can govern the world myself. Why should I align with you?" The matron, rebuffed by Liu Xuan, showed no signs of anger, though her demeanor suggested discontent. Typically, few dared to contradict her, and whatever she wished to pursue, she would achieve. Now that Liu Xuan had dismissed her, one could only imagine her frustration, yet she refrained from expressing her ire, opting to sit in silence. However, her children were not so reticent. Suddenly, one of her sons stood up and shouted at Liu Xuan, "Liu Xuan, my mother has shown you kindness by proposing an alliance. Yet you dare to refuse her? Do you think we are merely idle?" The speaker was the matron's fourth son, the hot fruit user, Charlotte Oven. Known for his fiery temper and fierce loyalty to the family, he approached matters with a serious and responsible demeanor, even fighting on the front lines despite sustaining injuries. In the original narrative, Oven held unwavering faith in Katakuri and was filled with disbelief and rage over his defeat. He doted on his sisters but maintained a clear sense of right and wrong. On one hand, he cherished Broly and his other sisters. On the other, he could not forgive the traitorous Chiffon. This very temperament led Oven to adopt an antagonistic stance towards Liu Xuan, openly confronting him. "Oh no! This fool is provoking Liu Xuan." Upon hearing Oven's words, The crowd sensed impending trouble, especially Katakuri, who had not anticipated his brother would directly challenge Liu Xuan. Was this not a recipe for disaster? As he had feared, Liu Xuan's wrath was unleashed. It seems your son holds you in high regard. However, his shouting at me may not bode well. It could be fatal. Upon Liu Xuan's utterance, a formidable aura surged from him, momentarily overwhelming those present. Instantly, everyone found themselves prostrated on the ground, rendered motionless under the weight of his presence. Remarkably, the surrounding environment remained unscathed, a testament to Liu Xuan's extraordinary control over his own might. How could it be that I am utterly immobilized? Is this the essence of intimidation? Merely through sheer presence, we are rendered breathless. If he were to engage physically, would it not be a matter of an instant before he vanquished us all? Moreover, his aura did not disturb the surroundings. Such exquisite mastery is truly remarkable. Is this the power of the world's strongest man? It is indeed terrifying. Everyone was affected. Even Big Mom was momentarily stunned, barely able to move. As for Owen, who had been specifically targeted by Liu Xuan, he now lay unconscious on the ground. Captain Liu Xuan, please do not take offense. Owen has a rather volatile temperament and did not intend to provoke you. Regarding the alliance, I merely offered a suggestion. If you are unwilling, then so be it. Seeing Liu Xuan's ire, Big Mom quickly apologized, inwardly cursing her son for his foolish provocation. How foolish of him to incite such wrath. Very well. I shall pardon him this once, but let it be known that should he err again, I shall not hesitate to act decisively. The tea gathering continued. Observing Big Mom's plea for mercy, Liu Xuan let out a cold snort, retracting his aura and resuming his seat to sip his red tea. Chapter 189. Charlotte Bryn. Thank you, Captain Liu Xuan. Someone, please take Owen away. Upon seeing Liu Xuan take a seat, the elderly lady let out a long sigh and remarked to the person beside her, "Indeed, mother." 2 guards approached and escorted Charlotte Owen away. Well, the matter has been resolved. Let us all continue with our meal. Upon witnessing that her subordinate had escorted Irving away, the matron once again took the floor, and the lively tea gathering resumed its previous exuberance. I am truly sorry. I never anticipated that Irving would dare to confront you in such a manner. Rest assured, I will ensure he faces appropriate consequences. After sitting down, anxious to appease Liu Xuan, she spoke softly, hoping to win his favor. Liu Xuan merely nodded, indicating that it was of little consequence. Since that is the case, I can breathe easy. Indeed, you are magnanimous, Liu Xuan. However, there is another matter for which I seek your counsel, though I am uncertain if it is appropriate to discuss. Seeing Liu Xuan's demeanor remain unperturbed, she felt a sense of relief and continued, to put it plainly, I have a daughter who has reached the age of marriage. She greatly admires a strong figure like yourself and wonders if there might be a chance for her to unite with you. Upon hearing her words, Liu Xuan chuckled. Are you suggesting that I become your son-in-law? That would certainly diminish your stature. He jested. Pray tell, does Charlotte Lingling aspire to be my elder? Oh, I would never presume such a thing. If you are unwilling, then let it be, she replied, flustered. Do not be alarmed. I am not offended. However, marriage is out of the question. By the way, I have heard that among your daughters, one belongs to the Three-Eyed Clan. Is this true? Liu Xuan's knowledge surprised her. Indeed, her name is Bryn, and she is over there, the matron said, pointing towards a distant table where a girl with 3 eyes was indulging in sweet delicacies. How intriguing. We have a member of the Three-Eyed Clan aboard as well, known as Tianjin Fan. You must have heard of him. Perhaps your daughter would be well suited to marry him. Suddenly, Liu Xuan recalled that Tianjin had remained single for quite some time, and this 3-eyed girl might be a fitting match. Is that so? I do not believe I have seen him around, she replied, searching the vicinity for Tianjin upon Liu Xuan's mention. There is no need to look. Tianjin is with us. I can summon him now, Liu Xuan stated, turning to the ravenous Goku beside him. Goku, please bring Tianjin Fan here. Huh. Goku swallowed his mouth full of food and turned to Liu Xuan, puzzled. Captain, what did you say? Upon witnessing Goku's demeanor, Liu Xuan could only shake his head in resignation. Go to the base and bring Tianjin Fan here. The matriarch wishes to introduce her daughter to him as a prospective wife. Is that truly the case? How splendid. Tianjin Fan has been single for so many years. It is high time he finds a partner. I shall go at once, Goku declared before vanishing before their eyes using instant transmission. Remarkable. He has disappeared. Is he perhaps a user of a devil fruit? Could it be the space fruit? Fool. The user of the space fruit is clearly the celestial star among the 5 elder stars, and he is not dead yet. How could anyone else possess it? Could it be a branch of the fruit's ability? That is a possibility. During the great battle atop the summit, Goku had not employed instant transmission, leaving the others unaware of his powers, thus they began to speculate. In a flash, Goku returned, accompanied by none other than Tianjin Fan, the very person Liu Xuan had sent for, who appeared utterly perplexed as he gazed at the assembly. He has returned, and with a companion. He truly is a user of the space-type abilities. If he were to launch an assassination, who could possibly defend against it? Indeed, it is exceedingly frightening. Is this the strength of the vice-captain of the Dragon Ball Pirates? Let us not be foolish. With such immense power, he has no need for assassination. One punch from him, and who could withstand it? Moreover, I have heard that Sun Wukong is a person of great integrity, who engages in honorable combat and eschews underhanded tactics. You need not worry. Is that so? Then I shall rest easy. Do not be naive. You are hardly worth the Dragon Ball Pirates' attention. Stop dreaming. As the discussions continued, Tianjin Fan finally spotted Liu Xuan seated among the group and hastened over, saying, "Ah, Captain. You summoned me. That rascal Goku brought me here without uttering a word. How vexing. By the way, Captain, what do you require of me?" After a lengthy pause, Tianjin Fan noticed the darkened expressions on Liu Xuan and the others, prompting him to inquire about the purpose of his summons. Well, you see, a young lady from the Big Mom Pirates has reached the age of marriage and wishes to form an alliance with our Dragon Ball Pirates. However, her daughter belongs to the Three-Eyed Tribe, and I believe you are the most suitable candidate. Hence, I asked Goku to bring you here to discuss your thoughts on the matter. Liu Xuan explained, eager to clarify. Captain, I have not yet considered marriage. Tianjin Fan replied in a hushed tone, his face flushing upon hearing Liu Xuan's words. Chapter 190. The springtime of Tianjin Fan. Tianjin Fan's expression left Liu Xuan speechless. Does your demeanor not suggest that you have given no thought to marriage? All right, Tianjin Rice, perhaps you should take a look at this young lady before making any further comments, Liu Xuan remarked, glancing at the matron. The matron, understanding his intent, called out to Brin in the distance, "Brin, come over here for a moment." Engaged in conversation with the crowd, Brin did not hear the matron's call, prompting Katakuri to remind her, "Brin, your mother is calling you." "Ah, brother Katakuri, are you saying mother is calling for me?" Brin inquired, rising to her feet upon hearing his words. "Indeed, you should hurry over. It seems that mother and the others are discussing your marriage. She has long desired to unite with the Dragon Ball Pirates, and this opportunity is too good for her to let slip away. Just be cautious. Even if you do not have feelings for the other party, try not to provoke them. Otherwise, we too may face dire consequences." "Understood, brother Katakuri. I shall not anger them," Brin replied, making her way towards Liu Xuan and the others. "Lord Liu Xuan, Brin has arrived," the matron said, her expression one of inquiry as she turned to Liu Xuan. Liu Xuan noted Brin's approach, taking a moment to appraise her. She resembled her portrayal in the original narrative quite closely, possessing 3 round, ruby-red eyes and cascading light brown wavy hair. Her petite stature was complemented by full lips, which would occasionally pout in discontent. A charming blush would sometimes grace her cheeks, enhancing her captivating allure. In the original tale, Sanji would find himself utterly entranced by her imitative performances. "Mother, have you called me over for something?" Brin sweetly inquired upon reaching Liu Xuan and the matron. Observing her demeanor, Liu Xuan discerned that it was merely a fade. Although Brin was not inherently malevolent, her childhood experiences of being bullied compelled her to feign strength, employing the tactic of tormenting others to shield herself from harm. In truth, she harbored profound insecurities, perceiving herself as a grotesque entity. And she possessed a remarkable talent for performance and imitation. In the original narrative, Brin, through her acting prowess, led Luffy and Sanji to believe she was a benevolent young lady, successfully captivating Sanji's attention. However, Liu Xuan, well aware of her true character, was not easily deceived. He dismissed the matter, turning to Tianjin Fan and stating, "Tianjin Fan, this is Miss Brin. Do engage her in conversation." Tianjin Fan, being somewhat emotionally inept, a trait already depicted in the Dragon Ball saga, had never reciprocated the affections expressed by Launch, instead dedicating himself solely to rigorous training in pursuit of surpassing Goku. Although reluctant to partake in a blind date, he felt compelled to heed Liu Xuan's words and thus obliged, albeit reluctantly. "You are Tianjin Fan? What an intriguing name," Brin exclaimed, initiating dialogue with him. Upon hearing someone address him, Tianjin Fan turned to discover a beautiful young lady, responding, "Are you speaking to me?" "Ah, you are the 3-eyed Tianjin Fan," Brin exclaimed, her surprise evident as she noted his distinctive feature. In that fleeting moment, she recognized him. She had been aware of Tianjin Fan since Liu Xuan embarked on his journey to establish the Dragon Ball Pirates and when Tianjin Fan's bounty was first announced. It marked the first occasion she had encountered another human with 3 eyes, and over time, her admiration for him had quietly blossomed. Thus, her joy at finally meeting him was palpable. "Ah, you also have 3 eyes? Are there others like us?" Tianjin Fan inquired, puzzled by Brin's revelation. "Indeed, it is I," she replied, parting her bangs to reveal her own 3rd eye, leaving Tianjin Fan momentarily speechless. To his astonishment, he discovered he was not alone in his uniqueness. He had long believed himself to be a monster. Ever since he had first seen Tianjin Fan's bounty notice, Brin had been following his exploits, and she was elated to finally meet him, especially in the context of their intended matchmaking. Seeing that Tianjin Fan remained silent, Brin continued, expressing her immense joy at having unexpectedly encountered someone she admired. "Oh, how swiftly the plot has shifted. Tianjin Fan, why do you linger there in silence? You should hasten to respond. A young lady has expressed her feelings, and what more do you hesitate for?" Upon witnessing Tianjin Fan's stunned silence, Liu Xuan could no longer contain himself and shouted at him, drawing the attention of those nearby. "Aye. Tianjin Fan stammered, unable to articulate his thoughts. However, the expression on his face revealed that he bore no animosity towards the other party. "Very well, I understand. Since it has come to this, I shall grant my consent to their union. With so many witnesses present today, it is the perfect occasion to hold their engagement ceremony. Does anyone object?" Upon witnessing the situation with Tianjin Fan, Liu Xuan readily acquiesced, turning to the nearby matron and proclaiming, Mamo, of course, it is no trouble at all. It is indeed our utmost honor to unite with the Dragon Ball Pirates, led by the esteemed Liu Xuan." The matron expressed her delight. Having been troubled about how to forge an alliance with the Dragon Ball Pirates, only to have Liu Xuan propose it first. Chapter 191, untitled Haha. At last, Tianjin Fan is no longer single. Who would have thought that he would one day marry? I wonder if Lan Qi will go mad upon hearing this. Someone mused. Indeed, it is amusing to recall how Tianjin Fan repeatedly declined her advances under the pretext of training. Another chimed in. "Hey, you lot. Let us not mock Tianjin Fan any longer. We should extend our blessings for his engagement," Bulma interjected, addressing Krillin and Gohan. "Ah, yes, indeed." Bulma's words prompted immediate nods and eager compliance from the two, reminiscent of sycophantic characters in wartime dramas. Since their engagement has been decided, why not hold the ceremony today? "Let us prepare for the engagement festivities," Liu Xuan remarked as he stood, addressing the matron. "Isn't it a bit late to start preparations? It is already afternoon. It may be too rushed. Perhaps it would be wiser to hold the engagement ceremony tomorrow instead," she suggested. As the sky darkens and the sun approaches the horizon, the matron expresses her concern to Liu Xuan, indicating that preparations are already belated. "Well, it seems tomorrow will be a remarkable day. Tianjin Fan, you must prepare diligently tonight. Wukong, as seasoned individuals, you ought to impart your knowledge to Tianjin Fan. Otherwise, he may find himself in an embarrassing predicament." After contemplating the matron's words, Liu Xuan concurs and turns to Wukong and the others, saying, "Indeed, Captain, we will certainly teach Tianjin Fan with utmost seriousness. You need not worry." Wukong interjects before Krillin chimes in eagerly. "Yes, Captain, you can trust us. My time has not been spent in vain." Master Roshi adds his affirmation from the side. Reflecting on this, Liu Xuan considers that Master Roshi, with his countless years of experience, whether or not he is wed, has undoubtedly attended many weddings and possesses considerable wisdom in such matters. Entrusting this task to him assures its successful execution. Then, this matter is entrusted to you. Tomorrow, we must not bring shame upon our Dragon Ball Pirates. Rest assured, Captain. Tomorrow you will witness a brand new Tianjin Fan, Krillin asserts, thumping his chest with confidence. Indeed, with my presence, you need not worry, Captain. Years of experience are not without merit. The matter of Tianjin Fan is in my capable hands. Upon witnessing the unwavering confidence of those around him, he felt reassured and turned to the matriarch. The venue for tomorrow's engagement is entrusted to you. I sincerely hope not to be disappointed, he remarked. Captain Liu Xuan. Rest assured, the arrangements for the venue are in my capable hands. With my son, Pelos Pelo, overseeing matters, the engagement ceremony will undoubtedly be splendid. Let us eagerly anticipate the arrival of tomorrow, the matriarch declared, rising to her feet and raising her glass towards Liu Xuan. Indeed, I firmly believe tomorrow will be filled with joy. Cheers. Liu Xuan replied, clinking his glass with hers. The alliance between the Dragon Pearl Pirates and the Notorious Bandits is a monumental event in the pirate world, leaving all attendees of the tea gathering utterly astounded. Charlotte Linlin, a formidable emperor of the sea, possesses terrifying strength and influence, while Liu Xuan's Dragon Pearl Pirates stand as the preeminent power in the world, unmatched by any. With the union of these two colossal forces, who could possibly stand in their way? Dear friends, given the joyous occasion at hand, let us raise our glasses in celebration of the union between Lin Lin's daughter, Bryn, and Tianjin Fan of the Dragon Pearl Pirates. As the crowd stood in stunned silence, a voice shattered the stillness, bringing everyone back to their senses as they raised their glasses to toast the two. It was none other than Stussy, the Queen of Pleasure Street. It is said that her beauty rivals that of the pirate empress, Boa Hancock, and today, her reputation proved to be well-deserved. Moreover, her cunning is unparalleled. Her ability to react so swiftly to celebrate with us speaks volumes of her intellect. Upon hearing this voice, Liu Xuan turned to see its owner, Stussy, the Queen of Pleasure Street, who, while publicly known as such, was actually an intelligence operative for the underworld. Witnessing her actions, Liu Xuan could not help but admire her. Thank you for your congratulations, Stussy. I am equally delighted. You all must attend my daughter's engagement ceremony tomorrow, Big Mom said, her spirits lifted by Stussy's well wishes. Certainly. Little Lingling, we shall be there, Stussy replied. Time swiftly passed as everyone indulged in food, and before long, the tea party came to an end. Under the guidance of the pirate crew, they moved to the rooms arranged by Big Mom for rest, leaving behind a few lowly pirates to clean up and prepare for the items needed for the engagement ceremony. I never imagined we pirates would truly ally with the Dragon Ball Pirates. Today feels like a dream, one remarked. Indeed, witnessing Lord Owen being overwhelmed by Lord Liu Xuan's presence was like a nightmare. I can hardly believe it was real, another echoed. Absolutely. Lord Liu Xuan's strength is truly terrifying. How I wish I possessed such power, a third chimed in. You should stop dreaming. Let us finish cleaning up quickly. We still need to set up for the engagement ceremony, someone interjected. Hearing this, the group promptly fell silent and resumed their diligent work. Chapter 192. The next morning, Liu Xuan was awakened by the cacophony of noise. How noisy it was. Were they not going to sleep? Unable to bear the racket, Liu Xuan donned his clothes and stepped out of his room, only to find the pirates bustling about everywhere. Hey, have you all risen already? Liu Xuan called out to a pawn sweeping the floor. Upon noticing Liu Xuan, the pawn quickly greeted him. Good morning, Lord Liu Xuan. The ladies have already awakened and are having breakfast. How may I assist you? Never mind, there's nothing I need. You carry on. Liu Xuan replied after a moment's thought, realizing he did not require their service. After tidying himself up, Liu Xuan followed the pawn to the reception hall, where he found that nearly all the pirates had gathered, including Goku and the others, who appeared to have been there for quite some time, nearly finishing their breakfast. Captain, come here. The breakfast is excellent. We've ordered a portion for you, just in time. Goku exclaimed, his mouth full of food, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Liu Xuan felt the collective gaze of the crowd shift to him, making him quite uncomfortable. Couldn't Goku keep his voice down? He quickly approached and covered Goku's mouth. Goku, please refrain from shouting while eating. It's rather embarrassing. Did you not notice everyone stares? Oops, my apologies. The food here is simply too delicious. Captain, come sit and eat with us. It's truly fantastic. Goku replied after swallowing, unfazed by the opinions of others, embodying his carefree nature. Observing his demeanor, Liu Xuan could only shake his head in resignation, taking a seat beside him and picking up his chopsticks to enjoy his breakfast. After finishing the meal, everyone gathered in the beautifully adorned square, which had been meticulously arranged throughout the night. It had transformed into a stunning spectacle, adorned with exquisite delicacies and decorations. At the center stood a colossal cake towering over 10 meters high, surrounded by an array of pastries that resembled a veritable ocean of sweets, clearly reflecting the affection the elder had for desserts. Hey, is there nothing here but sweets? Such things can become tiresome, Liu Xuan remarked. Upon hearing his words, everyone except the members of the Dragon Thief gang gazed at Liu Xuan in astonishment, as if he had performed a monumental act. Captain, what has caused their surprise? Wukong inquired, puzzled by the reactions of the crowd. How should I know? Liu Xuan replied, equally baffled. Did I do something that warranted such astonishment? I merely inquired if there were other food options available. Is this reaction truly necessary? Oh dear, it seems the elder is on the verge of an outburst. Should we perhaps take cover? Observing the elderly woman with a head full of dark hair, Charlotte Dafu cautiously nudged Kaku Tali beside her. It was well known that the lady had an insatiable love for desserts, a passion that transcended all expectations. Even the slightest criticism of her beloved sweets would result in her extracting years from the offender's life. Liu Xuan, in a brazen display, not only declared desserts unappetizing in front of her, but also requested alternative dishes. Were it anyone else, they would likely have met a dire fate by now. Hey, this is insane. We should leave this place, one said. What are you afraid of? With Lord Liu Xuan here, nothing will happen. Did you forget how she behaved in front of him yesterday? You fool. If she goes mad, she won't take care that Lord Liu Xuan is present. She could wreak havoc, and while the Dragon Ball pirates might remain unscathed, we might not be so fortunate. We could easily get hurt. Indeed. Let us make a hasty exit. At this, the crowd began to disperse, when suddenly, the lady exclaimed, well, since Captain Liu Xuan does not favor desserts, Kakutali, instruct the kitchen to prepare a new breakfast for him. Understood, mother. Kakutali was momentarily taken aback, then swiftly ran to the kitchen to request alternative dishes for Liu Xuan. It was astonishing that mother was not angry. How could this be? I recall a time when someone merely remarked that the dessert was unpalatable, only to be zapped by her Zeus. Yet today, she displayed no ire whatsoever. It was truly incredible. There is nothing strange about it. This only indicates that Liu Xuan's power is exceptionally formidable. So much so that even mother is reluctant to offend him. You all need to be cautious. Do not provoke Lord Liu Xuan's wrath, or mother might be the first to eliminate you. Yes, we understand. Following this incident, everyone comprehended Liu Xuan's esteemed position in the lady's eyes, grasping the immense deterrent effect of the world's strongest power. Captain, where shall we go now that Tianjin Fan is engaged? Krillin inquired, wiping his mouth after finishing his meal, lowering his voice to speak with Liu Xuan. Liu Xuan pondered for a moment, realizing there was not much of interest to pursue. Absorbing the devil fruit for energy had become rather trivial for him. Accumulating reputation seemed far more profitable. The Dragon Balls appeared to be usable again. Why not gather them anew and host a martial arts tournament, with the prize being a wish granted through the Dragon Balls? The resulting prestige would be monumental. Chapter 193. The Martial Arts Tournament. Krillin, what do you think of the idea of organizing a world martial arts tournament? Liu Xuan whispered to Krillin, having struck upon a brilliant notion. A martial arts tournament. Is that true? Klin's voice, filled with astonishment, drew the attention of everyone present. Klin, why are you being so loud? Honestly, my apologies. I became overly excited. But Captain, are you truly going to host a martial arts tournament? Of course. Liu Xuan replied, his words bringing joy not only to Klin, but to all the members of the Dragon Ball pirates present, as many of them were regular participants in such tournaments. However, others were puzzled. Did you hear that strange shout from Klin? What is this martial arts tournament they are speaking of? I did hear something about a martial arts tournament. What could it possibly be about? I am not quite sure. But if it piques the interest of the captain of the Dragon Ball pirates, it must be something remarkable. It seems this world is about to become lively once more. Upon hearing the discussions of the crowd, the curious bandit, as well as Big Mom, were intrigued. Captain Liu Xuan, might I inquire about the meaning of the martial arts tournament you just mentioned? Is it an event for the exchange of martial arts? Upon hearing Big Mom's words, Liu Xuan suddenly had a brilliant idea and responded. The martial arts tournament is a gathering where martial artists unite to engage in fair duels to determine the strongest among them. I aspire to host a world-class martial arts tournament, aptly named the Supreme Martial Arts Gathering, which aims to summon the greatest masters from around the globe to compete for the title of the world's strongest. Might you be interested? Organizing such a tournament is no trivial task. If it were solely up to my Dragon Ball pirates, it would take an inordinate amount of time. However, if we had the assistance of other pirate crews, we could save considerable time. Why not seize the opportunity? Oh, I see. But isn't the strongest man you, after all? There seems to be no need for a competition, Big Mom remarked. I shall not participate in the contest. I am merely a spectator. However, my crew will certainly take part. This notion seemed acceptable, yet if Captain Shin were to join, I surmised that no one would show up for the tournament, rendering it a futile endeavor. Even so, my crew would not attend, as it would merely be a hollow title. Do you, Captain Liu Xuan, have an alternative plan? At this moment, Parasparrow, seated beside Big Mom, chimed in. He serves as Big Mom's strategist and often offers advice at her side. Of course, it is not merely about the hollow title of World's Strongest. We are preparing to offer an array of splendid prizes for this tournament. I am confident that they will not shy away. Oh, I wonder what kind of trophies Captain Liu Xuan has in store for us. Might you share? Big Mom expressed her curiosity regarding Liu Xuan's prizes, knowing that as the world's strongest individual, coupled with his confident demeanor, the rewards would surely be extraordinary. Certainly, I have dispatched Vegeta and the others to gather the Dragon Balls. The prizes for the first to third places will be the wishes granted by the Dragon Balls. As for the prizes for the top 8, I have prepared a selection: devil fruits, formidable swords, and berries. Choose as you wish. What do you think? Are these prizes not enticing? Setting aside the opportunity to wish upon the Dragon Balls, those devil fruits and formidable swords are treasures that many covet dearly. Well, of course, Captain Liu Xuan truly has a grand vision. Even I find myself unable to resist the allure of participating. Liu Xuan smiled slightly, saying that in addition to myself, I also intend to invite Whitebeard and Red-Haired, alongside the Navy. I envision that the event will undoubtedly be spectacular, and I eagerly await its arrival. This is, after all, the largest gathering in the history of the world. Such an occasion cannot be overlooked. I wonder how Captain Liu Xuan plans to proceed. First, there is the matter of the venue, and then, the notification of formidable individuals across the globe. The rest is considerably simpler. Disseminating the news should not pose a significant challenge, especially with our chief inventor, Bulma, on our side. It merely requires a flick of a finger. However, the concern lies in finding a suitable location. If it were within my territory, I would worry that others might perceive it as a trap I had laid. If no one comes, what would be the point? Thus, I plan to select a site devoid of any influence. I wonder if such a place exists. Upon hearing Liu Xuan's words, Big Mom contemplated for a moment before smiling and suggesting, I have thought of a location. It is devoid of any power and is situated at the very center of the world, making it easily accessible for people from all corners. Oh, such a place exists in the world? How come I haven't heard of it? Most people are aware of it, but perhaps they deem it insignificant. Hence no one mentions it. However, it is teeming with formidable beasts, some of which are powerful enough to rival the vice admirals of the Navy. I have even heard rumors of a creature at the center of the island that possesses the strength of an admiral, but I cannot vouch for its truth. As for the beast of admiral strength, Big Mom was unconcerned, for she herself is a figure of the 4 emperors. If it were truly of any consequence, she would have claimed the island long ago. Now, hearing that Liu Xuan seeks a venue for the martial arts tournament, she believed it to be an ideal location and conveyed this to Liu Xuan. Chapter 194, The Frustration of a Kaido. Is that so? If that is the case, it is indeed a perfect choice. The beasts on the island would serve excellently to eliminate the weak. By the way, what is the name of this island? And where is it located? Liu Xuan expressed great interest in the island Big Mom mentioned. If it were to serve as the venue for the tournament, the surrounding beasts could effectively weed out the undeserving, thus saving him the effort. Additionally, its central location would allow individuals from across the world to arrive swiftly. A true win-win situation. Of course it is true. How could I dare deceive Captain Liu Xuan? Rest assured, the island is called Beast Island, and it is easily inquired about. Very well, since that is the case, we shall designate that island as the venue for the martial arts tournament. After the engagement ceremony for Tianjin Fan and the others, I will announce this to the world. Indeed, I shall raise a toast to your success, Captain Liu Xuan. Big Mom concluded, raising her glass towards Liu Xuan. Cheers. Upon finishing their conversation, the two simultaneously sipped the red tea from their cups. The engagement ceremony of Tianjin Fan and Bruin swiftly drew to a close amidst the joyous revelry of the crowd, marking the end of a delightful day. Early the next morning, Liu Xuan arrived at the location meticulously prepared by his aunt, a place he had instructed her to arrange for the announcement of the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. Quite impressive indeed. Who would have thought Liu Xuan's eldest son possessed such remarkable prowess? Surely, even the world's most esteemed architects would find it challenging to rival his level of skill. Gazing upon the exquisite arrangement before him, Liu Xuan could not help but marvel at the architectural prowess of Pelos Pello. Truly deserving of the title as one of the world's most formidable artists, it would undoubtedly bring great joy to Pelos Pello to receive such commendation from Captain Liu Xuan. By the way, how does Captain Liu Xuan intend to announce the upcoming conference? Naturally, it will be through this, Liu Xuan concluded. Retrieving a compact telephone bug from within his garment and placing it on the table before them, its eyes fixated upon Liu Xuan and the elderly lady. Isn't this a telephone bug? What makes it so extraordinary? We possess similar ones as well, she remarked. Liu Xuan glanced at her and explained. This is no ordinary telephone bug. It has been modified by our esteemed inventor, Bulma, from the Dragon Ball pirates. It not only allows us to control the imagery bugs, enabling them to directly broadcast our visuals, but it is also impervious to external interruptions. This means that when I press this button, our events here will be forcibly transmitted across the globe. Quite an ingenious device, wouldn't you agree? Oh, this invention is simply marvelous. How could Miss Bulma create something so remarkable? The elderly lady exclaimed. Ha ha ha, of course. As a scientist whose technological advancements are 5 centuries ahead of the world, Bulma's genius is indeed unparalleled. Indeed, with this telephone bug invented by Miss Bulma, hosting the martial arts tournament has become significantly more manageable. Now, I shall connect to the imagery bugs around the world. Are you ready? Liu Xuan inquired. Absolutely ready. Captain Liu Xuan, you may proceed, she replied. Upon hearing her words, Liu Xuan pressed the green button on the telephone bug. Instantly, the bug's eyes emitted a radiant glow, enveloping the two of them as it commenced its operation. Simultaneously, imagery bugs across the globe activated, displaying a singular scene. Liu Xuan and the elderly lady seated at the table. At the Marine headquarters, Admiral Sengoku was engaged in a meeting with all the commanders of the Navy, holding ranks of Rear Admiral and above, present. The imagery bugs showcased various nations liberated by revolutionaries. Just as Sengoku passionately addressed the assembly about the serious threats posed by the revolutionaries to the Navy's operations, the scene abruptly shifted to reveal Liu Xuan and the elderly lady to the audience. Unbeknownst to Sengoku, who continued his fervent discourse on the revolutionaries' actions, he stated, I believe our immediate priority must be to suppress the revolutionaries. Does anyone have any objections? As he gazed at the altered imagery, Sengoku failed to notice the transformation of the scene featuring the image worm. Carp could not restrain himself and reminded Sengoku, Are we truly going to engage in battle with Liu Xuan? Upon hearing Carp's words, Sengoku, who had just sipped his red tea, abruptly spewed it forth. What jest are you making, Carp? Who said we were going to war with them? Then why are you displaying Liu Xuan's image? Carp's inquiry prompted Sengoku to turn back, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Who is responsible for this? Sengoku bellowed at the assembly. We did not interfere. The image changed on its own. However, Akainu might have an inkling of the situation, given his numerous conflicts with the Dragon Ball pirates. Carp shifted the focus onto Akainu, and all eyes turned towards him. What are you staring at? I had nothing to do with it. Akainu roared, though he harbored a desire to eliminate Liu Xuan. He recognized that he was no match for him and would never seek out trouble without cause. Do you all possess any common sense? What on earth is happening? Upon hearing Akainu's words, the crowd was left in bewilderment. He was not one to jest about such matters, and thus they harbored no doubts regarding his sincerity. Just as their confusion lingered, Liu Xuan's voice resonated from the imagery. Chapter 195, Announcing the Martial Arts Tournament. Good morning, everyone. I am Liu Xuan, captain of the Dragon Ball Pirates. You must recognize the person beside me. Let us extend our greetings. After exchanging pleasantries with the audience, Liu Xuan turned to the figure next to him, saying, Mama Mama, greetings to all. I am Charlotte Lin Lin. How could those two possibly end up together? What are those incompetent informants doing? What purpose do they serve? It appears that our Navy's communication device has once again fallen under the control of Liu Xuan, which is truly infuriating. Foolishness. Is this truly the moment to discuss such matters? The alliance of the two individuals is what truly matters. As the naval headquarters speculates incessantly about Liu Xuan's intentions, the images are transmitted to other locations as well. At the Whitebeard Pirates gathering, Father, look quickly. The communication device has suddenly displayed a scene featuring Liu Xuan and another person. They seem to be together for reasons unknown. The Whitebeard Pirates are in the midst of their feast, with the device situated beside Whitebeard, and Liu Xuan's appearance astounds his crew. Marco, ever quick to react, promptly addresses Whitebeard. Marco, there's no need to rush. What they intend to do will soon be revealed. We shall see what unfolds. It seems Liu Xuan is about to orchestrate something significant. Meanwhile, at the red-haired pirates gathering, Shanks greets Mihawk. You have arrived at an opportune moment. Our feast has just commenced. Come, let us share a drink. Shanks regards the standing figure of Mihawk, who has become a good friend over time, often engaging in swordplay together. However, after Shanks lost an arm, Mihawk ceased their duels, as he deemed it an unfair advantage. This only deepened Shanks' admiration for him. and he consistently invites Mihawk to partake in their celebrations. Mihawk, are you not here to indulge in revelry? Shanks inquires. Oh, today, I come not for merriment, Mihawk responds. Are you perhaps here to spar with me? Indeed. Since the climactic battle at Marineford, I have felt the weight of my own insignificance. I wish to avoid experiencing that sense of helplessness again. Thus, upon returning, I have undergone rigorous training to enhance my swordsmanship. However, I now find myself at an impasse. I have come here to engage in a duel with you to break through this limitation. Haha. Excellent. In that case, let us engage in battle. Shanks exclaims heartily in response to Mihawk's intentions. Just as the two are about to depart for the seaside duel, the communication device abruptly displays Liu Xuan once more. Captain, it's Liu Xuan. Come and see. If we are to battle, we can discuss it later. Upon witnessing the scene, Beckman called out to Shanks, saying, Hawkeye, what do you think? Well, there's no need to rush. Let us first observe what Liu Xuan is up to. Meanwhile, powerful figures from around the globe received Liu Xian's image, and within each of their hearts resided a singular thought. It is this fellow again. Greetings, everyone. The sole purpose of connecting you all through this image worm is straightforward. Once I conclude my statement, feel free to voice any inquiries you may have. This time, Bulma has upgraded my image worm, allowing all connected individuals to engage in dialogue. After introducing himself, Liu Xuan articulated his intentions. What does Liu Xuan intend to do? A rugged voice echoed, which Liu Xuan recognized as belonging to Sengoku. Sengoku, do not be so impatient. I am about to make an announcement, Liu Xuan began. It was interrupted by another voice. Cool, Sengoku is here too. It has indeed been a long time. Whitebeard, you are present as well. What on earth are you all planning? Ha, all of you are esteemed seniors. Are you convening a banquet? Red-haired Shanks, you are here too. Of course. Did you not hear? Captain Liu Xuan has already stated that he has connected all who have seen his image, so everyone can hear what is being said. Hey, boss. Have you become smarter today? Is this a doppelganger? As Shanks finished speaking, the mocking voice of Law could be heard. You rascal. Can't you show me a little respect? Is this truly the red-haired who is one of the four emperors? Why does he seem rather unimpressive? Hey, don't speak carelessly. Do you wish to court danger? That is indeed one of the four emperors. Amidst the cacophony, Liu Xuan's forehead was adorned with beads of sweat. Can you all refrain from questioning until I have finished? His loud shout finally brought a halt to their chatter. Ah, it is finally quiet. The sole purpose of my gathering with you today is singular. In 2 months, on Beast Island, I shall host an unprecedented martial arts tournament. Named the tournament of the world's greatest martial arts. Welcome, everyone, to the competition. There are no age restrictions or limitations on the number of participants. As long as you can reach the center of Beast Island from its periphery, you will qualify for this grand event and vie for the title of the world's strongest. Is there any need for debate? With Captain Liu Xuan in attendance, how could anyone else possibly claim the title of world champion? After all, it is merely a title. What is there to fight over? Wouldn't you agree? Chapter 196, The Dread of Liu Xuan. Indeed, it is merely a hollow name. And we shall not participate. As soon as Liu Xuan finished speaking, a cacophony of voices erupted from the crowd, though it was only the small fry voicing their opinions. Those of notable stature, like Whitebeard and others, understood that Liu Xuan would not trivialize such a title. As anticipated, Liu Xuan's subsequent words confirmed their suspicions. The crowd fell silent. Clearly, the victor would receive more than just a hollow title. This event is jointly hosted by myself and Chi, and the rewards will undoubtedly be substantial. Prizes will not be reserved solely for the first place. We will establish 8 award slots for the top contenders. The top 8 participants will receive prizes, ensuring that no one will be disappointed. Here is the list of prizes for your perusal. For the first to third places, 1 opportunity to wish upon a Dragon Ball. For the top 8, the Supreme Great Knife, a natural type devil fruit, or 1 billion berries, your choice. For the top 16, the Great Knife, a Paramecia type devil fruit, or 500 million berries, your choice. For the top 32, the Swift Knife, a Zoan type devil fruit, or 200 million berries, your choice. Have you all taken note? These are the prizes for this competition. I hope everyone will participate enthusiastically. Upon witnessing the diverse array of prizes, fervor erupted across the globe. The rewards of this gathering are truly bountiful, not to mention the top 3 prizes. Even those ranked beyond 30 are bestowed with animal-type devil fruits. An enticing prospect that is simply irresistible. In the original narrative, Doflamingo merely showcased a single Logia-type Mera Mera no Mi, prompting a fervent rush among the masses. Considering the multitude of devil fruits now offered as prizes, coupled with the wish-granting opportunities of the Dragon Balls, it is evident that any faction obtaining such treasures would undoubtedly experience a significant enhancement in power. It is inconceivable that any faction would willingly forfeit the chance to bolster their strength. Liu Xuan, you scoundrel. What ulterior motive drives you to present such an abundance of prizes? Upon witnessing such enticing rewards, Zhangguo felt a stir of excitement. However, upon contemplating the possibility of Liu Xuan harboring ulterior motives, he suppressed his avarice and inquired. The crowd, upon hearing Zhangguo's words, regained their composure. Indeed, who would generously present such treasures merely to host an assembly? It seemed implausible. Liu Xuan, what is your true intention? Speak forth. Otherwise, we shall not partake in this so-called grand martial arts tournament. Indeed, as a few led the charge, chaos erupted across the globe. Xin could not help but feel a wave of frustration. Silence. Liu Xian's resounding command restored order, as those present recalled that they were not addressing an ordinary individual, but rather the mightiest being on the planet. No one dared defy his words, and a realization struck them. Had they inadvertently offended him? Would they face the wrath of the Dragon Pearl pirates at his command? The thought sent shivers down their spines. Ha ha ha, Captain Liu Xuan, do not take offense. We were merely jesting, weren't we, everyone? With someone offering an olive branch, apologies began to flow from all corners of the world. Yes, Captain Liu Xuan. We were only joking. Who would dare miss your personally hosted martial arts tournament? If anyone were bold enough to abstain, you need not lift a finger. I shall deal with them myself. Indeed, it was Zhangguo who suggested that upon your command, Captain Liu Xuan, we would promptly obey your orders and launch an assault on the naval headquarters. To attack the naval headquarters and vanquish Zhangguo. As one voice emerged, many echoed in agreement, and in a mere moment, a formidable force of hundreds of thousands was assembled to confront Zhangguo. Ha ha, Zhangguo. It appears you have provoked the wrath of the masses. As the voices of condemnation against Sengoku echoed from around the world, Garp erupted into laughter, showing no concern for Sengoku's evident displeasure. Garp, you scoundrel. At a time like this, you still find joy in others' misfortune. Sengoku chastised Garp, then turned to the image worm, addressing Liu Xuan. Captain Liu Xuan, please do not take offense. I merely have a question. If you prefer not to answer, that is perfectly acceptable. Sengoku, somewhat resigned, acknowledged his inability to confront the situation head-on. Very well, I will let this go. You wish to know my intentions, and I shall reveal them. After all, they are not of great consequence. Liu Xuan paused briefly before elaborating. This world is rather dull. I merely wish to introduce a modicum of amusement to enrich the lives of its inhabitants. Is that not a noble endeavor? Indeed, Captain Liu Xuan's sentiments resonated with many. This world is exceedingly monotonous. Organizing this martial arts tournament not only provides people with a goal to strive for, but also fosters an understanding of martial arts. Captain Liu Xuan's vision is commendable, and our Whitebeard pirates shall undoubtedly participate. Upon hearing Liu Xuan's words, Whitebeard was the first to voice his agreement. Haha, indeed. Such an entertaining affair cannot exclude us, the red-haired pirates. We shall certainly join as well. Following Whitebeard, Red-haired also expressed his support for Liu Xuan's martial arts tournament. Our 8 treasure navy will also participate. And we, the navy, shall be present as well, Garp interjected before Sengoku could speak. Chapter 197, Departure from Cake Island. With the navy's involvement, hesitation dissipated among people worldwide, who eagerly declared their intent to partake in the martial arts tournament. Observing the consensus, Liu Xuan nodded, affirming, "Excellent. You shall not regret this decision. Now, allow me to outline the rules of the tournament. Please pay close attention. Rules of the world's premier martial arts tournament. 1. To qualify for participation, one must traverse the outskirts of Beast Island alone and reach the central area. Note, assistance from others will invalidate your qualification. 2. Killing is strictly prohibited. Violators will lose their eligibility to compete. 3. Attacking an opponent's eyes or vital points is forbidden. 4. Falling outside the arena, conceding, or being knocked down constitutes failure, specifically, being unable to rise within 10 seconds after falling. 5. Losing sight of the opponent or being sent flying will also be deemed as failure. 6. Injured competitors will be transported to nearby hospitals for treatment. 7. Attacking spectators will result in disqualification. These are the rules for this martial arts tournament. Please remember them. As for the date, the event will take place in 50 days. Anyone who has not arrived by the day before the tournament will forfeit their eligibility. Therefore, I advise all potential participants to arrive early to avoid losing their chance to compete. That is all. Prepare yourselves. And I look forward to seeing you all at the tournament. As Liu Xuan concluded his remarks, all the visual projections abruptly faded into darkness. So, what about your pirate crew? Will you participate? After announcing the martial arts tournament, Liu Xuan inquired of Big Mom, seated beside him. Well, of course. I must participate in the martial arts tournament hosted by Captain Liu Xuan. If I can obtain the wish opportunity from the Dragon Balls, there will be an endless supply of sweets, she exclaimed, chuckling heartily. Indeed. In that case, prepare yourselves well. We shall take our leave now. Oh, Captain Liu Xuan, won't you accompany us? Of course not. I must first attend to matters on Beast Island. Otherwise, if everyone arrives and we have not prepared the venue, our Dragon Ball pirates would be left in utter disarray. Well then, I shall not keep you, Captain Liu Xuan. Safe travels, and we shall meet again in a month. All right. Goku, Android 18, let us depart. Liu Xuan rose, calling out to Goku and Android 18 as he headed towards the Dragon God ship by the shore. Captain, we are here. The crew responded in unison. Captain, are we really leaving just after Tianjin Fan's engagement? Bulma asked, her gaze filled with confusion. We need to prepare on Beast Island, and we must leave early. It's a journey of over 10 days. If we don't set off now, we will never make it. Besides, Bulin can join us. No one is separating them, Liu Xuan explained. Upon hearing Liu Xuan's words, Bulma smiled and said, That is splendid. Android 18 and I have always needed one more person for our card games, and with Bulin joining, we shall have enough. With that, Bulma rushed over to Bulin, sharing the exciting news that Liu Xuan had agreed to let her accompany them. Upon hearing this, Bulin gleefully approached Tianjin Fan and hugged his arm. Mom, can I really go to Beast Island with the Dragon Ball Pirates? She asked Big Mom, who nodded in approval, prompting Bulin to rejoice and embrace Tianjin Fan tightly. Well then, since everyone is gathered, let us be on our way. As Liu Xuan and his companions set off for Beast Island, people across the world were preparing in response to the recent announcement. At the Marine headquarters, Sengoku sat at the head of the table, observing the discussions unfolding below. How does everyone perceive the recent news? The only reply to Sengoku's inquiry was the sound of Carp munching on food. Carp, you rascal. We are in a meeting. Stop eating. Ha. Sengoku, don't be so angry. It's just a martial arts tournament. We can simply participate. If we win, the prizes will be plentiful, and the Navy's influence will surely grow. What is there to hesitate about? Let us prepare to head to Beast Island. The sound of Carp munching resumed amidst the laughter. After speaking, Carp grabbed a handful of rice crackers and began to chew. He was right. We should participate in that martial arts tournament, as it would be advantageous for our Navy. Akiji, having been Carp's disciple, consistently supported his words. Humph. I find this unwise. That scoundrel Liu Xuan must have set a trap, waiting for us to walk into it. The Navy would undoubtedly suffer significant losses. I am opposed to this. Akainu scoffed, stepping forward to voice his dissent, having endured enough torment from the Dragon Ball pirates. What right does Liu Xuan have to dictate our actions, if we follow his lead? How can the Navy maintain its dignity in upholding justice on the seas? A colleague of Akainu, who shared a good rapport with him, also stood up in opposition. Akainu, stop with the alarmist rhetoric. If Liu Xuan truly intends to kill us, does he need a trap? If he attacked the Navy headquarters directly, who could stop him? Akiji retorted, if you're afraid, then go alone. Don't frighten others here. Oh dear, are you two about to fight? How terrifying. But we are allies. Can't you discuss this civilly? The nearby Kizaru, witnessing the escalating quarrel, hurriedly intervened to mediate. Enough. I summoned you for ideas, not for bickering. You have brought disgrace upon the Navy. Sit down. Sengoku's words bore weight, and the two fell silent, taking their seats once more. Upon observing the two individuals taking their seats, Sengoku cleared his throat and addressed Admiral Tsuru. Tsuru, please share your thoughts. Well, I believe we should indeed participate. Tsuru began, yet before she could finish, Akainu abruptly stood and exclaimed, Admiral Tsuru, how can we, the Navy, bow to pirates? Akainu, sit down and listen to Admiral Tsuru's perspective. Sengoku commanded, while Carp added, do not interrupt her. Frustrated, Akainu begrudgingly settled back into his seat. I believe we ought to go. This presents a significant opportunity to enhance our strength. Moreover, if we refrain from participating, the pirates will have an increased chance of seizing the rewards, thereby bolstering their power while we stagnate. Such a situation would be troublesome, Tsuru articulated, elucidating the stakes for everyone present, which promptly dispelled their doubts. Admiral Tsuru is correct. Our Navy must participate in this conference and secure as many rewards as possible. With these prizes, our strength will grow substantially, greatly benefiting the future development of the Navy. Sengoku concurred, standing to voice his agreement. I agree. So do I. We all concur. With Tsuru's analysis, the Navy personnel reached a consensus. Even Akainu, who had been the most opposed, fell silent. Then it is settled. All officers of vice admiral rank and above from the Navy headquarters shall participate in this conference. Yes, Marshal. Meanwhile, within the Whitebeard pirates, discussions regarding the upcoming martial arts conference were underway. Marco, as the captain of the 1st Division, was the first to voice his thoughts. Cool. This conference will undoubtedly be unprecedentedly intense. For those generous rewards, all factions will surely give their utmost. We cannot be an exception. All captains are to participate in the competition. Indeed, Father, this time we must secure a position among the top 3. Only then can we resurrect Sachi, who was brutally slain by that scoundrel Teach. Ace has been haunted by the memory of Sachi's demise at the hands of Blackbeard, and he cannot let this opportunity to revive Sachi slip away. Rest assured, Ace, with Father by our side, we are certain to obtain the Dragon Balls and fulfill our wish. You need not burden yourself with guilt any longer. Marco approached, gently patting Ace on the shoulder in consolation. He has always been quite protective of Ace, fostering a strong bond between them. Witnessing Ace's sorrow deeply concerned Marco. Ever since Sachi's tragic end, Ace has been enveloped in self-reproach. This chance to lift the burden from Ace's heart brings Marco great joy. Indeed, Ace, you can be at ease. The first place is undoubtedly ours. We merely need to contend for the remaining ranks. With an abundance of rewards, the Whitebeard pirates will significantly enhance their strength. Who shall stand against us then? Diamond Jozu, the captain of the 3rd Division, also chimed in. Thank you, everyone. I understand. However, I too wish to strive for a better rank. Brothers, let us rally together and proclaim who we are. We are the Whitebeard pirates. Shanks, the captain of the red-haired pirates, proposed, let us also participate in this martial arts tournament. Securing a place among the top 3 would restore your arm, greatly augmenting your strength. Lakia took a bite of meat and remarked to Shanks, indeed, we will do our utmost to eliminate any obstacles. You need only focus on those formidable old foes. Jesus Burgess twirled his gun in hand and added, do you all think this tournament will be so straightforward? Setting aside Whitebeard and Garp, how easy do you think it will be to deal with Sengoku and Big Mom, not to mention those 5 ancient old-timers, the Gorsei? Securing a top 3 position will not be an easy feat. Shanks, hearing the sentiments of his comrades, sighed in resignation. Indeed, these are merely the visible powerhouses. We must not overlook those who seldom reveal themselves. Take Dragon and the Red Count, for instance. Who knows how many other powerful figures remain hidden? Achieving a top 3 position in this tournament will be exceedingly challenging. Yet what of it? They are just a few outdated old men. We are not weaklings. We are the red-haired pirates, one of the 4 emperors. Jesus Burgess declared with conviction. That's right, Jesus. Regardless of who the enemy may be, we shall not falter. For we are the red-haired pirates. At the Revolutionary Army base, Dulwich, there was a discussion about participating in the martial arts tournament. Is it really necessary for us to join the tournament, Ivan? One questioned. Participating in the tournament and achieving victory could yield substantial rewards, thus enhancing our Revolutionary Army's strength, which is beneficial for our development. Uncle Dulwich is considering this very point. Hence his desire to partake in the World Martial Arts Tournament organized by the Dragon Ball Pirates. Sabo interjected, standing beside Dulwich to address Ivan's inquiry. Chapter 199. Fire Dragon Bogus. Sabo was indeed correct. Even securing a natural-type devil fruit would be worthwhile. Furthermore, we might gain even more. Mr. Dulwich is right. Why concern ourselves with the details? As long as it benefits our Revolutionary Army, it's all that matters. My newly invented weapon will come in handy. A short-statured man stated, revealing himself as the commander of the Southern Revolutionary Army, Bello Betty, an inventor of uncertain capabilities. Then it is settled. All cadres of our Revolutionary Army shall participate in this martial arts tournament. I concur. So do I. With Dulwich's encouragement, the members of the Revolutionary Army unanimously agreed to partake in the tournament. Simultaneously, preparations were underway across the world for the martial arts tournament, signaling that Liu Xuan's event would become an unprecedented spectacle within the pirate realm. Days later, Liu Xuan and his companions arrived on Beast Island. So this is Beast Island. I can already sense formidable presences, even though the strongest here possesses only the might of an admiral. However, that is still quite powerful in this world. Captain, Is this where we will host the World Martial Arts Tournament? Goku remarked, sensing the fierce energy emanating from the island. Indeed, this location is quite suitable. I will first deal with the Beast King situated at the island's center, and then we can construct the venue for the tournament there, Liu Xuan replied. Captain, allow me to handle this minor task, Krillin exclaimed upon hearing Liu Xuan's intention to confront the Beast King. No need, Krillin. Please wait here for a moment. I shall return shortly, Liu Xuan reassured. With that, he emitted a white aura, ascending into the sky and heading towards the island's center. Although the island was vast, Liu Xuan's swift flight brought him to his destination in no time. It should be right here. I can sense its presence. Here. Liu Xuan abruptly turned around and beheld a colossal beast towering over 100 meters high, its eyes larger than a table fixated upon him. To his astonishment, he had never heard of a dragon from the world of pirates. The only one he knew of was an artificial creation with modest combat prowess. Yet here he was, unexpectedly encountering a genuine dragon. What incredible fortune! Perhaps he could claim it as his steed. Surely it would be a sight to behold. He decided to check its attributes. Species, dragon, fire dragon name. Abilities, dragon breath, innate dragon might. A unique intimidation inherent to dragonkind iron body. Naturally robust physique. Possessing a body harder than steel magic. Inherent ability to manipulate magical power combat power. 799, 999 combat level. Peak Admiral affiliated forces, none impressive indeed. It possessed the combat power of a peak admiral, just a step away from advancing to the 4 Emperors level. This was perfect. Such a steed would befit my current stature. It was decided. Hey, you human. What are you muttering about? This is my territory, so get lost. The fire dragon could no longer contain itself as it interrupted Liu Xuan. Wow, you can talk. This is truly astonishing. Although it was common knowledge in the original world that dragons could speak, witnessing it firsthand was still a remarkable experience. Roar. You insignificant insect have never seen the world. Have you? I am the king of fire dragons. How could the trivial tongue of a mere human daunt me? Who are you to intrude upon my domain? Upon hearing Liu Xuan's astonished exclamation, the fire dragon spoke with palpable disdain. My name is Liu Xuan. As for my purpose here, I intended to scout this island as a potential venue for a martial arts tournament, hoping to establish it as my new domain. However, I did not anticipate encountering you. As fortune would have it, I am in need of a steed, so you shall serve as my mount. No need to thank me for offering you refuge. It is merely a testament to my benevolence. Roar. Do you wish for death? How dare you suggest that I, the Dragon King, become your steed? Cease your grandiose proclamations. The Dragon King opened its maw and roared, unleashing a foul stench that assaulted Liu Xuan's senses. Ugh, you wretched beast. Would you kindly refrain from directing your mouth towards me? How long has it been since you last brushed your teeth? You dare mock me? Prepare to die. Enraged by Liu Xuan's incessant teasing, the fire dragon could no longer contain its fury and unleashed a torrent of dragon breath. Flames scorching the air as if they would melt the entire forest. Oh, this great oaf's flames are quite intense. They must exceed even Akainu's magma. However, such flames are hardly sufficient to challenge me. Here I go. As he gazed upon the swiftly approaching dragon's breath, Liu Xuan did not flinch. Instead, he slowly extended his right hand and forcefully waved it, sending the fiery torrent back. How is this possible? To have repelled my dragon's breath with bare hands. Who on earth are you? Upon witnessing Liu Xuan effortlessly deflect his own dragon breath, the creature's eyes nearly bulged out in disbelief. Is this fellow even human? Rather than evading the returning flames, he allowed them to strike him, as they originated from him, thus sustaining no injury. Curse be it, you seem rather formidable. I wonder if you can withstand my forthcoming assault. In the 200th chapter, Subduing the Ancient Beast, he declared, reveal any abilities you possess. Let me ascertain whether you are worthy of becoming my steed. Arrogant human, you shall regret this. I will crush you, you insignificant insect. With that, he extended a claw the size of a house toward Liu Xuan, intent on squashing him into a pulp. However, he clearly underestimated Liu Xuan's strength. For Liu Xuan merely raised a hand to block the dragon's claw, halting its advance entirely. Is your might truly limited to this? If so, your defeat is inevitable. With a forceful push, the enormous claw was sent flying. Overwhelmed by the sheer power radiating from the claw, the creature was nearly paralyzed with fear. This human cannot possibly possess such strength. He must be a transformed ancient sea king who has consumed the human fruit. How astute of me to unravel your disguise so swiftly. Aha. Engrossed in his own musings, he failed to notice Liu Xuan, whose patience had worn thin. You wretch, who are you calling inhuman? Prepare to meet your end. Liu Xuan, now furious, sent the massive creature soaring with a single punch, the scene utterly breathtaking. How can it be that I am utterly powerless? Who among us is truly of the dragon lineage? Not yet finished. Return here. Liu Xuan was relentless, seizing the creature's tail and executing a shoulder throw, crashing it to the ground. Trees were splintered into fragments under the weight of the colossal dragon, and the earth trembled as if in an earthquake, a display of sheer brutality. I surrender. Cease your assault. I yield. I shall serve as your steed. Just as Liu Xuan prepared for another throw, the creature cried out in submission, deeply aggrieved. It lamented in its heart, I was merely foraging in my territory when this terrifying human fixated on me. I had hoped to intimidate him. Yet I was met with a brutal thrashing. Has humanity become so fearsome? To concede so swiftly? I have yet to satiate my desire for competition. Liu Xuan, seemingly unsatisfied with the creature's capitulation, released his grip on the dragon's tail, mumbling his thoughts aloud. Upon hearing Liu Xuan's wish for further contest, the creature lay prostrate before him, pleading, Oh, master, please spare me. My body cannot endure such torment. Have mercy. Before Liu Xuan stood a crying figure resembling a little girl, his expression marked with bewilderment. Speak to me properly. Is it possible for you to shrink a bit? Observing you like this is quite exhausting. Of course, master. How about this? The creature transformed into a 1-meter tall, charming red miniature dragon, appearing exceedingly adorable. Not bad. Let us keep it this way. Liu Xuan continued. As the mightiest beast king of Beast Island, can you command the other ferocious beasts here? If I am to handle all of them myself, it would consume an inordinate amount of time. Upon hearing Liu Xuan's inquiry, the dragon beamed with pride. Certainly, master. I am not boasting. This entire island is filled with my subordinates. They would not dare to defy my command. Excellent. In that case, inform them that whenever outsiders arrive here, they must treat them with utmost hospitality, though no one should be killed. If they cannot overpower them, simply allow them entry. Why is that, master? Do not call me master anymore. It sounds rather odd. Just refer to me as boss. As for the reason, I intend to host a world-class martial arts tournament. Those who come here will be participants, but inevitably, some will be mere pretenders. Use your little subordinates to eliminate those imposters. Boss, you are truly clever. No wonder you are my master. Are you praising me, or merely tooting your own horn? Liu Xuan chuckled. Ha ha, boss, do not concern yourself with such trivialities. Complimenting me is akin to praising yourself. Enough flattery. Hurry and get to work. Also, bring back my crew, the ones on that pirate ship adorned with 7 jewels. Understood, boss. I shall go at once. With that, the dragon soared into the sky, reverting to its original form. It unleashed a powerful roar, an aura of authority enveloping the surroundings. Liu Xuan discerned that this was the dragon's might, likely signifying its intent to relay his orders to its subordinates. After issuing a series of roars that Liu Xuan could not comprehend, the dragon flew towards the shore and soon vanished from sight. It reappeared shortly thereafter. Now accompanied by several individuals, Liu Kong and his companions, who had been guarding the ship. With a thunderous crash, the dragon landed. Captain, did you tame this great, clumsy dragon? Riding it is quite impressive. You imbecile bald head, you are the true clumsy dragon. I am the illustrious Fire Dragon King. Remember that. Krillin's words sparked discontent, prompting the dragon to bellow, shaking off the group in astonishment, before shrinking down to 1 meter in size. Chapter 201. Construction of the venue. Well, it can shrink to such a tiny form. How remarkable. What is so surprising about that? Truly, a bunch of unsophisticated bumpkins. Seeing the astonished expressions of the crowd, he proudly declared, enough of this time wasting. Let us hasten the construction of the venue, for the participants of the martial arts tournament shall soon arrive. Goku, kindly fetch the rest of the Dragon Ball pirates. The remaining individuals shall commence the construction of the arena, modeled after the grandest martial arts tournament of your world. Albeit on a larger scale, for this realm cannot withstand the tumult of its inhabitants. As Liu Xuan observed the crowd engaging in their antics, he could not help but instruct them to get to work. With Goku's instantaneous movement, he swiftly transported Vegeta and the others from Dragon God Island in mere moments. Captain, I have brought them all here. Please assign any tasks you wish, Goku said as he approached Liu Xuan, gesturing towards the group behind him. Captain, it has been a while. Upon seeing Liu Xuan, everyone hurriedly approached to greet him. The purpose of gathering everyone this time was to undertake a significant task. The venue for the martial arts tournament had been determined to be the central part of this island. Your mission is to construct a venue that mirrors the one from the Dragon Ball world, albeit on a much grander scale and with significantly enhanced structural integrity, lest it be easily destroyed. Now, let us commence our work. Captain, this task is quite simple. My fruit ability allows me to manipulate the earth. I shall take charge of the construction. Peter, being the wielder of the devil fruit known as the Earth Bowl, was indeed the most suitable choice for erecting the buildings. And Liu Xuan nodded in agreement, entrusting the task to him. Once Peter has completed the venue, I will enhance its durability, ensuring it remains impervious to destruction. Tian. A magical Namekian with a plethora of wondrous spells could significantly amplify the resilience of the structures, making them virtually indestructible. Indeed, Tian's magic is remarkable. Our household's belongings have all been enchanted by him. Without his assistance, we would have incurred considerable expenses, and we might have faced our mother's wrath. Gohan's words made Goku sheepishly scratch his head, recalling the frequent scoldings from Chi-Chi that left a lasting impression. All right, Bulma, please deliver the construction blueprints to Peter, so he can complete the various structures. Then, let Tian cast his spells, while the rest assist them. Let us commence the construction. Understood. Everyone chorused in unison. By the way, Bulma, once the venue is ready, install surveillance bugs throughout the area. I intend to broadcast the tournament to the world, which will undoubtedly garner us immense prestige. I truly am quite clever. Ha ha ha. I understand, Captain. Rest assured, this tournament will astonish everyone around the globe. That puts my mind at ease. 18. Let us retreat to the ship for a brief respite, and we shall return once the venue is completed, with personal responsibilities allocated. Liu Xuan declared the commencement of work, and he himself returned to the Dragon God's ship, embracing 18. The captain is quite infuriating, leaving us here to toil while he frolics away. As Liu Xuan departed, Clin expressed his grievances. All right, Clin, it's time for us to get to work. With Peter and Tian around, the construction won't take long, Yamucha said, wrapping an arm around Clin and leading him away. With the assistance of Peter's devil fruit abilities, coupled with Tian's magic, magnificent structures were swiftly erected. Incredible. Peter, your fruit powers are truly convenient, completing a building in just over a minute. With Tian's magic, it's seamless. If you two were to start a construction company back on Earth, you'd undoubtedly rake in substantial profits. Clin remarked, enviously acknowledging Peter's abilities. Such powers would certainly be lucrative. Wouldn't you worry about finding a wife? Do you really enjoy the devil fruit powers? Perhaps the captain could procure one for you, so you wouldn't have to envy me. Peter suggested. Clin shook his head vigorously in response, jesting, if I consumed a devil fruit, I would lose the ability to swim. How would I then enjoy the sight of beautiful women at the beach? These buildings are not only of excellent quality, but also aesthetically pleasing. It would be astonishing if they didn't become a sensation. And with no costs involved, it's practically a zero-investment venture. Yamucha chimed in, praising their work. You two should stop lauding us. I feel quite embarrassed, he added. The venue is complete, so I shall inform the captain of the completion. You may continue your discussion here. Amidst the lively conversation of the crowd, Bulma addressed everyone briefly before seeking out Liu Xuan. Captain, the venue has been completed. Would you care to take a look? Upon arriving at the Dragon God ship, Bulma observed Liu Xuan regaling number 18 with jokes, causing her to laugh heartily. Only when Bulma approached did number 18 hastily straighten her posture. Have they truly finished the venue so swiftly? I must admit, I underestimated Peter and Tian's capabilities. Did I intrude upon the captain's enjoyment? Indeed, you did. Your timing is rather unfortunate. Just moments ago, number 18 had agreed to let me steal a kiss. And then you waltzed in to disrupt the moment. Liu Xuan's candid remarks caused number 18 to blush profusely, while Bulma shook her head in exasperation. Must you be so blunt? How am I supposed to respond to that? Chapter 202, the first contestant just teasing, Bulma. Please don't take it to heart. Now, do tell me about the completed venue. Observing the expressions of Bulma and her companions, Liu Xuan chuckled and remarked, honestly, Captain, could you be a bit more serious? Look at how shy number 18 has become. She can hardly lift her head. Number 18, there is no need to be bashful. We are practically an old married couple now, so what is there to be shy about? Who are you calling an old married couple? How utterly shameless. Number 18 retorted, playfully pinching Liu Xuan's waist, causing him to grimace in pain. You two share quite the bond. If only Vegeta could be like you. That man has no sense of romance whatsoever. All he does is train, which is dreadfully boring. Haha, Vegeta is simply of that disposition. Don't hold it against him. Deep down, he cares for you immensely. He is just too shy to express it. All right, Let us not dwell on that. This is the venue we have constructed. Take a look, Captain. Upon finishing her sentence, Bulma produced a holographic projector and pressed a button, revealing a three-dimensional image of the venue before Liu Xuan. Oh, it looks splendid. Your technology is truly impressive. I can imagine if this were in the original world. Your construction team would undoubtedly be thriving. Of course, with my design, coupled with the assistance of Peter and Tian, how could it not be remarkable? Allow me to explain the functions of each building. Bulma proudly detailed the architectural style and functionalities she had envisioned to cater to the upcoming conference. Bulma had constructed 4 activity zones within the venue. At the center lies the competition arena, approximately the size of a football field, entirely composed of the most resilient granite, enhanced by Tian's magic, making it as durable as diamond, thus impervious to damage. 500 meters away from the arena, the spectator stands were erected, accommodating over 50,000 attendees. In the second zone, considering the culinary appetites of the inhabitants of this world, Bulma designed numerous dining facilities not far from the competition area, sufficient to serve hundreds of thousands of meals, with seafood sourced by the Dragon Ball pirates, ensuring there would be no shortage of food. The third zone features a variety of entertainment facilities, including a playground for children, as well as taverns and casinos, providing a comprehensive array of leisure options. As for the final zone, it comprises a series of buildings encircling the entire conference area, offering ample accommodation for countless guests. What do you think, Captain? Isn't my design exceptional? After elucidating all the architectural wonders, Bulma triumphantly declared, "Haha, splendid. Now, as the participants arrive, Bulma, please distribute the image bugs you have invented throughout the forest. This way, we can comfortably observe the spectacle from here." The image bugs, enhanced by Bulma with various functionalities, possess the ability to fly, become invisible, and even follow the contestants, thereby preventing any potential cheating. "Yes, Captain, I shall do so immediately," Bulma replied before exiting the room, leaving Liu Xuan and number 18 to continue their affectionate exchange. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, more than 10 days had elapsed. Liu Xuan was on the verge of boredom, but today heralded the arrival of the first contestant, which provided him with some respite. At that moment, Liu Xuan sat beside an image bug, which displayed the footage of the contestant entering the forest. To obtain qualification for the competition, one must traverse from the forest's outskirts to the venue, a rule firmly established by Liu Xuan. The contestant, named Boskov, wielded the powers of an animal-type insect fruit, resembling an ant, strengthy, with mastery over both armament hockey and observation hockey, his prowess comparable to that of an elite vice-admiral. Currently, he was engaged in battle with a formidable bear of vice-admiral strength, seemingly gaining the upper hand. And it wouldn't be long before he defeated his opponent to secure his qualification. Indeed, it appeared that this world concealed numerous hidden talents. Merely a frontline contender possessed the might of an elite vice-admiral. I can only imagine the combat prowess of those at the admiral or Yonko level. Hosting this tournament was undoubtedly a wise decision. Indeed, Captain, were it not for your prohibition on our participation, I would have eagerly joined this tournament, Wukong remarked, unable to suppress his own yearning for battle as he observed Boskov's fierce confrontation with the giant bear. "Wukong, your strength is far too formidable. If you were to compete, what chance would those participants have? So, I implore you to exercise restraint," Liu Xuan advised. As they spoke, Boskov had already vanquished the giant bear and arrived at the registration point. "Excuse me, sir, could you kindly assist me with my registration?" Boskov, having exerted considerable energy to defeat the bear, spoke with a hint of fatigue. "Ah, young man, you are the first to register. Quite impressive. What is your name?" The registrar, a member of the Dragon Ball Pirates affiliated crew, noted Boskov's age and assigned him a relatively simple task. "My name is Boskov, and I am 25 years old." Despite the registrar's lack of strength, Boskov dared not underestimate him, for he was associated with the Dragon Ball Pirates. "Very well, here is your identification badge. Please proceed to the service room over there to arrange for your accommodation." "Thank you, sir." Boskov expressed his gratitude as he accepted the badge and made his way toward the indicated service room. Chapter 203, Summoning the Host. "Hello. I am here to participate in the martial arts tournament. Here is my identification badge," Boskov stated politely as he entered the service room and handed his badge to the staff member. "Ah, the badge is in order. Please follow me," the staff member replied. Upon glancing at the identification tag, the attendant guided him to the dormitory building. "This is your residence. Should you feel hungry, please proceed to the dining area in Zone 2. There is also an entertainment section. If you find yourself with idle time, you might wish to explore it. There are still 11 days until the competition, so I kindly ask you to wait patiently here. Here is a map of the venue. If you wish to visit any location, please follow the directions provided. If there are no further inquiries, I shall take my leave. Thank you. I am fine. Boskov replied courteously as he accepted the map. I wish you a pleasant stay here. Farewell. The attendant then exited. This place is extraordinarily luxurious. It feels nothing short of paradise. The entire dormitory of the venue is adorned like luxurious suites from the Dragon Ball universe. After all, it costs nothing. Many items are conjured through daily magic, and some things are so extraordinary that they have never even been seen in the world of pirates. Boskov, in this place, resembles a country bumpkin wandering into a grand garden, eagerly touching everything, as if he has never encountered such grandeur before. Indeed, the Dragon Ball pirates are affluent. How splendid it would be to join them. With this thought, Boskov could not contain his excitement, silently vowing to perform exceptionally well in the martial arts tournament. Convinced that he would surely earn a place among the Dragon Ball pirates. As time passed, over 20 days swiftly flew by, and the contestants for the martial arts tournament had nearly all arrived. A total of 128 individuals had qualified, with the Navy boasting the largest number, while other factions were sparsely represented. Even the Whitebeard pirates had but 5 members present. Captain, here is the list of participants, hailing from all corners of the world. Do you see any issues? In a lavish hall, Liu Xuan sat on the sofa, sipping tea, while Bulma presented him with a list. After a brief glance, Liu Xuan returned the list to Bulma, indicating that there were no concerns. Since there are no issues, let the competition commence tomorrow. By the way, have Luffy and the others arrived? Liu Xuan was particularly attentive to his apprentices, especially given the lavish prizes at stake. Ah, Luffy and the others arrived yesterday. They are currently enjoying themselves in the amusement area. You know their personalities well, Captain. Indeed, given Luffy's nature, they would never pass up such an opportunity. Let them be. How many spectators have arrived for the tournament? Well, we have already welcomed over 100,000 visitors from around the world. And they are spending vast amounts of berries here. In just these few days, we have accrued billions in profit. I anticipate that during the tournament, this figure will multiply several times over. It's practically akin to a heist. Who among the spectators isn't wealthy? If we don't profit from them, who shall we profit from? Very well, Bulma, please make the necessary preparations. The tournament begins tomorrow, and we must not overlook any details. I shall take my leave then. Farewell, Captain. Bulma bid her goodbye and exited, leaving Liu Xuan alone to enjoy his tea. Ah, after such a long wait, it is finally about to commence. Yet, it feels as though something is amiss. Right? We seem to lack a host, he pondered. System, how much energy is required to summon the host from Dragon Ball? A splendid martial arts tournament necessitates an excellent host to elevate the atmosphere. The host from Dragon Ball has woven through the entire narrative of that universe, making him an ideal choice for summoning. The Dragon Ball host is a 1-star character. Summoning him requires 1,000 energy points. As this is a designated summoning, it necessitates 2,000 energy points. Would the host like to proceed with the summoning of this character? Summon him. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a Dragon Ball host card. Please accept it. As the system's voice faded, Liu Xuan found himself holding a 1-star character card. Race, human name. Please ability, professional host combat power. 2 combat level. Ordinary person affiliated faction. Dragon Ball pirates let the summoning of the host commence. Upon reviewing the attributes, Liu Xuan cast the card in his hand onto the ground. A burst of radiance illuminated the space, and before Liu Xuan stood a host clad in a sleek black suit, adorned with dark sunglasses and wielding a black microphone. Greetings, Captain. I am fully capable of managing any hosting duties you require. Hello, I kindly request your assistance for tomorrow's martial arts tournament. I hope for a satisfactory outcome. Rest assured. Captain, I will ensure your satisfaction at the tournament tomorrow. As an accomplished host, he possessed a commendable level of confidence. Excellent. You shall henceforth be our dedicated host for the martial arts tournament. Please prepare accordingly, as the event is imminent. I, too, must attend to my preparations. Understood, Captain. I shall take my leave. Go ahead. With Liu Xuan's affirmation, Prillies exited through the door. With all matters settled, what remained was the anticipation of the morrow's arrival. As Liu Xuan watched him depart, he couldn't help but express his sentiments. Chapter 204. Choosing opponents. The sun rose anew, and the long-anticipated day had finally arrived. Boom, boom, boom. With the sound of cannon fire, The entire competition area was filled with spectators eager to witness the event. The host had ascended the stage. Welcome, everyone, who has traveled from afar to participate in the inaugural World Martial Arts Tournament, organized by our esteemed Dragon Ball pirate captain, Liu Xuan. The competition is about to commence. Now, let us invite our contestants to make their entrance. As Pris's words echoed, all the participants emerged, over 100 competitors encircling him. Wow, look, isn't that Whitebeard? Who would have thought he would also partake in the martial arts tournament? Truly astonishing. And there's red-haired Shanks, along with Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Is that the Red Count? Left field? What is happening? All the prominent figures of the world have gathered. Needless to say, with the tournament hosted by the world's strongest man, the Demon King Liu Xuan, they would certainly show their respect. Moreover, the prizes are simply extraordinary. Who wouldn't be tempted? Indeed, if my abilities weren't so lacking, I would undoubtedly participate as well. Wow. Isn't that the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dorag? Even the revolutionaries can't resist seizing a piece of the action. And then Blackbeard teach, has he no fear of being struck down by Whitebeard? How could that be? Here, Master Liu Xuan has issued a strict order against private disputes. Any grievances must be settled off the island. Who would dare defy that? Oh, that explains why they haven't clashed yet. Captain Liu Xuan's authority is indeed formidable, capable of intimidating such numerous titans. As the contestants took the stage, the audience buzzed with chatter. The caliber of this martial arts tournament was undeniably high, with each competitor being a top-tier master in the world, any one of whom could dominate a region on their own. Next, let us welcome our host, Captain Liu Xuan of the Dragon Ball Pirates. And, of course, all the esteemed members. As the time approached, Prilles raised his right hand, and Liu Xuan emerged from a special passage accompanied by the principal members of the Dragon Ball Pirates. It was the Demon King Liu Xuan. The excitement was palpable. No one expected to see Liu Xuan in person. Indeed, Liu Xuan had always been an elusive figure, akin to a mythical dragon. And it was astonishing to witness his presence at the Grand Assembly today. Why are you all so excited? This martial arts conference is organized by Liu, and it is perfectly normal for him to appear, someone remarked. Let us focus on the matches. This is the most thrilling competition in the world, and missing it would be a regrettable loss. Indeed, it was far more important to watch the upcoming bouts. The appearance of Liu Xuan and his entourage elevated the atmosphere of the event. Liu Xuan took to the podium and grasped the microphone to deliver an address. First and foremost, I would like to express my gratitude to each of you for attending this Grand Martial Arts Conference. This event has gathered superlative fighters from around the globe, and one could say that the most formidable individuals in the world are convened here. The intensity of their matches promises to be extraordinary, so I urge everyone to stay tuned. Now, I invite our host, Prilles, to announce the next segment. As Liu Xuan concluded his speech, thunderous applause erupted, as who would dare not honor Liu Xuan's presence. Please, everyone, settle down, Prilles said as he ascended the stage, gently gesturing for quiet. Thank you for your cooperation. We will now proceed to the draw. In the box to my left, there are a total of 128 small balls, each representing one of the 128 contestants on stage. Contestants, please come up in order to draw your opponents. Those selected do not need to draw again. Now, may I have our first contestant, Boskov, step forward. As Prilles finished speaking, Boskov approached the stage. Hello, host. Greetings. Please draw a ball from the box. This will determine your first opponent. Very well. Following Prilles' instructions, Boskov reached into the box and retrieved a ball, revealing the number 28 inscribed upon it. Boskov's opponent has been revealed. He is the notorious pirate from the North Sea, with a bounty of 300 million berries, known as the Phantom of the Night. Boys, now, let us welcome the next contestant to draw their opponent. At that moment, a towering figure, nearly 4 to 5 meters tall, approached the stage. Oh, this contestant hails from the New World and is a bounty hunter named Liu, who has previously captured a pirate with a bounty of 280 million berries. His strength is formidable. Liu stepped up to the box and drew a ball, revealing number 73. His opponent has been determined. He is none other than Diamond George, the captain of the 3rd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, one of the 4 emperors. It seems that the competitor, Liu, is in peril. Please welcome the next contestant. As each fighter takes the stage, the audience has already formed their opinions about their adversaries. Among them, the most intriguing pairings are those who have chosen their own opponents. Unfortunately for Akainu, he has drawn the formidable Carp as his challenger, suggesting he may not even survive the first round. Now that each contestant has their opponent, let us commence the first match. Please welcome our fighters, Boskov and Boyce. Chapter 205. Boskov vs. Boyce with the sound of a gong. The first match officially begins as Boskov and Boyce step onto the arena. The rules are simple: no attacks to vital points, and no killing of the opponent. Violation of these rules will result in disqualification. With that, Prilles hastily exits the stage, as he is merely a bystander and cannot withstand the aftermath of such titanic battles. Greetings, I am Boskov, a Zoan-type ant fruit user. Regardless of who you are, I shall emerge victorious against you. At the onset of the battle, Boskov reveals his abilities to his opponent. Oh, I did not anticipate Boskov revealing his powers right away. Is he being reckless, or does he underestimate his opponent? This is truly astonishing. Enough with the bravado. The outcome is still uncertain. And do you think you're the only one with abilities? I possess them as well. Boyce retorts angrily upon hearing Boskov's declaration. Very well, let us see what unfolds. The two fighters fall silent, their gazes locked in a tense stare. Excellent. It appears the competitors are ready to commence. Who will prevail? Let us watch with eager anticipation. As the host's words echo, both fighters charge towards each other, unleashing their right fists, which collide with a thunderous impact, sending them both sprawling several meters back onto the ground. Oh. It seems that the strength of Boskov and Boyce is evenly matched. In a contest of equal power, the victor will be determined by their combat skills. Humph. Your strength is commendable. It seems I will need to exert considerable effort to contend with you. However, I must disagree with the host's assertion. I only used 80% of my strength. How can this be considered evenly matched? Boyce states coolly, halting to scrutinize his opponent. Oh, is that so? I too have only exerted 70% of my power. If your claim holds true, then I regret to inform you that victory belongs to me. Boskov retorts coldly. Wow. It appears neither fighter has unleashed their full potential yet. The forthcoming match holds plenty of suspense. Who will ultimately triumph? Let us rally our support for them. As the host concludes, the audience erupts in cheers and encouragement. Humph. Enough of your empty words. Brace yourself for my formidable might. Armament Haki, activate. Upon hearing Boskov claim that he had conserved his strength, an overwhelming fury surged through him, and he shouted defiantly, his Haki enveloping his fists as he charged at Boskov. Come at me. Who's afraid? It's merely the power of Haki. I possess it as well. With that, Boskov similarly clad his hands in a layer of Haki, preparing to deliver a fierce punch towards the approaching Boyce. Clang. The sound of metal colliding reverberated through the air as both men staggered back a few steps, their expressions grave as they regarded one another. I never anticipated that you two wielded Haki. It appears this battle will be far more arduous. In that case, let us unleash our devil fruit abilities and settle this swiftly. Upon hearing Boskov's words, Boyce shook off the tingling sensation in his right hand and remarked, I too did not foresee encountering an equally matched opponent in my first match. Concealing my abilities is no longer an option. Very well. Allow me to demonstrate the true power of my devil fruit. Shadow Leopard. As Boyce spoke, his body began to morph gradually, transforming into a towering black leopard humanoid. His physique became more formidable, muscles rippling with explosive potential. This is the power of my devil fruit, Shadow Leopard. Not only does it double my strength, but more terrifyingly, it quintupled my speed. Now, let us see how you intend to defeat me. Filled with confidence post-transformation, Boyce believed he had already bested Boskov and was on the verge of advancing to the top 64, drawing ever closer to the coveted prize. When it comes to devil fruit abilities, I shall not be outdone. Ant-Man form. Boskov likewise unleashed his devil fruit powers, morphing into a colossal ant humanoid, towering at 4 to 5 meters. His body was adorned with black steel armor, with 2 antennae extending from his head and enormous mandibles that exuded lethal potential. This was his devil fruit ability, the ant fruit's insectoid form. Wow, what a massive ant. And that black armor is simply stunning. In the contestant area, Luffy gazed at Boskov's striking black armor with glistening eyes, already envisioning himself clad in such impressive gear. Idiot Luffy, could you refrain from showing off? Both Zoro and Sanji simultaneously jabbed him, exclaiming, but that armor is really cool. I want it so badly. Luffy. You are truly amusing. However, let us focus on the match. Your antics are rather disruptive. Ace chuckled as he approached. Humph. Pirates are, pirates. Unruly. Regardless of location. What did you say? This is not the Navy's territory. You ought to be more cautious, barked Admiral Akainu. His words resonated among the surrounding pirates, and the 3 emperors nearby cast him menacing glances, causing beads of sweat to trickle down Akainu's forehead. Akainu, you should refrain from speaking. This is Liu Xuan's domain. Chapter 206. The victory of Boskov as a Kaido, drenched in sweat, found himself at a loss. The voice of Garp resonated nearby, though he scolded a Kaido. His words were aimed at the assembled crowd. This was Liu Xuan's territory. Engaging in private battles here would not be tolerated. Grandfather, this is a competition. I want to go easy on you, exclaimed Luffy, standing beside him. You little brat. I don't need your mercy. And you, Dolag, during the match. I shall make you understand the meaning of the Iron Fist of Love. Dolag, hearing Garp's words, silently protested, wondering why he was also being pulled into this. When it was clearly Garp's grandson who was provoking him. Ignoring the unwarranted remarks aimed at Dolag, Boskov had completed his transformation. Behold, my devil fruit abilities are formidable as well. After this transformation, my strength has increased tenfold, and though my speed has only tripled, it is more than sufficient to defeat you. Once I vanquish you, I will surely earn Captain Liu Xuan's admiration, and my chances of joining the Dragon Ball Pirates will grow significantly. So, you aspire to join the Dragon Ball Pirates? However, I will not concede. No matter how much you amplify your strength, if you cannot land a hit on me, it is of no consequence. Prepare yourself. Shadow Dash. Upon uttering these words, Boyce transformed into a shadowy figure, darting about with such speed that it left spectators in awe. Wow, what incredible speed. I can barely follow his movements. Indeed, he is well deserving of the Navy's bounty of 300 million berries. His strength is truly formidable. I wonder who will emerge victorious in this contest. I believe it must be Boyce. His speed is so astonishing that Boskov likely won't even manage to graze him. As they speculated, the scene unfolded precisely as they had predicted. Boyce's terrifying swiftness rendered Boskov unable to catch him. He resembled a bolt of black lightning, perpetually darting around Boskov, seeking an opportune moment to strike. Suddenly, Boyce seized the moment, his shadowy form lunging at Boskov from behind. The speed of his approach was such that Boskov had no time to react, and he was sent flying by a powerful kick to his back. Oh! Boyce struck Boskov with lightning speed. How impressive! Boskov didn't even have a chance to respond. Could this mean the outcome has been decided? Outside the ring, Pris, never forgetting her role as the commentator, fervently narrated the unfolding battle. Just as Boskov was about to be propelled out of the arena, he exerted himself and executed a roll, landing firmly at the edge of the stage. Well, he is halted. It seems the outcome is still uncertain. Boskov appears unscathed. His black armor must have played a crucial role, as its formidable defense has withstood even Boyce's powerful attack. This is truly terrifying. Boyce is in peril. The notion that you could expel me from this arena and eliminate me is utterly naive. Your feeble attempts at offense cannot even breach the defenses of my armor. It would be wise for you to concede. Returning to the center of the stage, Boskov patted his armor with pride, declaring to Bois, "This black armor is my greatest source of strength. Even the attacks of a master swordsman leave no mark upon it. The idea that you could vanquish me with a mere kick is nothing short of delusional. Cease your daydreaming. You can't even touch me, yet you expect me to surrender. As long as you fail to grasp me, I will continue to launch my assaults, and I shall inevitably defeat you." Bois cast a sinister glance at Boskov, his words dripping with audacity, clearly indicating his intent to exhaust his opponent. Such shameless declarations incited a chorus of scorn from the audience below. "Have you no shame, Bois? Get down here. Go to hell, Bois." Unfazed by the jeers, Bois retaliated, engaging the crowd with his own taunts. "I refuse to descend. If you have the courage, come up here. I shall make you call me father." The audacity of Bois was astonishing, eliciting disbelief from the competitors backstage. "This is a disgrace to all warriors." Luffy, fervently cheering from the sidelines, urged, "Boskov, rally. Do not allow that scoundrel to triumph." With Luffy leading the charge, the audience rallied behind Boskov, the atmosphere growing increasingly fervent. "Humph, Bois, it appears you have become the object of public disdain. Do you still refuse to concede? And what of it? They are merely the voices of rabble. I shall silence them by ending you." Bois, employing his previous strategy, aimed to secure victory through speed. He dashed about, drawing Boskov's attention, then suddenly launched an attack aimed at his back. The scene mirrored their earlier encounter, yet this strike was exponentially more powerful, clearly intended to deliver a fatal blow. "Be careful." Upon witnessing the ferocity of Boyce's strike, the crowd erupted in shouts of "Die, Boskov." With a maniacal laugh, Boyce approached Boskov from behind, delivering a powerful blow aimed at his neck, evidently having identified his vulnerability. "Have you forgotten that I possess the observation haki? Your attacks were anticipated long ago." Just when the spectators believed Boskov was destined for defeat, He abruptly turned, landing a punch squarely on Boyce's head. With a cry of shock, Boyce was sent flying from the ring, crashing to the ground. Thus, Boskov emerged victorious in the first match. Chapter 207, Katakuri vs. Molo. Contestant Boyce has fallen from the ring. Contestant Boskov is the victor. Congratulations on winning the first match. The crowd erupted in cheers, celebrating the triumph of their champion. Fantastic. Brother Armor has won. I thought it would be a fierce contest, yet that fellow proved utterly useless, defeated in a single blow. What a worthless opponent. As Prillies announced the result, excitement surged through the audience. Boyce, having fallen from the ring, stood and walked away in dismay, realizing that Boskov had not even exerted his full strength. Otherwise, Boyce would have met a dire fate. All right, everyone, please settle down. The first match has concluded. Now, let us welcome the next competitors. From one of the four emperors, Katakuri, and his opponent, the Navy's Vice Admiral Mole. Oh, I did not expect the top lieutenant of the thieves to appear so soon. I wonder if the elite Vice Admiral of the Navy will be a worthy adversary. I believe Mole stands little chance against Katakuri, for Katakuri is a genuine admiral-level figure. It is said that he has mastered observation hockey to such an extent that he can foresee the future. Such prowess indeed spells trouble for Mole. As the audience engaged in idle chatter, both competitors had already taken to the ring, sizing each other up. Vice Admiral Mole, it has been quite some time. How have you fared since our last encounter? Have your injuries healed? Katakuri smiled warmly at Mole, as if conversing with an old friend. Humph. My injuries have long since healed. No need for your concern, Mole retorted coldly. Is that so? That is a relief. Otherwise, should I win this time, I would be accused of bullying the injured. Now I can rest easy. Upon hearing Mole's words, Katakuri remained unfazed, still smiling. Do not be so arrogant. This time, I shall repay you for the humiliation you inflicted upon me. Justice shall prevail. You pirates will ultimately be eradicated by the Navy. Vice Admiral Mole, this is the territory of the Dragon Ball pirates. Are you seeking trouble with Captain Liu Xuan? Scoundrel, when did I ever say I wanted to confront Captain Liu Xuan? Captain Liu Xuan is also a pirate, and if you claim the Navy will eradicate all pirates, does that not mean Captain Liu Xuan would fall to your Navy as well? The Mole found himself at a loss for words. Concerned that others would label the Navy as cowardly for fearing even pirates, thus tarnishing their reputation as protectors of the sea. Mole, do not engage in a verbal confrontation. He seeks only to divert your attention. Do not let him succeed. Just as the Mole stood bewildered, Sengoku from the contestant area called out, urging him to regain his composure. Indeed, he was attempting to distract me. I cannot allow him to prevail. Shall we commence, esteemed contestants? There are others awaiting their turn as well. Observing the seemingly endless exchange between the two individuals, Please could no longer contain his impatience and urged them to commence their match promptly. My apologies. I lost track of time while conversing with an old friend. We shall begin now, Kakatali replied, wearing a cheerful smile. Hearing this, the Mole erupted, shouting, Who are you calling an old friend? Stop your nonsensical rambling. Enough. Please, both of you, begin at once. Please exclaimed, exasperated. Do you not realize the value of time? The audience is already growing weary of the delay. Let us proceed swiftly. No need for your reminders. With that, the Mole unsheathed his twin daggers. Assuming a battle stance, Kakatali brandished his trident, sweeping it backward to prepare himself, declaring, Come forth. Let me see if your strength has truly increased over these years. Prepare to meet your demise. Death slash. The Mole shouted as he charged forward, his dual blades slicing through the air in a frenzied assault, aiming to cleave Kakatali into pieces. Well done. It appears your skills have rapidly improved over the past 2 years, yet you remain no match for me. I have already discerned all your techniques, Kakatali responded, skillfully evading each strike, his mastery of observation hockey allowing him to anticipate the Mole's every move. Curse it. Not a single blow landed. You truly are a monster. Seeing that his slash was utterly ineffective, the Mole's expression grew somber. This was a strike he had unleashed with all his might. Oh, what a riveting contest. The competitor Kakatali is truly remarkable, managing to evade all of the Mole's attacks. One wonders what formidable techniques the Mole may still possess. Let us eagerly anticipate the unfolding of events. Amidst the intense competition, Prillies continues to provide commentary, enhancing the fervent atmosphere of the tournament. It seems the Mole is no match for Kakatali, who has indeed proven his prowess, pushing the Mole to such extremes. He is indeed a creature with a bounty exceeding 1 billion berries. Indeed, I have faced the Mole myself, and his strength is quite formidable. It is astonishing to see him so thoroughly suppressed. Kakatali is truly a fearsome opponent. Within the competitors area, many who have battled the mole comprehend just how terrifying Kakatali's ability to dominate the mole truly is. Chapter 208, Darago vs. Aokiji. What is the matter, Admiral Mole? Surely, you do not possess only this level of strength. If that is the case, then I shall surely seize the fruit of victory. Gazing upon the mole that he had subdued, Katakuri incessantly mocked, do not underestimate others. To defeat you, I have undergone arduous training. How could I be vanquished so easily by you? With that, the mole emitted a crimson aura, shrouding his dual blades in a cloak of black haki. Yet, he appeared to be in considerable distress, likely having invoked a forbidden technique that granted him temporary but extraordinary combat prowess. Katakuri, prepare to meet your demise. The mole ceased his exertions and suddenly lifted his head, his eyes gleaming a fierce red, reminiscent of a frenzied sea creature. In an instant, he vanished from sight, only to reappear behind Katakuri, his two haki-imbued blades poised to strike at his back. Clang, clang. Both of the mole's blades were thwarted by a formidable black trident. It seems your strength is limited to this, Katakuri declared. Grilled rice cake. This signature move transformed the upper portion of his arm into a rice cake, compressing and enveloping it in heated energy, launching an attack akin to a rocket launcher, further enhanced by haki. It served as both a close quarters and ranged assault. With an impressive range and speed surpassing that of the Monkey King gun, its power comparable to the same. Following the execution of this technique, he could restore his severed arm. Katakuri's attack bore immense force, with a palpable pressure felt from afar, let alone for the mole standing directly before him. Damn it! I must evade this move. Otherwise, it will mean my end. As the fist charged towards him, the mole activated his observation haki with all his might, seeking to evade the impending strike. Futile, for my observation haki surpasses yours. Evasion is utterly impossible. Accept your fate, Commodore Mole. I shall not remain passive. Awaken my observation haki. Faced with the threat of death, the mole astonishingly transcended his previous limits of observation haki. However, despite this breakthrough, he still sustained injuries, merely avoiding the critical blow. I did not anticipate your mastery of observation haki. You possess quite the skill. Nevertheless, even with this advancement, you remain no match for me. Katakuri displayed a look of surprise. His initial intention was to incapacitate the mole, yet he had only managed to inflict minor wounds. He dismissed the moment, having been caught off guard by the mole's unexpected evolution in combat. Now prepared, he could not fathom that the mole would evade him again. I concede. Just as Katakuri was poised to launch another attack, the mole raised his right hand and declared loudly, I did not expect Commodore Mole to yield. The match is won by contestant Katakuri. Let us extend our congratulations to him. Upon the announcement of the results by Pliss, the audience erupted with fervor. Katakuri is amazing. He is the best. His siblings in the audience cheered for him. Yet, one spectator nearby scoffed. It was merely a victory over a lucky draw. What is there to be proud of? His words instantly provoked the ire of Katakuri's supporters. What did you say? Do you wish to die? Who do you think you are, daring to speak ill of my brother Katakuri? Exactly. Let us take him down. Faced with such overwhelming hostility, the man quickly fell silent. Now, let us invite the next contestants to the stage. The leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dorag, and the Marine Admiral, Aokiji. Let us welcome them both. The words of Prillies evoked astonishment among the audience below. The leader of the Revolutionary Army, Daraga, had arrived, making his appearance at such an early hour utterly unbelievable. Moreover, have you not heard who his opponent is? It is Admiral Aokiji, the sworn enemy of both the Navy and the Revolutionary Army. A thrilling spectacle awaits us shortly. One must ponder, however, will they refrain from taking the life of their adversary? After all, their enmity runs deep. What nonsense are you spouting? This is the territory of the Dragon Ball pirates. Would Captain Liu Xuan allow any violations of his rules? That would be tantamount to declaring war on Liu Xuan himself. Indeed, let us watch this contest with utmost seriousness. Such an extraordinary match is a rarity not to be missed. The two competitors ascended the platform amidst the cheers of the crowd. To encounter you in the very first match is quite the predicament. As Aokiji's disciple, Daraga is intimately familiar with him, having spent some time within the Navy himself, during which their relationship was rather amicable. Daraga, who would have thought we would meet here? It seems I must exert my full strength right from the outset. I had hoped to return to the competitors' area for a nap. I sincerely apologize. It appears your slumber will have to be postponed. Oh, it seems the two of you are indeed old acquaintances. However, could you refrain from engaging in endless chatter like those two earlier? There are still several matches to be held today. Upon witnessing the two individuals engaged in conversation, Pris, apprehensive that they might become engrossed in an endless dialogue akin to that of Kakatali and his companions, hastened towards them. Luffy, he remarked, that person must be your father, right? He appears quite formidable. In the competitor's area, Zoro turned to Luffy, who was beside him, and said, I'm not sure. I've never seen him before. Grandpa, is he truly my father? Chapter 209. The Awakening of the Frozen Fruit. Indeed, he is, your father, Monkey D. Lorga. I never anticipated he would participate in the martial arts tournament. As Luffy gazed at him with a naive expression and posed a question, Garp erupted into hearty laughter. Garp, how can you still laugh? It is your lack of guidance that led to Dollard's involvement with the Revolutionary Army. Otherwise, we wouldn't be facing so many troubles. Sengoku, upon hearing Garp's boisterous laughter, felt a surge of ire and began to scold him vehemently. Let us not speak so lightly. Dollard's pursuit of the Revolutionary Army was prompted by those celestial dragons. Now that the celestial dragons have ceased to be nobles, it seems we have little reason to continue our battle against him. Reflecting on Sengoku's words, Garp replied, Indeed, could we persuade Dollars to disband the Revolutionary Army? If that were to succeed, our navy would gain a significant advantage. The mere thought of such a possibility filled him with excitement. Enough, Sengoku, the match has commenced. Let us cast aside our musings and focus on the contest. Observing the two combatants on stage as they commenced their fierce battle, Garp patted Sengoku on the shoulder and spoke to him. At that moment, Akiji was employing the powers of his ice fruit, gathering frigid air in his right arm to unleash an icy bird, a formidable projectile capable of freezing everything in its path. This technique had been previously utilized against Ace in the original narrative, only to be incinerated by Ace's fiery punch. A commendable technique. Yet it is somewhat naive to employ it against me. Dragon Claw Fist. With that, Dolag's right hand morphed into a claw-like appendage, which he plunged into the massive ice bird. A cacophony of cracking echoed as the icy construct shattered into a plethora of frozen shards. Incredible. To think such a colossal ice bird could be obliterated by a single punch. It necessitates an extraordinary amount of strength to achieve such a feat truly. He is the most notorious criminal in the world, possessing a terrifying level of power. Akiji, renowned as the strongest admiral of the navy, found himself unable to gain the upper hand against Dolag. The sheer ferocity was daunting. What transpired was merely a probing attack. Might you refrain from drawing premature conclusions? The battle on stage continued, with Akiji's technique proving ineffective. He exhaled a gust of icy breath, transforming it into an ice sword, which he wielded as he pressed forward to attack Dolag. So, we are resorting to swordsmanship now? I am prepared to engage at any moment. As I observed Akiji advancing with his ice blade, Dolag extended his hand, summoning a tempest that gradually morphed into a sword of storm, effectively parrying Akiji's icy assault. Dolag, you remain as formidable as ever. I cannot concede defeat to you, though I feel a twinge of guilt. Master Garp, this is the only course of action I can take. Akiji, having realized the futility of repeated attacks, decided against further probing. Faced with the formidable strength of Dolag, he resolved to unleash his newly acquired abilities against him. Oh, you appear quite confident. This technique must be extraordinarily powerful. However, I have yet to exert my full strength, so the outcome remains uncertain. It would be wise not to speak too soon. Oh, how terrifying. The recent clash was so exhilarating. And to think they haven't even unleashed their full potential. Are they truly human? To what extent will the ensuing battle escalate? Let us open our eyes wide and observe the contest with utmost seriousness. Upon hearing police commentary, all spectators were riveted to the match, fearful of missing such a thrilling spectacle. Wow, look at Akiji. He is emanating a chilling aura, resembling a colossal ice block, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. As Please continued his narration, the frost enveloping Akiji intensified, cloaking the entire arena in a thick layer of ice. Ice Fruit Awakening. Ice Domain. As Akiji's proclamation echoed, the ice upon the arena appeared to possess a life of its own, autonomously launching attacks at Dolag. Ice spikes continuously formed, forcing him to dodge and exhaust himself in evasion. I didn't anticipate Akiji's fruit ability had also reached awakening. Below, Akainu's expression darkened as he witnessed Akiji's awakened powers. He had assumed he alone had awakened his fruit ability, believing the position of admiral was rightfully his. To his dismay, Akiji's awakening meant he would now have to contend with him for that very title. This technique is truly formidable. Not only does it render attacks impenetrable, but it also elevates defensive capabilities to their zenith. Truly deserving of the title of the strongest combatant among the Navy admirals, he cannot be underestimated. Lucci, do you have confidence in defeating him? The three brothers of Luffy gathered, observing the ongoing battle between the two. Of course, I am exceptionally strong, and I possess a secret technique, Luffy proclaimed proudly, thumping his chest. Do not boast, Luffy. Although your strength has reached the level of the four emperors, every individual here is a paragon among the strongest. Do not let your guard down. Upon witnessing Luffy's demeanor, Ace could not help but admonish him. Indeed, Ace was right. Luffy, you frequently display this tendency to underestimate your opponents, a flaw you ought to rectify. Ace and Sabo chastised Luffy for his shortcomings, eliciting agreement from Zoro and Sanji, who were eavesdropping on their conversation. Meanwhile, the situation on stage had taken a new turn. In Chapter 210, titled Dragon Fruit, a resounding roar echoed, as Dorag transformed into a colossal azure dragon, measuring several dozen meters in length. However, unlike the Western dragons that Liu Xuan had recently acquired, he assumed the form of a divine Eastern dragon, exuding an aura of holiness. What manner of divine dragon is this? Dorag has transformed into a dragon, and his appearance is strikingly similar to the dragon summoned from Dragon Ball. Could he also grant wishes? Fool. Dorag's transformation into a dragon stems from his possession of the mythical Zoan-type dragon fruit. Do not conflate him with the dragon summoned from Dragon Ball. The mythical Zoan fruit is, indeed, that exceedingly rare type, even scarcer than the natural type. This is simply astonishing. Marco, his devil fruit is a mythical Zoan. Just like yours. I had thought such fruits were quite rare, yet it seems there are several. There is the Buddha fruit of Sengoku, the Earth Bull fruit of the Bull Demon King from Dragon Ball, and that nine-tailed fox, along with Dorag's dragon fruit. Just among those I know, there are already 4. Such rarity is relative to other categories of devil fruits. It does not imply their complete absence. For instance, both Kaido's former subordinates and their vice-captains were also users of mythical Zoan-type devil fruits. I wonder whose abilities are superior, Dorag's dragon fruit or your phoenix fruit, Marco. What do you think? I cannot say, as I have yet to witness Dorag manifest his powers. Can't you see for yourself? He is about to unleash them. On the arena, Akiji gazed in astonishment at Dorag, who had transformed into a dragon. I did not expect you to possess a mythical Zoan devil fruit. However, by becoming this enormous, Haven T, you just made yourself a massive target? With such a large body, how will you evade my attacks? With that, Akiji waved his hands, summoning countless ice spikes to rain down upon the dragon form of Dorag. Surprisingly, Dorag did not attempt to evade. He allowed the ice spikes to strike his body, leaving the onlookers in shock. Has he conceded the match? Why does he not even attempt to dodge? Fool, how could he possibly evade with such a massive frame? These ice spikes are densely packed, blocking all escape routes. It seems Dorag is destined to lose this match. However, events did not unfold as they had anticipated. As the ice spikes pierced Dorag, they failed to harm him, producing a sound akin to metal clashing, ringing incessantly. Such a resilient physique. It appears he lacks haki. Why do my ice spikes fail to inflict any damage upon him? Is it not so? How could Akiji's ice spears possibly harm me? This is the first ability of my dragon fruit, the adamantine body. When I transform into a dragon, my physique becomes harder than steel. Your ice projectiles are utterly ineffective against me. Observing the bewildered Kazan, Dolag remarked, I anticipated that you would not concede defeat so easily. However, is this truly the extent of your dragon fruit's abilities? If so, victory is assured for me. In fact, while entangled within his own icy spikes, Kazan had already surmised Dolag's capability, as the legend of the dragon is widely known. Yet, he hoped that the dragon's other powers were mere fabrications, otherwise he would find himself at a distinct disadvantage against Dolag. I trust you are aware that the legendary dragon governs the fluctuations of weather. Naturally, my dragon fruit possesses this ability as well. Allow me to demonstrate my other powers, Dolag announced, unleashing a ferocious gale. In an instant, the arena was enveloped by a series of small tornadoes, shredding the surrounding ice and rendering Kazan's awakening abilities ineffective. What a tremendous wind! Surely these tornadoes won't reach us here. I have no desire to perish in this place. As the audience fretted over the potential peril of being swept away, the referee, Pris, stepped forward to assuage their fears. Please, everyone, remain calm. We have implemented comprehensive safety measures. The contestants on the stage pose no threat to the audience. Rest assured, Ah, I see. That puts my mind at ease. The spectators collectively sighed in relief, quieting down to refocus on the match. Now, let us resume our observation of the contest. The dragon's tornadoes have encircled Kazan. How will he counter this assault? Glacial epic, Kazan bellowed, transforming the arena into a realm of ice. This technique is his most formidable move, having previously frozen seas spanning dozens of kilometers, truly a remarkable feat indeed. Kazan has thwarted my tornadoes. However, I wonder if you can withstand this next attack. Warm front. As Dolag completed his declaration, a wave of intense warmth surged through the venue, leaving everyone feeling as if midsummer had arrived. The previous chills swiftly dissipated. How delightful. Just moments ago, the weather felt wintry. Now it has abruptly transitioned to summer. What torment. Indeed, fluctuating between hot and cold is utterly unbearable, the crowd lamented. Chapter 211. Luffy takes the stage. Such an ability exists? This power is nothing short of the nemesis of the ice fruit. It seems I am in peril in this competition. As he gazed at the stage, where the climate abruptly transformed from the chill of winter to the fervor of midsummer, a sudden premonition of defeat welled up within Akiji's heart. Do you intend to concede? Akiji? Observing that he had gained the upper hand, Dorag chuckled and addressed Akiji. Enough of the grandiose talk. I shall not concede. If you wish to triumph over me, then unleash your full strength, Dorag. Surrender is not an option. Does a dignified admiral like myself care for pride? In that case, I shall be unrelenting. Allow me to demonstrate my ultimate technique. Here it comes. Mixed climate. Noticing Akiji still clinging to his dignity, Dorag refrained from further persuasion and unleashed his signature move. This technique, a fusion of various climatic phenomena, lightning, thermal currents, and tornadoes, each capable of inflicting harm upon Akiji, proved to be explosively formidable when combined. By heavens, was it necessary to employ such a grand maneuver just to save face? Is it too late for me to concede? Though these thoughts raced through Akiji's mind, he refrained from voicing them, as it would be tantamount to slapping his own face. Instead, he summoned all his might to activate his freezing abilities in an attempt to counter Dorag's onslaught. Boom, boom, boom. The three ice walls conjured by Akiji were shattered into shards by Dorag's mixed climate. Oh no, I cannot withstand this. Before Akiji could react, the tornado swept him off the stage and onto the ground below. Oh, Akiji has been thrown out of bounds. Dorag secures victory in this match and advances successfully. Let us extend our congratulations. With the announcement made by Prillies, a cacophony of cheers erupted from the audience, primarily from the Revolutionary Army, whose leader had participated in the match. Meanwhile, the morale on the Navy's side was notably low, as their admiral had been defeated, leaving little room for celebration. Dorag is indeed formidable. Akiji stood no chance at all, Sabo exclaimed joyfully upon witnessing Dorag's victory. Luffy, your father has triumphed. Why do you not cheer for him? Upon hearing Sabo's words, Luffy, with a bewildered expression, asked, Who is my father? My goodness, I cannot believe that after all this time, you remain unaware that the victor on stage is your father. Luffy, your reaction is exceedingly dull, Zoro remarked, covering his face, pondering how he ended up with such a dim-witted captain. What? That person up there is my father? Luffy exclaimed, finally grasping the revelation. Fool, did you not hear your grandfather mention it? Ah, is that so? I did not catch that just now. Of course, you were such a simpleton. Zoro, enough. There is no remedy for a fool. As Zoro engaged in conversation with Luffy, Ace, standing nearby, patted Zoro on the shoulder and said, All right. Now let us welcome the next contestants to the stage. They are the Mantis from the West Blue, Saibos, and the Bloodblade from the South Blue, Parker. Please welcome them. As time flowed on, the competition swiftly reached its midpoint, and many unfamiliar names were eliminated. Finally, Prillies took the stage to announce. Now we proceed to the 31st match. Let us welcome the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, Monkey D., Luffy, and the Marine Rear Admiral, Spider. After the referee's words, Spider ascended the platform from the left. Where is Luffy, the contestant? As the ominous figure of the ghost Spider ascended the arena, Pris was poised to declare the commencement of the match. However, he was abruptly struck by the realization that Luffy was absent from the stage. Confused, he called out, Luffy, Luffy, hurry over, the match is about to begin. If you do not appear within 5 minutes, I shall have no choice but to declare the ghost Spider the victor. It is your turn, Luffy, do not delay. Despite the imminent start of the match, Luffy continued to indulge in his feast. Zoro, unable to tolerate the sight any longer, delivered a swift punch to Luffy's head and shouted, Hey, is it my turn already? That was quick, Luffy replied, puzzled as he lifted his head. Of course. Hurry up and go. If you don't make it, the referee will rule you out, and you won't have the chance to compete. How can that be? I still need to acquire the Dragon Balls and make my wish, Luffy exclaimed, alarmed at the thought of being disqualified. Then you must hurry to the arena. I'm on my way, Luffy responded, sprinting towards the stage while calling out, I'm coming, wait for me. Oh, Luffy has finally arrived. Both contestants, please take your positions, the match is about to commence. At that moment, Luffy reached the arena and approached Pris. All right, are both of you ready? Ready. Good. Let the match begin. With that proclamation, Pris exited the stage, seeking refuge below, where it felt decidedly safer. Hello, sir. The match is about to start. I hope for your guidance, Luffy said, directing his gaze at the ghost spider and extending his right hand in greeting. Humph. I shall offer you no guidance. As a pirate, cease your prattle and prepare to fight. I aim to defeat you, this wicked pirate, post haste. The ghost spider disregarded Luffy's words, adding, do not presume that just because you are Liu Xuan's disciple, you can act with impunity. That straw-hatted individual, he is indeed. Monkey D. Luffy. Liu Xuan's apprentice? He does not appear particularly formidable. I cannot fathom how Liu Xuan could take such a diminutive figure as his disciple. Only someone of my caliber is worthy of being Liu Xuan's disciple. Chapter 212. Luffy's strength. Do you have no sense of decency? How could one such as you be deemed worthy of being a disciple of that esteemed figure? You would do well to return home and rest. What did you say? What of it? I implore you both to cease your bickering. Others wish to watch the match. Just as the two individuals were embroiled in a heated argument, a deep, gravelly voice interrupted them. Do you think you can dictate what I do? Both turned simultaneously to behold a towering figure. A robust man standing at least 4 or 5 meters tall, who regarded them with an intimidating gaze. Startled, they hastily swallowed their remaining words. Are you two looking to pick a fight with me? He inquired. No, we merely wish to apologize for disturbing your viewing of the match, they quickly replied. Humph. Spare me the chatter and sit back down. I don't want to see you while I watch the game, the burly man commanded. Without further ado, the two complied and fell silent. Is Luffy finally about to take the stage? Let me witness whether your strength has grown in my absence. Upon witnessing Luffy ascend the stage, Ace's face broke into a smile. Although he had undergone over a year of training alongside Luffy under Goku's tutelage, he had returned to the Whitebeard pirates midway through. In the remaining 6 months, he was uncertain whether Luffy's strength had further advanced. Ace, you should possess a keen understanding of Luffy's prowess, should you not? His capabilities must surely exceed that of an admiral by now, given that 2 years prior he had already attained admiral-level strength. With 2 years having elapsed, one would expect a notable increase. Sabo, intrigued by Luffy's current abilities, approached Ace, well aware that he and Luffy had trained together over the past 2 years. Ace regarded the curious Sabo and remarked that Luffy's strength was at least at the initial level of an emperor when he departed. He was unsure if Luffy had experienced any breakthroughs in the last 6 months. If he had, then Luffy would have likely ascended to the mid-tier of the emperors. What exactly is that level? Sabo pondered, somewhat perplexed by Ace's classification. Do the emperors truly have subdivisions of initial and mid-levels? Ace explained that Captain Liu Xuan had delineated the initial level of an emperor as a quasi-emperor tier, while the mid-level represented what they commonly referred to as emperor status. The advanced tier was what people typically regarded as the true emperors, and the pinnacle was what was spoken of as the super emperor level. Wow, that guy Luffy is truly remarkable, achieving a realm that others may never reach in such a short time. He truly is my brother, Sabo exclaimed. Upon hearing of Luffy's current strength, others were momentarily taken aback, including Garp and Dalarch. Luffy was still under 20 years of age, a fact well known to all. An emperor at such a young age signified the potential to reach the heights of Liu Xuan. It was nothing short of terrifying. Should we still compete? Perhaps we should just go home, one suggested. Fool. We may not even encounter him. It's not a contest for first place. As long as we place in the top 32, we will receive a prize. Another replied. You're right. I almost forgot. Meanwhile, the battle between Luffy and the Ghost Spider had commenced. Straw Hat Kid, despite being the grandson of Admiral Garp, I will show no mercy. A pirate is a pirate. And I will undoubtedly defeat you. 8 sword style, spider slash. Upon the utterance of the Ghost Spider, 8 slender limbs, reminiscent of a spider's appendages, extended from his back, each wielding a distinct blade that lunged towards Luffy in a frenzied assault. However, Luffy did not flinch. The cacophony of clashing metal resounded as all of Ghost Spider's strikes were effortlessly parried by Luffy's armament haki. "Uncle, your prowess is commendable," Luffy remarked. "Spare me the flattery. I shall show no mercy," Ghost Spider retorted. "Not at all. I do not wish for you to hold back. I merely implore you to unleash your full potential, for otherwise, I find myself lacking the enthusiasm to engage in battle." Ghost Spider, initially perceiving Luffy's words as a plea for leniency, was taken aback by such audacity, his expression morphing into one of wrath. "You insolent brat, cease your grandstanding. You are not worth my utmost effort." "Is that so? My apologies, but I must defeat you. After all, a foe of your caliber is exceedingly mundane. I might as well return to my seat and indulge in some food." At Luffy's declaration, Ghost Spider was seething with indignation. As a dignified Navy Vice Admiral, he had never encountered anyone who dared to speak to him in such a manner. Today, he vowed to impart a profound lesson. "You accursed whelp. Since you seek your own demise, do not lament once I have vanquished you." Ghost Spider's devourer slash. With all 8 blades imbued with armament haki, they lunged towards Luffy in unison, akin to the long legs of a spider, executing Ghost Spider's most formidable technique. Many pirates, with bounties surpassing 300 or 400 million berries, had perished beneath this very move, and thus, Ghost Spider was brimming with confidence. "Child, your fate is sealed. Is this truly your strongest technique? How utterly uninspiring." As the ominous Ghost Spider advanced, Luffy, feeling somewhat bored, remarked, "You little brat, what did you say? If you have the guts, stand there without moving. I will surely slice you into dozens of pieces." "Very well, I shall remain here, if you can cut me." "Then come forth," he retorted. Upon finishing his words, Luffy enveloped himself in a layer of armament haki, transforming his entire being into a shade of black. Chapter 123. The unfortunate Akainu. Wow, he has completely enveloped himself in armament haki. His mastery of this technique has reached such an extraordinary level. He truly deserves to be the disciple of that individual. Upon witnessing Luffy's mastery of armament haki, a chorus of astonishment erupted from the crowd. While many possess the ability to wield this formidable power, few can achieve the level of full body coverage that Luffy displayed, and the quality of his haki was exceptionally high. It appeared that victory was assured for Luffy, as Ghost Spider stood no chance against him. Indeed, if he could not triumph over a mere vice admiral, how could he possibly deserve the title of our captain? Zoro and Sanji exchanged knowing smiles, their thoughts aligned on this matter. The clash of metal echoed once more as Ghost Spider's renowned blades met with Luffy's indomitable skin. "How can this be? Your armament haki is nearing the caliber of Vice Admiral Garp's. This is inconceivable," Ghost Spider bellowed, launching a frenzied assault with his 8 blades. As a proud Vice Admiral of the Navy, he could not fathom losing in his inaugural battle. "Hey, old man, are you done yet? Isn't it my turn to strike?" Luffy remarked, his tone tinged with irritation. Although the blows were not painful, the monotony had begun to wear on him, prompting a desire to conclude the match. "You insolent brat, do not underestimate me. I am not one of those worthless foes you have bested," Ghost Spider retorted, nearly driven to fury by Luffy's dismissive words. "As a Vice Admiral of the Navy, I will not be defeated by a wretched pirate like you." Luffy's tone incited Ghost Spider's rage further. "Is that so? Then I shall not hold back." Entering second gear. Upon uttering those words, pink steam enveloped Luffy, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from Ghost Spider's sight. "Damn it, how can he move so swiftly? I can't even keep up." As Ghost Spider strained to locate Luffy, a voice resonated from behind him. "Old man, still searching for me? Jet pistol." Panic struck Ghost Spider as he hastily turned around, only to find Luffy's fist, cloaked in black armament haki, hurtling towards him. He quickly activated the iron body technique from the Navy's 6 styles, reinforcing his chest with a layer of haki. Bang! Luffy's fist collided with Ghost Spider's chest. The sound of cracking echoed as the armament haki shielding him shattered. Ghost Spider was sent flying, plummeting beneath the arena. Coughing up blood, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Out of bounds. Ghost Spider has fallen. Luffy is the victor. Let us extend our congratulations. Upon witnessing the ghostly spider tumble out of the arena, Pris swiftly declared the conclusion. "How impressive. Go, Luffy." Upon witnessing Luffy's victory, Usopp and the others erupted into jubilant cheers. "Thank you all. I shall continue to strive diligently." As the crowd cheered for him, Luffy hopped away from the arena, exhilarated. Another thrilling match had concluded, and the next competitors were called forth, the Navy Vice Admiral, Carp, and unexpectedly, the Navy Admiral, Akainu. Upon hearing this announcement, the audience was momentarily stunned, It was quite the coincidence for these two formidable individuals to face each other. How amusing. Sengoku, it seems the Navy is indeed unfortunate today. As two of your mainstays are pitted against one another, what an intriguing turn of events. In the competitor's area, Whitebeard couldn't help but burst into laughter upon learning of this matchup, teasing Sengoku with a tone tinged with schadenfreude. How arrogant of you, Whitebeard. Even if the Navy loses one of its key players, we will not be defeated by your Whitebeard pirates. The championship will undoubtedly belong to us. Sengoku retorted angrily. Is that so? We shall see. Whitebeard scoffed in response. This is a battle of individual prowess. Do you think my title as the world's strongest was merely a boast? Although the title has now shifted to Liu Xuan. He is not participating in this match, which guarantees my victory. Wow, Grandpa's opponent is a Kainu. That's incredible. Go, Grandpa. Teach a Kainu a lesson. Avenge Ace. Upon witnessing Carp and a Kainu on stage, Luffy, who had just ascended, erupted into cheers. That rascal. As I gazed at the raucous crowd below, Luffy's fervent shouts nearly drove a Kainu to the brink of exasperation. My misfortunes seemed to know no bounds. I had barely made my entrance when I encountered a fellow comrade. None other than the formidable Garp. Defeating him was out of the question. Was I truly to capitulate? Just as these thoughts swirled in that Kainu's mind, the voice of Sengoku resonated from the audience. A Kainu. Surrender at once. Do not squander your strength. How infuriating. To think I could be defeated in the very first match was nothing short of wretched. Though reluctant to concede, Sengoku had spoken, and given my inability to best Garp, there was no choice but to raise my right hand in defeat. Oh, Akainu has chosen to concede. Thus, the victor of this match is Rear Admiral Garp. What transpired? How could Akainu possibly yield? Wasn't he his opponent a Rear Admiral? Shouldn't it have been the other way around? You truly do not recognize Rear Admiral Garp? Is he truly that formidable? Why should I know him? Fool. That man is none other than the Navy hero Monkey D. Garp, a force to be reckoned with. He remains a Rear Admiral solely because he declined the promotion to Admiral. Otherwise, he would have long since ascended to that rank. Chapter 224. The Navy's first victory. How terrifying. Who could have imagined that in this inaugural match, our Navy Admiral would eliminate two Admirals? I can only hope I do not suffer the same fate. As the Red Dog walked back, the Yellow Monkey remarked with a lewd grin. How infuriating. Hearing the Yellow Monkey's words, the Red Dog felt a surge of anger, yet he was also helpless, after all. Who could blame him for his misfortune in encountering that peculiar monster, Carp? Now, let us welcome the next contestants to the stage, the Admiral of the Navy, the Yellow Monkey, and the Pirate Iron Crocodile Bruce from the North Sea. Please take the stage. Ah, is it my turn already? I didn't expect to be called up so soon. My opponent is a pirate with a bounty of 300 million berries. How fortunate I am. It seems this match will be quite effortless. I shall not interrupt your conversation any longer. Do carry on. I must take the stage, the Yellow Monkey declared, transforming into light and soaring onto the arena, leaving the Red Dog and the Blue Pheasant fuming with irritation. That scoundrel. What is there to gloat about? Merely having a stroke of good luck? Well, both contestants have arrived. Let the match commence. As the two individuals gathered, Pris proclaimed the commencement of the competition. What unfortunate luck it was to encounter a formidable admiral in the very first match. It appeared that defeat was inevitable. However, I shall not be vanquished so easily. Roaring with determination, Bruce unleashed his full power, transforming into a colossal crocodile, measuring over 10 meters in length, a sight both fearsome and awe-inspiring. How terrifying. To think it has grown into such an enormous creature. It seems I shall need to exert some effort, remarked Kizaru, his words laced with mock trepidation, yet devoid of any semblance of fear, maintaining his characteristic sly demeanor. Stop deceiving yourself. I refuse to believe you're afraid, Bruce declared, his massive jaws opening wide as he lunged towards Kizaru, his sharp teeth imbued with the formidable haki, as if seeking to rend Kizaru asunder. Is that haki? However, your mastery of it appears insufficient. It seems there's no need for a stalemate any longer. By the way, have you ever been struck by light? As Bruce's enormous mouth lunged towards him, the yellow ape remained unfazed, merely uttering a mocking remark. What? Bruce was taken aback, pondering whether light could indeed kick. In that fleeting moment of confusion, the yellow ape had already vanished from Bruce's sight. Where did he go? How could he disappear in the blink of an eye? Come out at once. As the yellow ape vanished from sight, Bruce's hurried figure suddenly sensed a menacing aura behind him. He swiftly turned around, only to behold the yellow ape hovering behind him, his right foot shimmering with light and fixed on Bruce. Before Bruce could react, The yellow ape delivered a powerful kick, accompanied by the declaration of lightspeed kick. Bruce's massive frame was launched like a cannonball, soaring until he was halted by the protective barrier beneath the arena. This barrier had been established by Liu Xuan at Tian's behest, designed to prevent contestants from injuring the audience below. Wow! To kick such a colossal figure away with a single strike, the yellow ape's prowess is truly formidable. With Bruce now outside the ring, I hereby declare the match a victory for the yellow ape. The crowd erupted in cheers for the yellow ape, with the Navy jubilantly exclaiming, "Finally! Our Navy has secured a victory." It had been an excruciatingly embarrassing situation for them, with 2 vice admirals and 2 admirals failing to achieve a single win. They could hardly contain their elation at finally having a victor. Ha ha ha! What fortune to encounter an opponent of lesser strength. The yellow ape, upon returning to the contestant area, glanced at Akiji and Akainu, his tone dripping with mockery, igniting their ire. "Are you mocking us? Next, please welcome the contestants Sengoku and Varys to the stage." As the competition continued, Prillies took to the stage to announce the next match. "I give up. I surrender." Suddenly, Varys shouted from below, prompting a wave of scorn from the audience. "What a coward! Get off the stage." Hearing Varys' concession, the spectators erupted in denunciations. "If you have guts, face him. He is Sengoku. How could I possibly contend with him? I refuse to be humiliated and then lose to him. All right, since Varys has surrendered, Sengoku is the victor of this match. Next, we have the Red Earl Raidfield facing off against Blanket. Referee, I also concede." Blanket raised his right hand to the referee before even stepping onto the stage. Next, Whitebeard versus Chilu. "I surrender." Next, Charlotte Lin against Simi. "I concede." In a flurry of 4 consecutive matches, opponents hastily surrendered, leaving Prillies utterly speechless. What is going on? A collective surrender? What am I to do as the referee? This cannot be blamed on us. The opponents are simply too formidable. We are truly unfortunate to face such monsters right from the start. The surrendering quartet lamented their plight. Proceeding to the next match, we have Marco from the Whitebeard Pirates facing off against the thief Owen. Let us welcome both onto the stage. After Prillies finished speaking, Marco and Owen ascended to the arena. I remarked that the 2 contestants would surely not surrender this time. Who would surrender? Chapter 125, Marco versus Owen. Who would surrender? Both Marco and Owen shouted simultaneously, startling Prillies. Phew, it's good that no one will surrender. Upon hearing their words, Prillies let out a long sigh of relief. After 4 consecutive surrenders, he was on the verge of breaking down. All right, dear audience, the exhilarating moment is about to unfold. Let us turn our attention to these 2. With that, Prillies dashed off the stage. "Marco, it has been quite some time since we last met. I never expected that my first match would be against you. Since my defeat to you last time, I have tirelessly worked to enhance my strength, all to overcome you. This time, I will secure victory for my mother." As members of the 4 Emperor's Pirates, they had undoubtedly clashed before. Owen had previously been bested by Marco, so upon facing him again, he felt a sense of excitement, eager to finally emerge victorious. Charlotte Owen, indeed, it has been a long time, perhaps 8 or 9 years. This time, I too shall defeat you. The Whitebeard Pirates will undoubtedly be the ultimate victors. Anyone can boast, and it costs nothing, Marco retorted sharply. Stop talking big. The outcome is still uncertain. That is what I think too. Enough chatter, come at me already. Humph, don't think you can take me down in one blow, Marco. Behold my flaming fist. Owen's right hand glowed a fiery red, scorching hot, as he hurled a punch toward Marco. How hot? Owen, your strength has indeed increased significantly. But this move won't work on me. Marco stood his ground, allowing Owen's fist to strike his chest, yet the anticipated scene of him being sent flying did not occur. Instead, his chest was enveloped in blue flames, rendering Owen's heat entirely ineffective against him. Humph, it seems that this attack went to harm you, Marco. However, I refuse to believe that you can withstand my next move. This technique merges my haki with my devil fruit powers, significantly enhancing the temperature and posing a threat even to natural-type users. Prepare to meet your demise. After Owen spoke, the temperature from his hands intensified, and even the audience below could feel the rising heat, each one sweating profusely. Goodness, here we go again. Just moments ago, Akiji's fruit ability turned this place into winter, and now it feels like summer. It's unbearably hot. Indeed, the whole venue feels like an oven. The audience on stage could no longer contain their complaints. The constant shifts from cold to hot were truly baffling. Upon witnessing the situation, Liu Xuan turned to the nearby Tian and inquired, "Might you use your magic to cool this place down a bit?" No problem, Captain, Tian replied. After uttering a series of incomprehensible words to Liu Xuan, the temperature of the entire venue began to drop. The temperature has indeed fallen. It has become quite pleasant. Liu Xuan exclaimed. What is happening? Owen has not retracted his fruit ability. Look over there. It appears to be the work of the Dragon Ball pirates, and astonishingly, it's a child wielding such power. The Dragon Ball pirates truly harbor hidden talents. It was indeed terrifying that even a child possessed such formidable abilities. At that moment, Owen on stage had completed his charge, and his hands now appeared enveloped in a layer of molten rock. The terrifying heat emanating from them was palpable. This technique rivaled that of a Kaido when utilizing the magma fruit. It was evident that caution was imperative. Realizing the potential devastation of Owen's attack, Marco's expression grew grave. He sensed that a moment of negligence could lead to severe injury, prompting him to activate his Busashoka Haki, his blue flames intensifying. Although Owen's power still fell short compared to his own, Marco understood the necessity for vigilance. Prepare to meet your end, Marco, Owen declared. I have tested this move before. It instantaneously evaporated an expanse of ocean, and no one could possibly survive its wrath. The overwhelming strength had inflated Owen's ego, not just Liu Xuan. But even figures like Whitebeard and Sengoku could easily overpower him. At the very least, Akainu's magma fruit would completely dominate him. Such grandiose claims. The victors will undoubtedly be the Whitebeard pirates. Marco had fully transformed into his phoenix form, the blue flames enveloping his magnificent avian figure, radiating a divine aura. Let us see then. High-pressure heat fist. Owen ceased his verbal exchanges with Marco and charged forth, his fist imbued with heat capable of incinerating everything in its path. Striking directly at Marco. Boom. The two collided, an explosion of orange flames mingling with Marco's blue flames, cascading outward. Fortunately, thanks to the barrier set by Tian, the audience was spared from harm. Who emerged victorious? I cannot see them. I wager it must be Owen. That last move was utterly terrifying. Not so fast. Marco is the first division commander of the Whitebeard pirates. His strength surpasses that of Goku and others. How could Owen possibly be his match? Enough of this bickering. The results will soon be revealed, and we shall know who the ultimate victor is. Upon hearing this, the group ceased their squabbling and fell silent to await the outcome. As the smoke dissipated, the figures of the two combatants gradually became visible to the onlookers. Marco stood tall while Owen lay defeated, the victor unmistakable. Oh, I hereby declare the victor of this contest to be Marco of the Whitebeard Pirates. Chapter 226, Ace's Black Flames. Well done, Marco. Upon witnessing Marco's victory, Ace erupted with joy, shouting exuberantly, with Luffy joining in the commotion beside him. I remarked, could you two perhaps quiet down? This is rather embarrassing. Sabo, observing the raucous duo, helplessly rubbed his forehead, unable to endure the bewildered gazes of those around them. Sabo, do not let the opinions of others trouble you. When one is happy, they ought to cheer loudly. Luffy exclaimed, patting Sabo on the shoulder with a grin. I have no desire to be lectured by an imbecile, Luffy. Sabo retorted. You scoundrel, who are you calling an imbecile? I challenge you to a duel. Luffy bellowed, incensed by Sabo's remarks. Ace swiftly intervened, restraining Luffy. Enough, Luffy. Let us not make a scene. We should hasten to witness the next match. I wonder who will take the stage this time. Hearing Ace's words, Luffy quieted down, directing his gaze towards the arena, intently observing the bout. Now, we shall proceed to the next match, featuring Portgasti. Ace of the Whitebeard Pirates against Shiryu of the Rain from the Blackbeard Pirates. The mention of the Blackbeard Pirates participating in this martial arts tournament raised eyebrows. Did they not fear the repercussions from the Whitebeard Pirates? This is Liu Xuan's martial arts tournament. Who would dare engage in private disputes here without fearing Liu Xuan's wrath? Indeed, it seems Blackbeard is aware of this, which emboldens him to appear. Certainly, with such lavish prizes offered by Captain Liu Xuan, it would be impossible not to be tempted. If they could secure these rewards, the Blackbeard Pirates would no longer fear Whitebeard. As the announcer, Pris, concluded the introductions, Ace and Shiryu ascended the arena. Haha, I never expected to see you again, Fire Fist Ace. Shiryu taunted. Humph, spare me your prattle. I shall deal with that scoundrel Teach sooner or later, but for now, let us start with you. The announcer declared, both contestants are ready. The match begins now. As the two individuals ascended the stage, Pliss announced the commencement of the match. Fiery Fist. Ace did not engage in preliminary exchanges. Instead, he launched directly into his ultimate move. A blazing fire fist surged forth, its power significantly amplified compared to before, with the flames themselves intensifying several-fold. Upon witnessing Ace's fierce fire punch, Bosch's could only express his bewilderment. Was it truly necessary to unleash such a formidable move right from the outset? In other matches, competitors typically engage in a physical contest before resorting to their ultimate techniques to secure victory. Ace's immediate display of such overwhelming prowess was quite the spectacle. Bosch's chuckled, recognizing Ace's grudge. After all, he had come out swinging with such a potent attack. It seemed he too could no longer hold back. Elbow strike. Bosch's, shedding his earlier restraint, unleashed his strongest technique, sending a visible wave of air colliding with Ace's fire punch. With a resounding boom, the two forces met in a spectacular clash. Well, both competitors, Bosch's and Ace, commenced the match by showcasing their signature moves, leaving the audience in awe. It appeared there was some animosity between them. Nonetheless, gratitude was owed for the thrilling performance they provided. Haha, Ace. Do you think I am still the Bosch's who could be defeated in an instant by your fire punch 2 years ago? These past 2 years, I have trained under Captain Teach, and I am determined to defeat you, Ace. Bosch's declared. I merely blocked one of your fire punches. Is it necessary to be so agitated? Do you believe my strength has not improved? I have also undergone rigorous training over these 2 years, and my power has grown significantly. Black flame, Ace exclaimed, extending his right hand, conjuring a dark flame that flickered ominously. This black flame was a result of Ace integrating his haki into his devil fruit abilities, a technique he had perfected after training with Luffy. Following a period of diligent practice, Ace had finally succeeded in manifesting this extraordinary flame. Wow, black flames. How has Ace's fire transformed into this dark hue? It's astonishing, exclaimed Marco, observing Ace's newfound ability with a mix of surprise and mild reproach. Crying out loud, Ace has truly matured, Whitebeard remarked, his heart swelling with pride as he watched his son flourish. Isn't it the greatest joy for a father to witness his child's growth? Haha. I never anticipated Ace would unveil this technique so early. I thought he would reserve it for the finals. Luffy was well aware of this move, having suggested it to Ace himself, though he had not expected Ace to employ it in the very first match. The intensity of the flames was palpable, radiating a heat several times greater than before, leading Bosch's to conclude that victory was now beyond his grasp. Standing closest to Ace, he felt the terrifying power of the black flame, extinguishing any hope of triumph within him. Thus, he raised his right hand in concession. Haha. I never imagined you would be this formidable. I concede. Bosch's declared his defeat, granting Ace the ultimate victory in this thrilling contest. Chapter 227, Zoro's Promotional. Ace. You are remarkable. Upon hearing Pris announce Ace's victory, Luffy leaped up, exclaiming exuberantly, which elicited laughter from those nearby. The subsequent match features Revolutionary Army Sabo against the pirate Ceres. Please welcome both contestants to the stage. With Pris's announcement, Sabo ascended to the arena, facing an adversary, a pirate with a bounty of 200 million berries, whose strength was merely at the rear admiral level, thus not particularly formidable. Haha. What incredible fortune I possess to encounter such an unknown brat. This match is surely mine to win. As Ceres stepped onto the stage and beheld Sabo standing there, he erupted into laughter, convinced of his good luck, for the youth appeared feeble and the victory seemed assured. Hey, you over there, what are you laughing at? Hurry up and attack. Sabo, slightly irked by Ceres's laughter, called out. Since you seek your demise, I shall oblige. Prepare to meet your end, you pretty boy. Ceres, upon hearing Sabo's taunt, unleashed a massive fist aimed squarely at Sabo's head. Have you surrendered to despair? This will spare you some agony, perish. Approaching Sabo, and seeing him motionless, Ceres assumed he had frightened him into inaction, roaring as he brought his fist crashing down. I've been waiting for you, big guy. In that instant, Sabo retaliated with a powerful punch directly to Ceres's abdomen. Gah! Ceres, nearly expelling his bile, was sent flying out of the arena. Out of bounds. Sabo wins. Haha. What a fool. He thought my smaller stature signified weakness. Hasn't he heard that one should not judge by appearances? Ace laughed heartily at Ceres, who had landed outside the ring. Now, we proceed to the next match, featuring the bounty hunter Zoro against Dracula. Zoro's opponent is also a pirate, boasting a bounty of 300 million berries and possessing considerable strength. However, his name left Liu Xuan somewhat speechless, although he was called Dracula. He was merely an ordinary user of the bat fruit, with no connection to vampires. Pirate Hunter Roronoa Zoro, I've been waiting for you. Defeating you will ensure my renown. So you shall serve as my stepping stone to fame. Dracula glared at Zoro with a sinister expression, convinced that defeating him was a foregone conclusion. Who are you? I don't believe I know you, Zoro replied, looking bewildered, which incensed Dracula. I am a great pirate with a bounty of 300 million berries. How can you not recognize me? Are you an imbecile? There are countless pirates with bounties in the hundreds of millions. I hardly have the time to remember such trivial matters. Trivial matters. You scoundrel. I shall show you the fury of this so-called trivial individual. In a fit of rage, Dracula ceased his idle chatter with Zoro and transformed into his bat form, swiftly appearing behind him. Such remarkable speed. This Dracula, indeed a notorious pirate with a bounty of 300 million berries, seemed poised to secure victory over the one known as Zoro. Indeed, Roronoa Zoro, the swordsman of the Straw Hat Pirates, bore a bounty of 230 million berries. While Dracula's bounty surpassed his, it appeared that Dracula was destined to triumph. How can you speak so carelessly? Zoro is exceptionally formidable. That fellow stands no chance against him. Nami and her companions interjected, displeased by the notion that Zoro would falter against Dracula. Who are you to declare that Dracula will lose to Zoro? And what concern is it of yours? Do you dare to wager? Let us bet on the outcome of this match. If Zoro wins, you owe me 100 million berries. If not, I shall owe you the same, one of them challenged. Very well, I accept the wager. However, should you attempt to renege later, do not blame me for being ungracious. Nami, ever the opportunist, seized the moment for profit. On the arena, as Dracula reached Zoro's rear, he extended his sharp claws towards him. Clang! It appeared as though Zoro possessed eyes on the back of his head as he drew his sword, Shisui, to block Dracula's assault. Impossible! Your observation haki surpasses mine. How have you cultivated such prowess? Dracula, a user of the bat fruit, was endowed with the ability of echolocation, granting him a high level of observation haki. The revelation that Zoro's haki exceeded his own left him momentarily astounded. Humph! Did you not claim you wished to witness my fury? Is this all you have to offer? Then prepare for my counterattack. One sword style, lion song, Zoro declared. And in an instant, he dashed past Dracula, sheathing Shisui as Dracula collapsed. Though he was not slain, Zoro had spared his life. Contestant Dracula has fainted. The victor of this match is contestant Zoro. Ha! You two have lost. Hurry and pay me what you owe. Upon witnessing Zoro's victory, Nami, seated in the audience, laughed heartily as she addressed the two individuals with whom she had wagered. How infuriating. That fool Dracula was defeated so swiftly, he is utterly useless. You two, stop your nonsense and promptly hand over the money. Chapter 228, Conclusion of the First Round. What money? The two, feigning ignorance, replied, clearly attempting to evade their obligation. Are you two trying to weasel out of this? We agreed on 100 million berries each. Hand it over now. What are you talking about? I don't recall making any wager with you. Do not cast baseless accusations, one retorted shamelessly, incensing Nami and her companions. You better give me the money quickly, or I shall make you regret it, Nami warned, her gaze fixed upon them. Not a chance. What can you possibly do? This is the domain of the Dragon Ball pirates. What can you do to me? Ha ha ha. As Nami nearly lost her temper at the audacity of his words, the subsequent remarks sparked her into action. She stood up and shouted, Liu Xuan, I am being bullied. Come here at once. Are you insane? How dare you call Lord Liu Xuan's name so casually? You are doomed. The other, nearly paralyzed with fear, realized the gravity of the situation. Disrespecting Liu Xuan in his territory was tantamount to courting death. Whispers circulated among the onlookers, speculating that this young girl was in deep trouble. At that moment, Liu Xuan and his companions, seated at the main table, also heard Nami's cries. Captain, that voice sounds like Miss Nami, one remarked. I heard it. I will go see what is happening. You all ensure the event runs smoothly, Liu Xuan instructed. Rest assured, Captain, we will manage it flawlessly, replied Krillin. To which Liu Xuan nodded before departing. Back in the audience, Nami pressed, you better apologize quickly, or when the Dragon Ball pirates arrive, you will be finished. You will be the one finished. I suggest you hand over the money, or I will have Liu Xuan teach you a severe lesson. You foolish woman. You are truly courting disaster by uttering Lord Liu Xuan's name. Just then, amidst their quarrel, a commotion arose from the distance, and they turned to see Liu Xuan approaching. Aha, it's over for you. Lord Liu Xuan must have heard you call out his name, and is coming to discipline you. Upon witnessing Liu Xuan's arrival, the other party burst into laughter, as if envisioning the scene of Nami being reprimanded by Liu Xuan. Nami, what is the matter? Suddenly, Liu Xuan's words interrupted the laughter. In the midst of the astonished gazes, Nami leaped into Liu Xuan's embrace. "Brother Liu Xuan, someone just bullied me. You must teach him a lesson. Or else I shall ignore you," she implored. "Ha ha, who would dare to bully you? Who is it?" Liu Xuan chuckled at Nami's words. Incredulous that anyone would dare to mistreat her, it was a miracle she didn't torment others instead. "It's him." With that, Nami pointed at the terrified individual. "Please spare me, Lord Liu Xuan. I had no idea she was your woman. I shall pay this Miss Nami at once." Upon seeing Nami point at him, the man hastily fell to his knees before Liu Xuan, weeping profusely. "What money, Nami? What have you all just done?" he implored. "You see, we were cheering for Zoro. And upon hearing him say Zoro would lose, we wagered a bet. We won, yet he is attempting to renege on his promise. That is the situation." Usopp interjected on Nami's behalf before she could utter a word. "Haha, I knew Nami must have summoned me for this reason. You cannot shake off that little penchant for money, can you?" Liu Xuan teased, playfully pinching Nami's nose, erupting into laughter. "Oh dear, what are you doing? There are so many people here. Please stop, and hurry up and return my money," Nami exclaimed, tugging at Liu Xuan's arm with a playful pout. "There's no need. He will return the money, won't you?" Liu Xuan turned to the man and said, Yes, I shall bring the money to you at once. Please, do accept it." The man responded eagerly, quickly producing a check to hand over to Liu Xuan. "And what about him?" Upon witnessing him produce a check, Nami gestured towards the individual beside her and addressed Liu Xuan. I shall attend to that immediately." The other party who had wagered with Nami promptly presented a check to her as well. Satisfied, Nami nodded in approval and tucked the check into her bosom. Observing Nami's avaricious demeanor, Liu Xuan couldn't help but chuckle. Regardless of the circumstances, Nami always exuded such charm. "All right, Nami, I shall take my leave now. You all may continue to enjoy yourselves here. Should anything arise, do not hesitate to call for me." "Understood." Observing Nami reveling in her victory with a check in hand, Liu Xuan could only shake his head in resignation as he returned to his seat. The match had commenced, featuring a duel between Sanji and Vince Judge. In the original narrative, Sanji had already proven capable of defeating him, and now, having grown considerably stronger, it took less than a minute for Vince Judge to succumb. Who would have thought that the North Sea's overlord would falter in the very first match? Truly pathetic. My nation was obliterated by him. His defeat could not be more gratifying. The unexpected loss of the Germa leader in the opening round astonished many, given the renowned technological prowess of the Germa. As the next match unfolded, one of the 7 warlords, Don Quixote da Flamingo, faced off against Casey, swiftly claiming victory. Following him, Dracula Mihawk triumphed over a pirate hailing from the South Sea, Blackbeard vanquished a pirate hunter, and Shiryu bested a marine vice-admiral. Fujitora and Green Bull also achieved victories, while Beckman defeated Green Pepper. With the conclusion of the day's contests, 64 competitors advanced to the next round. Chapter 229, The gathering at the restaurant. The first round had drawn to a close, and the announcement by Please urged all participants and spectators to return for rest, as the second round would commence the following day. As the arena emptied, staff began repairing the stage. "Hey, Ace, Sabo, the first match is over. Let us dine together." With that, Luffy embraced Ace and Sabo, leading them toward the restaurant, while Sanji and Zoro hurriedly followed suit. "Wow, is this the restaurant? It's exceedingly opulent." Upon entering, jaws dropped in awe. The restaurant had been personally designed by Bulma, boasting architectural styles and dining arrangements that were unparalleled in the world, something few had ever seen, let alone experienced firsthand. "Hey, come over here. There is an abundance of delectable dishes. Where are the delicious offerings?" Upon hearing the mention of food, Luffy dashed forward, eliciting amused smiles from his companions. This was quintessential Luffy. "Luffy, your performance today was spectacular." Suddenly, a hand rested on Luffy's shoulder. He turned to find Shanks beaming at him. "Shanks, it brings me great joy to see you here." "I am equally delighted, Luffy. You have grown remarkably. Even I am astonished. I believe you will soon realize your dreams." "You rascal, Shanks, luring my grandson again." Just as their conversation flourished, a gruff voice interrupted, startling everyone. Turning around, they discovered Garp and Sengoku leading a contingent of Marines, accompanied by Dorag and members of the Revolutionary Army. "Grandpa, what a nuisance. I dread encountering Captain Garp, as he incessantly seeks to trouble me." "Luffy, you rascal, still cavorting with Shanks? It is he who has led you astray." Hey, Vice Admiral Garp. Do not speak carelessly. Luffy is merely embarking on a journey to pursue his dreams. How can you accuse me of leading him astray? Enough of your nonsense. If it weren't for you, how could Luffy possibly set sail to become a pirate? Garp retorted, gripping Shanks by his collar. Now, father. This is Captain Liu Xuan's territory. It would be wise not to cause a ruckus here, interjected Dorag, who stood nearby. Dorag, I have yet to settle accounts with you. Refrain from interjecting. Ho ho ho. It seems you all are having a family reunion. Congratulations, Garp exclaimed. At that moment, Whitebeard and his crew arrived. Whitebeard, do not revel in your triumph. I will surely defeat you in the finals, Garp proclaimed, finally turning his attention away from Dorag and Luffy to face Whitebeard. Ho ho ho. I eagerly await that day. Last time at the Navy headquarters, we did not determine a victor. This time, I shall seize the opportunity to vanquish you. Whitebeard, unsatisfied with their previous skirmish, relished the prospect of an unimpeded battle. The camaraderie between Whitebeard and Garp was indeed a revelation. Count me in, Red Count. Upon seeing the newcomer, the crowd exclaimed in astonishment, You are Riderfield. How is it that you have become so youthful? The Dragon Ball should not have been utilized yet. Upon seeing Raidfield, Capuch was astonished by the drastic transformation in his appearance since their last encounter. I have consumed a devil fruit, a mythical Zoan type known as the vampire, which allows me to restore my youthful state by draining the blood of others. Impressive, isn't it? Raidfield remarked with a hint of arrogance. However, this is merely a temporary revival through the powers of the devil fruit. It pales in comparison to the genuine restoration of youth. It appears you have succumbed to degradation, Raidfield. How dare you, Capuch? What did you just say? Are you looking for a fight? Bring it on. I fear you not. Upon witnessing two individuals on the brink of a confrontation, the crowd swiftly intervened to mediate. Ha ha ha. What a delightful spectacle to encounter upon my arrival, exclaimed a thief. Teach. Blackbeard strode in, commanding the attention of all present and halting the dispute. Teach. Do you dare to come here? I shall hold you accountable for the crime of murdering a comrade. Ha ha ha. Old man. You ought to comprehend that this is Liu Xuan's territory, and dueling is strictly forbidden before the competition. Of course, I am aware of that. I shall defeat you upon the arena, Teach. You had best pray that you do not cross paths with me again, for I will ensure you regret it. Then let us meet on the battlefield, old man. Ha ha ha. With that, Blackbeard made his way toward the dining table. All right, old man, let us dine together. When the time for the competition arrives, we shall ensure Blackbeard faces dire consequences, Ace remarked, guiding Whitebeard to another table. We should join them. Luffy, unable to contain his excitement, followed Ace and took a seat at the table. It is truly astonishing to witness both the Navy and pirates sharing a meal under the same roof. Such a historically significant moment must be captured. As journalists entered the dining hall, they spotted the gathering and hastily raised their cameras to document the scene. With the sound of approaching footsteps, Liu Xuan entered alongside the members of the Dragon Ball pirates. It's Liu Xuan. What brings them here? Fool. What else would they come to the restaurant for? If not to eat? Who would have thought I could share a meal with such a prominent figure as Liu Xuan? What an honor. It seems I shall head to the casino for a while. Chapter 230. The 16-strong competition commences. Master, hurry over here. This dish is simply exquisite. Upon seeing Liu Xuan, Luffy promptly rose to his feet and called out to him. Hearing Luffy's voice, Liu Xuan gradually approached. I didn't expect you all to gather here so well. Are you hosting a banquet? How delightful. I never imagined Captain Liu Xuan would come here to dine. Would you care to join us? Upon receiving an invitation from the venerable Liu Xuan, one could not help but chuckle. I am not a deity, of course. I too shall feel hunger. Is it not entirely reasonable to dine here? Liu Xuan shrugged in resignation at the words of the old man. Do you think I can survive without food? Huh. Then, let us sit down and feast together, as if we were holding a grand banquet. Garp, laughing heartily, responded to Liu Xuan, understanding the importance of fostering a good relationship on Liu Xuan's territory. In that case, Goku, feel free to find a spot to sit. We shall gather here with number 18. Liu Xuan said as he took number 18 by the hand and seated himself beside Nami. Haha, Captain Liu Xuan. You truly inspire envy. With such two beautiful companions by your side, it makes us solitary men yearn for a partner, one remarked. Indeed, Captain, this is rather excessive. You constantly remind us of our single status. I too wish for a girlfriend. Krillin lamented, feeling the pangs of his bachelorhood. Could you refrain from flaunting your affections before me? Haha. Krillin, would you like me to assist you in finding a girlfriend? With your capabilities, I am certain many young ladies would be eager to be with you. Another chimed in. Indeed, we can introduce you to some lovely ladies. I know quite a few charming girls who would surely meet your expectations. As the conversation turned towards matchmaking for Krillin, Liu Xuan found himself at a loss for words. Aren't you all pirates? Why have you taken on the role of matchmakers? Meanwhile, Krillin, unfazed by the banter, seized the arm of the speaker. Can you truly introduce me to girls? Where are they? Are they beautiful? Come down. There is no need to rush this introduction. They are not present at the moment. We must wait until the martial arts tournament concludes before I can take you to meet them. Patience is key, came the reply. This fellow is quite desperate. Why the eagerness? Another interjected. Indeed, Krillin, exercise some restraint. They are busy with the competition, and there is no time to pursue romantic interests now. Can it wait until after the tournament? Yamcha patted his shoulder, attempting to console him. How could you possibly understand my plight? You are surrounded by admirers. While I have yet to experience a romantic relationship, do you have any notion of my misery? Krillin exclaimed, grasping Yamcha's shoulder fervently. Krillin, please spare us the embarrassment. The captain may become displeased, Vegeta interjected, unable to contain himself any longer. Krillin, having always held a certain apprehension towards Vegeta, fell silent upon hearing his words. Haha, all right. Everyone, let us eat. We have another day of competition ahead of us, so let us finish our meal and retire early. Upon witnessing a remark from Vegeta that rendered the audience silent, Liu Xuan hastily intervened to ease the tension, prompting the crowd to quickly join in. Shortly thereafter, they concluded their meal and returned to rest. As the night swiftly passed, the following morning saw everyone rising early, with the spectator seats already brimming with attendees. Good morning, everyone. After a full day yesterday, 64 contestants have advanced in the competition. Today, they shall vie for the 32 positions of strength. Let us eagerly anticipate the unfolding events. I hereby declare the commencement of the tournament and invite the first group of contestants to take the stage. Prillies had arrived at the venue well ahead of time and, as the moment arrived, ascended to the ring to announce the beginning of the contest. With the resounding clang of a gong, 2 individuals stepped onto the platform. The opening match featured the ant fruit user, Boskov, against the boar fruit user, Krus. Their strengths appeared evenly matched, suggesting a protracted battle ahead. Haha. I can't believe I'm up first. I haven't prepared at all. What terrible luck. Krus muttered as he approached the stage.